Universal highway survival. A soulful strike. My forging must ascend. Upon awakening, Bai Qi, along with countless others, found themselves thrust into a perilous highway survival game. Each individual possessed a dilapidated van, traversing the seemingly endless kilometers in search of essential resources for survival. In this realm, all lives are equal to endure. One must constantly risk their life in pursuit of sustenance. At a critical juncture, Bai Qi awakened the talent of the Soul Strike. Soul Strike 0100. Talent Description 1. As you persist in a particular endeavor, the power of destiny accumulates. Once it reaches its zenith, you can trigger Soul Strike, guaranteeing a unique effect. Talent Description 2. This talent originates from the soul. Strengthening your soul will enhance your Soul Strike ability. Strive to elevate your soul strength. Ding! Mad Laughter Pill successfully crafted. You have acquired 100 stellar grade Mad Laughter Pills. Ding! Meow Blade successfully crafted. You have acquired a diamond grade iron cutting Meow Blade. While other survivors remained in constant trepidation, fearing a scarcity of supplies and facing imminent peril, Bai Qi had already begun to enjoy a life abundant in resources, enveloped in unparalleled safety and happiness. Chapter 1. Survival on the Global Highway. Welcome to Global Highway Survival. A clarion voice resonated, jolting Bai Qi awake. Rubbing his eyes, Bai Qi soon realized he was inside a dilapidated van rather than amidst a heap of refuse. Who would be so cruel as to toss me into a junk vehicle? I possess neither wealth nor beauty. What could you possibly want from me? Bai Qi could not help but voice his indignation, only to be captivated by the sleek display screen mounted on the central console of the decrepit van. This device appears remarkably sophisticated, more impressive than the display in my boss's luxury car. As Bai Qi reached out to touch the vibrant screen, a prompt materialized. Ding! Survival core binding successful. In that instant, Bai Qi felt an indescribable connection with the dazzling survival core, as if he could manipulate it through sheer will. How extraordinary! This is undoubtedly a remarkable event. I never anticipated encountering something like this. Survival core description. Equipped with void trading, void communication, and resource detection capabilities, it is your greatest asset. As Bai Qi's thoughts shifted, the display screen revealed further information. Highway survival description. Each participant begins with a dilapidated van. Description. Resource boxes are scattered along the highway, allowing survivors to collect resources. Description. This is not a game. Death is final. Description. An extreme cold test is forthcoming in 3 days. Survivors are urged to gather supplies promptly. Description. Exercise caution in trusting others. Your survival core is a vital resource for their empowerment. Bai Qi's expression turned grave, realizing the survival core had undergone a profound binding, one that could not be undone. If this entity was indeed a crucial resource for others to grow stronger, it could only be obtained through lethal means. Who would have thought that survival would not only entail confronting environmental challenges and resource scarcity, but also necessitate vigilance against one's own kind? Bai Qi pondered gravely as he scrutinized the void trading functionality of the survival core. Trading platform description. Survivors may exchange resources with one another. The platform possesses basic appraisal capabilities. Description. Trading modes are customizable. Novice phase waives transaction fees. Description. Do not utilize the trading platform as a storage space. Each individual may list a maximum of 10 items simultaneously. The explanation was clear, and upon glancing, Bai Qi was astonished to find items already listed within. Ugh, how utterly revolting. Do people lack decency? Who would dare to list a used pair of underwear? Bai Qi hastily navigated to another function, the void communication interface. Instantly, a group chat interface materialized. Region, HX10011 participants. 100,001,0000. Free speaking quota. 10 times day resets at midnight. No accumulation. The chat was flooded with messages. Honey, are you there? I've been kidnapped. I'm trapped in a forsaken van. Please come save me. Li Ergu, are you the one messing with me? Get me back. I won't dock your pay. Wang Xiaoli, are you there? It was your friend who contacted me privately. I truly care for you. Please ask your father to spare me. What is all this shouting? Are you blind? This isn't just one person's predicament. We've all been selected as survivors. Indeed, I recall the voice saying, "Welcome to Global Highway Survival. This is a grand, extraordinary event." I've struck it rich. At last, something remarkable has happened to me. I shall showcase my skills. I'm doomed. I don't know how to drive. What shall I do? There's not even a manual in this wreck. Are you foolish? Even if you bought a new car, there wouldn't be a driving manual. One must first obtain a license. Hey, I have 7 years of driving experience. This is an automatic. Even those who can't drive will find it easy with a bit of practice. Oh, really? An automatic? That's much more comfortable. Bai Qi paid little heed to the chatter. He possessed a valid driver's license and felt confident in his driving abilities, rendering this concern moot. He then began to examine the dilapidated van. Old van description. Your initial vehicle, do not disdain it, for it can be continually upgraded, serving as your primary support in the early stages. Description. The cabin contains a workbench where various items can be crafted using blueprints. Description: fuel tank capacity, 50L current fuel level, 50L current consumption, 8L per 100 kilometers. With a consumption of 8 liters per 100 kilometers, that's fairly standard. It seems the engine and transmission of this old van are functioning adequately. Bai Qi traversed to the cabin and entered. The interior was spacious, yet only the workbench at the rear emitted a faint, ethereal glow. Approaching it, Bai Qi extended his hand. Workbench, ordinary 0-100 description. After learning blueprints, you can craft finished products. This is one of your essential supports. Description: upon reaching maximum proficiency, learning higher quality blueprints will enhance the workbench's quality. Description: an upgraded workbench will increase crafting speed. Bai Qi selected the crafting options, revealing only a solitary feature. Material conversion, permanent description, enables the disassembly or fusion of materials. In an instant, Bai Qi comprehended the function, but lacking materials, he could not attempt it. As he prepared to turn away, Bai Qi suddenly froze in his tracks. Ding! Your talent, Soul Strike, has awakened. You now possess the Soul Strike talent. Soul Strike 0-100 talent description 1. When you repeatedly perform a specific action, the power of fate accumulates. Once fully charged, you can trigger a Soul Strike, guaranteed to invoke a special effect. Talent description 2. Talents stem from the soul. Increasing your soul strength will enhance your Soul Strike ability. Strive to elevate your soul strength. Bai Qi felt somewhat dazed. This talent is rather extraordinary. If I were born in ancient times as an emperor, I could single-handedly propagate an entire race. Bai Qi inhaled deeply. Possessing a talent was a blessing, though he pondered whether others were experiencing similar phenomena. Having clarified the circumstances within the vehicle, Bai Qi took a deep breath and flung open the dilapidated van door, leaping out. Goodness! This road is at least 40 to 50 meters wide, and it stretches endlessly into the horizon. What an awe-inspiring highway! Even the greatest builders would find it challenging to construct something of this magnitude. Surveying his surroundings, Bai Qi noted the desolate wilderness flanking the highway, with an array of flora scattered about, presenting a rather picturesque sight. He then began to scrutinize the exterior of the old van, which left him feeling somewhat frustrated. Chapter 2. Gentle Care, Sanitary Napkin. This is a van of ordinary size, somewhat reminiscent of the national vehicle, Wuling Hongguang, albeit in a dilapidated state that is quite alarming. Can this tire really drive? It won't burst at any moment, will it? Gazing at the severely cracked tire, Bai Qi felt a twinge of apprehension. And this car body, has it been splashed with sulfuric acid? It's rusted so badly that it resembles a heap of scrap metal, not even worth selling as junk. After circling the vehicle, Bai Qi was filled with a sense of helplessness. He opened the driver's side door, suppressing his disdain for the tattered seat. Clack, 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 clack. Fortunately, it started on the first try. Vroom. Releasing the brake and gently pressing the accelerator, the old van began to accelerate slowly. It can drive. It can drive. Bai Qi let out a sigh of relief and continued to gradually press the accelerator. Eventually, it reached its maximum speed, peaking at 50 kilometers per hour. Thank goodness, at least it's faster than an electric bike. Bai Qi comforted himself. Ding! Ordinary resource box detected. A notification chimed, and Bai Qi turned his head to see a white dot blinking on the survival core display. He also noticed that the detection range of this display was 100 meters around the van. What luck to stumble upon a resource box so soon. Bai Qi carefully decelerated. He dared not make a sudden stop in such a rickety van, for fear that a wheel might fly off. Once parked, he spotted the wooden box in the wilderness. This wild area should pose little danger. It's open and clear, certainly devoid of beasts, though I must remain cautious of snakes and insects. Bai Qi exited the vehicle and surveyed the surroundings for a moment before deciding to investigate. Treading cautiously, it took him several minutes to cover the short distance of less than 100 meters. At last, he laid eyes on the resource box. Ordinary resource box description contains some supplies. Bai Qi scanned the vicinity carefully before confirming there was no danger, then slowly opened the wooden box. Ding! You have obtained 1 fried dough stick. You have obtained 1 bottle of milk. You have obtained 1 sanitary napkin blueprint. With a swift motion, Bai Qi grabbed all 3 items and dashed back to the decrepit van. It was only after he closed the door securely that he exhaled in relief. I never expected the first resource box to be so easily acquired. That was quite nerve-wracking. Gulp. Unscrewing the milk bottle, he took a swig, instantly captivated by the rich aroma of the milk. This is delicious. The fried dough stick must be tasty too. Taking a bite, his mouth was filled with grease. It was not overwhelming. The texture of the fried dough stick was superb. Splendid. Now my food issues for today are resolved. However, this is a sanitary napkin blueprint. As a man, this holds no significance for me. Wait, that's not entirely true. If there are minor wounds, it can be used to clean them. A major wound, however, would be disastrous, as it would absorb all the blood. Bai Qi approached the workstation and placed the blueprint upon it. Learn sanitary napkin blueprint. The workstation glowed with a white light, and the blueprint vanished, with a new crafting option for sanitary napkins now available. Sanitary napkin crafting ordinary permanent material requirements: wood, plant fibers, cotton, etc. Though he had only been in a handful of relationships, Bai Qi quickly grasped the concept. The wood should be used to create the absorbent core, while the fibers will form the outer layer. Thus, I just need to gather some trees, as the bark contains plant fibers. I never anticipated that the materials for this blueprint would be so easily obtainable. Bai Qi felt a surge of joy once he produced a finished product. He would have something to trade. Female survivors would be in high demand for such items, and perhaps even some male survivors might purchase them. Though the wilderness lacked dense forests, solitary low trees and clusters of shrubs could be spotted intermittently. Overall, acquiring wood would be a simple task. With nothing else to do, Bai Qi resolved to craft some sanitary napkins and see how it went. He decisively began to gather wood, a task that was a piece of cake for someone from a rural background like him. A multitude of branches were snapped and loaded into the van, quickly filling half the cargo area with fresh timber. Who would have thought my first creation would be a sanitary napkin? This feels a bit strange. Bai Qi approached the workstation, where the sanitary napkin crafting option was illuminated, indicating that he had sufficient materials. Craft sanitary napkin. Ding. Materials are adequate. Sanitary napkin crafting has commenced. Meanwhile, Bai Qi felt an inexplicable force brewing within him. Is the power of the soul strike beginning to coalesce? Bai Qi felt a flicker of anticipation, curious to see what would transpire once the soul strike power erupted. Ding. Sanitary napkin crafted successfully. You have obtained one sanitary napkin. Before him lay a pristine white sanitary napkin, which Bai Qi grasped eagerly. Sanitary napkin. Ordinary description: an item used by women during their menstrual cycle, soft, breathable, and highly absorbent. The texture is quite impressive, comparable to those of major brands. And it doesn't even differentiate between day and night usage, making it more convenient. As for its effectiveness, that can only be determined once the female compatriots have tried it. Glancing at the fresh branches still abundant in the cargo area, it seemed that crafting just one sanitary napkin had not consumed a significant amount of materials. Craft sanitary napkin. Craft sanitary napkin. After crafting repeatedly, a total of 100 times, suddenly, a surge of power fully coalesced within Bai Qi, ready to burst forth at any moment. In that instant, Bai Qi understood the next time he crafted a sanitary napkin, it would undoubtedly trigger his soul strike talent. So this is what the 0-100 in the talent description means with my current soul strength. I need to perform an action 100 times to accumulate enough power for a soul strike. With no hesitation, Bai Qi issued the crafting command. Ding! Materials are sufficient. Sanitary napkin crafting has begun. At that moment, an inexplicable aura surged forth from Bai Qi, rushing into the workstation. Ding! Sanitary napkin crafted successfully. You have obtained the gentle care sanitary napkin. A sanitary napkin emanating a faint glow of white appeared, and Bai Qi excitedly grasped it. Gentle care sanitary napkin perfect. Description: this is a sanitary napkin of perfect quality, breathable and comfortable, with excellent absorbency. Description: when used, it effectively alleviates women's pain and offers protective health benefits. Bai Qi was astonished, unable to believe that such a high-quality sanitary pad had been produced. It was truly incredible. Chapter 3: the highly popular sanitary pads. This item, no matter how good it is, remains a disposable product with limited practical use. Bai Qi mused as he collected all the sanitary pads, totaling 101 pieces. Upon opening the group chat interface of the survival core, he was greeted by a dramatic change in the conversation. Haha, I found a clothing blueprint. I just need to gather fiber materials to craft some clothes. Hey, brother upstairs, let me share a secret. Let's have a private chat, and you can just gift me an outfit later. Get lost. Don't think I don't know you'll say that tree bark is rich in fiber. Do you think it's easy to harvest bark? I've already cut my hands several times. I'm in a terrible situation. A scorpion stung my foot, and now it's both painful and itchy. Does anyone know how to treat it? Were you not wearing shoes? How did you get stung on your foot? I was wearing flip-flops, and now it's over for me. The sting was on my right foot, and it's starting to swell. It's also a bit numb. I feel like I'm losing sensation in my right foot. What should I do? Just find some grass in the wild, crush it to extract the juice, and apply it to the sting site. It should help a bit. All right, thank you. I'll go find some grass to rub. Haha, I stumble upon a nest of bird eggs. What incredible luck now. I have something to fill my stomach. How envious. Bird eggs are so nutritious. Unfortunately, all I found were some wild fruits, and I'm not even sure if they're safe to eat. Bai Qi observed that the number of people begging for help had significantly dwindled. Most had accepted reality and began collecting resources. In 3 days, we will face extreme cold weather, but I have no idea what kind of severe cold it will be. Regardless, I must prepare in advance. This dilapidated van lacks air conditioning, so it's bound to be quite a challenge. Bai Qi glanced at the central console, troubled there was not even a switch for hot or cold air, let alone an air conditioning vent. He'll keep driving, hoping to find more resource chests and sell some sanitary pads once night falls. He then started the vehicle and continued onward. The old van sputtered along, and Bai Qi was anxious, fearing it might break down at any moment. Fortunately, it held up until the second treasure chest appeared. As usual, he cautiously approached the wooden box, encountering several snakes and insects along the way. But none were able to be slain. The creatures were far too agile in the wilderness. Clink, you have obtained a box of matches. You have obtained a blueprint for an air conditioner. Excellent, Bai Qi shouted, feeling that these items were incredibly significant. Matches served as a fire-starting tool, and Bai Qi had no experience in creating fire through friction. The air conditioner blueprint was even more precious with extreme cold approaching in 3 days. The difference between having air conditioning and not having it was unimaginable. Vehicle air conditioner blueprint common disposable. Description: after learning at the workbench, you can craft a vehicle air conditioner once. This air conditioner blueprint is indeed disposable, unlike the sanitary pad blueprint that can be crafted repeatedly. It seems I must prepare before crafting it. Bai Qi hurried back to the van with the matches and air conditioner blueprint. He immediately studied the blueprint, and the crafting option appeared at the workbench. Vehicle air conditioner crafting common disposable material requirements: 5 units of metal, 3 units of plastic. Bai Qi nodded. These material requirements did not seem outrageous, but he currently possessed none of them. He opened the group chat interface, hoping to see if anyone had acquired metals or similar materials. I've struck gold and found a machete. Now I feel much safer. The machete is indeed formidable, but I'm not lacking either. I found a short sword, razor sharp. I've already transformed nearly 100 standard wooden blocks. How envious. Why can't I find any weapons? I only found a few bottles of water. Does anyone have food? They'll trade water for food. Why, I'm so pitiful. Is there a kind brother who can help me? I can't drive. What should I do? Sister, come on, let's video chat. They'll teach you how to drive. You must cooperate fully. Brothers, has anyone found toilet paper or towels? My relatives just arrived and I'm in urgent need. I promise to repay you once they leave. I feel the same. It's so unfortunate my relatives just arrived and I might need a lot of supplies. Is there a kind brother who can spare me some clothes? Even though my relatives haven't arrived yet, according to the timeline, they should be here in 3 days, just as the extreme cold sets in. I'm in such a terrible situation. And even worse, today is the day with the heaviest flow for me. I feel like my pants are already soiled. As a discussion about the lack of sanitary pads intensified, the group chat was filled with lamentations. Though Bai Qi was a man, he could understand that lacking toilet paper, cloth, or sanitary pads would lead to dire circumstances. I have sanitary pads. The group chat fell silent, an unexpected hush enveloping the conversation. Bai Qi, big brother, I just sent you an enticing private photo. Take a look. Please, I beg for sanitary pads. Bai Qi, dear brother, I used to be a dance streamer. You know what I mean. If you give me sanitary pads, I can perform a custom dance for you. Oh my, Bai Qi, you're truly a savior for us women. Brother, you won't be too greedy, will you? I urgently need sanitary pads. Bai Qi, dear brother, feel free to propose any conditions. I will fulfill whatever I can. A flurry of messages from women flooded in, seemingly unconcerned about the daily limit of 10 messages. Simultaneously, Bai Qi's private messages exploded, with at least 1,000 women sending him private messages. My goodness, sanitary pads are truly in high demand. This is beyond my wildest imagination. It appears I underestimated the significance of this female-specific item. Bai Qi reflected as he began to sift through the private messages. He promptly deleted messages from those women who sent photos or videos seeking to obtain sanitary pads for free, although he saved those from women with appealing looks and figures. After a quick selection, he retained only a few private messages. One was from a woman named Gong Ingying. Bai Qi, I have a blueprint here. If possible, I'd like to exchange it for some sanitary pads. Bai Qi opened the blueprint she sent and became intrigued, as it was an excellent grade blueprint. Chapter 4. The Madness of the Laughing Pill. Laughing Pill Crafting Blueprint Excellent Disposable. Description: after learning, you can craft laughing pills. What is this laughing pill? Is it something that induces laughter, akin to laughing gas? Bai Qi was intrigued. Hello, MS. Gong. I would like to acquire this blueprint. May I inquire about your expected price range? Bai Qi asked directly, addressing her with the respectful title of Miss, as the term Miss has unfortunately become derogatory in recent times. Within a dilapidated van, a woman clad in traditional training attire sat up straight, her face alight with surprise. Bai Qi, I would like to exchange for enough sanitary pads to last me 3 months. Would that be acceptable? Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the request. It was not that he couldn't afford them. After all, sanitary pads could be easily crafted from tree fibers at virtually no cost. His confusion stemmed from his inability to ascertain just how many pads were needed for a 3-month duration. Ms. Gong, could you specify the exact quantity of sanitary pads required? Gong Ingying's cheeks flushed as an unmarried woman. Discussing such a topic with a stranger was exceedingly embarrassing. However, despite her shyness, she knew that evasion was not an option. If she did not procure new sanitary pads soon, she would be left in a rather precarious situation, perhaps resorting to tearing her clothing in desperation. Bai Qi, for 3 months, I would estimate around 30 pads. Is that sufficient for you? Bai Qi exhaled in relief. 30 pads was a trivial amount that he could easily provide. Ms. Gong, is settled, then let us proceed with the transaction. Very well, she replied, hastily initiating the trade and presenting a blueprint along with a handful of vibrant green grass. Bai Qi, this is the Guangxiao grass that I just unearthed from the box. I thought you might find it useful. Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback, but having already included 30 ordinary sanitary pads in the trade, the transaction was swiftly completed. Both parties were satisfied. Bai Qi had exchanged nearly costless sanitary pads for a superior quality blueprint, complete with the necessary materials. A most fortuitous gain indeed. Meanwhile, Gong Yingying had traded a peculiar blueprint, which she could not yet learn, for 3 months' worth of sanitary pads, effectively resolving a significant issue. Workbench, ordinary, 100,100. Description. After studying the blueprint, you can produce finished products. It is one of your essential supports. Description. Once proficiency is maxed, learning higher quality blueprints can enhance the workbench's quality. Description. The improvement of the workbench's quality can increase production speed. To advance to a higher quality level, a high-quality blueprint was required, and the excellent blueprint provided by Gong Yingying was just perfect. Learn. Ding. Learning successful. The workbench has been upgraded to excellent quality, significantly increasing production speed. Splendid. Let me see how to manufacture the Guangxiao pills. Bai Qi excitedly clicked on the production option. Guangxiao pill production, excellent disposable. Material requirements, Guangxiao grass, water, flour. The requirements are rather intricate. I lack both water and flour. However, I do have fried dough sticks and milk, which should suffice as substitutes for water or flour. Nonetheless, the Guangxiao grass appears to be somewhat rare. Thankfully, Gong Yingying is quite straightforward. Otherwise, this blueprint would be of no use to me. After all, it is merely a disposable, excellent blueprint. It does not hurt to experiment. Bai Qi placed the fried dough stick and a substantial amount of milk onto the workbench. Just as he was about to begin crafting the Guangxiao pill, a sudden inspiration struck him. I must give this a try. If it succeeds, I fear I may just strike it rich. Filled with anticipation, Bai Qi proceeded to produce the sanitary pads. At a certain moment, he felt an inexplicable surge of energy about to erupt. Create Guangxiao pill. Ding! Materials sufficient. Production of Guangxiao pill has commenced. An endless stream of white light enveloped all the materials. Ding! Guangxiao pill successfully produced. You have obtained 100 starry level frenzied Guangxiao pills. What? Starry level? What quality is that? Bai Qi gazed in astonishment at the small heap of yellowish-white pills resembling soybeans on the workbench. Ding! Item quality is classified as ordinary, excellent, extraordinary, perfect, diamond, starry, etc. The survival core provided a response. Bai Qi was momentarily stunned. So, this time his soul strike had directly elevated the quality of the Guangxiao pill by 4 levels. I am on the verge of success. I am about to rise to prominence. Bai Qi clenched his fists in excitement. The recent experiment had proven successful, indicating that he could replicate this soul strike technique in the future. Examining a starry level frenzied Guangxiao pill, the attributes left Bai Qi in awe. Frenzied Guangxiao pill star description. Laughter ceaseless. Madness leads to demise. Description. Highly effective against flesh and blood life forms. There are no effective countermeasures. Please use with caution. This implies laughter ceaseless. Madness leads to demise. Absurd. How could such a terrifying description exist? Is it perhaps exaggerated? Moreover, there are no specific usage instructions. Bai Qi's curiosity was piqued, as he found it hard to believe the description of the frenzied Guangxiao pill. Regardless, I certainly cannot test this myself. I shall observe further down the line. Currently, my food and water are depleted, replaced by this pile of uncertain frenzied Guangxiao pills. I should prioritize searching for resource boxes. Bai Qi examined a frenzied Guangxiao pill closely, noticing an exterior that resembled a layer of medicinal mud. Ah, why are there so many private messages? Bai Qi opened the private messages, and his expression shifted dramatically. Numerous men were inquiring about purchasing sanitary pads. This is more than just 1 or 2 individuals. Are you all peculiar? Or is there something I am unaware of? Bai Qi mused, utterly perplexed. However, these individuals appeared to be more reliable, at least seeking to barter rather than attempting to entice him with suggestive photographs like many women. Indeed, the more people, the greater the power. I never anticipated that various materials would be unearthed by so many. Bai Qi began trading with satisfaction, and soon his stockpile of sanitary pads dwindled while an array of materials appeared in abundance. Before long, he had exchanged over 100 ordinary quality sanitary pads. In return, he amassed a significant quantity of metals, plastics, and glass. With ample materials for the air conditioning unit, Bai Qi prepared to craft this crucial item. The extreme cold would arrive in 3 days, and the air conditioner was undoubtedly a lifesaver. He continued to gather energy by harvesting trees, stockpiling the strength within him. After crafting 100 sanitary pads, he felt the surge of energy return. Produce air conditioner. With a decisive command, vast amounts of white light erupted from the workbench. Chapter 5. Diamond-level rapid water collector ding. Vehicle-mounted air conditioner. Successfully produced. You have obtained an extraordinary level vehicle-mounted air conditioner. Ding. Extraordinary level vehicle-mounted air conditioner detected. Would you like to proceed with installation? Bai Qi felt somewhat disheartened, for this time, the soul-invoking strike had only enhanced 2 qualities, far from his expectations. Install adaptation. With the command given, the vehicle's air conditioning unit vanished from the workbench, and soon, various sounds emanated from the car. While Bai Qi could not observe the changes at the engine, the alterations at the central control panel were conspicuously evident. The previously solid plastic dashboard now featured 4 air conditioning vents and an additional control panel. Not only did it possess cooling capabilities, but heating had also been introduced. Without hesitation, Bai Qi ignited the engine and immediately turned the cooling knob to its maximum. The engine seemed to labor under increased strain, yet soon, a refreshing breeze swept through, growing colder with each passing moment. How chilling. Is the vent frosting over? This is outrageous. Bai Qi hastily turned off the air conditioning, as the cold was overwhelming. This air conditioning is truly exceptional, surpassing even that of luxury vehicles worth millions. The impending extreme cold in 3 days should pose no issue. Initially feeling a tinge of disappointment, Bai Qi now found solace, astonished by the efficacy of the exceptional grade vehicle air conditioning. Now I must resolve the issues of water and food, hoping to encounter some soon. He pressed the accelerator, and the van slowly moved forward. After a solid half-hour of travel, just as Bai Qi was becoming increasingly anxious, the survival core display screen suddenly illuminated with a green dot. This must be the exceptional grade resource box mentioned in the group chat. Haha, my fortune has arrived. He decelerated, parked, and turned off the engine in one fluid motion. Carefully examining the shabby yet intact glass, Bai Qi finally opened the car door and stepped out. Some say that opening a resource box may bring about certain dangers. I wonder what this exceptional grade resource box holds. I am currently unarmed, and I hope nothing untoward occurs. Bai Qi picked up 2 fist-sized stones from the roadside before gradually approaching the location of the resource box. Is that a wild dog, or perhaps a frail wolf? Spotting the creature near the resource box, Bai Qi's heart raced. I cannot retreat. This is an exceptional grade resource box, and that wild dog looks weak. Certainly no match for me. Summoning his courage, Bai Qi firmly gripped the stones and cautiously advanced. A menacing howl pierced the air, confirming his suspicion that it was indeed a wild wolf. Yet, given its emaciated appearance, it appeared to be a solitary wolf struggling to survive. As Bai Qi drew nearer, the wolf ceased its howling and began to retreat slowly. Haha, humans are upright apes. With your feeble physique, you stand no chance against me. Were it not for the fear of injury in combat, I might even feast on wolf meat. Bai Qi laughed heartily as he approached, causing the wolf to retreat even further. He kicked the resource box open. You have obtained a blueprint for a Meow Knife 1. You have obtained a blueprint for a water collection device 1. You have obtained 5 loaves of bread. Splendid. Bai Qi laughed joyfully as he gathered all his acquisitions. The wild wolf lingered not far off, now seemingly eager to engage. With his newfound bounty, Bai Qi was no longer inclined to fight. Thus, he began to back away slowly, and to his surprise, the frail wolf advanced cautiously. Bai Qi's body tensed should the wolf pounce. A confrontation would be inevitable. Fortunately, the wolf appeared wary of Bai Qi's stature, and even as he retreated onto the roadway, it did not launch an attack. Haha, foolish wolf. Farewell. Bai Qi swiftly turned and dashed toward the van a few meters away. Momentarily stunned, the wolf quickly regained its composure and surged forward with renewed vigor. Bang! He hopped into the van, closing the door in one seamless motion, and sighed with relief. No dilapidated vehicle could be easily compromised by a frail wolf. Screech! As the wolf's claws raked against the car's exterior, Bai Qi jumped in shock. Oh no, please do not harm the tires, wild wolf. He genuinely worried that the 4 seemingly worn tires would not withstand the wolf's assault. Virum! In a hurry to escape the wolf, Bai Qi floored the accelerator. Bump! Bump! The van swayed as Bai Qi quickly glanced in the rearview mirror. Goodness, are you that unfortunate? Squeal! The van screeched to a halt, and Bai Qi flung open the door, leaping out. It was crushed outright. No need for me to deliver the final blow. Bai Qi exhaled deeply. What is this? Curious, he picked up a coin-sized object next to the wolf's body. Life mark common description 1. An item dropped upon the death of a living being. It can enhance your life strength. Description 2. The life mark serves as universal currency, possessing stable value. Currency? Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback, then tucked the life mark into his pocket. Ding. Do you wish to collect the wild wolf's body? With the prompt appearing, Bai Qi joyfully confirmed the collection. A burst of white light enveloped the area, and the wolf's body vanished swiftly. Soon, 10 pieces of wolf meat and 1 wolf pelt materialized on the ground. Though this wolf was thin, it surely should not yield only 10 pieces of meat. I have yet to see bones or entrails. Could it be that those have become collection fees? Despite his puzzlement, Bai Qi quickly gathered all the wolf meat and pelt. Only after getting back into the van did he finally relax. This haul was truly remarkable. The Miao knife blueprint represented a weapon that would provide him with a sense of security once crafted. The water collection device was evidently essential for resolving his water supply issues, a critically important matter. With 5 loaves of bread and 10 pieces of wolf meat, he had enough provisions for several days. In this moment, Bai Qi finally felt a surge of confidence. He hastily studied the blueprints for the Miao knife and the water collection device. Both were common blueprints, however. The Miao knife was permanent, while the water collection device was a one-time use. Bai Qi possessed all the necessary materials, and he began to craft sanitary napkins to harness the power of his soul-invoking strike. After 100 successful crafts, he finally amassed enough strength. Create the water collection device. With the command given, the workstation radiated a brilliant white light. Ding! The water collection device has been successfully created. You have obtained a diamond-grade ultra-fast water collection device. Ordinary, excellent, exceptional, perfect, and then diamond. I am quite fortunate to have enhanced 4 qualities. Bai Qi surveyed the high-quality water collection device on the workstation with satisfaction. Ultra-fast water collection device diamond description significantly accelerates water collection, dependent on the moisture content in the air. Description: the water collected is clean and hygienic, safe for consumption. Chapter 6: Diamond-grade Miao knife. A flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, and suddenly, the water collector materialized outside the window, seamlessly merging with the side of the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, a pipe emerged within the cabin. Observing the dripping pipe, Bai Qi quickly navigated the trading platform and ultimately exchanged 5 sanitary pads for a large wooden barrel. Tick-tock! The melodious sound of dripping water was utterly delightful, and Bai Qi let out a significant sigh of relief. At last, he had resolved his water supply issue. Although he could not yet test the efficiency of the water collector, the sight of water dripping from the pipe was quite promising. With food and water secured, it is time to address the issue of weaponry. Bai Qi continued to craft sanitary pads, channeling the energy for his soul strike. After completing the 100th pad, the power manifested itself. Create Miao Dao. Ding! Miao Dao successfully crafted. You have received an exceptional Miao Dao. Bai Qi eagerly seized the weapon, complete with a sheath, for inspection. Miao Dao exceptional description. Total length 150 centimeters, handle length 50 centimeters, blade length 100 centimeters, weight 2 kilograms. Note: the blade is sharp and sturdy. Please use with caution. With a swift motion, he drew the blade, and a glimmer of cold light shone forth. Bai Qi picked up a piece of wolf meat and pressed the blade against it. It sliced through as easily as cutting through butter, offering only slight resistance, yet requiring minimal effort. A surge of power began to accumulate within Bai Qi, and he realized that wielding such a weapon could also build the energy for his soul strike. How incredibly sharp, truly astonishing. He took up a branch, roughly the width of a child's arm, and pressed the blade against it. This time, the resistance was somewhat greater, yet he still completed the cut effortlessly. Surely, this qualifies as a divine weapon. Bai Qi felt elated initially. He had intended to craft another if the exceptional Miao Dao did not meet his standards, but now it seemed entirely sufficient. However, crafting the Miao Dao only requires metal and wood, and I possess a good supply. I must forge another, for the exceptional quality feels somewhat beneath me. Setting down the Miao Dao, he resumed crafting sanitary pads to gather energy. After another 100, he roared as he issued the crafting command. Ding! Miao Dao successfully crafted. You have received a diamond-grade John Time Miao Dao. Quality 4, splendid. Bai Qi excitedly grasped the higher quality Miao Dao for examination. Zhan Tai Miao Dao diamond description. Total length 150 centimeters, handle length 50 centimeters, blade length 100 centimeters, weight 5 kilograms. Note: it can sever hair and slice through iron like mud. Please use with caution. He felt the weight of the weapon, which was considerably heavier. The additional materials expended were to forge a more refined blade. Bai Qi quietly placed the diamond-grade Zhan Tai Miao Dao in the passenger seat. In contrast, the 2-kilogram exceptional Miao Dao felt much more manageable. The diamond grade was rather cumbersome. After swinging it a few times, he found that the speed of his strikes was significantly slower compared to wielding the 2-kilogram exceptional Miao Dao. The engine roared to life as Bai Qi continued his journey. With the issues of food, water, and weaponry resolved, he felt considerably less anxious. As he drove, Bai Qi sold the recently crafted sanitary pads. The womenfolk had begun to gather some resources, and their allure was no longer as compelling. Metals, plastics, cotton, glass, and rubber gradually began to accumulate. Ding! Ordinary resource box discovered. He quickly halted the vehicle, gripping the exceptional Miao Dao tightly as he exited. Surveying the area, He noted the absence of beasts nearby. Raising the tip of his Meow Dao, he effortlessly opened the resource box. Ding. Acquired tire blueprint X1. Acquired barbecue seasoning X1. Ha. This is fantastic. Bai Qi swiftly returned to the vehicle with his 2 finds. I've long been dissatisfied with those 4 dilapidated tires. Now I can finally replace them. He promptly learned the disposable blueprint, expending a considerable amount of rubber and other materials to create 4 brand new tires. Ding. Tires successfully crafted. You have received 4 perfect grade explosion-proof tires. Ding. Tires detected. Would you like to replace them? Replace. Without hesitation, Bai Qi issued the command. Instantly, the 4 brand new tires vanished, and he hurriedly exited the vehicle to inspect. Before him lay the 4 worn tires on the road, while his vehicle was now equipped with 4 pristine explosion-proof tires. Approaching the old tires, Bai Qi initially intended to keep them as spares, but upon seeing their deplorable condition, he decided to extract them for some rubber and metal instead. These are perfect-grade explosion-proof tires, impervious to the average beast. After a brief examination, Bai Qi quickly returned to the vehicle. Once the engine roared to life, he glanced at the group chat interface. After enduring the initial wails of despair, everyone had faced reality, and discussions now revolved around survival. Everyone, I have acquired the blueprint for the water collector. It is now diligently collecting water. Video. Bai Qi opened the video to see a pipe dripping water, but the speed of the drip was vastly inferior to his own water collector. Looking back, he noted that the large wooden barrel already contained a depth of clear water. Incredible. My water collector is so efficient. Look at how much water it has gathered in such a short time. Bai Qi swiftly parked the vehicle, having only sipped a bit of milk earlier, which he later used to concoct the laughing pills. He realized he was quite thirsty now. Grasping the large wooden barrel, Bai Qi drank heartily. Refreshing. The cool, clear water brought an unparalleled sense of satisfaction, and he gently set the barrel down. He returned to the group chat. Boss, if you have extra water, remember to sell some. I've opened several resource boxes, but most contain food, and I'm at my wit's end. Seriously, you shouldn't flaunt it. I've opened 2 empty boxes. Can you believe it? Empty boxes? Impossible. There should at least be 1 item. Well, I've opened 5 resource boxes, and one of them was indeed empty. Huh. It all comes down to luck. Right now, I most hope to find an air conditioning blueprint. Otherwise, I can't imagine how to cope with the extreme cold in 3 days. Agreed. I feel we are currently in a newbie welfare period. Resource boxes are generally safe, and the probability of finding blueprints is quite high. Indeed, we must take advantage of these 3 days to prepare everything. If anyone finds extra blueprints, let's share. Bai Qi nodded, appreciating their rationality. He glanced at the wolf meat in the passenger seat and the box of matches, and an idea sparked in his mind. Chapter 7. Selling Barbecue and Weapons. With a swift stop, Bai Qi utilized the material conversion feature at the workstation to transform a bundle of twigs into an abundance of wooden sticks. Using sanitary napkins as kindling, the fires soon roared to life. Bai Qi subsequently converted some iron blocks, ultimately producing several iron sheets. After slicing the wolf meat into thin strips, he placed them upon the iron sheets, and the enticing aroma of grilled meat began to waft through the air. Keeping a watchful eye for any wild beasts lured by the scent, Bai Qi diligently flipped the wolf meat. In merely 20 minutes, half of the wolf meat strips were perfectly grilled. Though slightly charred, the aroma remained irresistibly alluring. Sprinkling the most visually appealing piece with barbecue seasoning, the fragrance intensified. After a gentle blow, Bai Qi hastily consumed the grilled wolf meat. Goodness, I possess a talent for barbecuing. If I had known earlier, I would have set up a barbecue stall. Bai Qi could not help but boast. Without a refrigerator, preserving this wolf meat is impractical. It is better to maximize profit. Surely some will be willing to buy. Returning to the vehicle with a small pile of slightly charred grilled wolf meat, Bai Qi communicated in the group chat. Hello everyone, I am selling some freshly grilled wolf meat seasoned with barbecue spice, available for rare materials or blueprints only. Bring your offers. Quantities are limited and first come, first served. What was once a lively group chat fell into sudden silence. The chat erupted with excitement. What? Did I just see that correctly? Is that grilled meat seasoned with barbecue spice? You are not mistaken. It makes my mouth water. Did Bai Qi manage to find a lighter from a crate? My attempts at friction fire have left my hands raw, yet I haven't produced a single spark. Are you foolish? You can't just drill directly. You need to add some fluff, or else you won't get a spark no matter how hard you try. Wait, did you all not notice a crucial detail? Bai Qi just mentioned grilled wolf meat. Did he actually kill a wolf? Wow. Is that true? Bai Qi, how did you slay the wolf? Have you found a weapon? Bai Qi, I have something good. I've sent you a private message. Please check if it's acceptable. Ugh, I haven't eaten anything yet. Bai Qi, could you spare me a piece of grilled meat? Once I'm full, I'll video chat with you, whatever you want. Bai Qi, I only have some basic materials. Could I trade for a piece of grilled meat? Bai Qi, may I request to purchase fire sources and barbecue spices? Bai Qi, observing the incessantly flashing private messages, quickly began to review them. Ah, this person has managed to acquire a piece of level 1 alloy, This is the first time I've seen such a thing. Bai Qi carefully examined the images sent by the individual and ultimately traded 3 pieces of grilled wolf meat for it. Level 1, Alloy, excellent description. The product of ordinary metal after preliminary smelting, known for its sturdy texture. This seems rather useless. Could it be a material needed for higher quality blueprints? Bai Qi tossed the level 1 alloy into the pile of metal in the vehicle. Following this, the trading continued, but most individuals could only offer ordinary materials. Bai Qi felt somewhat helpless. He had yet to come across any blueprints, and it was likely that once others obtained them, they would keep the knowledge for themselves. After selling dozens of pieces of grilled wolf meat, Bai Qi resumed his journey. After opening several resource crates, he finally uncovered a vehicle chassis blueprint. Vehicle chassis blueprint ordinary one-time, use material requirements. 100 units of metal, 20 units of plastic, 10 units of rubber. The material requirements are quite substantial. As he drove, Bai Qi exchanged sanitary napkins for iron and copper blocks. However, it seemed that the demand for sanitary napkins had diminished compared to the initial phase, as someone had even produced a blueprint for toilet paper. While sanitary napkins were undoubtedly more comfortable, toilet paper was sold at a lower price. Moreover, the utility of toilet paper significantly surpassed that of sanitary napkins. Bai Qi glanced at the Miao Dao resting in the passenger seat and finally made a decision. Unless I invoke the power of the soul strike, the Miao Dao I craft will remain of ordinary quality. An ordinary Miao Dao requires 2 units of metal and 1 unit of wood, making it quite easy to obtain. Thus, I shall create several Miao Daos for sale. Bai Qi felt compelled to proceed without selling Miao Daos. Accumulating sufficient materials solely from opening resource crates seemed utterly unattainable. He parked the vehicle and directly crafted the Miao Daos. As expected, without the enhancement of the soul strike, all produced were ordinary Miao Daos. Bang! Bai Qi clashed an ordinary Miao Dao against an exceptional one, and the ordinary one suffered a significant dent, while the exceptional one remained unscathed. This is satisfactory even if others purchase a Miao Dao. They cannot compete with mine in combat. However, some may have practiced martial skills. It is best to avoid conflicts. Bai Qi looked at the pile of over 10 ordinary Miao Daos in the vehicle and then spoke in the group chat. Greetings, everyone. I am selling Miao Daos, available for various materials in exchange. The quantity is limited, so the highest bidder wins. Image wow. Having already established a reputation from selling numerous sanitary napkins, Bai Qi's fame surged further. Now, with the direct sale of rare weapons, particularly the Miao Dao, a weapon of considerable length and power, it created quite a stir. Bai Qi, I offer a bag of flour. Can I trade for Miao Dao? Bai Qi, I have 8-pack abs if you grant me a Miao Dao. I will follow you and obey your commands. Bai Qi, I'm just a delicate girl. Could you spare me a Miao Dao for self-defense? I can accompany you in video chats. Bai Qi, I'm 30 years old. I can do anything you desire. I just need a Miao Dao. Bai Qi, can I trade a cleaver for a Miao Dao? This way, you can diversify your weapon collection. What a foolish thought. Your cleaver is too heavy to wield. The Miao Dao is a slender weapon, one of the finest. Observing the bustling group chat, Bai Qi remained silent, as numerous private messages flooded in. He quickly reviewed them, saving the intriguing photos and videos while annotating the names. After filtering through, Bai Qi finally identified some sincere trade offers. Most were willing to offer substantial materials, and Bai Qi prioritized trades with the highest bids. After acquiring metal materials, he crafted more Miao Daos, and within half an hour, Bai Qi amassed over 200 units of various metals. With sufficient materials, it was time to create the vehicle body. Chapter 8, Perfect Level Bulletproof Vehicle Shell. After crafting another batch of sanitary napkins, Bai Qi had accumulated enough power for the soul strike. Create vehicle shell. A brilliant light emanated, swiftly enveloping a vast array of materials. Ding! Vehicle shell creation successful. You have obtained a perfect level bulletproof vehicle shell. Ding! Should we replace the original chassis? Quality 3, it will suffice. Replace. With Bai Qi's command, the ethereal image of the chassis vanished from the workbench, and the entire vehicle began to undergo a thunderous transformation. Ding! Chassis replacement successful. Gazing at the brand new interior of the chassis, Bai Qi joyfully opened the door and leapt out. How cool! Absolutely stunning. This thickness rivals that of a tank. Observing the sci-fi-like new chassis, Bai Qi was thoroughly satisfied, particularly with its impressive thickness, measuring a substantial 7 to 8 centimeters, feeling both heavy and sturdy to the touch. However, in the next moment, his brow furrowed. Both the chassis and tires have been replaced, and both are of perfect quality. In comparison, the glass of this vehicle seems rather subpar. Bai Qi sighed as he looked at the somewhat tattered, yet functionally sound windows. He waved his hand to collect the replaced chassis, earning himself 30 units of iron blocks, which was a small consolation. After getting back into the vehicle, Bai Qi was about to drive on when he noticed his friend's chat notification blinking. It was worth noting that he had added only one friend, the illustrious Gong Ying. Ha! Contacting me at this time likely means she has seen me selling a Meow knife. Transactions are welcome, but if she intends to seek favors, I shall have no choice but to unfriend her. Bai Qi casually opened the chat message. Hello Bai Qi, I have a blueprint. Can you exchange it for Meow knife? Image. Bai Qi quickly opened the image. This was the first person willing to barter a blueprint for his Meow knife. Glass bottle blueprint. Common permanent description. Can be used to craft glass bottles after learning at the workbench. Upon noticing the large barrel filled with drinking water to a depth of over 10 centimeters, Bai Qi burst into laughter. MS. Gone, of course. Let's make a trade. Bai Qi promptly placed an ordinary grade Tang knife on the table, and the two completed the transaction. Naturally, Bai Qi immediately learned the glass bottle blueprint and began crafting glass bottles using the glass. It actually requires both glass and plastic materials. Soon, a glass bottle was produced, complete with a plastic cap. Very nice. It resembles the shape of a nutrient drink bottle. This one should hold about 500 milliliters. Pleased, Bai Qi continued to manufacture glass bottles, filling them with drinking water and neatly arranging them. After obtaining the 1.5-meter-long Meow knife, Gong Yingying was also visibly delighted. Having a weapon makes things much easier. I just wonder about the quality of this weapon. She then parked her vehicle and unsheathed the Meow knife. Not bad. The blade looks quite sharp. Picking up a wooden block, Gong Yingying began various tests. After testing, she slightly furrowed her brow. Not too shabby, but since the Meow knife is a lightweight weapon, it can easily damage the blade when chopping, so it appears that skillful attacks are necessary. She sheathed the long Meow knife and confidently drove on. Ding ding! A blue light appeared, and Bai Qi's heart soared. This indicated the presence of an exceptional grade resource, and he had finally encountered a superior resource box. Glancing at the Meow knife in the passenger seat, Bai Qi ultimately opted for the 2-kilogram exceptional grade Meow knife. The 5-kilogram diamond grade iron-cutting Meow knife was simply too cumbersome for him to wield effectively. Moreover, the exceptional grade Meow knife had already proven its power, capable of effortlessly slicing through regular iron blocks and wooden sticks. Gripping the exceptional grade Meow knife tightly, Bai Qi cautiously approached the location of the blue resource box. Is that an alligator? Spotting the 2 to 3 meter long creature lounging a few meters away from the blue exceptional resource box, Bai Qi tightened his grip on the Meow knife and approached. As he walked, he swiftly swung the exceptional grade Meow knife, accumulating the power for a soul strike. Gurgle gurgle. Before Bai Qi could come within 20 meters of the blue resource box, the alligator emitted a low growl as a warning. Bai Qi felt surprisingly calm. This alligator, while possessing some lethality, was ultimately limited in its threat. Even with merely an ordinary grade Meow knife, he would dare to confront it, let alone with his formidable weapon. Gurgle. Seeing Bai Qi still advancing slowly, the alligator finally let out an enraged growl and with a burst of speed, charged toward him on its short legs. As they neared each other, the alligator opened its mouth wide, just as Bai Qi had fully accumulated the power for his soul strike. Whoosh sizzle, take that. With a powerful downward slash, Bai Qi severed the alligator's head almost entirely off as blood gushed forth. With such a divine weapon in hand, slaughter is thus made remarkably simple. The soul strike has elevated my speed with the Meow knife to an almost imperceptible level. Bai Qi stepped over the still bleeding alligator and deftly pried open the blue exceptional resource box with his elongated knife. Acquired 10 units of refined salt. Acquired 1 unit of level 2 alloy. Acquired 1 glass blueprint. Bai Qi rejoiced just moments ago. He had lamented the poor condition of the car windows, and now he had directly obtained a glass blueprint, which was simply delightful. Moreover, refined salt was an exceedingly vital resource. Without it, an ordinary person would lose strength within a few days. This bag of refined salt weighed 1 pound, and an individual required only about 5 grams of salt daily. Thus, this 10-pound supply of salt would last Bai Qi several years. He removed his coat and wrapped up the salt and blueprint, then approached the bleeding alligator carcass. Collect. A brilliant light enveloped the alligator's body. Acquired 1 alligator skin. Acquired 50 pieces of alligator meat. This trip was immensely fruitful. Bai Qi swiftly made 2 trips to bring all the alligator meat back to the vehicle. Staring at the abundance of fresh meat, Bai Qi felt a pang of worry. If he couldn't find a good storage solution soon, he would have to either sell the alligator meat or consume a large amount of salt attempting to cure it. For now, Bai Qi had yet to devise a plan for handling it, and would have to assess the situation as it unfolded. Having already acquired plenty of glass earlier, Bai Qi began crafting glass bottles, channeling the power of the soul strike into them. Ding! Glass production successful. You have obtained 10 units of perfect grade shatterproof glass. This single-use glass blueprint had remarkably yielded 10 pieces of glass. Replace. With Bai Qi's command, the ethereal images of the perfect grade shatterproof glass began to vanish from the workbench, while the vehicle's glass transformed accordingly. Once the replacement was complete, Bai Qi burst into joyous laughter. With this, I just need to upgrade the chassis, fuel tank, and power system, and I will possess a reliable vehicle. Bai Qi was suddenly filled with anticipation. Chapter 9. Microspace Fuel Tank. Subsequently, Bai Qi meticulously studied the situation and discovered that the thickness of the perfect-grade explosion-proof glass astonishingly reached nearly 5 centimeters. An almost unbelievable revelation. As he ambled along, Bai Qi found himself devoid of encounters with advanced resource boxes. Fortunately, he had acquired some fuel, ensuring the continued operation of his van. Eventually, dusk descended upon the landscape. Bai Qi parked his vehicle in the center of a spacious road and resumed his task of grilling meat. He also evaluated the water collection efficiency of his diamond-grade water collector, which could gather approximately 2 liters of clean drinking water within an hour. At present, he had filled 20 glass bottles with drinking water, enough to sustain him for 5 days. Considering that a person typically requires only 2 liters per day, equating to merely 4 bottles. This was merely the first day of his survival journey on the road, with 2 additional days for preparations ahead. Thus, the issue of water was effectively resolved for Bai Qi. Ding! As night falls, the beasts of the wilderness begin to stir. Survivors, remember not to leave your vehicle. The notification prompted Bai Qi to hurriedly return to his vehicle with the freshly grilled alligator meat, promptly securing the doors. I possess a perfect-grade vehicle shell, tires, and glass. Even if beasts approach, they shall pose no threat. I am undoubtedly secure. At this moment, Bai Qi felt an overwhelming sense of calm, the perfect-grade quality of his vehicle providing immense reassurance. With nothing pressing to attend to, he opened the group chat and discovered a surge of activity as night descended. Region, HX10011 population, 9856100000 brothers. Over 100 people perished today. It's truly outrageous. Opening resource boxes shouldn't entail such peril. Why did so many fall? Brother, you must not have encountered an advanced resource box. I opened a green resource box, only to find a venomous snake nearby. Had I not been cautious, I might have become another statistic. Exactly. I stumbled upon a perfect purple resource box guarded by 8 wild wolves. It was utterly absurd. I simply pressed the accelerator and sped away. What the heck? A perfect purple resource box. You are bold. I might have tried luring the wolves onto the road to collide with them. Dream on. Wolf packs are intelligent, and with this clunky vehicle, there's no way to catch those nimble creatures. By the way, today yielded many blueprints for opening boxes. I acquired 2 blueprints for water collectors, so I need not worry about a lack of water. I envy you. Sell me one of your water collector blueprints. I could trade you a tire blueprint in exchange. Huh, sorry, but my tires have already been upgraded, and I've crafted 2 water collectors for my blueprints. Such a pity. I had intended to exchange a vehicle shell blueprint with you, but it seems that's no longer an option. I wonder if extreme cold weather means snow. If it does, we needn't fret about water. Even if it snows, it's best to boil it before consumption, otherwise, it could upset your stomach. Brothers, since it's a quiet night, let's share our resources. If anyone has surplus blueprints, let's trade. Bai Qi meticulously monitored the group chat, ready to engage in private discussions with anyone expressing intent to sell blueprints. At last, drawn by the allure of a common knife, he successfully traded for a fuel tank blueprint and a chassis blueprint. There were offers for a power system blueprint, but the asking price was exorbitant, far beyond Bai Qi's means. Continuing with trades of common knives for basic supplies, Bai Qi swiftly amassed the materials required for the chassis and fuel tank. Ding! Chassis successfully crafted. You have obtained an exceptional grade chassis. Although the chassis was somewhat lacking, Bai Qi opted to replace it, for the exceptional grade was far superior to what he had on his vehicle. He then proceeded to create glass bottles, accumulating the power for a soul strike. Craft fuel tank. Ding! Fuel tank successfully crafted. You have obtained a stellar grade microspace fuel tank. Stellar grade, quality 5. How splendid. Bai Qi excitedly began to inspect the attributes of this stellar grade microspace fuel tank. Microspace fuel tank stellar description. Possesses a microspace of 100 cubic meters. Description: sturdy and durable, with strong fire and explosion resistance. 100 cubic meters? Bai Qi felt a shiver run down his spine. 100 cubic meters equates to a staggering 100,000 liters, while the original fuel tank of his vehicle held merely 50 liters. This meant that the stellar-grade microspace fuel tank was equivalent to 2,000 initial fuel tanks. Truly, this is beyond reason. The crucial aspect is that this fuel tank possesses strong fire and explosion resistance, which is exceedingly vital for any fuel tank. Gazing at the stellar-grade microspace fuel tank enveloped in white light on his workbench, Bai Qi ultimately issued the command to replace it. He extracted the original fuel tank, yielding 10 units of plastic. Only one power system blueprint remains, yet it appears that no one is willing to part with it. Bai Qi was at an impasse. The power system was the heart of the vehicle. Once replaced, the speed of the vehicle would undoubtedly increase, making it an essential upgrade. With a contented belch, Bai Qi realized he had overindulged on grilled wolf meat. He picked up a bottle of water and sipped it leisurely, finding an unexpected sense of ease in the moment. Absent were the burdens of mortgages, car loans, online debts, work-related stress, and the incessant pressure from family regarding marriage, granting him a profound sense of freedom. Suddenly, a message in the group chat captured Bai Qi's attention. Help, help! Beasts are attacking my vehicle. What should I do? What should I do? This was a voice message from a girl, her panic palpable. As the plea for help rang out, the group sprang into action. Girl, don't panic. Start your vehicle and drive away. Beasts have limited stamina and won't pursue you indefinitely. Remember not to be afraid, you might scare them off simply by driving. Once the vehicle is started, rev the engine repeatedly. The roar can frighten the beasts. The group offered their earnest advice. I'm trembling all over. I'm so scared. Someone help me. The girl's cries resonated, evoking sympathy. However, before anyone could respond, the girl named Li Shuili sent another message. This is bad. I lost control of the steering. Now my vehicle is stuck in the wilderness. The wheels seem trapped, and no matter how hard I press the accelerator, it won't budge. Her voice, laced with fear, made Bai Qi's expression grow serious. Chapter 10. The girl's despair. It seems that if the vehicle isn't up to standard, it's best not to venture off the main road. Bai Qi glanced at the dozen ordinary knives in the passenger seat and sighed. I shall play the role of a saint this once. I hope you can muster the courage to face the wolves. Ding! Li Shuili, I'll lend you a meow knife. When the time comes for desperate measures, muster your courage to fight. Upon receiving the transaction and message, Li Shuili, who had been in a state of panic, was momentarily stunned. This was the first individual to offer her tangible assistance. Moreover, it was a meow knife, and she recognized this person as Bai Qi, who sold sanitary pads and meow knives. Thank you, brother Bai Qi. If I survive, I will surely repay your kindness, she expressed gratefully, followed by a friend request. Bai Qi confirmed it, adding a second friend to his list. After acquiring the elongated meow knife, Li Shuili felt a sense of security and reliance. Bang bang! A wild wolf suddenly leaped and attacked the windshield, causing the poorly made glass of the driver's seat to rattle violently. After 3 strikes, cracks appeared in the glass. Li Shuili quickly climbed to the passenger seat, gripping the meow knife tightly and aiming it at the driver's window. Bang! The glass shattered, revealing the vicious wolf's head. Swish! Li Shuili, suppressing her fear, thrust the knife forward, but missed as the wolf had jumped back to the ground. Whimpering, she clutched the meow knife tightly. The previous thrust had drained her strength and, more importantly, her courage. Bang! A crashing sound came from behind, startling Li Shuili as the wolf began attacking the passenger side. The meow knife, measuring over 1.5 meters, was unwieldy in the cramped vehicle, prompting her to retreat to the back compartment. Bang! The passenger window shattered, intensifying her terror. A low growl emanated from the wolf as it leaped through the shattered window. Li Shuili trembled uncontrollably. The wolf feigned an attack, and Li Shuili, gripping the meow knife, thrust it fiercely. In the next moment, the wolf dodged and lunged at her, sinking its teeth into her delicate neck. Li Shuili struggled desperately to pry the wolf off her neck, but its grip only tightened. Overwhelmed by fear and the blood flowing from her neck, she unconsciously discarded the meow knife. In a frantic struggle, Li Shuili found herself grappling with the wolf near the survival core. Bathed in the white light of the core, she momentarily forgot the wolf's attack. With a surge of determination, she sent a transaction to Bai Qi. Bai Qi had been monitoring Li's weightless condition, and upon seeing the transaction, he accepted it without hesitation. Why isn't a meow knife? He pondered, preparing to message her for clarification. Suddenly, Li Shuili's name in the friend list dimmed. A pang of anxiety gripped Bai Qi as he attempted to send her a message. Ding! Li Shuili has died. Message cannot be sent. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of sorrow enveloped Bai Qi. Losing an ordinary meow knife was trivial, yet experiencing the death of Li Shuili was profoundly distressing. He picked up the item Li Shuili had just traded, revealing a blueprint. It was the power system blueprint that Bai Qi had sought multiple times without success. She gave me the power system blueprint just before her death. Li Shuili, what have you done? Sighing heavily, Bai Qi collapsed into his seat, burdened by a tumult of emotions. If Li Shuili had slain the wolf, and then gifted him the blueprint as a token of gratitude, he might have accepted it with a sense of peace. However, she had perished less than 3 seconds after sending the blueprint, indicating she had fallen victim to the wolf. Bai Qi imagined the horrific scene on Li Shuili's end. Li Shuili, consider an escape from this place, perhaps in death, you will return to your former safe life. Silently, Bai Qi closed the friend list. Although she was gone, her friendship remained. Overwhelmed, he had no desire to engage in the group chat, and even the thought of creating the power system eluded him. Thud! A violent impact startled Bai Qi upright. Thud! Another loud bang shook the entire vehicle. This is no ordinary beast. My vehicle has been upgraded and cannot be easily shaken by mere wildlife. Bai Qi took a deep breath and grasped the diamond-grade meow knife. Bang! This time, he clearly saw a massive bear paw strike the driver's window. Clearly, the attacker was a bear. Bang! Another powerful blow struck the glass. Bai Qi examined it carefully and, finding it unscathed, breathed a sigh of relief. Were it not for my vehicle's flawless bulletproof glass, that blow would surely have shattered it. Bear, prepare to experience the might of the diamond-grade Meow knife. Bai Qi drew the diamond knife and lowered the windshield slightly, ready to thrust it fiercely once the bear approached. With the ability to slice through iron, a precise strike would guarantee a lethal blow. Roar! A low growl from the bear echoed as it circled to the front of the vehicle. Bai Qi hesitated, then prepared to accelerate and ram the beast. However, in the next moment, the bear climbed atop the hood, its ferocious gaze fixed on Bai Qi within the car. This bear is enormous. Bai Qi quickly adjusted his posture to start the engine, but accidentally knocked over a bottle. As he reached for the bottle, a glint of inspiration flashed in his eyes. The star-level, frenzied laughter pill, it's the perfect opportunity to test its efficacy. Without hesitation, Bai Qi retrieved a pill the size of a soybean, then took a piece of wolf meat, piercing it to create a small hole, and stuffed the frenzied laughter pill inside. Swish! He lowered the driver's window by 10 centimeters and swiftly tossed the wolf meat encasing the pill onto the hood. The bear, poised to strike the windshield with its massive paw, paused in surprise. Unable to resist the allure of the fresh meat, the bear lunged forward and took a bite. Gulp! The palm-sized chunk of meat vanished in an instant, leaving the bear momentarily confused as it had yet to savor the flavor. Chapter 11. The Effects Overwhelm. Bai Qi was prepared to start the vehicle. At any moment, a rapid reverse could send the enormous bear tumbling from the hood. Roar, roar, roar. The bear's urgent roars escalated into a continuous cacophony. Bai Qi froze, realizing that the bear was laughing. Indeed, despite the thunderous roars, it was unmistakably the sound of a bear's laughter. Bai Qi observed intently, soon encountering an enigmatic situation. What is happening? Why is it tilting its head? Moreover, it has fallen silent. Surely the effects of the drug cannot last merely a few seconds? Bai Qi found himself perplexed, as this did not align with the attributes of the Xinjia-level frenzied laughter pill, which was notorious for its relentless laughter leading to madness and death. Ah, why does it seem like the bear's chest and abdomen are contracting? Bai Qi gazed with confusion at the trembling wild bear, which emitted no sound. This state persisted for a full 3 minutes. Just as Bai Qi contemplated whether to start the vehicle and shake the bear off, a horrifying revelation struck him. This is the life mark. The appearance of the life mark can only indicate that the wild bear is deceased. Bai Qi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that he had misunderstood the nature of the honor-level frenzied laughter pill. The bear's initial roar of laughter was merely due to its lungs being devoid of air, rendering it incapable of sound. Furthermore, in a state of overwhelming laughter, the bear could not even catch its breath, ultimately suffocating from the expulsion of all the air from its chest cavity. Terrifying, terrifying, terrifying. Bai Qi glanced at the glass vial beside him, which still contained a full 99 honor-level frenzied laughter pills. Now, I have a clear understanding of the situation. The effects are immediate, and the recipient loses the ability to engage in any other activities due to uncontrollable laughter. However, there are no more detailed data. It seems I cannot use the frenzied laughter pills in such a manner in the future. Is clearly a gross waste. Bai Qi picked up the glass vial, and an idea suddenly struck him. What if I were to dissolve one honor-level frenzied laughter pill in a bottle of water? Then, using meat soaked in the water to feed the attacking beasts, would that not optimize the use of the frenzied laughter pill? The more he pondered, the more feasible it appeared. He promptly extracted one honor-level frenzied laughter pill and placed it into an entire bottle of water. Upon contact with the water, it dissolved instantly, transforming the previously clear liquid into a milky white. This resembles the milk I obtained from the box earlier this morning. I must store it properly and ensure it is never confused. No, just to be safe, I shall refrain from consuming any dairy products in the future. Bai Qi resolved on the spot. The second note regarding the frenzied laughter pill stated that there was no effective remedy. Caution was advised, indicating that even an accidental ingestion could result in uncontrollable laughter and demise. He carefully placed the vial of frenzied laughter pill solution in the armrest compartment of the driver's door before cautiously opening the car window to observe the outside. After a meticulous examination, Bai Qi confirmed that the area was safe and exited the vehicle. In an instant, he collected all 15 life marks before turning his gaze toward the somewhat fearsome wild bear. Collect. Ping. Collection successful. Acquired complete bear hide. 1 acquired bear paws. 4 acquired bear whip. 1 acquired bear meat. 300 such a bounty. It is far too much to consume. Bai Qi was genuinely troubled, however. He could not afford to waste any of it, as he had already prepared to sell most of the bear meat later. He swiftly transferred all his spoils into the van's cargo area, grateful for the ample space. After securing the doors, Bai Qi finally had time to examine his haul. Bear meat superior description. The flesh and blood of a robust adult brown bear consumption enhances physical strength. Note: the flesh seems to contain special components. Please consume with caution. Bear Whip's superior description. Consumption aids in enhancing male function. Note, it appears to contain special components. Please consume with caution. The description for the bear paws was similarly foreboding. Bai Qi was at a loss for words. These were indeed valuable items. However, the large brown bear, nearly 3 meters tall, had ingested an entire Xingjia-level frenzied laughter pill. Thus its flesh likely contained the pill's components. Considering that the bear had even perished from laughter, Bai Qi had no inclination to sample any of it. What a pity for the bear whip without the drug's effects. It would surely fetch a high price. Bai Qi sighed, recognizing that the special components indicated in the descriptions would likely hinder its sale. However, the bear hide posed no issues. Bai Qi spread the hide across the worn driver's seat, instantly feeling more comfortable. Following this event, Bai Qi's previously somber mood had significantly improved. He continued to craft glass vials, accumulating enough power for a soul strike. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi issued a command. Construct the power system. Ping. Power system construction successful. You have acquired a perfect level power system. This time, he had only improved 3 qualities, yet Bai Qi felt content. Replace. An endless white light enveloped the interior of the vehicle, which then underwent a remarkable transformation. Once everything was settled, Bai Qi gazed in delight at the newly designed steering wheel and its various control panels. Let's test the new power. Roar. With the press of the ignition button, a deep and steady roar of the engine filled the air. Bai Qi activated the headlights, illuminating a vast area ahead. Roar. With a gentle press on the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward smoothly. The sensation of acceleration is incredibly strong. Yet, the increase in speed is exceptionally smooth. This surpasses any ordinary vehicle by far. The night was dark, and even with the bright headlights, Bai Qi was cautious and did not drive recklessly. After experiencing the power for a while, he stopped the vehicle with satisfaction. Now, my vehicle's components have all been upgraded. As long as I remain inside, safety should be assured. Bai Qi reclined on the soft and warm bear hide, casually opening the group chat. Indeed, he was not the only one to encounter an animal attack. Nearly everyone was either celebrating, pleading for help, or lamenting their fates. After a brief observation, Bai Qi closed the chat. Given the limited space in my vehicle, I have no room to store ordinary materials, nor will I find much use for them. Let today conclude here. I hope to be undisturbed by beasts throughout the night. Bai Qi reclined his seat and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 12. The Terrifying Casualty Rate. A quiet night passed, and as dawn broke, Bai Qi opened his eyes. Glancing back, he noticed the large wooden barrel was on the verge of overflowing, prompting him to hurriedly begin filling bottles. By the end of the filling process, there were already 80 glass bottles brimming with water beside the barrel. This much water should suffice for the extreme cold 2 days hence. Bai Qi felt a wave of joy. He opened a bottle, rinsed his mouth heartily, and washed his face, feeling invigorated as he began preparing breakfast. Not bad after a night. The questionable bear meat shows no signs of spoilage. It seems the superior grade flesh is quite durable for storage. After roasting a piece of wolf meat and satisfying his hunger, Bai Qi resumed his journey. His vehicle has been upgraded entirely apart from the chassis and air conditioning, which remain at the exceptional level. All other components have reached perfection, with the fuel tank even attaining the prestigious starry level. The power is exhilarating, and, remarkably, the fuel consumption has decreased rather than increased, with the perfect grade power system demonstrating a superior fuel efficiency, requiring only 5 liters for every 100 kilometers. With a smooth acceleration, the car surged forward. Bai Qi steadily pressed the accelerator, and soon the speed soared to 200 kilometers per hour. Although the vehicle remained stable, a sense of trepidation began to creep in. Any mishap could yield dire consequences. Gradually decelerating, Bai Qi maintained a velocity of 70 to 80 miles per hour, which was still quite swift, allowing him to halt rapidly upon spotting a resource box. The road was clear and devoid of other vehicles, enabling Bai Qi to simultaneously drive and monitor the group chat. Upon glancing at the chat, Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback. Region, HX10011 population, 556310000, unless my memory fails me. The count was 9,856 last night when darkness fell. This means a total of 4,293 individuals perished last night. In an instant, Bai Qi felt a chill run down his spine. The death toll was staggering. Though there had been 144 casualties during the day prior, which had elicited some concern, it had not instilled outright terror. However, the current mortality rate was likely too much for anyone to bear. As he opened the group chat, it was flooded with cries for help. Bai Qi scrolled back to the previous day's discussions, then continued to scroll down. Help! My tire has been bitten flat. I can't accelerate, and the beast pursuing me is incredibly strong. Is anyone able to rescue me? What do I do? Why is there a tiger? My vehicle is out of fuel. What should I do? Is there anyone who can spare some fuel? Brother, you can only rely on your own luck. Even if someone gives you fuel, would you dare to step out and refuel? I'm doomed. I'm absolutely doomed. Countless pleas for assistance appeared, and many shared videos. Bai Qi furrowed his brow. It seems that everyone faced assault from beasts last night, leading to such a catastrophic casualty rate. Humans are upright apes. If we dare to fight back, typical wolves would be no match. It is likely that everyone, having come from a peaceful era, succumbed to fear upon encountering beasts. Bai Qi continued scrolling through the chat as the wails diminished. Gradually, cheers began to emerge. Huh, I just ran over a wild boar and collected 200 units of boar meat. Now, I won't lack for food. I took down a cheetah with a single axe swing, harvesting 80 units of cheetah meat and 3 life tokens. But how does one use these? I didn't kill any beasts, but my vehicle's shell and glass have been upgraded. That foolish beast didn't even attempt to bite the tires, only clawing at my door. Meat for sale. 1 piece of meat for a bottle of water. Come quickly. This is fresh and delicious alligator meat. Brothers, I am buying life tokens. 1 bottle of water for each token. Come trade swiftly. Hey, have you discovered the use of life tokens? Don't keep a secret. Those who can slay beasts won't lack for water or food. Exactly, brother, just tell me, and I'll give you a bottle of water in return. Bai Qi focused intently and attempted to send a friend request to one individual. To his surprise, it was accepted almost instantly. Ding! Bai Qi, do you have any life tokens to sell? This individual, named Zhao Gang, sent a message. Brother Zhao Gang, I do have 2 life tokens, but I'm not in need of water or food. If you're willing to inform me of the use of life tokens, I can offer you 1 as a reward. Bai Qi spoke solemnly. Zhao Gang hesitated briefly before agreeing. All right, brother Bai Qi, your reputation precedes you. I trust you will not deceive me. However, I have 1 condition. You must not disclose this secret in the group chat. I plan to profit from this opportunity. Zhao Gang replied. Bai Qi readily consented. Brother Bai Qi, I will share this secret with you. Last night, I ran over a wild boar and obtained several life tokens. The description indicates that they can enhance life strength, but it does not specify their exact usage. I didn't take it seriously at first, but when I saw how the life token resembled a silver dollar, I decided to bite into one to see if it was made of silver. To my astonishment, when I bit down, it melted in my mouth, dissolving instantly. I was initially alarmed. However, I soon realized that after consuming that melted substance, I felt invigorated, as if my strength had increased slightly. Thus, I boldly consumed all the life tokens and finally understood their purpose. Ingesting them can enhance one's physique. Zhao Gang recounted, and Bai Qi picked up a life token, slowly placing it in his mouth. Instantly, he experienced the sensation of it dissolving, while a gentle power began to spread throughout his body. Brother Zhao Gang, this is your reward. He sent a transaction request, which Zhao Gang promptly accepted. Gulp. As it slid down his throat, a more intense sensation engulfed him. Bai Qi closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the warmth of the power that swiftly dissipated. Gulp, gulp. Having slain wolves and bears, Bai Qi acquired a total of 16 life tokens, giving 1 to Zhao Gang, and soon consuming all 15. Clenching his fists, Bai Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. My strength has increased, and I feel a significant improvement in my physique. These life tokens are truly extraordinary. He halted the car and grasped the diamond gray blade he had on the passenger seat. Though the 5-kilogram blade had felt heavy initially, it now felt entirely different. With a whoosh, the diamond gray blade sliced through the air, and Bai Qi was thoroughly pleased. While it may not be as nimble as the exceptional gray blade, its speed of execution was more than adequate. Ding, ding, ding. A notification from the survival core arrived, revealing an even higher grade blue exceptional treasure chest. Chapter 13, A Clean Break. With the diamond gray blade in hand, Bai Qi descended confidently. In the wilderness, several meters away from a finely crafted treasure chest, a wild boar with fearsome tusks stood menacingly. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi steeled himself. The reputation of wild boars was formidable, as they could be more ferocious than even tigers. Yet, the allure of the resource chest, combined with his newfound strength and the divine weapon in hand, instilled in him the confidence to engage in battle. With a low, threatening growl, the prolong wild boar began to stomp its hooves. Bai Qi flexed his arms, gripping the blade tightly, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. Finally, the wild boar could no longer contain itself and charged forward. Ha! With a resounding roar, Bai Qi swung his diamond-grade, iron-cutting spear fiercely. Sizzle, that a silky sensation emerged, and when Bai Qi turned his head, he found that the once ferocious wild boar had been cleaved in 2 from head to tail, with a remarkably smooth cut. The diamond-grade, iron-cutting spear far surpasses the excellence grade. Moreover, as I struck, the power of the soul strike was coalescing. But why did I not experience this phenomenon while walking? Bai Qi sighed and rushed over to the blue resource chest nearby. Bang! He pried opened the chest lid with the tip of his blade, revealing its contents. Acquired sausage machine blueprint X1. Only 1 blueprint? Bai Qi felt somewhat dissatisfied. Such a valuable resource chest yielded merely a single blueprint, even less than the ordinary resource chests he had encountered previously. Sausage machine production, excellent single-use description. After learning at the workstation, one can craft a sausage machine. An excellent grade blueprint is quite commendable. Bai Qi tucked the blueprint away and swiftly collected the 8 life tokens dropped by the deceased wild boar. Gather ding. Acquired wild boar meat X, 200. Acquired pig kidneys X2. Where the pig skins and entrails. Bai Qi felt somewhat speechless and began to transport the items repeatedly. After 3 trips, Bai Qi loaded all the meat into the carriage. Gazing at the excellent grade bear meat from last night, Bai Qi found himself in a quandary. These all possess medicinal properties. I hesitate to discard them. Yet leaving them here results in an overwhelming stench of meat. With a sigh, Bai Qi closed the car door. Learn the sausage machine blueprint. Immediately, the workstation displayed the crafting options. Sausage machine production, excellent single-use material requirements. 5 level 2 alloys, 10 plastics. Bai Qi possessed only a collection of ordinary metals and a solitary piece of level 1 alloy thus. The crafting option was dimmed due to insufficient materials. While driving, Bai Qi began to communicate in the group chat. Dear friends, I am purchasing level 2 alloys in exchange for sanitary napkins, water, meat chunks, or iron blades. If you have any, please trade swiftly. Wow. Bai Qi had previously gained notoriety for selling sanitary napkins and iron blades, which immediately attracted considerable attention. Brother Bai Qi, what is level 2 alloy? This is my first time hearing about it. Is any need to ask? It must be high-grade metal. Does the esteemed Bai Qi seek to gather high-grade metals for crafting superior weapons? I envy you. I don't even possess a decent weapon, while the esteemed Bai Qi is already pursuing divine weapons. Brother Bai Qi, do you still have roasted wolf meat? My stomach is growling. I've sent a private message. Please grant me a piece of roasted meat. Brother Bai Qi, dear sister is willing to go all out. Check your private messages if you feel inclined. Respond to sister. Bai Qi opened his private messages and nearly had nosebleed. These women, they truly dare to do anything for a bit of resources. Swish, swish. Bai Qi saved the videos and images that caught his eye. Ding. Brother Bai Qi, I opened a chest and found a piece of level 2 alloy image. What price can you offer? Upon viewing the image, Bai Qi recognized it as the material needed for crafting the sausage machine. Level 2 alloy, excellent description. A product of further smelting ordinary metals, is solid and durable. The description was similar to that of level 1 alloy. It was puzzling that this excellent grade sausage machine blueprint required a material of excellent grade for crafting. After pondering, Bai Qi finally proposed a price. Brother, how about 1 iron blade, 5 bottles of water, and 10 meat chunks? Brother Bai Qi, how about this? You give me 2 iron blades and I have no shortage of water and meat. If that works, we can trade. Bai Qi did not hesitate, and the transaction was completed. Still short 4 pieces of level 2 alloy, it feels quite laborious to collect. Bai Qi began to fret. While driving, he continued to purchase level 2 alloys. After expending considerable resources, he managed to acquire another piece of level 2 alloy, giving up 20 bottles of water and 2 iron blades in return. Ding. Hello Bai Qi, I have a level 2 alloy. Bai Qi was elated. It was a message from his friend Gong Yingying. This woman seemed rather exceptional. They had conducted 2 previous trades that yielded him the blueprints for the laughing pill and glass bottles. All right, Ms. Gong, what do you require? Bai Qi replied promptly. Gong Yingying glanced at the 3 pieces of level 2 alloy in the passenger seat and then at the broken iron blade. Bai Qi, I wish to know, if I use level 2 alloy to craft an iron blade, can produce a superior quality weapon? Gong Yingying queried. Bai Qi was taken aback. He had not considered this scenario. Ms. Gong, I am uncertain, but the crafting options do allow for the selection of better metals. However, whether the resulting weapons are of superior quality remains unclear. Gong Yingying took a deep breath, gazing out at the wilderness, where a resource chest radiating a purple glow awaited her discovery. Yet, near the purple resource chest, there stood 13 robust wolves. Bai Qi, I would like you to help me craft a weapon using level 2 alloy. I have 3 pieces. Anything extra can be considered compensation. Is that acceptable? Bai Qi was momentarily stunned, as he was in need of precisely 3 pieces of level 2 alloy. Ms. Gong, I happen to have a weapon. How about this? He sent a trade request, offering an excellent grade iron blade. Gong Yingying was taken aback, then appeared somewhat dazed. Bai Qi, this is an excellent grade weapon. Are you certain you want to exchange it for these pieces of level 2 alloy? Bai Qi quickly replied. Of course, you must be in quite a predicament. Let us proceed with the trade. Listening to Bai Qi's words, Gong Yingying's expression shifted slightly. She then placed 3 pieces of level 2 alloy on the trading table, and the transaction was completed. Swish, the excellent grade iron blade was unsheathed, gleaming coldly, as Gong Yingying gently tapped it against the broken ordinary iron blade. Crack, the ordinary iron blade developed a notch, while the excellent grade iron blade remained unscathed. Seeing this, Gong Yingying's eyes lit up with excitement. Chapter 14. Are there no serious people? Meanwhile, Bai Qi quickly halted the vehicle and began crafting glass bottles to accumulate the power for the soul strike. Craft sausage machine. Ding. The sausage machine has been successfully crafted. You have acquired the king grade, delicious endless sausage machine. What quality is king grade? Ding. King grade is a quality surpassing that of star grade. The core of survival responded, and Bai Qi was instantly elated. Install the adaptation. With Bai Qi's command, the king-level sausage machine, enveloped in white light, was secured to the side of the workbench. Observing this machine, reminiscent of a water dispenser in size, Bai Qi eagerly began to inspect it. Delicious boundless sausage, Maker King level. Description: capable of transforming flour, meat, and other ingredients into sausages. Description: this machine can perfectly evoke the flavors of the ingredients. Description: the resulting sausages vary according to the materials added. Bai Qi's joy was uncontainable at last. He had a means to process the copious amounts of meat in his possession. He promptly commenced the sausage-making process. He tossed several pieces of wild boar meat into the machine's ingredient slot, followed by a sprinkle of salt. Perhaps I should toss in a bit of plastic to see if it can produce packaged sausages, he mused. With an abundance of materials at hand, Bai Qi proceeded without hesitation, adding some plastic. He pressed the button, and the king-level machine emitted a gentle vibration. Soon enough, sausages began to emerge from the output slot. Splendid. Indeed, the addition of plastic yields packaging. Bai Qi exclaimed as he picked up the first sausage. Delicious sausage. Description: a sausage made from wild boar meat and salt, exquisitely flavorful. Description: shelf life of 600 days. The sausage measured approximately 3 centimeters in diameter and 20 centimeters in length, fitting comfortably in his hand. However, Bai Qi's expression shifted to one of perplexity. The shape, thickness, and length of this sausage seemed somewhat off. He pondered. Moreover, the production did not channel the power of the soul strike. What could be the reason for that? Dismissing his concerns, Bai Qi continued, incorporating all 200 pieces of pork with salt to create meat sausages. A total of 200 sausages were neatly arranged in a wooden basin. With a shelf life of 600 days, he no longer feared the meat spoiling. Glancing at the bare meat, bare penises, and bare paws containing the essence of the crazy laugh pill, he decided to transform them into meat sausages as well, though this time without salt or plastic. Delicious sausage. Description: a sausage crafted from bare meat, delightfully tasty. Description: the sausage appears to contain some peculiar ingredients. Consume with caution. Description: shelf life of 300 days. Bai Qi then acquired a large wooden barrel, neatly stacking the unpackaged sausages within. With everything in order, he resumed his journey. Gong Ying, wielding her exceptional grade machete, approached with unwavering confidence. A howl from the lead wolf summoned a pack of wild wolves to encircle her. Observing this, Gong Ying dashed forward, though her face bore a hint of anguish as she ran. One wolf lunged at her first. With a smooth, slicing sound, the wolf's head was severed in half. Gong Ying's heart steadied, and she methodically dispatched the remaining wolves, one by one. As only 5 wolves remained, the lead wolf, now terrified, let out a retreating howl. Gong Ying took a moment to catch her breath, choosing not to immediately open the purple resource chest. Instead, she diligently collected the life tokens scattered on the ground. In no time, she amassed a total of 70 life tokens, confirming that the fleeing wolves had indeed departed. With a swift motion, she opened the resource chest, revealing its contents. To her surprise, this precious resource chest contained only a single blueprint. Upon recognizing what the blueprint depicted, her cheeks flushed crimson. Ugh! She spat in disgust several times before reluctantly stowing the blueprint away. Perhaps it could be useful for trading in the future. Gong Ying continued to gather wild wolves, but she only took their pelts and a few dozen pieces of wolf meat. She had already slain numerous beasts since yesterday, and carrying an excess of meat would not only create a foul odor, but also burden her vehicle, increasing fuel consumption. After Gong Ying departed, the 5 wolves that had previously fled cautiously returned. Upon seeing the scattered meat, they could no longer restrain themselves and charged forward. Bai Qi alternated between driving and stopping, collecting a wealth of resources while simultaneously bolstering his resistance to the scent of blood. The vehicle, in its peak condition, now consumed only 5 liters of fuel per 100 kilometers. And Bai Qi had acquired over 200 liters of fuel from the resource chests along the way. However, this still fell significantly short of the 100 cubic meter star-level fuel tank. As noon approached, Bai Qi halted the vehicle and ignited a fire. This time, he intended to roast the 2 pig kidneys. Drawing on his previous grilling experience, he expertly prepared the kidneys, and soon their delightful aroma wafted through the air. With a sprinkle of seasoning, the fragrance intensified, making Bai Qi unable to resist swallowing. He dove in, utterly captivated by the rich, succulent flavor. After consuming 1 kidney, Bai Qi felt his stomach swell. I overcooked this. It won't taste good when it cools. Perhaps I should sell it. Without delay, he returned to his vehicle and sent out a message. Good afternoon, everyone. I have an extra pig kidney available, but if you have rare materials or blueprints, contact me quickly. It's first come, first served. The chat exploded with activity. Bai Qi, please stop showing off. I'm drooling here. I pity myself for having eaten raw meat for several meals due to lack of fire. It's utterly foul. It's such a shame that ignited wood cannot be traded. Fire starters just can't be shared. Is any kind soul willing to lend me a lighter or matches? I would offer a life token. You dreamer. No one would ever trade a meat bun for a dog. Bai Qi, did you just eat pig kidneys? They're a great source of nourishment. Do you want a video chat with me? Bai Qi, I just need a piece of roasted meat. You surely understand the allure of mature women. Bai Qi, I've sent you private photos, 6-pack abs, and 1-finger push-ups. Impressive skills, both offensive and defensive. Bai Qi felt a chill run down his spine. Is there not a single serious person here? Chapter 15. Where on earth did this absurd blueprint come from? With no other option, Bai Qi reluctantly stowed the pig kidney, deciding he could simply reheat it later. However, shortly after eating, he indeed felt a warmth spreading through his body, suggesting that the wild boar kidney was quite nourishing. Bai Qi even felt a twinge of regret. He should have grilled some sausages instead. Ding! Bai Qi, the exceptional grade machete is remarkably effective. I seem to have benefited from it. Please allow me to treat you to a banana. A grateful message arrived from his friend, Gong Ingying, who had sent a trade request. Bai Qi exhibited an expression of bewilderment. It was typically men who treated women to bananas. Yet here he was, inverting that norm. However, given that it was merely fruit, Bai Qi graciously accepted the offering and began to indulge. This is absolutely delightful. This banana is undoubtedly of the highest quality. He consumed the nearly 30-centimeter-long banana in one go. At that moment, a hint of confusion crossed Bai Qi's face. After replaying the voice message sent by Gong Ingying twice, he confirmed a disconcerting truth. Her voice conveyed gratitude, yet was interlaced with suppressed anguish. Could it be that she sustained injuries during her battle with the beasts? Bai Qi's heart raced. This woman, whom he had never met yet had collaborated with multiple times, had provided him with significant assistance. Furthermore, her recent act of gifting him a large banana indicated her inherent kindness. The thought of a fate akin to that of Li Xueli, who had perished the previous day, unfolding before him was one he wished to avoid. Yet, he possessed no means to treat her injuries. Gong, Ms. Gong, are you hurt? Bai Qi inquired cautiously. Meanwhile, Gong Ingying, driving, appeared pale as she gently rubbed her abdomen while accessing Bai Qi's voice message. Hearing his concerned words offered her a modicum of comfort, yet the pain in her abdomen persisted, intensifying rather than alleviating. Bai Qi, I'm not injured, just feeling a bit unwell. After mustering a reply, she realized she could not continue and promptly halted the vehicle, curling up on the wolfskin-covered seat. Bai Qi was momentarily stunned. Having dated 5 girlfriends, he was hardly oblivious to the implications. Previously, this woman had exchanged a drawing of a laughing pill for 30 sanitary pads, clearly indicating that a relative had arrived. It seems she is in considerable pain. I once had a girlfriend who suffered similarly, unable to work even during her relative's visit. He lamented, there is no hot water here, nor any painkillers. I fear Gong Ingying will have to endure this. He pondered the duration of her relative's visit, as the extreme cold was approaching in 2 days. Would she be able to withstand it? Bai Qi could not shake his worries. Just then, his gaze fell upon a sanitary pad on the floor of the passenger seat, the very exquisite, comforting sanitary pad he had acquired through his unique skill. He recalled its properties, particularly its ability to alleviate female pain and provide protective health benefits. Without further ado, he initiated a trade, considering it a way to repay her earlier generosity. Curled up in pain, Gong Ingying heard her friend's voice. She forced herself to raise her pale face and glanced at the survival core display. A trade notification appeared, revealing a sanitary pad. A bitter smile crossed her lips. She had just traded for 30 pads the previous morning, enough to last 3 months. However, this issue of menstrual pain could not be resolved by sanitary pads alone. The severity of her discomfort would persist for 5 full days. With the extreme cold approaching, despair crept into her heart in her current state. Even driving was a daunting challenge. This was precisely why she had fought so fervently against the beasts to amass resources and hoped to endure those 5 days. Bai Qi, thank you, but I still have sanitary pads, she replied, pain clouding her judgment as she hastily rejected the trade, curling up tightly in her seat to endure her suffering. In the past, her mother had been there for her during painful moments, but now she faced it alone in silence. Bai Qi was taken aback. The trade had been declined. Could it be that she is not experiencing menstrual pain? If she claims not to be injured, then why does her voice tremble with pain? His confusion deepened, straying beyond his comprehension. Wait, she mentioned having sanitary pads. I understand now. She must not have closely examined the exquisite pad due to her pain. Bai Qi swiftly sent another trade offer. Distracted by the notification, Gong Ingying forced herself to look up, only to find Bai Qi had sent yet another trade, another sanitary pad. She bit her lip. She had initially thought Bai Qi a decent person, but her opinion plummeted. I already said I have sanitary pads. What does this repeated trading mean? Is he mocking me? Anger surged within her, exacerbated by the abdominal pain. Just as she prepared to confront him and block him afterward, a voice message arrived. Ms. Gong, this is a perfect sanitary pad that can alleviate pain. Please give it a try. Stunned by his words, Gong Ingying, despite her suffering, accepted the trade. Holding the distinctly different pad in her hands, She was momentarily taken aback before enduring the pain to make the switch. A wave of warmth enveloped her, and she felt significantly better. A minute later, the warmth continued to emanate from her abdomen, and the agonizing pain that had once consumed her vanished entirely. At that moment, gratitude and guilt surged within Gong Yingying. Bai Qi had sent 2 trade offers without asking for anything in return, demonstrating his sincere desire to assist her. Meanwhile, she had nearly scolded him. The anger she had felt moments ago was replaced by overwhelming appreciation. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Bai Qi, thank you, she said, her voice filled with gratitude and guilt. Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback. He understood the gratitude, but was puzzled by the guilt. Ms. Gong, I am glad to have been of assistance. There is no need for such formality. As he gazed at the drawing on the passenger seat, Gong Yingying bit her lip and ultimately decided to retrieve it. I hope Bai Qi does not misunderstand. I truly have no other way to express my gratitude except by offering him this drawing. With a firm resolve, she sent him the trade. When Bai Qi saw what the drawing depicted, he was utterly astonished. No way, such a drawing exists? Chapter 16. The gun is both swift and accurate. This is indeed a blueprint for a flawless, permanent silicone doll. It is no wonder that Bai Qi was taken aback. In the realm of road survival, discovering blueprints for weapons and vehicle components is commonplace. Even a previous blueprint for the laughing pill was quite useful. However, one must ponder the utility of a silicone doll. Would it serve the purpose of distracting a beast by being thrown to it? In an inexplicable moment, Bai Qi confirmed the transaction and obtained the blueprint. Having acquired it, he had no choice but to store it away. Currently, his workstation was still of a superior grade, rendering him unable to utilize the blueprint for the time being. Nevertheless, his workstation had reached an exceptional level of 100 out of 100, and with the learning of just one more blueprint, he could ascend to an extraordinary rank. Casting a glance at the still-warm pig kidney, Bai Qi felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. At that moment, he began to comprehend the rationale behind the existence of such a blueprint for a silicone doll. Time gradually passed as Bai Qi opened a few resource crates along the way, yet the spoils were not particularly impressive. However, he did manage to gather some fuel. Ding, ding, ding. Points of purple light appeared, and Bai Qi was elated to discover a treasure chest of superior quality, surpassing even that of the blue resource chest. The previous blue chest yielded a blueprint for a sausage machine, which effectively resolved his meat storage dilemma. He was filled with anticipation for this purple resource chest. Gently halting his vehicle, Bai Qi grasped his diamond-grade machete and disembarked. The sky had begun to darken, indicating that nightfall was imminent. Encountering such a high-quality treasure chest at this moment filled Bai Qi with joy. As he cautiously approached the wilderness, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation on the back of his neck. For, not far from the chest, radiating purple light, beneath a grand tree, an enormous elephant lay sleeping. Bai Qi was uncertain. However, it was inconceivable to abandon the purple resource chest. The elephant appeared to be of considerable size, and even with his diamond-grade machete in hand, he feared it would be a formidable opponent. A single misstep could result in a devastating attack from this colossal creature, and should he sustain injuries, his demise would be all but assured. Stepping slowly toward the treasure, he hoped fervently that the elephant remained in a deep slumber, allowing him the chance to stealthily acquire the contents of the purple resource chest. With each careful step, Bai Qi proceeded with utmost caution, anxious not to stir the beast. Meanwhile, he continued to gather the strength for a decisive strike with his machete. After 2 minutes, Bai Qi had traversed a mere 50 meters. Noticing that the elephant remained still, he grew increasingly vigilant. Suddenly, the roar of an engine and the screech of brakes reached his ears, causing Bai Qi's body to tense. Fortunately, the elephant seemed undisturbed. Turning to look, he was astonished to see 2 vehicles had come to a halt beside his own. Over the past 2 days of driving, he had encountered no one, yet here were 2 vehicles appearing out of nowhere. Bai Qi feared that the occupants of these vehicles might awaken the elephant, and that could spell danger for him. He had no choice but to retreat and assess the situation. Vehicles were bound to their owners, and he had securely locked his doors before departing, ensuring that the occupants of the other cars could not access his vehicle. Armed with his formidable weapon, he felt confident. Should they harbor ill intentions, their fates would depend on their own fortunes. The 2 men exited their vehicles, astonished by the sight before them. What quality is this car shell? The tires are so cool, and the glass, how can it be so thick? Is this a presidential vehicle? They marveled at Bai Qi's unattended car. Brother Long, a purple resource chest. Look, the owner hasn't opened it yet, exclaimed a scrawny man, pointing toward the wilderness. Ha, this time we've hit the jackpot. Monkey, let us loot everything from his car before we deal with him. Brother Long replied with glee. Footsteps echoed as Bai Qi tightened his grip on the machete, eyeing the 2 men. Ha, a machete? Monkey, that weapon will be yours soon. Brother Long scoffed. Bai Qi was momentarily bewildered. Unable to comprehend the source of the large man, as confidence. The scrawny monkey brandished an axe, while Bai Qi stood unarmed. Was this man a master of barehanded combat? It seemed so. His overconfidence was palpable. With a diamond-grade machete measuring 1.5 meters, enhanced by soul strike, how could one defend against it? Bai Qi's resolve turned to wrath as the other party regarded him as though he were already a corpse, even dividing his weapon amongst themselves. As Bai Qi advanced, weapon in hand, the large man displayed a look of disdain. When they were 5 meters apart, the large man made his move. In an instant, Bai Qi was filled with dread, his body trembling in fear. The large man produced a handgun from his waistband. Indeed, a handgun. It was crucial to note that upon entering road survival, everyone brought only their clothing, and Bai Qi's 5 condoms had not materialized. The large man's handgun must have been obtained from a treasure chest. The situation had taken a drastic turn. Bai Qi was now at a loss for what to do. 7 meters away, the gun was swift, and within 7 meters, it was both swift and accurate. And they were now only 5 meters apart, a distance too close for error. Bai Qi was no sharpshooter. He dared not gamble on whether the gun was loaded. Kid, open the car door and cooperate. Perhaps I will let you join our ranks. The large man's commanding voice echoed as he gestured with his gun for Bai Qi to open the door. A thought crossed Bai Qi's mind. If he could act swiftly upon opening the door, once inside and the door secured, he would be safe. The car shell, glass, and tires were all of perfect quality, impervious to a handgun's assault. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi nodded and sheathed his machete. The power of the soul strike still lingered, albeit gradually waning as he put away his weapon. Go! The large man continued to gesture with his gun, showing no signs of relaxing his vigilance. With no other option, Bai Qi complied with the man's instructions, slowly pulling open the car door. Just as he prepared to leap inside, the scrawny monkey's voice rang out. Brother Long, look, there's a bottle of milk. The monkey exclaimed, pointing at the creamy beverage nestled in the driver's compartment. Go grab it. I've only had plain water for 2 days, and my mouth tastes like nothing. Brother Long ordered, and the monkey darted to Bai Qi's rear, swiftly snatching the bottle. Here, Brother Long. The monkey eagerly offered the bottle, twisting off the cap. With one hand holding the handgun aimed at Bai Qi, Brother Long accepted the glass bottle with the other. There was no cause for suspicion as he took large gulps of the drink. Gulp, gulp. Chapter 17. Even in death they laugh. The tall man laughed heartily towards the sky. Upon witnessing this, the thin monkey immediately imitated him, throwing his head back in laughter. Although he did not comprehend why Longu suddenly erupted in laughter, as a loyal subordinate, it was only fitting for him to follow suit. Bai Qi abruptly turned around, swiftly drawing out the diamond-grade knife, and with a firm grip, unleashed all his strength as he charged forward. The thin monkey continued to laugh in coordination, seemingly unperturbed by Bai Qi's approach. After all, the car door on their side was already ajar. They could simply scavenge supplies afterward. This individual dared to charge forward, clearly unaware of the power of firearms. The thin monkey had witnessed firsthand the astonishing might of Long Ji's pistol, which had effortlessly felled a 2-meter-long wild boar with a single shot to the head. However, as the thin monkey laughed, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Long Gu remained oblivious to the approaching danger, continuing his laughter without a glance towards Bai Qi. In that moment, the fatal strike from Bai Qi's blade carved a massive arc, and the thin monkey found himself rendered mute, for the blade had severed his neck. His bewildered head tumbled to the ground, and his final sight was of Long Ji's half-slumped body collapsing onto the earth. The most perplexing aspect was that even in 2 pieces, Long Gu continued to laugh heartily. Oh, Long Gu, what could possibly be so amusing that you would laugh, even in death? With that final thought, the thin monkey succumbed to unconsciousness. After taking several deep breaths, Bai Qi surveyed the bloody scene and began to retch. The experience of killing a beast was vastly different from that of taking a human life. He seized the pistol tightly gripped in the dead man's right hand, applying some effort to pry it free. This was indeed an exceptional quality pistol. No wonder the tall man had exuded such confidence. It had been far too perilous. Had it not been for that bottle of stellar-grade mad laughter elixir, he might have truly met his end. Casting a glance at the 2 corpses on the ground, Bai Qi yanked the axe from the thin monkey's grasp. Approaching the vehicles, he discovered that the doors were locked. However, this posed no challenge for him. With a swift slice of the diamond-grade knife, he effortlessly severed the car door. After rummaging through the first vehicle, Bai Qi frowned as he exited. The second vehicle's interior was even more dismal, nearly reduced to a storage unit. Excluding the exceptional grade pistol, the bulk of the vehicle's cargo consisted of meat, which was the most substantial find. Bai Qi busily transported the supplies, quickly managing to clear both vehicles. Extracting the vehicles yielded unexpected rewards. An unclaimed vehicle extraction was successful, granting him a survival core and a pair of underwear blueprints. Bai Qi collected the softly glowing orb and the blueprint with confusion. It appeared that previously learned blueprints could be obtained from others. He wondered if this was a guaranteed drop or a matter of chance. Without hesitation, he extracted the second vehicle, receiving only a survival core this time. After the extraction, a plethora of ordinary metals and glass rubber surfaced, but due to the sheer volume, Bai Qi selected only the most necessary items to transport back. Loading the items onto the vehicle, Bai Qi grasped the exceptional grade pistol in one hand and the diamond grade knife in the other. Darkness encroached, prompting him to prepare for opening the purple resource box. Initially apprehensive about facing the colossal wild elephant, his newfound firearm bolstered his confidence. While a standard pistol might struggle to inflict harm upon an adult elephant, this was an exceptional grade pistol. Having previously wielded an exceptional grade knife, he understood the vast superiority it held over ordinary weapons. This time, Bai Qi strode purposefully towards the purple resource box. As he approached, the sound of thundering footsteps announced the elephant's awakening. The massive creature quickly rose, locking its gaze upon Bai Qi. With an enraged trumpet, it charged forward, its enormous legs pounding the ground, causing tremors beneath him. Bai Qi plunged the unsheathed diamond-grade knife into the earth and raised the exceptional-grade pistol. Though it was his first encounter with a real firearm, he had fond memories of playing with toy guns as a child, making him somewhat familiar with handling a pistol. With a resounding gunshot, Bai Qi struck the elephant just above its thigh. Unsatisfied, as he had aimed for the creature's head, he was astonished by the outcome. The elephant let out a terrified bellow, blood erupting from the wound. Was it truly this powerful? Another 2 shots rang out, and the once furious elephant collapsed onto the ground. After deactivating the pistol's safety, Bai Qi blew on the muzzle, feeling a sense of triumph akin to that of a seasoned marksman. It was his first time handling a gun, and hitting 3 consecutive shots was already a source of pride. Without delay, he rushed towards the purple resource box. Lifting the lid revealed the contents within. To his disappointment, the high-grade resource box contained only a single blueprint. However, upon examining the blueprint, he erupted in laughter. Blueprint for smoke-free charcoal machine. Exceptional, one-time use. Description: can craft a smoke-free charcoal machine after learning at the workbench. This was a blueprint for a smoke-free charcoal machine. Though it might seem of little use at present, with the extreme cold weather approaching in 2 days, this device would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Overjoyed, Bai Qi hurried towards the fallen elephant, collecting the 60 life tokens scattered on the ground before issuing a command to gather resources. A radiant white light enveloped the elephant, and soon the collection was complete. Acquiring 1,000 units of elephant meat, 1 elephant whip, and 2 tusks, Bai Qi was initially disheartened by the absence of elephant hide. However, his spirits lifted upon discovering the whip, a hefty item measuring nearly 1.5 meters long and as thick as an adult's thigh. Elephant whip, fine. Description: increases male potency upon consumption, slightly enhancing length and strength. Goodness, this whip must weigh at least 40 to 50 pounds. When would he finish consuming it? With a sigh, Bai Qi hefted the whip and made his way back to the vehicle. The sky had darkened significantly. Time was of the essence. After making 7 trips, he finally loaded all the elephant meat into the vehicle. Without hesitation, Bai Qi started the engine and drove forward, the night closing in around him, with the 2 corpses nearby providing little sense of safety. Learning the smoke-free charcoal machine blueprint. Chapter 18. The temptation of grilled sausages. Ding. Learning successful. The workbench has been upgraded to exceptional grade, significantly accelerating crafting speed. The workbench, designated as Zhuyu 1100, is an essential tool that allows one to craft finished products after studying blueprints. Upon reaching full proficiency, one can learn higher quality blueprints, enhancing the workbench's quality. As the quality of the workbench improves, so does the crafting speed. Before the arrival of the next night, Bai Qi successfully upgraded the workbench to the Zhuyu level. After driving several kilometers, Bai Qi halted his vehicle. With nightfall approaching, he needed to address his food situation. This time, he was not inclined to consume the pig's kidney. He had a superior option at hand. Quality-grade elephant meat was swiftly transformed into a plethora of sausages, and a massive elephant tail was crafted into a sausage of its own. To avoid confusion, Bai Qi placed them separately in a wooden basin. After igniting a fire to roast the sausages, he emerged 10 minutes later with 2 20-centimeter-long elephant meat sausages. Returning to his vehicle with a look of satisfaction. After securely locking the doors, Bai Qi opened his friend's list. In that moment, he comprehended the immense value of the blueprint Ying had provided him. It was undoubtedly a treasure acquired from a purple resource chest. The purple resource chest he had recently opened was guarded by a colossal elephant, suggesting that Ying had likely endured a perilous encounter. The critical aspect was that the blueprint she gifted him was of perfect quality and permanent, far more precious than his Zhuyu ice maker. Ms. Ying, allow me to offer you a sausage. Bai Qi sent a message before sprinkling some seasoning on the enormous sausage. To express his gratitude, he applied it generously, which took a bit of time. Upon receiving Bai Qi's message, Ji Ing Y Ing Ing was initially taken aback, followed by a sense of unease. Inviting me to try a sausage? Yet no trade request was sent. How unexpected for Bai Qi to make such a distasteful joke without even having met me. I am grateful to you, but if you think this will lead me to compromise on certain matters, you are mistaken. In an instant, her fondness for Bai Qi plummeted to sub-zero levels. Ding! Your friend Bai Qi has sent a trade request. Ms. Jing, I was just seasoning the sausages. Here, give it a try. It's freshly roasted. Be careful not to burn yourself. Ji Ing Y Ing Ing was momentarily stunned, staring at the sausage in the trade window, biting her lip tightly. Bai Qi, thank you. Her voice, filled with overwhelming gratitude and a hint of embarrassment, caught Bai Qi off guard. This is nothing. You provided me with such a precious blueprint. Please accept the trade. It will give you strength to face the dangers of the night. Tears welled up in Ji Ing Y Ing Ing's eyes, and she hurriedly accepted the trade. Upon receiving the sausage, she inhaled its savory aroma, a smile blossoming on her lips. I truly am a silly woman for misunderstanding Bai Qi twice in succession. Thankfully, he remains unaware, otherwise, I would be utterly mortified. Ji Ing Y Ing Ing took a delicate bite, her eyes widening in astonishment. How can this sausage be so delicious? She devoured it rapidly, her demeanor graceful yet swift, soon finishing the entire sausage. Burp. Covering her mouth hastily, she realized it was the first time in her memory that she had eaten to the point of belching. Bai Qi, thank you. Ji Ing Y Ing Ing earnestly sent a voice message of gratitude. Bai Qi, however, did not respond, as he was preoccupied with consuming life marks. With each life mark ingested, he felt as though he were being forged in a furnace, both his strength and spirit surging. How exhilarating. I wonder how much strength I possess now. Bai Qi clenched his fists, feeling an immense power coursing through him. I could probably knock that colossal elephant down with a single punch, he mused, though this was merely an illusion born of his newfound strength. Today, it seemed everyone had reaped great rewards. I should check if anyone has any temporarily surplus valuable items. Bai Qi felt invigorated. Having just experienced a significant enhancement in physical prowess, his spirits were high. Good evening, everyone. These delectable roasted sausages are simply delightful. Is anyone interested in a taste? I only require rare materials or blueprints in exchange, and supplies are limited, so trade quickly. Image, the group chat erupted. Bai Qi, please spare me. I beg you to enjoy them alone. Bai Qi, I have a sock blueprint. Can I trade it for sausage? Bai Qi, I found a box of condoms while opening chests. With your astonishing allure, they will surely come in handy. Just one sausage, and this box of 10 is yours. Image. Upon opening the image, Bai Qi discovered they were even ultra-thin delay condoms. Regrettably, he had no intention of seeking a burdensome female companion during his survival efforts. Bai Qi, I possess no rare materials, but I offer you my unwavering loyalty. If you provide me with sustenance, I shall eliminate all obstacles in your path. Image. Bai Qi clicked on the image to find a muscular man adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos, exuding an imposing presence. Bang! Bai Qi gestured as if shooting at the image, showing no interest in such a character. Bai Qi, I've sent you 3 explosive videos already. Yet you've read the messages without replying. Why not respond to your sister? Yes, Bai Qi, your sister sent you a video of advanced yoga poses. And you've read it too. Is my outstanding technique not enticing enough for you? Wait, something feels off. Could it be that Bai Qi is a woman? No. He hasn't privately chatted with any men, has he? As the group chat descended into chaos, Bai Qi felt his lips twitch. He then purchased an iron basin from the trading platform, opened the window a few centimeters, and turned on the air conditioning to circulate fresh air, beginning to roast the sausages in the spacious vehicle. Ji Ing Y Ing Ing observed the group chat, a smile creeping on her face, ultimately unable to suppress a soft chuckle. With so many women vying for Bai Qi's attention, he hasn't reached out to any of them. It seems he is not a lecherous man. I have misjudged him. Moreover, he has never asked me for photos or anything of the sort, clearly having no ulterior motives in our interactions. However, the perfect grade sanitary napkin she possessed was limited to 1, and she feared she would need to change it later in the night. At that time, she would likely endure excruciating pain once again. The mere thought of the relentless agony made her frown. It was not that she feared the pain. She had endured it countless times over the years. Yet, being in a survival situation while dealing with such matters could prove fatal. Chapter 19. The Starry-level rapid charcoal maker. Before long, a dozen pork sausages were prepared. Bai Qi was not foolish enough to offer them the quality-grade elephant meat sausages. He merely sprinkled a bit of salt. There was only 1 packet of grilling seasoning, which he was reluctant to use excessively, let alone on others. Soon, various materials began to trade in. Among them was only the sock blueprint, but fortunately, it was a permanent one, making it a worthwhile exchange. In a strange twist of fate, Bai Qi ended up acquiring that box of condoms. This contraption might prove useful in the future. For instance, if a car were to catch fire, I could fill it with water and hurl it as a makeshift water bomb to extinguish the flames. Indeed, I am a genius for devising such a practical solution. Bai Qi carefully placed the box of delayed ultra-thin condoms into the glove compartment of the passenger seat. After successfully trading a dozen pork sausages, he managed to acquire a total of 6 pieces of secondary alloy, providing ample materials for crafting a smokeless charcoal machine. He extinguished the fire pit and began to engage in group discussions. Unfortunately, no one was offering anything of value. The conversation had devolved into idle chatter. The half bottle of the maddening laughter elixir, consumed mostly by a burly man, remained in the glove compartment, now filled with water. Suddenly, a hissing sound startled Bai Qi, prompting him to glance over. He quickly rolled up the window, having left a slight gap while igniting the fire inside the car, which fortunately was only a couple of centimeters wide, averting disaster. The source of the hissing was a python with a head as large as a bucket. It nearly clamped down on its forked tongue, appearing agitated, and proceeded to coil around Bai Qi's vehicle. Without hesitation, Bai Qi started the engine and pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward. To his surprise, he neither crushed nor shook off the serpent. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the snake had wrapped itself around the car, particularly around the driver and passenger seats. How fortuitous that it chose such a prime location. Bai Qi mused as he began to decelerate. Unable to dislodge the python, he resolved to employ an alternative strategy. As the vehicle came to a halt, he glanced back at the problematic bear meat sausages, formulating a plan. These items were likely unsellable, as their attributes clearly indicated. Thus, they would serve another purpose. Noticing that the python's head was pressed against the windshield, he determined that the passenger side was relatively safe. He lowered the passenger window by 5 centimeters and swiftly tossed out several bear meat sausages before quickly shutting the window again. I wonder if the python will find humor in this? After all, I've never heard of snakes exhibiting laughter. Bai Qi then settled in to wait, and soon the outside was filled with urgent hissing sounds. Even if the elixir had no effect, this was merely an experiment. Had he wished to eliminate the python, he could have simply opened the window a crack and severed it with his diamond gray blade. The python suddenly lunged, resting atop the engine hood, its nearly meter-long tongue flicking in and out as it fixated on Bai Qi within the car. Bai Qi felt a shiver run down his spine, noticing that the python seemed unaffected by the bear meat sausages. The frantic hissing intensified, and he realized that although the snake was facing him, it was not truly observing him. Upon closer examination, he saw that the snake's pupils had lost focus, still rapidly flicking its tongue. Listening to the increasingly frantic hissing, Bai Qi felt a chill. Snakes are cold-blooded creatures. Who would have thought they could laugh? Suddenly, he recalled the second note regarding the stellar-grade laughter elixir. It has remarkable effects on flesh and blood beings, with no effective countermeasures. Use with caution. At that moment, Bai Qi gained a deeper understanding of the elixir's potency. The python seemed particularly susceptible to laughter, as the hissing continued for a full 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. A small pile of life essence appeared, prompting Bai Qi to check it before opening the car door. He promptly collected 25 pieces of life essence. Collect. Acquired 250 units of python meat. Acquired 1 unit of python skin. Bai Qi quickly transported the python meat back into the car. After processing, this problematic python meat was transformed into sausages. He had to purchase another wooden basin to hold these medicinally diminished sausages. Alas, at this rate, my collection of problematic sausages will only grow. Bai Qi lamented as he folded the enormous python skin. Could these bear skins, wolf skins, and python skins perhaps be fashioned into socks? Bai Qi eagerly opened the sock crafting menu. Sock creation, common, permanent, material requirements, fiber, cotton, leather, etc. Without hesitation, Bai Qi began crafting glass bottles to accumulate the power of a soul strike, intending to create the smokeless charcoal machine. With a firm command, the machine was completed, and a radiant white light enveloped him. Ding! Smokeless charcoal machine successfully crafted. You have obtained a stellar-grade high-speed charcoal maker. Bai Qi quickly reviewed its attributes. High-speed charcoal maker, stellar. Description, capable of rapidly converting wooden materials into smokeless charcoal. Description, customizable shapes and sizes of charcoal blocks. Splendid. Bai Qi was thoroughly pleased and positioned the stellar-grade high-speed charcoal maker beside the king-grade sausage maker. Although it was of a lower quality, he was satisfied, especially since it allowed for customization of the charcoal's shape and size, making it perfect. He glanced at the 120 bottles of drinking water he had filled and felt a surge of anticipation for the impending chill. Crafting socks. A pair of python skin socks emerged, which Bai Qi tried on. They fit well, but lacked breathability. Never mind. Wearing socks now is of little consequence. I shall wait until the cold arrives. Bai Qi reclined onto the bear skin-covered driver's seat. Based on last night's experience and after the python's attack, he anticipated that no wild beast would disturb him further. As he shifted his position, Bai Qi felt discomfort in his lower back. Having survived on the road for 2 days, he had only managed a cursory wash, as water was an extremely precious resource. Consequently, he found the area between his underwear and backside increasingly unbearable. Coincidentally, after scavenging the burly man's vehicle, he obtained a pair of underwear blueprints. Without hesitation, Bai Qi rose and approached the workbench. Chapter 20. Endless care with python skin underwear. Underwear creation. Common. Permanent. Material requirements. Fiber, cotton, leather, etc. The material requirements were the same as for the socks. Bai Qi selected a piece of python skin and some fibers. Underwear is of utmost importance. If hygiene is compromised, it could lead to significant issues, particularly for women, where uncleanliness may even result in infections. In the absence of medication, any complications could become a considerable problem. Thus, I might as well produce a surplus of underwear. Even if I cannot sell them, being able to switch them out when needed would be quite gratifying. Bai Qi resolved to proceed, and he began sourcing materials in the group chat, planning to create 100 pairs of underwear, and then, after triggering a soul strike, craft a premium pair for himself. Ding! Your friend Gong Yingying has initiated a trade. Bai Qi, I happen to have some furs that I no longer need. Please accept them. An expectant voice resonated. Bai Qi was not one to refuse, thinking he could always return the favor with a few pairs of underwear, knowing the recipient was a woman and would undoubtedly have a need. Suddenly, Bai Qi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gong Yingying would trade him a substantial pile of furs. Most of it consisted of wolf pelts, along with a massive bison hide. With such an abundance of materials, combined with what he already possessed, he estimated it would suffice for crafting underwear. A flash of light illuminated the space as a rather decent-looking pair of triangular underwear materialized. Underwear, ordinary. Description, made from wolf pelt, warm and breathable. Bai Qi examined the triangular underwear. It felt quite nice and was not at all the stuffy, uncomfortable type he had envisioned. Apart from the rather plain gray color, everything else was satisfactory. After a swift cleaning, he donned a new underwear and found it quite agreeable, as it possessed a notable elasticity that conformed easily to his body. Bai Qi continued his crafting and soon produced 100 pairs of underwear, gathering enough power for a soul strike. This time, Bai Qi had a plan. Previously, whether crafted from wolf or bison hide, the underwear had appeared rather monotonous and lacked flair. Therefore, he retrieved the initial piece of python skin he had cut. He had previously added tree bark fibers, but the results had been unsatisfactory. Thus, Bai Qi's gaze fell upon the pile of soft sanitary pads on the ground. Grasping the python skin and sanitary pad, he commanded, "Craft underwear." Instantly, an endless radiance burst forth. Ding! The underwear was successfully crafted, and he obtained the starry-level Endless Care python skin underwear. Bai Qi, filled with astonishment, clutched this exquisite pair of underwear, feeling an entirely different texture. Endless Care python skin underwear. Starry. Description: Endless care and love significantly alleviates menstrual pain. Description: warm, breathable, and quick-drying after washing. Description: long-term, where can improve menstrual pain issues. Initially overjoyed, Bai Qi suddenly felt a pang of regret. I was careless. I shouldn't have used the sanitary pad as material. Staring at the premium underwear in his hand, he now felt a sense of discomfort. Though he could wear it, it just didn't seem right. Alas, it seems I'm destined to repay Gong Yingying. She provided me with so much fur, and I shall offer this in return. With a heavy heart, Bai Qi approached the survival corps and sent a trade request. Gong Yingying had begun to feel a dull ache in her abdomen. Her condition was somewhat special. Since her period had started with a heavier flow, she surmised that the power of the perfect warm care sanitary pad had been depleted. What should I do? If the pain persists through the night, I fear I may lack the strength to drive tomorrow. The extreme cold is approaching, and my car lacks air conditioning. Is fate truly determined to leave me to suffer here? Gong Yingying's heart sank further as despair began to envelop her. She could not conceive of any solution. Bai Qi must have opened a high-level resource box to obtain that perfect warm care sanitary pad, and she was now steeped in hopelessness. Ding! Your friend Bai Qi has sent a trade request. Gong Yingying lifted her head to see a pair of underwear displayed in the trade bar. Remembering that she hadn't changed in 2 days, she gratefully confirmed the trade. Upon receiving the underwear, she was utterly astonished, and soon her body trembled with excitement. Swiftly changing into a new sanitary pad, she slipped on the star-level underwear and was immediately enveloped by a warm flow in her abdomen, causing the pain to vanish without a trace. Gong Yingying buried her face in the steering wheel and began to sob softly. It had been many years since she had cried like this. Even during the most painful days, she had managed to persevere. Yet, on this solitary path of survival, she could no longer contain her emotions. After weeping for quite some time, Gong Yingying straightened her posture and glanced at Lin Chen's friend list. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, she hesitated. Such great kindness does not require words of thanks, especially when it feels like a life-saving grace. Bai Qi, I will repay you with all my strength in the future. Gong Yingying's resolve grew stronger. Fellow survivors, after 2 days of hardship, I assume none of you have changed your underwear. I am offering underwear for trade, seeking only rare materials and blueprints. Supplies are limited, first come, first served. Bai Qi sent out the message and continued crafting. He could not rest until he had created a worthy pair of underwear for himself. Suddenly, the chat, previously quiet, erupted with activity. Bai Daolao, I need a pair of underwear. I washed mine this evening, and now it's quite chilly down there. Bai Qi Daolao, I have a piece of first-tier alloy. Seeking several pairs of underwear. Bai Qi, can I trade you a pair of original flavor lace underwear? Bai Qi brother, I'm wearing a G-string. You know what that means. Bai Qi, I have relatives visiting, and my underwear is dirty. Would you be interested? Do you have no shame? Bai Qi Daolao, I'm in boxer shorts, and they smell terribly now. Would you like them? Ugh, you pervert. Don't bother Bai Daolao. Let us just trade between ourselves. Ugh. Bai Qi's expression darkened as he became increasingly disgusted by these men. Moreover, he soon realized that those willing to trade rare resources or blueprints for underwear were virtually non-existent. With the highest offer being a piece of first-tier alloy, Bai Qi understood that underwear was not as crucial as he had imagined. Either going without or washing them at night to dry was a perfectly viable option. Consequently, Bai Qi ceased his insistence and opted to exchange for more common materials such as glass, cotton cloth, and wood, swiftly selling all his underwear. This time, Bai Qi once again included a piece of python skin in his offerings, alongside a massive, high-quality elephant whip measuring over 1 meter in length and the thickness of a thigh. The recent crafting of the starry-level underwear had inspired him, as it seemed the final product was closely linked to the materials used. Thus, he was eager to experiment further. Crafting underwear. An endless radiance enveloped the python skin and elephant whip. Chapter 21. Endless Might Dragon Elephant Underwear. Ding! The underwear was successfully crafted, and you have obtained the king-level Endless Might Dragon Elephant Underwear. King level. Bai Qi was utterly astonished. This time, the crafting process had leaped 6 tiers directly from ordinary to king level. Eagerly, Bai Qi seized the underwear. Endless Might Dragon Elephant Underwear. King. Description: wearing this underwear instills an aura of majesty and invincibility. Description: warm, snug, breathable, and self-cleaning. Description: long-term or can promote growth and development. Description: command the power of the dragon and elephant. His scalp tingled, and his hands trembled. After taking several deep breaths, Bai Qi swiftly donned the king-level underwear. A warm and comfortable sensation enveloped him. He had never worn anything so perfectly fitted. Furthermore, a gentle warmth embraced his entire abdomen, and Bai Qi could feel it was truly extraordinary. I shall be invincible in this world. At this moment, Bai Qi was filled with ambition. He possessed the extraordinary talent of Ruhin Yij, Soul Strike, and coupled with the magical properties of the king-level Endless Majestic Dragon Elephant undergarments, it was undoubtedly feasible for him to give birth to an entire race all by himself. There were still matters to attend to, as he had yet to consume the 25 life marks obtained from slaying the python. Bai Qi swiftly devoured them, and soon he had finished all the life marks. In the next moment, his expression shifted to one of delight. Previously, he had acquired 15 life marks from killing wild boars, 60 from slaying elephants. And now, with these 25, he had amassed a total of 90. As he felt this surge of power within him, Bai Qi sensed that with just a few more life marks, he could experience a significant transformation. However, he had just inquired privately with several individuals, only to find that none were willing to exchange their life marks. Reflecting on Zhao Gang's actions, Bai Qi speculated that many might already be aware of the usage of life marks. Glancing at his friend list, he noticed that Li Xueli was grayed out, leaving only Zhao Gang and Gong Yingying. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi decided to message Gong Yingying. Suddenly, a trade request appeared, revealing a small pile of life marks. Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback. Noticing Bai Qi's hesitation in accepting the trade, Gong Yingying grew anxious. Bai Qi, is it not enough? I haven't hunted many beasts these past few days, but I will kill more tomorrow. Bai Qi inhaled deeply. Ms. Gong, this is more than sufficient. If there are any leftovers, I will return them to you later. Oh, as long as it's enough, you may keep it, Bai Qi. There's no need to return it. The girl replied, visibly relieved. Bai Qi then continued to consume the life marks. Upon ingesting the 10th one, an overwhelming surge of power enveloped him. Ding! Your life level has been elevated. Reveling in the newfound strength, Bai Qi was filled with joy. Not only had his physical prowess intensified, but his soul had also grown stronger. Correspondingly, his talent underwent a transformation. Ruhin Yij, 090, Talent Description 1. When you continuously perform a certain action, the power of fate accumulates. Once the power of fate reaches its maximum, You can trigger Ruhin Yij, guaranteeing a special effect. Talent description 2. Talent arises from the soul. An increase in your soul strength will enhance your Ruhin Yij ability. Strive to elevate your soul's strength. Originally requiring 100 accumulations, it had now decreased to 90, indicating a notable enhancement. If my soul's strength improves to a certain extent, can I not activate Ruhin Yij every time? Bai Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without the ability of Ruhin Yij, how could he have acquired so many exceptional items? Moreover, Ruhin Yij could also be employed offensively. In prior encounters, such as when he defeated the wild boar and the burly man, the speed of his blade had far exceeded his normal capabilities under the influence of Ruhin Yij. Upon consuming another life mark, Bai Qi furrowed his brow. For upon its dissolution, he did not feel the warmth he had expected. However, he could sense that the life mark he had ingested still had some effect, capable of replenishing his stamina. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qi finally understood. My life level has been elevated. Based on its quality, it should now be considered excellent. Hence, these ordinary quality life marks no longer have the capacity to enhance my strength. Nodding in acknowledgement, Bai Qi proceeded to trade the remaining 110 life marks to Gong Yingying. Ms. Gong, thank you. I just used 10. Here are the leftovers. Please accept them. Bai Qi, there's no need to return them. Keep them. I have no use for this item, she replied, resolutely declining the trade. Bai Qi was taken aback. Then he sent another trade request along with an explanation of how to utilize the life marks. Yingying, please accept them quickly. Strengthening your body will enhance your endurance and may even alleviate your abdominal pain. Hearing Bai Qi's words, Gong Yingying's cheeks flushed. Bai Qi, thank you. She accepted the trade, secretly wishing to convey that wearing the star-level endless care python undergarments had already resolved her abdominal issues. Yet, it was difficult to articulate. And knowing that consuming life marks could lead to strength, Gong Yingying entertained other thoughts. After acquiring the life marks, she wasted no time or doubt, immediately consuming them. A warm sensation enveloped her, and her body felt invigorated. Upon finishing all the life marks, Gong Yingying clenched her delicate fists, feeling an immense surge of power. Each life mark must enhance my strength by at least 1 kilogram. Now, I must possess nearly 200 kilograms of strength. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Suddenly, the sound of a car door scraping open interrupted her thoughts, causing Gong Yingying's expression to shift as she listened intently. After a moment, she confirmed the approach of a ferocious beast. Only one beast. This is manageable. I can finally test my newfound strength. Gripping her exceptional quality blade, she left from the other side of the car door. A roar erupted as she exited, and Gong Yingying froze momentarily, recognizing the sound of a tiger's roar. Initially tense, she quickly regained her composure, feeling the power coursing through her grip. A magnificent white tiger leaped toward her. With a swift motion, she executed a horizontal slash, severing the tiger's foreleg. The tiger let out a pained and terrified roar, attempting to flee on 3 legs. With a swift turn, Gong Yingying twisted her waist, channeling her entire strength into the strike. The razor-sharp, exceptional quality blade cleanly severed the tiger's head. Exhaling deeply, Gong Yingying collected the small pile of life marks that had fallen to the ground. Gather. Without hesitation, she harvested from the tiger. Gazing at the items that appeared on the ground, she was momentarily stunned. Chapter 22. I mean no harm. Obtained. Tiger skin 1 obtained. Tiger meat 300 obtained. Tiger whip 1. Staring at the enormous tiger whip, Gong Yingying ultimately closed her eyes and placed it in the vehicle. With so much tiger meat, it likely won't last long before spoiling. However, tiger meat offers substantial nourishment. I should give the tiger meat and whip to Bai Qi. Gong Yingying's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Although Bai Qi had helped her numerous times, they were still strangers, and even now, they had no idea what each other looked like. This excellent quality tiger meat and whip will strengthen the body. I harbor no ulterior motives, merely hoping Bai Qi can become stronger. With this thought, Gong Yingying finally sent a trade request to Bai Qi. Ding! Your friend Gong Yingying has sent a trade request. At that moment, Bai Qi was reclining on a bearskin seat, oblivious to the screen, and effortlessly accepted the request with a mere thought. A deluge of blood and flesh materialized, nearly overwhelming the central console area. Goodness, this is excellent quality tiger meat. Did Gong Yingying actually slay a tiger? Bai Qi was instantly intrigued, prompting him to rise and begin crafting sausages from the tiger meat, carefully packaging them for storage. As he continued his work, Bai Qi noticed an odd sensation in his hands. Turning to investigate, he was taken aback. This too. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi decided to separately prepare a magnificent tiger whip in a sausage, storing it away as well. With everything in order, Bai Qi felt a wave of concern wash over him, as the once spacious vehicle now appeared quite cramped. A multitude of glass bottles filled with drinking water occupied one side, while an array of neatly stacked sausages filled the opposite side. Only a narrow 30-centimeter path remained to the workbench. The pressing issue was that everyone was sufficiently fed. Those who had slain beasts were likely preoccupied with preserving their meat. Should I purchase meat and convert it into sausages for sale? Bai Qi shook his head at the thought, realizing that such an endeavor would likely yield minimal profit. After reorganizing the vehicle once more, Bai Qi's attention was drawn to two survival cores radiating a faint white light. He smacked his thigh in frustration, realizing he should have upgraded long ago instead of wasting time on mundane tasks. Holding a survival core close to the display screen, a prompt appeared. Ding. Would you like to consume this survival core? Consume. A burst of white light enveloped the survival core in his hand. Ding. Consumption successful. Ding. Your survival core has been upgraded to superior grade. Your daily chat limit has increased to 20 times, and your simultaneous product listing capacity has grown to 20 items. While the detection range of resource boxes has expanded to 300 meters. Bai Qi was overjoyed. He was indifferent to the increase in chat limits, as 10 times was already sufficient for him, with unused opportunities remaining over the past few days. The enhancement of product listing was also of little concern, as he primarily engaged in sales through group chats. What thrilled him most was the significant expansion of the resource box detection range from a mere 100 meters to 300 meters, a monumental improvement. Before Bai Qi could fully revel in his happiness, another prompt arrived. Ding! All components of your vehicle have been deemed compliant. You may now select a vehicle upgrade path. The survival core display projected numerous holographic images of various vehicles, predominantly vans, off-road vehicles, trucks, RVs, and sedans. After meticulous consideration, Bai Qi had made his decision. The sedan was undoubtedly the fastest, followed by the off-road vehicle, while the RV prioritized comfort and the van offered ample cargo space. Comfort could be temporarily disregarded, and although the off-road vehicle was relatively slower, it was still more than adequate, especially with its off-road capabilities. If suitable, driving into the wild to confront beasts guarding treasure boxes was not out of the question. Having analyzed the options, Bai Qi chose without hesitation, selecting the off-road vehicle upgrade path. Ding! Vehicle upgrade commencing. A blinding radiance enveloped him, only dissipating after a full minute. Bai Qi gazed in astonishment at the newly adorned interior of the vehicle. It retained the dual driver-S seats, but the rear compartment had been significantly reduced, lacking the traditional rear seating and trunk. After a brief inspection, Bai Qi felt satisfied, yet somewhat troubled, as the internal space had not expanded and was even less spacious than before. Activating the headlights, Bai Qi listened intently before disembarking. Upon seeing the chassis towering at least half a meter high, a smile broke across his face. Such a high clearance would surely prevent the vehicle from becoming stuck in the wilderness. Bai Qi examined the vehicle closely. Following the upgrade, the exterior had undoubtedly transformed, with the tires now colossal 22-inch off-road, puncture-resistant tires. Excellent. This formidable off-road vehicle would even be impervious to the previous Elephant. In fact, with the vehicle's superior shell and glass, it would not be impossible to take down that Elephant with a head-on collision. Elated, Bai Qi hopped back into the vehicle. The engine roared to life, producing a sound far more powerful than the previous van. Glancing at the survival core, Bai Qi noted that upgrading to the next level would require the consumption of 5 survival cores. I only possess one. I wonder what has become of the vehicles owned by the survivors who fell to beasts. I have yet to encounter any abandoned vehicles along this route. Bai Qi climbed back into the vehicle, reclined the seats, and quickly succumbed to sleep on the comfortable bear skin. As dawn broke, a new day began. Bai Qi, invigorated, commenced his morning routine of brushing his teeth and washing his face with a set of toothbrush and toothpaste he had traded for a simple knife the previous day. He felt quite content to have such luxuries on his survival journey. Following this, Bai Qi swiftly grilled 2 tiger meat sausages, consuming one himself while trading the other to Gong Ingying. She happily accepted the trade. Bai Qi, your sausages are limited. You should eat one first. I have a lot of meat to consume before it spoils, Gong Ingying lamented, eyeing over 100 pieces of wolf, beef, and tiger meat behind her. Particularly, the beef obtained on the first day was beginning to emit an odor. Bai Qi surveyed the abundance of sausages in the vehicle, laughing heartily. Ingying, how about you trade me all that meat? To be frank, I have a sausage-making machine, and all I need is the meat. Gong Ingying's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she traded all the non-spoiled meat to Bai Qi. Bai Qi worked quickly, incorporating plastic as packaging, and soon amassed a small pile of sausages. Ingying, here you go. Remember to trade me any meat you acquire for processing in the future. All right, Bai Qi. Her cheerful voice resonated, and Bai Qi could almost envision the joyful expression on her face. Chapter 23. 67 Casualty Rate after satiating his hunger and thirst. Bai Qi filled all the drinking water collected by the rainwater collector from the previous night, yielding dozens of bottles. Observing the neatly stacked glass bottles, he felt confident that this quantity of water would suffice. Having not scrutinized the vehicle closely the night before, Bai Qi now felt increasingly satisfied with the high-clearance off-road vehicle as daylight illuminated it. The engine roared, and as Bai Qi basked in the cool morning breeze, an indescribable sense of exhilaration washed over him. While driving, Bai Qi opened the group chat interface. Area 10011, population 335310000. Bai Qi's expression turned grave. The remaining population had been 563 in the morning, dropping to 365 by evening. Over the course of the day, there had only been a reduction of 198 individuals. However, the night had witnessed a staggering decrease of 2010. A fluctuation slightly less severe than the first night, yet still instilling fear. As he perused the chat content, numerous cries for help and lamentations filled the screen. Bai Qi reflected on his experiences. The first night had seen him attacked by a wild bear, which yielded 15 life tokens upon his defeat. The previous night, he encountered a python, dropping 25 life tokens when vanquished. The elephant had dropped 60 life tokens. The more life tokens that fall, the stronger the beasts become. This implies that the difficulty of the night is continually escalating. However, what is the purpose of this? Is it to filter out the weak? Bai Qi furrowed his brow in contemplation, yet he was unable to make any judgments at the moment. Suddenly, a notification indicated the detection of a resource box. Bai Qi swiftly turned his gaze, spotting a green resource box of high quality approximately 200 meters away. Fortunately, the survival core had been upgraded. Otherwise, resource boxes beyond 100 meters would have been missed. He decisively exited the vehicle, gripping an exceptional grade precision handgun in one hand and casually holding a diamond grade iron cutting spear in the other. With his heightened life tier, wielding the 5-kilogram iron cutting spear had become exceedingly effortless. However, the handgun contained only 5 bullets, and without any means of resupply, it would merely serve as a tool for intimidation once the ammunition was expended. After assessing the beast guarding the resource box, Bai Qi promptly secured the handgun in his waistband. With a firm grip on the diamond-grade, iron-cutting spear, Bai Qi strode purposefully forward while swiftly swinging the weapon. Having covered half the distance, the power of his soul strike was fully charged, and he executed a mere 90 swings. The distant sound of a cheetah's warning reached his ears, but Bai Qi paid it no mind as he brandished the spear. A low growl erupted, and the cheetah surged forward, its speed escalating to its maximum. Bai Qi remained focused, realizing that the cheetah's velocity was not as outrageous as he had anticipated. With a swift flash of the blade, the leaping cheetah was cleanly sliced in half. Without glancing back, Bai Qi continued towards the resource box. He obtained a blueprint for a top, which was a rather ordinary reward. Nonetheless, Bai Qi felt a sense of satisfaction as he now possessed a design for clothing. After collecting his spoils, he acquired 50 pieces of cheetah meat and a single piece of cheetah hide. Gazing at the intricately patterned hide, Bai Qi was instantly reminded of the allure of a leopard print leather jacket. Upon returning to his vehicle, Bai Qi set off once more. With an expanded detection range for resource boxes, his haul was significantly greater than the previous day. The power system of Bai Qi's vehicle was of impeccable quality, effortlessly surpassing one car after another. It seemed that the vehicles, which had been a rare sight just days prior, were now quite common. Bai Qi found himself puzzled by this turn of events. Fortunately, no malevolent incidents occurred, yet Bai Qi felt a tinge of disappointment, as he believed that possessing a firearm necessitated punishing evil. However, the abundance of vehicles had its downsides, as it rendered resource boxes more elusive, with most having already been claimed by those ahead. Although Bai Qi's detection range was extensive, it appeared that there were not many resource boxes beyond 100 meters. After driving for 3 continuous hours, he had only encountered 3 resource boxes. Suddenly, a message from Gong Yingying appeared in the group chat. Bai Qi quickly opened the chat, and what he saw left him somewhat astonished. Everyone, please be cautious of others. I just witnessed 3 vehicles cornering one car, 3 men surrounding a woman. I think the implications are clear. Earlier, I encountered a vehicle that attempted to flag me down for fuel, but seeing the weapon in his hand, I drove straight past. There are no laws here. We must all remain vigilant, especially since upgrading the survival core requires consuming other cores. As a girl, I've struggled to eat and sleep well these past few days. If any of you encounter me, please do not harm me. Don't worry, sister. Men want to kill us. If you see other vehicles, just follow along. At worst, you might have to appease them occasionally, said a sister who had made a rather peculiar sound. She was right. I have already encountered 3 vehicles, and not only did I not suffer any harm, but I also gained some resources. The brothers were quite kind, indeed. Upon witnessing the digression of the discussion, Bai Qi felt somewhat speechless. Yingying, I understand. I will be cautious. You, however, must prioritize your safety during this unique period. Nodding in acknowledgement of Bai Qi's admonition, Gong Yingying hesitated before speaking again. Bai Qi, please be careful. I sense something is off about many of the women who have just spoken. If you encounter them, Be wary of potential traps. Listening to Gong Yingying's warning, Bai Qi nodded. Rest assured, I will be vigilant. As he continued driving, Bai Qi indeed encountered women waving him down on the road. Some even resorted to rather indecent gestures in an attempt to persuade him to stop his vehicle, a testament to the remarkable adaptability of women in dire circumstances. However, the notion of expending both physical effort and resources was nothing short of a pipe dream for him. Bai Qi reflected on his superior speed compared to other vehicles. As long as he did not wish to be pursued, no one could catch up to him. With no pressing needs at the moment, he paid little heed to their antics. Suddenly, a scene ahead startled Bai Qi. A dozen or so vans were blocking the road, effectively creating a complete blockade. Moreover, as he glanced at the surrounding terrain, he noted the numerous depressions in the ground. It was evident that these individuals had deliberately chosen this location to deter anyone from attempting to circumvent the blockade through the wilderness. Bai Qi gradually slowed his speed. As he drew nearer, his expression grew more somber. Behind a row of obstructing vehicles, there were even more cars, the total number exceeding 20. Given the magnitude of this incident, was there truly no one to expose it? With a sense of suspicion, Bai Qi halted his vehicle approximately 50 to 60 meters away from the blockade. Chapter 24. Zhao Gang's team, upon seeing Bai Qi's incredibly cool off-road vehicle come to a stop, a group of men exchanged glances. Some continued their tasks while others armed themselves and approached. Brother, tonight will undoubtedly be more perilous. Join us. Strength lies in numbers, bellowed a robust man adorned with the symbols of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger. Bai Qi was taken aback. This was the same individual who had previously stated that as long as his provisions were met, he would remain fiercely loyal. Bai Qi slightly cracked a window, immediately catching snippets of peculiar conversations. In broad daylight, it was clear that those behind this gathering were up to no good. Seeing that, Bai Qi did not respond. The large man's expression soured. Surround him. This brat is getting too cocky. Instantly, 6 men encircled his vehicle. Bai Qi shifted into reverse, slowly retreating. The sight took these men aback, but they soon broke into derisive laughter. Kid, we're inviting you to join us out of respect. All we ask is that you contribute resources according to the team's needs. It's not a matter of life and death. Exactly. We already have 5 women in our team. If you join, it will be far more enjoyable than being alone. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi felt a surge of confusion. Observing the lined-up vehicles across from him, he noted the absence of any signs of violence. He felt the exceptional-grade precision handgun at his side and scrutinized the 7 men before him, discovering that they were only equipped with axes, large knives, and spears. Joining them was out of the question. Bai Qi was solely focused on progressing through this blockade to access the resource boxes beyond. As Bai Qi prepared to charge forward with his formidable vehicle and power, a burly man sprinted out from behind a row of cars. Bai Qi was taken aback by the man's speed, which was far superior to that of an ordinary person, and he exuded an impressive strength. Could it be that this individual had also consumed a life mark, enhancing his vitality? Bai Qi felt increasingly confident in his assumption. However, observing the man's honest demeanor and the absence of any weapon, Bai Qi, gripping his exceptional-grade handgun, awaited the man's approach. What are you all doing? Put your weapons away. The burly man admonished as he ran, prompting those around him to exchange glances before hastily sheathing their arms. Bai Qi left a 1-centimeter gap in the window, ensuring that, given the height of his large SUV, even if the man possessed a firearm, he would remain unharmed. Should the man make any sudden movements, Bai Qi would not hesitate to unleash the terrifying might of his superb vehicle and its power system. Brother, do not misunderstand. Please do not take me the wrong way. The burly man called out as he reached a distance of 2 meters from Bai Qi's window. Bai Qi was momentarily stunned, for the man's face was filled with genuine remorse. I merely wish to pass through. I kindly ask you to clear the way. Bai Qi replied in a low voice, to which the man nodded earnestly. Brother, this is a trivial matter. We mean no harm by blocking the vehicle. It has been 2 nights, each more terrifying than the last, and tonight we expect even more formidable beasts to attack. If we do not gather together, the casualty rate could be alarming. Furthermore, congregating in advance allows us to better share resources and face the impending extreme cold. If you do not trust us, you may remain in your vehicle, and we can part together later. The burly man spoke with sincerity. Bai Qi hesitated, sensing that this man appeared to genuinely consider the greater good. Noticing Bai Qi's silence, the tattooed man approached. Kid, do you know who our big brother is? Let me tell you, our big brother is Zhao Gang. Yes, the very good person who publicly shared the method of using the life mark in a group chat. The tattooed man boasted with a commanding voice, causing Bai Qi to adopt a strange expression. He had previously exchanged a life mark to learn the usage method from Zhao Gang. Yet, it seemed that this information had been made public, leaving Bai Qi to wonder if only he had profited from it. Nevertheless, Bai Qi harbored no doubts about the tattooed man's words. The group chat messages scrolled rapidly, and it was normal for him to have missed it. Clear the way. I do not wish to join your group. Bai Qi responded decisively. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang's expression turned regretful. The vehicle was clearly modified and appeared even more imposing than several upgraded vehicles in their group. He genuinely wished to recruit Bai Qi into their convoy. However, Zhao Gang had discerned from Bai Qi's gaze that he was resolutely unwilling to join them. Mengzi, have someone move the vehicles to allow the young brother to pass. Shou Gong commanded. The tattooed man was somewhat reluctant, but upon seeing Zhao Gang's expression, he led the way back. Soon enough, 2 vehicles were repositioned, and Bai Qi wasted no time accelerating past them. Brother, that kid's vehicle is so impressive. If he joined our group, he could easily tackle the beast tonight. Yes, brother. We merely made him misunderstand by brandishing our weapons. A little explanation would suffice. Brother, should I drive after him? You must be joking. Look how fast his car is moving. We can no longer see him. The group chattered among themselves as Zhao Gang shook his head. Prepare yourselves. The danger may escalate once more tonight. Furthermore, when the next vehicle arrives, do not approach with weapons to avoid frightening them. After issuing this reminder, Zhao Gang strode towards his own vehicle. Once inside, Zhao Gang pushed away a woman who had approached. Shally, please return to your own vehicle. Gongge, I have many tricks up my sleeve. Can I stay here, please? The woman pleaded with a pitiful expression. Zhao Gang furrowed his brow in response, prompting the woman to hastily exit the car. After securely closing the door, Zhao Gang glanced at Bai Qi's name in his friend list. I just caught a glimpse. There were numerous Miao knives in the passenger seat of his vehicle. A normal person would not require so many weapons. This means that he is Bai Qi, the one dealing in Miao knives. It is unfortunate that he is so averse to others. As Bai Qi drove for nearly 10 kilometers, he eventually halted the vehicle and swiftly exited to roast 2 tiger meat sausages. Ying, come, have a sausage. Gong, Ying wasted no time and eagerly accepted the offering. Ying, did you encounter a blockade of vehicles on your way? Bai Qi inquired. Gong, Ying, who was savoring the sausage, paused before shaking her head. Bai Qi, I did not encounter any. What about you? Nothing much. They cleared the road for me, and I have already distanced myself. Well, that is good. There have been numerous mentions of murder and robbery in the group chat lately. We must be cautious when encountering anyone on the road. Gong, Ying advised. By the way, Bai Qi, I was just about to give you something. Shortly thereafter, a trade request arrived, prompting Bai Qi to chuckle. Chapter 25. Working like a horse without grazing, delicious barbecue rack. Exceptional. Description. Enhances the flavor of ingredients. Description. Provides even heat, reducing the risk of burning. Upon receiving the item, Bai Qi discovered it to be a barbecue rack approximately 1 meter in length. Previously, he had been skewering sausages with iron sticks over the fire, and despite his carefulness, they had become slightly charred. Now with this new tool, roasting meat and sausages would become significantly more convenient. Haha, Ying, you are truly my blessing. With this barbecue rack, I will treat you to sausages every day. The most delicious kind. Bai Qi's grateful voice echoed, causing Gong Ying's cheeks to flush. Although she recognized the sincerity in his words, she couldn't help but entertain mischievous thoughts. Could it be? Am I, at my core, a flirtatious woman? No, absolutely not. I have never been like this before. It seems I am merely overwhelmed with gratitude for Bai Qi's life-saving assistance. Gong Ying quickly rationalized. Yes, indeed, it is a life-saving grace. The kind that warrants repaying with utmost devotion. Yes, repaying with utmost devotion, but without the necessity of providing sustenance. Gong Ying felt somewhat unhinged, as all manner of peculiar thoughts began to surface. Bai Qi was truly remarkable. He had provided me with exceptional grade sanitary napkins and later gifted me with starry-level endless care python skin underwear. The former might have been sourced from a resource box, but the latter certainly could not have been. The best resource box known to date was the purple exceptional grade 1. Moreover, I have yet to hear of a resource box yielding items of higher quality than its grade. Most often, they produce items of inferior quality. As Gong Ying contemplated, she became increasingly convinced that Bai Qi must possess a means to enhance the quality of items or crafted goods. In light of this, I shall prioritize giving him blueprints whenever I acquire them in the future. Gong Ying then accelerated without hesitation. Bai Qi, having finished his sausage, continued driving down the road. With Zhao Gang and his group blocking the way, Bai Qi soon encountered an abundance of resource crates. Before long, he discovered a blueprint for a common pair of permanent pants within one of the crates. With the shirts, underwear, and socks he had already learned, he was merely missing the shoes to complete his ensemble. Ding, ding, ding. Bai Qi was filled with excitement, as this time he received a notification for a purple resource crate. Splendid. He decisively parked the vehicle, assessing the situation outside, while wielding his diamond-grade sharp blade and securing his exceptional-grade pistol at his waist. A herd of bison? How outrageous! Bai Qi was momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. His exceptional-grade pistol only had 5 rounds left, and the bison numbered over 30. If he charged in, He would be left with nothing but his knife after exhausting his ammunition, forced to confront the bison head-on. Glancing back at his large off-road vehicle, uncertainty crept in. If the bison charged and overturned his vehicle, it would spell disaster for him. Such a heavy vehicle, once flipped, could only be righted with the aid of large machinery. Losing his vehicle would mean losing all hope of survival, leaving him to await his demise. Bai Qi hesitated, realizing he lacked a viable plan. Bison do not consume meat. Otherwise, he could simply toss in a generous supply of drug-laced sausages. Bai Qi felt a headache coming on. Since bison do not eat meat, I can use grass soaked in the madness-inducing elixir. No, grass isn't particularly reliable. Fruit would be more effective. Hastily, Bai Qi returned to his vehicle. Previously, Gong Yingying had gifted him 5 large apples, after consuming one for remained. With a total of 32 mature bison present, not a single calf in sight. He needed to ensure that most of the bison consumed these apples. Bai Qi sliced an apple into 4 pieces, hollowing out a small cavity in each. He then took a roll of purchased toilet paper, soaking a segment with approximately 1 milliliter of the madness-inducing elixir, and stuffed it into the hollowed sections of the apple pieces. After preparing 16 apple pieces, he realized he lacked sufficient supplies and contacted Gong Yingying again, acquiring 2 additional large apples. After much effort, he had prepared 24 apple pieces. It was not that he could not procure more fruit, but Bai Qi preferred not to end up with solely drug-laden bison meat. Once everything was ready, Bai Qi confidently approached, carrying a bag of apple pieces. With swift throws from dozens of meters away, the bison, initially fixated on him, were momentarily stunned. The sweet apple pieces hit the ground, capturing the attention of several bison. Moo! Immediately, one bison joyfully dashed over, its massive tongue curling around an apple piece, consuming it with glee. The effects of the elixir did not activate instantly. After 5 seconds, all the apple pieces had been devoured, with several bison indulging in double portions. Moo! 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 The jubilant bellowing of the bison erupted, as Bai Qi remained vigilant, prepared for either combat or retreat, keenly observing the scene. This was a deliberate test of the elixir's potency. 16 bison began to bellow wildly, throwing the entire herd into chaos. The half of the herd that had not consumed the apple pieces stared in confusion at their frenzied companions, their limited brains momentarily overwhelmed. Moo! Moo! Bai Qi noted that, amidst the continuous bellowing, the bison exhibited brief moments of gasping for air. However, these intervals were exceedingly short, as they remained predominantly consumed by their cacophony. The massive bellies of the bison quickly deflated, yet they continued to bellow. Bang! Bang! Soon one bison collapsed, its mouth agape, yet devoid of breath, producing only silent bellowing. Bai Qi observed intently, calculating the time. Thud! Thud! Finally, the last bison that had consumed an apple piece fell to the ground, exactly 1 minute later. The bison that had consumed double portions lasted 40 seconds, while those that had 1 piece lasted a full minute. The ecstatic bellowing released a significant amount of air from their chests, causing the bison to succumb to disorientation from oxygen deprivation. It seemed the elixir's potency was somewhat excessive. Bai Qi looked at the remaining 16 bewildered bison, slowly drawing forth his diamond-grade sharp blade. Their formation had disintegrated, making a collective charge impossible. This was his opportunity. Gripping the 1.5-meter-long blade, Bai Qi charged forward. Swish! With a swift stroke, a bewildered bison's head fell to the ground, the diamond-grade weapon slicing through effortlessly. Swish! Swish! Moo! Finally, some bison reacted, yet they found themselves surrounded by the fallen bodies of their comrades, rendering them unable to act decisively. Even if they attempted to charge Bai Qi, his weapon's unparalleled sharpness would ensure their heads were cleaved in 2 upon impact. Within a minute, not a single bison remained alive. Chapter 26. The ultimate space variant storage bracelet. Bai Qi sighed, lamenting the waste represented by so many bison. He could only choose to gather a few bison tails, as there was no room in his vehicle for anything more. This was also the primary reason he had not drugged all of them. Bison tails were far too precious, and he needed to collect some. It was not that he couldn't, but rather that his prior experience crafting the king-grade endless gale dragon elephant underwear had taught him the value of gathering supplies for future needs. Ignoring the multitude of bison carcasses, he raced toward the purple resource crate. Swish! The tip of his blade pried it open, revealing a seemingly empty, yet futuristic-looking storage bracelet. Truly, fortune favored him. He hoped for a sufficiently large storage space. Grasping the storage bracelet, he pondered whether he could transport the fallen bison carcasses, depending on the size of the bracelet's capacity. Storage bracelet, perfect, description, contains a 3x3x3 meter void space. Note: living beings with soul fluctuations cannot be collected within the void space. Note: the opening of the space measures 0.3 square meters. Note: this item is classified as special and requires blood binding for use. A 3 by 3 by 3 meter space equates to 27 cubic meters. Bai Qi frowned slightly. While this space was not particularly large, it was also not insignificant, comparable to the interior volume of some cargo vans. However, with such a capacity, it might still be insufficient to accommodate all the bison carcasses. Bai Qi reflected on this, then gently pressed his fingertip against the blade, feeling no pain as blood began to flow. Just as he prepared to let his blood drip onto the bracelet, he hesitated. The act of bloodletting could also trigger the soul strike effect. I must test this. Bai Qi exerted pressure, causing blood to drip onto the ground. As the first drop fell, a familiar sensation of power surged within him. Excitedly, Bai Qi began to squeeze his fingers repeatedly, and soon, drops of blood fell one after another. 89, 90. It was done. The blood soul strike. The blood, imbued with miraculous energy, dripped onto the storage bracelet, and Bai Qi instantly felt a mystical connection with it. Ding! The binding of the storage bracelet via blood was successful, granting you the ultimate space version of the storage bracelet. Ultimate space version storage bracelet. Perfect. Description. Contains a silent space of 30 meters by 30 meters by 30 meters. Description. Living beings with soul fluctuations cannot be stored in the silent space. Description. The opening of the space measures 3 square meters. On description. Bond. Ha ha ha. Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't anticipated that the blood soul strike would expand the internal space of the bracelet by 1,000-fold. Now, with a volume of 27,000 cubic meters, the storage bracelet far exceeded Bai Qi's expectations. Moreover, the size of the opening had increased tenfold, allowing it to easily accommodate the massive carcass of a bison lying on the ground. He donned the ultimate space version of the storage bracelet on his left wrist, which conformed seamlessly, as if it were a natural extension of his arm. With a thought, Bai Qi summoned dozens of life marks into the storage space. Within the vast emptiness, the life marks floated freely, and he could easily move them around at will. Gazing at the scattered bison carcasses, Bai Qi ultimately decided against collecting them in their entirety. Though he would miss out on many internal organs and bones, it was simply more convenient. Collection. Acquired bison meat. 800 acquired bison tail. 1 acquired bison hide. 1 acquired bison horn. 2 collection. Collection. As he collected, Bai Qi continued to gather the items. To differentiate them, he mentally designated the medicated bison meat and tail to a separate area. Although the identification from the survival corps indicated that mixing them would not pose a problem, Bai Qi felt a slight discomfort about it. Once he finished, Bai Qi joyfully returned to the vehicle. This expedition not only yielded a storage bracelet with a capacity of 27,000 cubic meters, but the other gains were substantial as well. He obtained a remarkable total of 960 life marks, averaging 30 from each bison, 32 bison hides, and a total of 64 horns of varying sizes, 3 regular bison tails, and 13,000 pieces of normal bison meat, 5 problematic tails, and 15,000 pieces of problematic meat. After this haul, Bai Qi felt that he had enough food for a lifetime. It is worth noting that the collected bison meat was in chunks measuring 10 centimeters in length, width, and height, each sufficient for a hearty meal. Upon returning to the vehicle, Bai Qi promptly stored all the bottled water and sausages into the storage bracelet. Satisfied with the tidy interior of the vehicle, he marveled at the vastness of 27,000 cubic meters of space, feeling it would be a waste not to utilize it. With the noon sun just past its zenith and the impending extreme cold approaching tomorrow, it was imperative to stockpile more firewood. Uncertain of what the extreme cold environment would be like, Bai Qi knew that venturing out into the frigid conditions to chop would not be ideal, even if there were trees in the icy landscape. Currently, he possessed ordinary blueprints for glass bottles, sanitary napkins, outerwear, trousers, underwear, socks, and machetes, along with a king-tier sausage-making machine and a stellar-grade charcoal maker. Previously, due to limited space in the vehicle, Bai Qi had refrained from trading extensively, as most people could only offer ordinary materials like wood, metal, glass, and cotton. Now, however, with the storage bracelet occupying less than 30 cubic meters of its capacity, the interior felt remarkably spacious. While driving, Bai Qi controlled the workstation behind him to craft machetes. This was a method he had devised to multitask, as the workstation was bound to him and could be manipulated with his mind. Since many individuals possessed blueprints for toilet paper, and 3 had blueprints for sanitary napkins, the profit margins for these items had dwindled significantly. In contrast, weapons remained relatively precious, and Bai Qi's machetes, measuring 1.5 meters in length and being lightweight, were still in demand. After successfully crafting 90 ordinary machetes, Bai Qi tossed aside a small pile of various furs and cotton fibers. Crafting outerwear. The power of the blood soul strike activated, and the workstation began to change. Chapter 27. Abundant Resources. Ding. Outerwear crafted successfully. You have obtained a diamond-grade genuine leather warm coat. Bai Qi quickly halted the vehicle, stroking the large cloak-like leather coat, feeling its smooth texture. Genuine leather warm coat, diamond. Description: made with wolf fur on the outside and cowhide lining, this genuine leather coat possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Description: warm and breathable, effectively mitigating heat loss. With the temperature at over 20 degrees, Bai Qi had no intention of trying it on just yet. He would wait until the extreme cold arrived tomorrow to assess its effectiveness. Subsequently, Bai Qi sent a message in the group chat. Everyone, it seems that stronger beasts may appear tonight. Along the way, I have seen many individuals armed with only a single weapon, and some women and girls are unarmed. For everyone's safety, I will be selling machetes without limit. Various materials can be exchanged. 100 standard units of wood plus 4 pieces of metal, 10 pieces of metal, 10 pieces of glass, 10 pieces of plastic, 20 pieces of meat, and 4 pieces of metal will be enough to exchange for one machete. If you have other materials or blueprints, please message me privately. The group chat erupted with excitement. Bai Qi was hailed as a savior. Remarkably, only wood and 4 pieces of metal were needed to obtain a machete. Indeed, to prepare for tomorrow's extreme cold. I have been collecting trees along the way to convert into wood. This is fantastic. I want to exchange for 3 machetes. I have hunted several beasts along the way, and my main concern was that the meat would spoil. Now, it seems my surplus meat finally has value. To those suggesting to stockpile food, tomorrow the extreme cold will arrive, and animals will surely be scarce. It will be troublesome if food runs low. I'm not foolish. I'll keep 50 or 60 pieces of meat to last a month. In extreme cold, the temperature inside the vehicle will likely not preserve the meat for long. Bai Qi, my sister has been keeping the windows open. Brother has saved many pictures of her. If we encounter my sister on the road, you must call out to her. Bai Qi, tomorrow the extreme cold arrives. Sister has a curvaceous figure with no excess flesh. If brother is willing to take sister along, I will ensure that he does not freeze along the way. Hiss, brother. The mature woman upstairs seems to imply something. Bai Qi glanced at the flood of provocative images sent in private messages, feeling a mix of emotions before saving them. He then listed ordinary machetes for sale in the trading mall, and they were snatched up almost instantly. At the same time, Bai Qi amassed a considerable collection of various materials, with the most significant being the first and fifth options he had set. As a plethora of wooden blocks appeared, Bai Qi promptly stored them in his storage bracelet while he continued to craft ordinary tang knives. After 90 attempts, he successfully created a pair of perfectly crafted genuine leather thermal pants. However, he felt somewhat disappointed as no one approached him to exchange blueprints for weapons. Subsequently, Bai Qi crafted a pair of exceptional quality leather socks. As dusk began to settle, he decisively halted his work to prepare sausages. As customary, he grilled 2 servings and sent one to Gong Yingying, who, this time, did not accept it immediately. Fortunately, her friend status was active, leading Bai Qi to speculate that she was either opening resource chests or taking a moment for herself. After half a day's extensive sales of ordinary Miao knives, Bai Qi managed to sell 2,700 pieces, earning 250,000 standard wood, 5,700 ordinary metal, 500 glass, 500 plastic, and 1,000 ordinary meat chunks. As of now, the total number of survivors stood at 3020, and with others also engaged in weapon sales. It was estimated that each individual at least possessed a weapon or 2 for self-defense. What surprised Bai Qi was the absence of anyone selling ranged weapons like bows and crossbows, let alone firearms. Nonetheless, he could understand that if he possessed blueprints for ranged weapons, he too would refrain from selling them, as it would pose a significant threat to himself. Unless he had means to disregard such weapons, he would consider selling them. Having crafted so many ordinary Miao knives, Bai Qi triggered the power of the soul, strike 30 times. Among these, 3 times resulted in the creation of shirts, pants, and socks, while the remainder were Miao knives. Currently, he possessed 15 excellent quality Miao knives, 10 exceptional quality ones, 1 perfect quality knife, and 2 diamond-grade iron-cutting Miao knives. After selling numerous ordinary Miao knives during the day, it was evident that everyone understood how effective this slender weapon, measuring 1.5 meters in length, could be. As night fell, it was time to sell the 15 excellent quality Miao knives. This time, Bai Qi sought rare materials or blueprints in exchange. Ding! Your friend Gong Yingying has sent a trade request. Would you like to accept? A flood of meat chunks was exchanged, leaving Bai Qi momentarily stunned before swiftly storing them in his storage space. After dozens of transactions, Gong Yingying finally ceased. Goodness, did Gong Yingying just slaughter a rhino tribe? Bai Qi had acquired over 20,000 pieces of fresh rhino meat. Bai Qi, I have some rhino hides for you, as well as some other meat. A timid voice chimed in, and Bai Qi received 4 rhino hides and 5 massive rhino tails. No wonder Yingying felt shy. The situation was indeed somewhat awkward. Bai Qi waved his hand to gather all his spoils. Yingying, come have a sausage. It's still warm. Gong Yingying quickly accepted the trade, enjoying the delicious grilled sausage while holding 2 blueprints in one hand. Oh, this is so difficult. Such rare finds, yet my workbench is still of ordinary grade. And the most important blueprint among these is of exceptional grade. However, parting with them feels so painful. After some internal conflict, Gong Ying placed the 2 blueprints on the passenger seat. Turning around, she noticed that the majority of the vehicle's cargo area was neatly stacked with wooden blocks, collected today to prepare for tomorrow's extreme cold. Moreover, she had affixed several large rhino hides to the interior of the vehicle to enhance insulation. Ding! Good evening, everyone. EOM Shogong. Tomorrow marks the onset of extreme cold. I trust everyone has stockpiled ample wood. However, do you possess tools for burning wood? It would not be practical to ignite fires inside the vehicle or outdoors. Alright, I have the blueprint for an iron pot, which can be used for stewing soup, cooking meat, boiling water, and even as a fire pit. It is now listed in the trading market. Those interested should act swiftly. Bai Qi quickly opened the trading market, only to twitch his mouth at the sight of Zhao Gang's prices, which were significantly higher than his meow knives. Fortunately, Bai Qi was friends with Zhao Gang, and after some negotiation, he exchanged 1 ordinary meow knife for 5 iron pots. With the iron pots in hand, he could now prepare hearty soups, as he had plenty of various meat, including rhino tails. Chapter 28. The car air conditioner of comfort amidst extremes. Zhao Gang was selling iron pots, while others were also offering various items such as toilet paper, short swords, and axes, all at considerably lower prices, clearly seizing the last opportunity to stockpile supplies. Hello, everyone. I am selling excellent quality meow knives, capable of cutting through hair with ease. Limited quantities available. Those interested should act quickly. I will only exchange for rare materials or blueprints. Image wow. Excellent quality weapons. Did Bai Qi manage to acquire the blueprint for excellent quality meow knives? The key is that you also have blueprints for ordinary meow knives. That feels like such a waste. Indeed, this is entirely redundant. How wonderful it would be if you could offer me the ordinary meow knife blueprint. The disparity in quality levels is immense. I obtained an excellent quality short sword, and chopping branches feels like slicing through cotton, yet the short sword is too short to compete with a 1.5 meter long meow knife in combat. Bai Qi, I possess a blueprint for a single-person bed for vehicles. Could I exchange it for an excellent quality meow knife? Hey, you evidently don't realize that once you learn how to craft the single-person bed, you could sell it? I wish I could, but this is a one-time use blueprint. I feel unworthy of a bed. Only someone of Bai Qi's stature deserves such comfort. How trivial. A one-time blueprint holds far less value. Bai Qi, I have a piece of second-grade alloy that you purchased earlier. Bai Qi, I only have a one-time air conditioner blueprint. Would you like it? Hiss. You're willing to part with the air conditioner blueprint? I already have an air conditioner in my vehicle. This blueprint is surplus to my needs. Bai Qi, I implore your kindness. Bai Qi furrowed his brow. He was actually hoping to acquire some survival cores, which would allow him to upgrade his vehicle to a higher tier. With a total of 15 excellent quality meow knives, Bai Qi began to review the private messages he had received. Soon, he managed to trade for the one-time single-person bed blueprint and the one-time air conditioner blueprint, as well as 2 pieces of second-grade alloy. Everyone, only 2 excellent quality meow knives remain, and I will only exchange them for survival cores. Please message me privately if interested. Upon sending this message, the group chat fell silent, as this topic was one that everyone was wary of discussing. The appearance of a survival core inevitably indicated that a survivor had lost their life. Whether the acquired survival core was obtained through killing or from an abandoned vehicle along the way was subject to individual interpretation. Regardless, Bai Qi had not encountered a single abandoned vehicle thus far. The allure of excellent quality weapons was immense, and more than 10 individuals sent him private messages. Without hesitation, Bai Qi completed all the transactions, ultimately exchanging for 11 survival cores. Along with the one he had remaining, Bai Qi now possessed a total of 12 survival cores, and he needed just 5 to upgrade them from excellent to exceptional quality. Certainly, there are additional conditions. The various components of the vehicle must meet the required standards, which Bai Qi has already fulfilled. Devour. Upgrade. At the command, 5 survival cores were immediately consumed. Ding. Your survival core has been upgraded to the excellent level. Your daily chat limit has increased to 30 times, and the number of items you can list for sale simultaneously has risen to 30. The detection range for resource boxes has expanded to 600 meters. Bai Qi was not particularly concerned about this enhancement. He hardly used his daily chat limit, and the increase in the number of items for sale held little significance for him, as he already possessed a large storage bracelet and did not need to list excess supplies. The expansion of the resource box detection range from 300 meters to 600 meters was, however, something he greatly appreciated, as it would allow him to encounter more resource boxes in the future, which was his primary need. Ding! All your vehicle components have met the standards. You can now choose a vehicle upgrade path. The display of the survival core projected numerous automotive phantoms, showcasing various types of off-road vehicles, including power-enhanced SUVs, armored off-road vehicles, and lightweight off-road vehicles. After a careful examination, Bai Qi had made his decision. He would choose the upgrade path for the off-road camper van. Ding! Vehicle upgrade has commenced. A radiant light enveloped the surroundings, only dissipating after a full minute. Bai Qi gazed at the transformed interior of the vehicle and erupted into laughter. Now I have a private bathroom. I no longer have to risk getting out to address personal matters. The bathroom was precisely what Bai Qi had desired, as during his recent excursions, he had to scout the surroundings and be prepared to engage in battle at a moment's notice. Even in the absence of wild beasts, the wilderness was rife with mosquitoes, and he had suffered numerous bites. Moreover, with extreme cold weather approaching the following day, venturing out to resolve personal issues would be quite perilous. The reason he had exchanged for 5 large iron pots from Zhaogang was not without ulterior motives. After a careful inspection, Bai Qi felt somewhat disheartened as he looked at the blueprint of the vehicle's single bed. The camper van featured a spacious double bed measuring 2 by 1, 8 meters above, which was indeed larger than a standard family double bed, much to Bai Qi's satisfaction, as he enjoyed rolling around while sleeping. Furthermore, there was another positive aspect. The water collector was now connected to the bathroom's water tank, which held a capacity of 600 liters, sufficient for the diamond-grade water collector to operate for 300 hours. After surveying the exterior, Bai Qi felt quite pleased. The vehicle now appeared even more formidable than the pinnacle of off-road campers, the Unimog. However, it was not without its drawbacks. Although the vehicle possessed impressive off-road capabilities, it had become considerably heavier, resulting in a significant decrease in its off-road performance compared to the previous vehicle. The blueprint for the single bed was now unnecessary, but the newly acquired disposable air conditioner blueprint remained useful. Upon returning to the vehicle, Bai Qi began crafting sanitary napkins, which were excellent combustible materials that would prove invaluable in the near future. Most of his vehicle's components were of perfect quality, with only the chassis and air conditioner being of excellent quality. This discrepancy caused some discomfort for the somewhat obsessive Bai Qi. Having recently obtained an air conditioner blueprint, he was determined to see if he could craft a superior air conditioner. After accumulating energy for 90 strikes, he focused his strength to create the air conditioner. A brilliant white light emerged. Ding! The vehicle air conditioner has been successfully crafted. You have obtained a starry-grade, temperature-adjustable vehicle air conditioner. Bai Qi was elated as he began to examine the features of this stellar-quality air conditioner. Temperature-adjustable vehicle air conditioner, starry. Description: capable of adjusting temperature between -30 degrees and 60 degrees and also modulating humidity. Note: temperature adjustment speed is extremely rapid. Please use with caution. This is simply outrageous. Bai Qi felt a tinge of fear. This air conditioner could lower the temperature to a chilling -30 degrees. Typically, standard air conditioners can only reduce temperatures to around 10 degrees. Bai Qi had never before encountered an air conditioner capable of achieving sub-zero temperatures. Additionally, the ability to regulate humidity was a tremendous advantage. Replace. With a command, the starry-grade air conditioner vanished, and the previous excellent grade air conditioner reappeared in the vehicle. Bai Qi sighed deeply. Ding! Your friend Gong Yingying has sent a trade request. Bai Qi, I just opened a resource box and found some cola. I don't drink carbonated beverages, so I'm giving it to you. Bai Qi looked at the trade window, where 10 bottles of unbranded but recognizable large cola bottles were displayed, and felt a wave of gratitude. He had assisted Gong Yingying, but the items she provided were indeed precious, making it apparent that he had benefited from their exchange. This was why he had gifted her the starry-grade Endless Care underwear the previous day. After confirming the trade, he received 10 2-liter bottles of cola. With a gulp, he savored the indescribable fizzy sweetness that flooded his senses. Being able to drink cola during this survival journey was an unparalleled joy. What is wrong with this woman? How can she resist such delicious cola? Glancing at the substantial space occupied by the excellent grade air conditioner, Bai Qi sent a message to her. Yingying, what quality air conditioner does your vehicle have? Gong Yingying looked at her vehicle and felt somewhat disheartened. Bai Qi, I haven't acquired the air conditioner blueprint yet, so there is no air conditioner in my vehicle. However, I have stockpiled a significant amount of wood and just bought an iron pot. I've implemented insulation measures in the vehicle so I can manage the extreme cold. Seeing her response, Bai Qi did not hesitate and immediately sent a trade request. Bai Qi, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Take it quickly. I have a better air conditioner here. With extreme cold approaching tomorrow, having just wood will not suffice. Faced with Bai Qi's insistence, Gong Yingying relented. After accepting the trade, she chose to install the air conditioner, and soon, vents appeared in her vehicle. Turning the air conditioner knob, a warm breeze flowed through, and an indescribable expression graced Gong Yingying's face. Reaching for the 2 blueprints on the passenger seat, she began to strategize. After indulging in a few more sips of cola, Bai Qi turned his attention to the single bed blueprint. I just realized that even if I create the single bed, I can still replace it, as the built-in double bed is merely of ordinary quality and not worthy of my standards. Bai Qi continued to craft sanitary napkins, quickly completing the energy accumulation. Create single bed. Ding. Single bed creation successful. You have obtained the king-level foundational energy-boosting super-efficient vehicle single bed. A king-level single bed. Bai Qi looked in astonishment. Foundational energy-boosting super-efficient vehicle single bed. King. Description. Can adjust in real time according to the user's actual condition, ensuring the user remains in the optimal state of sleep. This bed possesses a remarkable calming effect, effectively alleviating negative emotions, such as tension and fear. It can assist users in reducing physical exertion by over 90% based on actual circumstances. Furthermore, it is exceptionally easy to clean, featuring both quick-drying capabilities and a certain self-cleaning function. Prolonged use of this bed is said to bolster physical health and vitality. However, Bai Qi felt an overwhelming sensation of numbness. The bed was somewhat excessive. The promised emotional relief and sleep enhancement seemed irrelevant to him, as his vehicle was exceedingly robust and secure. Yet he found himself perplexed by the claim of a 90% reduction in effort. Additionally, he questioned the practical use of its easy clean and quick dry features. After all, he now had a shower in his vehicle, and it was essential to wash before sleeping, so the bed should remain clean. He understood the necessity of washing sheets and airing out blankets, but this concept of a self-cleaning bed was entirely new to him. The final claim regarding its health benefits through prolonged use left him bewildered. While he comprehended the concepts of strengthening the body and enhancing vitality, he wondered whether merely sleeping on this bed could truly yield such effects. As a single man, he found it impossible to validate this for himself. He shook his head, dismissing distracting thoughts of the numerous young women who had sent him various photos and videos. With a successful replacement, he felt immense satisfaction. This new king-level vitality-boosting, ultra-efficient, vehicle-mounted single bed measured an impressive 2 meters by 1.8. In fact, if utilized properly, this bed could comfortably accommodate 3 to 4 individuals. Bai Qi felt pleased with the 10 bottles of cola he had just procured and promptly sent a transaction to Gong Yingying regarding the newly replaced bed. Meanwhile, Gong Yingying was embroiled in her internal conflict, torn between wanting to give Bai Qi 2 blueprints and her reluctance to part with them. Upon receiving Bai Qi's transaction request, she felt tears welling in her eyes upon seeing the single bed. Bai Qi had previously sold a batch of excellent grade knives, and she recalled someone wanting to exchange a single bed blueprint for one of those knives. Could it be that he intended to trade the blueprints for her? The reality compelled her to ponder this possibility. Yet, she felt unworthy of accepting anything more from him after being overwhelmed by the previous superior grade air conditioning unit. Bai Qi, you should keep it for yourself. I've lined my seat with fur, and it's already quite comfortable, Gong Yingying replied, her voice filled with gratitude and guilt. Bai Qi, taken aback, struggled to understand her emotions. Why did she often feel guilty? Yingying, during this special period, it's best for you to rest on a bed at night. Please accept the transaction. This bed can be automatically matched and installed. Remember to lay fur on it afterward. Listening to Bai Qi's caring words, Gong Yingying could no longer hold back her quiet sobs. He had not only helped alleviate her menstrual pain, but had also shown continuous concern for her well-being, which deeply touched her. This time, she accepted the offer, and a small single bed measuring 1 meter by 1 meter appeared in her vehicle. In Chapter 30, Soul Pursuit Sniper Gun, she laid a layer of rhino skin on the bottom and topped it with wolf fur. The skins collected had no foul odor at all, making them perfectly suitable for use as bedding. Lying down, she immediately felt tenfold more comfortable than in her seat. Returning to the driver's seat, she hesitated no longer. Your friend Gong Yingying has sent a transaction request. Do you accept? Bai Qi was momentarily stunned. The transaction contained 2 blueprints, each of immense significance to him. Indeed, the offered blueprints were for an extraordinary grade handgun and a standard grade bullet. Yingying you? Bai Qi inquired, astonished. Hurry and accept, or I might regret it, came a playful voice. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi accepted the transaction. Yingying, this holds tremendous value for me. Is there anything you need? He asked sincerely. Gong Yingying smiled, glancing at her vehicle before shaking her head. I lack nothing now. I can easily endure tomorrow's bitter cold. Bai Qi surveyed his storage bracelet, noting he still had 10 excellent grade knives, 1 perfect grade knife, and 2 diamond grade cutting knives. Taking a deep breath, he sent a transaction back to her. What? Bai Qi. This? Gong Yingying was left speechless. Please accept it quickly. A gun is far more useful than cold weapons. After some deliberation, she ultimately chose to accept the trade. Once in possession of the diamond grade cutting knife, Gong Yingying pressed a regular iron block against the blade. The sensation was smoother than slicing through butter, effortlessly cleaving the block in 2 with a perfectly smooth edge. Both blueprints were learned. Handgun manufacturing, extraordinary, 1 time. Material requirements, level 2 alloy 3, plastic 1, wood block 1. Bai Qi possessed all the necessary materials, and thus began crafting the handgun without hesitation. After 90 attempts, he took a deep breath. Manufacturing handgun. A radiant light enveloped him as he awaited the outcome. Handgun crafted successfully. You have obtained the king-level Soul Pursuit sniper gun. The name struck him as extraordinary. Overjoyed, Bai Qi seized the magnificent weapon. Soul Pursuit sniper gun. King. Description: magazine capacity 100-100. Features level 1 locking attack. Description: high shooting speed, significantly reduced recoil. Description: bullets fired possess soul-pursuing power, capable of harming special life forms. Bai Qi marveled at the exquisite handgun, reminiscent of the renowned Desert Eagle, but with a bewildering 100-round capacity. He pondered the absence of an extended magazine. However, recalling the storage bracelet as spatial technology, he surmised this was the reason. He speculated that the function of level 1 locking could only be fully understood through practical use. The second description was clear. Reduced recoil was highly advantageous for improving shooting accuracy. The third description left him perplexed. The concept of soul-pursuing power and special life forms exceeded his comprehension. Nevertheless, such descriptions were not without significance. He might encounter formidable beings in the future. A comparison was made between the Wangzhe level Zuhin Dianzichong and the Zhuyu level Jingzhuan Shouqiang. As Bai Qi suppressed the impulse to engage in a price comparison. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the more intriguing bullet crafting options. Bullet crafting, common, permanent, material requirements, gunpowder, metal. Description: allows for the creation of conventional bullets of varying calibers depending on the firearm. Bai Qi found himself troubled, estimating that obtaining gunpowder would be quite challenging. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that this permanent blueprint could indeed craft bullets of different calibers. Which was no small feat. Bai Qi examined a bullet from the Wangzhe level Zin Dianzichong, noting that it was a 0. Nam bullet, which equates to a large caliber of 12.7 millimeters. This type of bullet is known for its considerable power, and coupled with the quality of a Wangzhe level pistol, Bai Qi could scarcely imagine the ferocity of this weapon. He then inspected a bullet from the Zhuyu level Jingzhuan Shouqiang and found its diameter to be less than 10 millimeters, indicating a significantly lower power. Having traded with Gong Yingying numerous times, she would likely deduce his remarkable ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Would it be appropriate to give her this Zhuyu-level pistol? Bai Qi hesitated. On one hand, the Zhuyu-level pistol came with only 5 bullets. On the other hand, possessing more weapons was always advantageous. Ultimately, he concluded that the Wangzhe-level Zuhin Dianzichong was sufficient for his needs. If this powerful pistol could not resolve his issues, then an additional Zhuyu-level pistol would hold little significance. Young lady, you are indeed fortunate to encounter someone like me, who values gratitude. Bai Qi chuckled at himself before sending a trade request. Yingying, I offer you a weapon for self-defense. Upon receiving the trade request, Gong Yingying was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, she had given Bai Qi a one-time use blueprint for a Zhuyu-level pistol, and now he was trading her a Zhuyu-level Jingzhuan Shouqiang. Bai Qi, you should keep it. I have a Zhan Tai Miao Dao, which is sufficient for my needs. Gong Yingying opted to refuse. Bai Qi sent another trade request. Yingying, to be honest, I have an even better gun. Keep this for self-defense. It only has 5 bullets, so be sure to use them wisely, and treat it as a trump card. Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Gong Yingying ultimately gritted her teeth and accepted the trade. With a beautifully crafted pistol in her possession, she gazed at the display screen in a daze, as her heart was filled with mixed emotions. I never expected it to turn out this way. Gong Yingying solemnly stored the pistol away, as she was not like Bai Qi, who had never handled a firearm before. Although living in a country with strict gun laws, there were still some shooting clubs, so she was not unfamiliar with handguns. A sudden, violent crash reverberated, and Bai Qi grasped the Wangzhe level Zuhin Dianzichong tightly. No one could quell his desire to fire a shot. With a resounding smack, he struck the thick, perfect-grade, bulletproof glass. To his amusement, the assailant was none other than a large elephant. It was worth noting that he had previously crafted a Wangzhe-level Wujin Xiongfeng Longxiang undergarment using the massive tusk after slaying that very elephant. As the glass slowly descended, Bai Qi's dark barrel was already aimed at the opening created. The elephant, upon hearing the commotion, felt a surge of excitement. Initially perplexed by the massive, iron object, it now focused on the small figure that had appeared through the gap. With a jubilant trumpet akin to a bovine roar, the elephant prepared to use its trunk to yank the tiny figure out and crush it. A sharp gunshot rang out. Bai Qi quickly turned his gaze, only to see a palm-sized hole appear in the delighted elephant's head. The power of this weapon was nothing short of terrifying. Notably, Bai Qi had not even felt a substantial recoil. The sound of the elephant collapsing echoed, and after listening attentively for a moment, Bai Qi confirmed that no other beasts were present before exiting the vehicle. He promptly collected a life mark from the ground, followed by directly harvesting the fallen elephant. Obtained elephant meat. 1800. Obtained ivory. 2. Obtained elephant hide. One with a wave of his hand, he stored all collected items in his storage bracelet, his expression one of confusion as he re-entered the vehicle and secured the door. Without an elephant tusk, could this be a female elephant? Bai Qi pondered, though his curiosity was piqued by another matter. With a thought, he retrieved the life mark he had just collected, initially obscured in darkness. Bai Qi now saw that this life mark emitted a far more intense glow. Life mark, excellent. Description 1. An item dropped upon the slaying of a living being, capable of enhancing your life strength. Description 2. Life marks serve as universal currency with stable value. This was indeed an excellent life mark, a tier above the standard variety. After observing it for a moment, Bai Qi decisively consumed it. Instantly, it melted in his mouth, and a torrent of warmth surged from his stomach throughout his body. After a moment of careful reflection, Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction. The enhancement was markedly superior to that of the ordinary life mark he had consumed previously. How many excellent life marks would be required to elevate his life tier once more? Scanning his storage space, he noted that he still possessed 960 ordinary life marks. Holding on to such a quantity felt somewhat wasteful, yet the remaining individuals seemed to place great importance on blueprints, having gone an entire day without mentioning them. Perhaps it was time to test the waters. Having already endured a beast attack, the latter half of the night should be relatively safe, as per the recent trend. Ding! Everyone, while weapons are undoubtedly useful, possessing a robust physique is equally paramount for confronting ferocious beasts. I have some life marks available. I'm only interested in trading for blueprints, so feel free to message me privately. Initially, the group was filled with cries for help and cheers for vanquishing beasts. But this message instantly captured everyone's attention. Since discovering the utility of life marks, no one had been willing to exchange them for items. It is known that once a life mark is consumed, it directly enhances one's strength. Even those once perceived as delicate young women have experienced significant boosts. Moreover, this creates a snowball effect. Increased strength makes slaying beasts easier, which in turn yields more life marks for further enhancement. Bai Qi, I possess a one-time use blueprint for a car windshield. Please check your private messages. Baida, I have a one-time use blueprint for a car body. I have sent you a private message. Bai Qi Gij, I have something good for you. Please check your private messages. Bai Qi, I also have something valuable. Take a look at my private message. As a result, many concealed treasures were revealed. Bai Qi perused the private messages, his brows knitting together. While several individuals did present blueprints, the majority were for vehicle components and were all one-time use blueprints. Furthermore, some were exorbitantly priced, with a single one-time use tire blueprint demanding 100 life marks, which was utterly outrageous. Bai Qi prioritized the inquiries regarding blueprints, and, after a round of negotiations, he concluded the acquisition of over 10 blueprints for a total of 3,050 life marks. Among the various blueprints, there are 2 for the tires, 3 for the vehicle body, 2 for the automotive glass, 2 for the chassis, 1 for the power system, and 2 for the fuel tank. After this, there was nothing further. The blueprint for the power system was fiercely demanded by the other party at the price of 80 life tokens, which Bai Qi reluctantly accepted. With such a wealth of backup blueprints, along with the vast array of basic supplies stored in Bai Qi's storage bracelet, even if some parts of the vehicles encounter issues later on, he would be able to create new components for replacement. Glancing at a private message sent by one of the men, Bai Qi was surprised to find it accompanied by an image of a bow and arrow. This was a ranged weapon, and if one could wield it skillfully, its power could rival that of an ordinary handgun. However, Bai Qi opted not to trade. Firstly, the asking price was 60 life tokens, and secondly, the vintage bow was merely of ordinary quality, accompanied by only 2 arrows. His attention was piqued when he viewed an image sent by a woman. It was a photograph showcasing a pair of perfectly long and straight legs, astonishingly beautiful. Bai Qi scoffed. It was the 3rd day of survival, and yet a woman shamelessly attempted to seduce him with an image. Perhaps on the first day, he would have been somewhat taken aback, but now he had amassed a plethora of sensational images and even videos, all featuring faces, which rendered a mere photograph of a pair of legs insignificant. He chose not to respond, although the message was marked as read. Observing Bai Qi's lack of reaction, the sender quickly followed up with further information. It turned out that she was proposing to exchange a pair of exceptional black stockings. Black stockings, exceptional. Description, excellent elasticity, resistant to pilling and fraying. Description, prolonged where can shape the legs, making them appear straight and elongated. These were indeed stockings with practical effects, and the woman was not asking for life tokens in return. After parting with a common machete and a pack of sanitary napkins, Bai Qi acquired the pair of exceptional black stockings that she had worn. Upon smelling them, he felt somewhat reassured. They did not carry any unpleasant odor. Following the recent transaction, Bai Qi had spent a total of 450 ordinary life tokens, leaving him with 510 that he could not spend. A notification chimed in, which instantly invigorated Bai Qi. The tone of the other party seemed rather audacious. Brother Bai Qi, Do you have an abundance of life tokens? I possess an extremely valuable blueprint, and I wonder if you can afford it? Although the tone was respectful, it carried an undertone of skepticism. Bai Qi paid no heed to the other party's tone. At this point, he had already gained significant notoriety, and if they dared to speak in such a manner, the blueprint they mentioned was undoubtedly of great worth. Brother Wang Changjin, please send me a look at the blueprint. I believe no one can offer a higher price than I can at this moment. Bai Qi replied with confidence. Inside an off-road vehicle, a young man read Bai Qi's response and found himself in a quandary. Unlike others, his vehicle's rear compartment was crowded with 2 ferocious wolves. Furthermore, outside the vehicle were 5 additional wolves and a fierce tiger. Remarkably, these wolves coexisted peacefully with the tiger. Grasping a blueprint, Wang Changjin's eyes flickered. If I expose myself, and Bai Qi cannot provide an item of equivalent value, would I not find myself in peril? While Bai Qi dared to sell machetes on a large scale, his strength was uncertain, yet his financial capability was undoubtedly substantial, as he had just exchanged surplus life tokens for goods. Wang Changjin glanced back at the 2 wolves in the vehicle, instilling himself with confidence. No matter what, I must prepare everything in advance. Tomorrow will bring extreme cold, and I cannot accommodate so many beasts in my vehicle. If they lack strength, they will not survive. Once their power increases, not even Bai Qi will stand chance. I will become the strongest. Taking a deep breath, Wang Changjin sent Bai Qi a screenshot of the blueprint's attributes. Bai Qi sat up straight in surprise upon seeing the message. Healing ointment blueprint, exceptional, permanent, description. After learning at a workstation, one can create healing ointment. Healing ointment, a medicinal blueprint, and it is an exceptional permanent one. I must have it. Bai Qi's eyes glistened with fervor. The exceptional grade speaks for itself. Its efficacy is undoubtedly remarkable. This blueprint is priceless to anyone. However, for Bai Qi, who possesses the soul strike talent, its value multiplies 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. Taking several deep breaths, Bai Qi calmed himself. The other party had come prepared, as evidenced by their initial skeptical remark regarding his financial capability, clearly recognizing the blueprint's value. Bai Qi was puzzled as to why the other party did not learn this blueprint themselves, but he would never voice such a question at this moment. Brother Wang Changjin, I currently possess 510 life tokens. This is my highest offer, Bai Qi stated, unwilling to haggle at this critical juncture. Such a remarkable blueprint. Should I miss out, I would regret it for a lifetime. Wang Changjin frowned upon hearing Bai Qi's offer. 510 life tokens was indeed not a small sum, yet compared to the value of his blueprint, it fell significantly short. Initially, he thought Bai Qi could offer more life tokens for items, which would imply he had formed a team. However, the current offer did not meet his expectations. With a sigh, Wang Changjin picked up another blueprint, which turned out to be yet another exceptional permanent healing ointment blueprint. Brother Bai Qi, to be frank, 510 life tokens is simply too little. It is insufficient for this blueprint. I will be selling healing ointments later. You can message me for a purchase at that time, and I will give you a favorable price. Wang Changjin replied, not wishing to create enmity with someone regarded as a major player. Bai Qi had anticipated this situation, not to mention this healing ointment blueprint being exceptional and permanent. Even a common permanent one, or even a one-time use, would still be difficult to assess and value. Survivors face injuries while battling beasts, and it is inevitable. However, thus far, no one had revealed information about acquiring healing items. Bai Qi immediately retrieved the other diamond-grade machete from his storage space. Initially, he intended to take out an exceptional or perfect-grade machete, but worried the other party might refuse, he decided to present something formidable. If even the diamond-grade machete could not sway the other party, he would have no other options. The king-grade sausage maker and the stellar-grade charcoal maker were sources of income he would never part with. Brother Wang Changjin, this is a weapon of divine quality. Bai Qi sent the attributes and a video demonstrating the diamond-grade machete slicing through iron as if it were butter. Wang Changjin was stunned upon viewing it. What the heck? Diamond grade. This is beyond perfect grade. Could it be that Bai Qi opened a diamond grade resource box? No wonder he is selling ordinary machetes on such a large scale. He possesses such a divine weapon. It seems that my healing ointment blueprint has attracted him, leading him to present such a treasure. This fellow has truly encountered a stroke of fortune. First, he obtained the blueprint for an ordinary Miao Dao. Then he progressed to an excellent grade Miao Dao blueprint. And finally, he acquired the diamond grade Zhan Tai Miao Dao. This is simply beyond reason. Wang Changjin tightly gripped the blueprint in his hands and then responded, Brother Bai Qi, if you are willing to trade this diamond grade Zhan Tai Miao Dao for 510 life marks, I'm inclined to accept. However, I have one condition. I need you to provide me with a written guarantee. Upon reading Wang Changjin's message, Bai Qi felt that this person was somewhat greedy. Yet the healing ointment held immense significance for him, and he did not wish to complicate matters at this juncture. Brother, what condition do you require? Wang Changjin glanced at the workstation in the back compartment, which was nearing the threshold of excellent grade. Once it met the standard, he would directly learn a blueprint for a permanent, superb grade healing ointment. Brother Bai Qi, I need you to promise me that after you learn this healing ointment blueprint, you will not sell it publicly or privately. Upon hearing Wang Changjin's condition, Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback. Brother Changjin, I understand your intention, but what if I obtain a better healing ointment blueprint in the future? I cannot stifle the entire category of healing ointments, can I? After hearing Bai Qi's response, Wang Changjin felt somewhat reassured. Brother Bai Qi, you make a valid point. In that case, you only need to refrain from selling superb grade and lower quality healing ointments, both publicly and privately. Bai Qi sighed in relief. He could have easily deceived the other party, but he was unwilling to engage in such behavior, as maintaining a good reputation was even more valuable in this survival environment. Brother Changjin, it's a deal. I promise I will not sell superb grade or lower quality healing ointments publicly or privately. Bai Qi made a solemn commitment. Wang Changjin nodded, and the transaction was successfully concluded, leaving both parties satisfied. A gentle and smooth cutting sensation ensued, and Wang Changjin rejoiced. Having just seen a video where this diamond-grade Zhan Tai Miao Dao sliced through iron blocks as if they were mere clay, now experiencing it firsthand, he realized he had underestimated the caliber of this weapon. The cut on the iron block was incredibly smooth, comparable to a mirror, and he had exerted no effort. It was merely the weight of the diamond-grade Zhan Tai Miao Dao that facilitated the cut. Huzi, come here. At his command, the massive head of a tiger extended into the vehicle as Wang Changjin opened the door. With a rumble, the tiger opened its gaping maw, and Wang Changjin continuously fed at life marks. Finally, after consuming over 400 life marks, the tiger's life tier was elevated, transforming it into an excellent grade tiger. Chapter 33. Rapid Healing Ointment. With a rumble, the newly upgraded tiger was extremely hungry, voraciously devouring the large chunks of meat that Wang Changjin tossed. As it consumed, its physique visibly expanded. By the time the tiger finished eating, it had reached a terrifying height of 178 meters at the shoulder and nearly 4 meters in length. It was no easy feat. Combined with the life marks you previously consumed, you have ingested roughly 600 in total to achieve this breakthrough. Wang Changjin cast a glance at the 7 wild wolves and promptly abandoned the notion of enhancing such inferior creatures. With a flourish, he released another small pile of meat, and the 7 wild wolves swiftly began to devour it. He too possessed storage equipment. Upon receiving the blueprint for the superb grade permanent healing ointment, Bai Qi immediately set about learning it. Healing ointment production, superb, permanent, material requirements, items infused with blood energy, plants possessing healing properties, etc. Description: if the provided materials are of insufficient quality, a lower grade healing ointment will be produced. Bai Qi was truly elated. Initially, he had feared that the material requirements would be troublesome or even difficult to acquire. However, upon encountering items infused with blood energy, he instantly understood what was needed. With a flourish, Bai Qi released a pile of meat and began crafting the healing ointment to accumulate the power of the soul strike. After producing the 89th piece of cloth, Bai Qi opted to create the healing ointment, eager to see the effects of an ointment made without the soul strike's power. 10 pieces of ordinary quality meat were enveloped in white light, and once it dissipated, a blood-red item, approximately the size of a child's fist, appeared on the workstation. Healing ointment, ordinary. Description: usable both internally and externally, effectively heals minor injuries. Description: external application stops bleeding and promotes flesh growth. Internal use replenishes blood energy. Bai Qi did not hesitate. He released a large quantity of meat and proceeded to craft more healing ointment. An endless stream of white light emerged, and, simultaneously, the power of the soul strike surged into the workstation. Ding! The healing ointment was successfully crafted, and you have obtained a perfect grade rapid healing ointment. This time, the quality had only improved by 1 tier, leaving Bai Qi slightly disappointed, yet he quickly grasped the perfect grade healing ointment and examined it closely. Rapid healing ointment. Perfect. Description: usable both internally and externally, can rapidly heal minor injuries, swiftly treat moderate injuries, and effectively alleviate and heal severe wounds. Description: external application can quickly stop bleeding and promote flesh growth. Internal use can rapidly replenish blood energy. Description: contains a substantial amount of blood energy, and when consumed without injury, can enhance the blood energy strength and physical strength of flesh-based life forms. With a sigh of relief, Bai Qi couldn't help but chuckle lightly. The attributes of the ordinary healing ointment were already commendable, possessing the ability to stop bleeding and promote flesh growth, likely sufficient to address ordinary injuries. However, this perfect grade healing ointment displayed remarkable efficacy even for severe wounds, which left Bai Qi overjoyed. The key was the second point, which puzzled Bai Qi. While he understood that external application could rapidly stop bleeding, he was uncertain about the rapid promotion of flesh growth. The first 2 points pertained to healing, while the third astonished Bai Qi. This healing ointment could even be consumed without injury, and, importantly, it could strengthen blood, energy, and physical strength, providing Bai Qi with an additional pathway to enhancement. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi carefully examined the consumption involved in crafting the healing ointment. Producing a single ordinary healing ointment consumed 10 pieces of ordinary quality meat. Conversely, crafting the perfect grade rapid healing ointment consumed an impressive 300 pieces of meat. Indeed, the enhancement of healing efficacy necessitated greater materials. Much like when I previously crafted high-quality Miao Daos, which consumed more iron blocks. Bai Qi waved and stored away the perfect grade rapid healing ointment. And then he began to inventory his supplies. He had 15,000 pieces of beef infused with medicinal properties, 13,000 pieces of non-infused beef, 20,000 pieces of rhinoceros meat generously provided by Ying, along with an additional 800 pieces from other acquisitions, ensuring a sufficient quantity of meat. Suddenly, Bai Qi's eyes brightened. He retrieved 10 pieces of beef infused with medicinal properties and immediately set about crafting healing ointment. Healing ointment, ordinary. Description. Using it will uplift the user's mood. My goodness, this is even better than I imagined. Bai Qi exclaimed in delight. Holding the ordinary healing ointment with its 3 descriptions, I have come to understand that the bison herd had merely ingested a minuscule amount of the Xingyao-level frenzied laughter pill elixir, resulting in a negligible concentration of its active ingredients. Consequently, consuming the beef derived from these animals did not yield any severe adverse effects. Rather, it induced a state of euphoria. Bai Qi had dissolved an entire Xingyao-level frenzied laughter pill into 500 milliliters of drinking water, leading a burly man to consume 2 large gulps of what he mistook for milk. After succumbing to laughter, the bottle fell, spilling some contents, and ultimately left approximately 100 milliliters remaining. Bai Qi then refilled the bottle, meaning that the current elixir contained merely 1/5 of the active potency of a single frenzied laughter pill. During the process of dealing with the bison, Bai Qi had used a tissue to absorb about 1 milliliter of the elixir. This implies that each bison that died from laughter contained approximately 1/25 of the potency. After harvesting, each bison yielded nearly 1,000 chunks of meat, with the average piece containing a mere 2,500,000ths of the original potency. My heavens! This calculation reveals the unimaginable power of the Xingyao-level frenzied laughter pill. Bai Qi inhaled deeply, realizing he must exercise caution in the future regarding its use. What is a mere perfect-level healing ointment compared to this? I must continue my endeavors. I am determined to create something superior. Wang Chongjin forbids me from selling healing ointments of excellent quality or below, which suits me just fine. If I am to engage, let it be at the highest level. Bai Qi subsequently continued to craft sanitary pads, accumulating the power for a soul strike. The first ingredient he utilized was the potent beef. Perfect level. At last, after the third soul strike, Bai Qi successfully produced his first diamond-level healing ointment. Rapid healing ointment. Diamond. Description. Usable both internally and externally, it instantly heals minor injuries, rapidly treats moderate wounds, and quickly alleviates and heals severe injuries. Description. External application can instantly stop bleeding and promote tissue regeneration. Internal use can rapidly replenish vitality. Description. Contains a substantial amount of life force. When consumed in sufficient quantities, it can enhance the vitality and physical strength of flesh-based life forms. Description. After use, the target will enter a state of extreme euphoria, with duration dependent on the target's physical strength. In Chapter 34, Healing Ointment, Bai Qi furrowed his brow. For this time, the creation of the diamond-level rapid healing ointment consumed a staggering 5,000 ordinary meat chunks. The requirement had skyrocketed from 300 to 5,000, a tenfold increase. This left Bai Qi somewhat perplexed. The leap from rapid to ultra-rapid was immense, and the fact that this diamond-level ointment could instantaneously heal minor injuries seemed almost absurd. If the Xingyao level required 10 times more, I would be unable to provide sufficient meat chunks. Bai Qi found himself troubled. Initially, the group had been harvesting beasts, leading to difficulties in preserving meat. After all, if the survival core had not been upgraded, each individual could only list 10 items for sale, and they could not be duplicated, capping the total at 10 pieces of meat, which was far too little. However, in the afternoon, Zhao Gang surprisingly advised others to refrain from harvesting after slaying beasts, suggesting they list the entire carcass as a single item in the trading market. This way, everyone could list 10 beast carcasses, easily retrieving and slicing off a piece to consume before relisting it. They could set an exorbitant price to preserve their food. Nowadays, Zhao Gang's prestige was soaring, eclipsing Bai Qi, whose fame primarily stemmed from selling sanitary pads and machetes. Continuously crafting, Bai Qi produced healing ointments time and again. By the time he exhausted 13,000 pieces of potent beef, he had not yet achieved the Xingyao level, leaving him simultaneously disappointed and relieved. 2 batches of diamond level and 10 batches of perfect level. This was a blueprint of excellent quality, yet it felt underwhelming. Bai Qi then gathered the power for another soul strike, this time utilizing regular meat chunks. Ding! A boundless white light emerged as Bai Qi frantically retrieved vast quantities of meat, only to be enveloped by the radiant glow and vanish. There was an insufficiency of meat. Bai Qi helplessly ceased his efforts, for his storage space was now filled only with sausages, which importantly lacked life energy. He had previously tested this and found them unsuitable as materials. The white light dissipated. Ding! The healing ointment was successfully crafted, and you have obtained a king-level life ointment. Bai Qi was taken aback as he grasped the product, which had consumed 13,000 pieces of bison meat, 20,000 pieces of rhinoceros meat, and 1,800 other meat chunks, though smaller in size than previous ointments. The attributes left Bai Qi wide-eyed. Life ointment, king. Description, quickly restores injuries in flesh-based life forms. Description, effectively treats toxin-related injuries. Description, contains life energy. Consuming sufficient amounts can elevate the life tier of flesh-based organisms. His eyes sparkled with excitement. His hands trembled. Bai Qi took several deep breaths to regain composure. This small batch of life ointment appeared bright red, seemingly similar to earlier healing ointments, yet merely holding it allowed him to sense its rich vitality. This was a king-level artifact, 2 tiers above diamond, and with a mere thought, Bai Qi stored away. It was not that he hesitated to consume it. Rather, the fact that this life ointment could effectively treat toxin-related injuries made him reluctant to squander its detoxifying potential. Poisoning was far more troublesome than ordinary injuries. The previous batches of diamond and perfect level healing ointments contained active ingredients, especially the diamond level, which had been derived from 5,000 meat chunks. It would be unwise to use them. Should he fail to withstand the effects, he might end up laughing himself to death. Bai Qi specifically set aside the several batches of healing ointments containing active ingredients. The bounty of this endeavor was simply astounding. The king-level soul pursuit sniper rifle bullet blueprints. And this healing ointment blueprint provided Bai Qi with an immense sense of security. Though his vehicle chassis remained at excellent level, it was undoubtedly sufficient. And thus Bai Qi refrained from crafting a new chassis. Upon opening the group chat, he was met with a cacophony of cheers and lamentations. Region, 10,011. Population, 276-01000. The total number had fallen below 3,000, clearly indicating that many had perished to beast attacks during this time. However, compared to the previous nights, this casualty count was significantly lower. Bai Qi observed that should anyone require weapons or other urgent supplies, they would certainly offer their best items, and he would be the first to seize them, even if particularly valuable items emerged. Bai Qi had agreed with Wang Changjin not to publicly or privately sell healing ointments of excellent quality or below. However, this agreement was merely gentleman's accord. Should Bai Qi choose to sell, it would only sever ties with Wang Changjin and reveal him as untrustworthy. As for everything else, there was truly nothing more to say. Nevertheless, Bai Qi possessed perfect-level rapid healing ointment, which fell outside the scope of the agreement. I just thrust a blade through the window into the mouth of a brown bear. To my astonishment, the foolish bear attempted to squeeze into the car, only to be fatally impaled by my dagger. Surrounding my vehicle were several wild wolves. I drifted continuously, likely having struck down several. Soon, I shall not lack for meat. I had just started a fire within the car to roast some meat when a python sought to enter through the slight gap I had left in the window. Can you guess what happened next? Hiss, did you manage to slay it? As the python opened its mouth to hiss, I threw a piece of charcoal into it, effectively roasting the several-meter-long serpent. Bai Qi nodded repeatedly, recognizing that even a girl could now confidently slay ferocious beasts. Over the past 3 days, everyone had undergone trials and transformations. However, the next message piqued Bai Qi's interest. Brothers, help. I feel somewhat numb. I have been bitten by a snake. Hiss, brother. That is quite troublesome. Without an antidote, you may slowly succumb to the venom. Brother, what kind of snake bit you? If you can identify it, it would be best, as that would allow for a precise response. Guys, I caught a white-striped snake in the wilderness this evening, and I know this species well. It is non-venomous. Image. Bai Qi opened the image to find a beautiful white snake, over 1 meter long and about 2 centimeters thick, coiled on the passenger seat and very much alive. Before Bai Qi could ponder further, the group chat erupted with excitement. Chapter 35. Su Xian and the White Snake. Brother, that appears to be a white-striped snake, which is indeed non-venomous. How could you have been poisoned? Furthermore, Why is this white-striped snake still alive? Indeed, a snake of such size could easily be dispatched with a single blow. Brother, heed my advice, strike it down, and allow me to savor the taste of snake meat. You are so heartless. This is my little Bai. I shall not allow anyone to harm it. A voice, tinged with tears, echoed, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Brother, may I ask how you're bitten? Someone finally asked quietly. I distinctly removed its fangs. Why am I still poisoned? Boo-hoo. I can no longer share my life with little Bai. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. They could not comprehend the actions of this Su Xian, only lamenting that such perverse behavior was beyond reason. Oh my, I just realized. Brother, your name is Su Xian. No wonder you have an affinity for white snakes. You have a tradition, it seems. Bai Qi took a deep breath, preparing to see if this individual possessed any valuable items, as his king-grade life ointment could indeed counteract poison. However, even a small amount of life ointment held unimaginable value. If the other party did not possess something equally valuable, Bai Qi would be unwilling to part with it. Just as Bai Qi was about to send a private message to inquire, another bold individual entered the chat. Su Xiang, may I ask if you're certain it was that white-striped snake that bit you? Boo-hoo, yes, little Bai bit me. The wound is unclear, but it feels somewhat numb. I am doomed. Countless individuals were left in shock. Su Xian had not directly answered this question earlier, but now it was confirmed. Brother, that white snake of yours is likely not an ordinary white-striped snake. Besides fangs, snakes also possess secondary teeth, which can harbor venom. You must have been bitten by one of those. Brother, you should have removed those secondary teeth. It seems that Su Xian's story may be reaching a tragic conclusion. Many survivors began to express their sorrow. Su Xian sat in the driver's seat, casting a glance at the white snake coiled on the passenger seat, which still exhibited signs of resistance. Alas, I am aware that many snakes possess secondary teeth. However, if I had removed little Bai S, it would be unable to swallow food. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone was utterly stunned by Su Xian's response. If earlier the group had merely speculated about Su Xian's bizarre behavior, now they were convinced. Well, brother Su Xian, there's indeed a solution, though it is somewhat demanding and may not be effective. A message captured everyone's attention. In the wilderness, there are various snakes and insects, and all may face the risk of being bitten, regardless of the method proposed. It adds an avenue for resolution. Brother, hurry and tell us. I can hardly wait. Su Xian's eager voice rang out, filled with a desire to survive. The individual did not keep them in suspense and provided a straightforward answer. Brother Su Xian, in the current environment, being bitten by a snake is indeed quite troublesome. Generally, when bitten, the best emergency response is to suck the venom from the wound. If your body is sufficiently supple, you might attempt self-rescue. Boom! Everyone was left in shock by this suggestion. Even Bai Qi wore an expression of disbelief, as the proposal seemed utterly ludicrous and embarrassing. Indeed, the next moment the group chat erupted. Oh my, it's a valid suggestion, brother Su Xian. You should give it a try, as there are no other options. My goodness, the shock I am experiencing now surpasses these 3 days of survival. It is utterly absurd. However, this method is also a good solution for snake venom or other toxins. If accompanied by a partner, it would be much safer. Brother, that makes sense. It would be best for everyone to team up, as this would mitigate many unnecessary risks. Just a reminder, sucking out snake venom carries its own risks. There must be no wounds in the mouth, not even minor ones, and one must not have gastric ulcers. This is medical knowledge. How did I not think of sucking out the snake venom? Su Xian suddenly realized, then lifted his calf and began to suck at the clearly swollen area. Spit. He expelled a mouthful of pus and blood, and Su Xian immediately felt elated, continuing to exert himself to extract the poison. One mouthful after another. He finally felt the bite on his calf begin to regain sensation, and the substance he was expelling became bright red blood. Ha ha! Su Xian could not contain his laughter. Having escaped death, nothing could be more joyous than this. He glanced at the white snake still coiled in the passenger seat, wrapped his right hand in his clothing, and offered a piece of fresh meat. In an instant, the white snake assumed an aggressive stance, yet ultimately did not attack, consuming the meat when it reached its mouth. Observing the white snake's behavior, Su Xian felt a surge of joy, as a reduction in hostility marked a positive beginning. Brothers, I have successfully extracted the snake venom. You cannot imagine. In such a short time, I expelled so much pus and blood. It terrified me. Su Xian reflected on the tiny wound on the inner side of his calf, sending out a message filled with awe. Everyone was left in disbelief. Brother Su Xian, are you certain you extracted all the snake venom? Someone inquired. Of course. When extracting snake venom, it must be done thoroughly in one go. One cannot leave it half done. Su Xian's reassuring yet cautionary voice rang out. Everyone was once again left in a state of confusion. Haha, congratulations to Su Xian, my brother, on his rebirth. Yes, Yes, congratulations to Su Xian for successfully saving himself. Countless voices of congratulations emerged, many tinged with a strange sense of envy. Su Xian found himself somewhat bewildered, yet he could discern that these individuals bore no ill will. I sincerely appreciate everyone's assistance. I have successfully saved myself, and you may consider this a case study for learning. Su Xian cheerfully reminded everyone. Yes, what Su Xian said is right. Congratulations to you. Haha, Su Xian. You might surpass that illustrious predecessor of the same surname. Indeed, it truly evokes envy. Observing the praises from everyone, Su Xian's lips curled into a smile, and he cast a gentle glance at the now less wary Bai Qi. For some reason, upon encountering this white snake in the wilderness, he felt a profound connection with it. Chapter 36. The frigid world. Bai Qi continued to observe the group chat for a while, but found nothing of value. Glancing at the time, he climbed onto the magnificent king-grade bed designed for effortless vitality restoration. Although he had yet to fully experience it, merely sitting on it made him acutely aware of its distinctiveness. It felt as if he were enveloped in the utmost comfort. Even the natural pressure on his body seemed alleviated. With an efficiency rating exceeding 90, could it also encompass genuine sleep? Bai Qi reclined onto the bed, instantly experiencing a sensation akin to buoyancy. His body made contact with the mattress, yet he felt no intense pressure, as if he were in a semi-vacuum state. Splendid. This bed requires further slumber and experience for him to comprehend its mysteries. Bai Qi closed his eyes, swiftly succumbing to sleep. Ding. You are now in the frigid world. The notification chimed, and Bai Qi sprang upright. I actually did not dream the entire night. Bai Qi marveled at the magnificent king-grade bed designed for effortless vitality restoration. After a night's rest, he felt remarkably rejuvenated, not only in spirit, but also in peak physical condition. Vitality, restoration, effortless, truly miraculous. Bai Qi leaped up. After sleeping on this bed, he awoke without even needing to blink. Is this the frigid world? Looking through the window, he beheld an expanse of pure white snow. A road still existed, but it was now merely about 20 meters wide, a significant reduction from before. Sparse, low trees dotted the snowy wilderness, few in number and scattered haphazardly. Overall, the snowy expanse appeared severely lacking in vitality. Surveying his surroundings, Bai Qi donned a diamond-grade genuine leather coat, exchanged his trousers for a pair of perfect-grade thermal leather pants, and put on exceptional-grade fur-lined socks, while his shoes remained the original pair of sneakers. Grasping the king-grade assassination pistol in one hand, with a perfect-grade meow knife secured at his lower back, Bai Qi opened the car door and leaped out. The temperature difference is staggering. Feeling the biting cold on his face, Bai Qi hurried towards the snowy wilderness. After a thorough examination, he initially grasped the situation. Beneath approximately 20 to 30 centimeters of snow lay frozen earth. Without hesitation, he returned to the car. Although he felt warm, his face had already begun to feel numb from the cold. The relentless frigid wind outside was truly unbearable. Once back inside the vehicle, Bai Qi activated the heater, and his previously numb face regained sensation. He glanced at the display screen, which prominently displayed the temperature. Inside, 21 degrees, outside, minus 59 degrees. Bai Qi looked at his diamond-grade warm coat, feeling quite satisfied. Aside from his face, he had felt no chill in any other part of his body. In addition to the temperature display, there were new notifications. Frigid world. Note: this world is inhabited by intelligent races. Survivors are advised to adapt accordingly. Note: along the roads in this world, there are supply shops where life marks can be used to purchase common items. Bai Qi inhaled sharply. This frigid world also harbored other intelligent races, and according to the notes, they did not seem to belong to the human race. Opening the group chat, the situation shifted dramatically. Area: 1006. Population: 100,000, 100,000. The number had astonishingly reached 100,000. Furthermore, it was currently at full capacity. This revelation astonished Bai Qi and instilled a sense of concern. In his previous area, the individuals were relatively amicable. At least there were no large-scale ambushes. Now, with the population skyrocketing from less than 3,000 to 100,000, multiplied several times over, resource scarcity could lead to chaos. Bai Qi began to understand why Zhao Gang had organized the team. He likely foresaw many complications. Bai Qi glanced at the king-grade assassination pistol in his hand, feeling a surge of courage. He had no desire to initiate violence, but if provoked, he would unleash a thunderous response. A brief look at the group chat revealed an unsettling atmosphere. Zhao Gang, where are you? Why can't I see you? Who is Zhao Gang? BR. It's so cold. Arriving in the frigid world without any notification, I left the window ajar, and now I'm freezing. I've cranked the air conditioning to the max. It's warm inside the car, but I lack thick clothing. Even if I encounter a supply box, I dare not venture out in light clothing. I wrap myself in fur and then don my coat. It worked except for my face, which is unbearably cold. What should I do if I have no air conditioning in my car? Is there anyone who can provide me with warmth? Sister, stop dreaming. I suggest you buy a metal basin and start a fire in the car for warmth. Don't tell me you didn't prepare any wood in advance. That's a good idea, but a reminder to everyone. Be sure to ensure proper air circulation in the vehicle, or it will be a guaranteed death sentence. The chat interface for 100,000 people was scrolling at an astonishing pace. A moment's inattention caused thousands of messages to flash by. Ding! Bai Qi, are you in Area 1006? A message from Gong Ying arrived, prompting Bai Qi to respond quickly. Yes, Ying, how are things on your end? I'm doing well here. Thanks to the exceptional air conditioning you provided. It's quite warm in the car. Gong Ying replied cheerfully. Good, be careful on the road. And I'll roast some sausages for you shortly. After ending the chat, Bai Qi retrieved the exceptional grade barbecue rack and quickly grilled 2 large sausages. After satisfying his hunger, Bai Qi started the vehicle and began to progress along the 20-meter wide road. Outside, the landscape was a frozen wonderland, yet the road remained surprisingly dry, prompting Bai Qi to accelerate to nearly 60 miles per hour. Ding, ding, ding. After just 2 or 3 kilometers, he encountered a resource box, and Bai Qi promptly slowed the vehicle to a stop. After gathering his supplies, he cleverly fashioned a brand new leather undergarment as a mask, which effectively covered most of his mouth and nose. I truly am a genius. Bai Qi rejoiced. This way, when he exited the vehicle, he would no longer need to endure the biting cold wind against his fair face. Fortune smiled upon him, as it turned out to be a quality resource box. Bai Qi meticulously observed his surroundings and soon sensed something amiss. The exceptional resource chest was precariously perched atop a small mound of snow. Stepping onto the snow, it was not the soft, powdery texture he had anticipated. Clearly, this snow had been present for quite some time, having now frozen solid. The crunching sound of compacted snow echoed in the air as Bai Qi raised his king-level Soul Pursuit sniper rifle. From behind the small snow mound, a silhouette began to rise. Chapter 37. Automatic temperature-controlled water heater. Is this an Arctic wolf? So enormous? Bai Qi gasped at the sight of the beast, which stood at least 1.5 meters tall and nearly 3 meters long. How could such a magnificent predator thrive in this desolate, frigid world? He felt a twinge of admiration. A low growl emanated from the massive Arctic wolf, and it charged towards Bai Qi with its white legs. With a resounding bang, the newly accelerated giant wolf collapsed. Bai Qi stared in amazement at his king-level Soul Pursuit sniper rifle, marveling at how the recoil had been significantly less than that of the previous elite-grade precision pistol, at least 80 less. With his current strength, he had perfectly absorbed the recoil from that shot. Furthermore, he had previously been perplexed by the rifle's description of level 1 locking attack. Now he understood. While aiming at the speeding Arctic wolf, it appeared to move as if in slow motion within his line of sight. As long as the target's speed did not exceed a certain threshold, his shooting accuracy would greatly improve. This level 1 locking attack granted Bai Qi the ability to hit moving targets with relative ease. Approaching the resource chest, Bai Qi did not hastily open it. Instead, he first collected the 2 elite-grade life marks from the ground. Crouching before the great wolf's massive head, he was momentarily awed by the power of the king-level Soul Pursuit sniper rifle. The bullet had left a fist-sized hole in the wolf's forehead, with another small exit wound behind it, indicating a penetrating injury. I seem to have gained an aura of invincibility. Bai Qi proceeded to gather materials, acquiring 300 units of Arctic wolf meat, 1 Arctic wolf hide, and 4 Arctic wolf fangs. So it was an Arctic wolf. The name certainly sounded more prestigious than just wolf, and the meat was of elite quality, making it ideal for crafting healing salves, which would consequently lower demand. With a wave of his hand, Bai Qi stored all his loot in his storage bracelet. He deftly pried open the exceptional resource chest, revealing a blueprint for a kettle. Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected find. Returning to his vehicle, he immediately studied the blueprint. Water kettle crafting, exceptional, one-time use. Material requirements, level 1 alloy X1, wood block X1, plastic X1. In this frigid world, being able to drink hot water would undoubtedly be a blessing. Without hesitation, Bai Qi consumed the 2 elite-grade life marks, further enhancing his strength. After crafting 90 sanitary pads, he opted to create the water kettle. Ding! A brilliant white light enveloped him, and soon more materials were consumed. The kettle was successfully crafted, and he acquired a perfect-grade, automatic temperature-controlled water heater. Bai Qi felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, as it had only improved by 2 grades. Ding! Perfect-grade, automatic temperature-controlled water heater detected. Would you like to install it? Install. Upon giving the command, the perfect-grade, automatic temperature-controlled water heater vanished from the workbench. Bai Qi soon witnessed a remarkable event as the heater was installed on the outer wall of the RV's bathroom and connected to the 600-liter onboard water tank. Approaching the heater, Bai Qi quickly discerned that with a simple adjustment, he could heat the water within the tank. He promptly set the water temperature to 50 degrees Celsius, ideal for both drinking and bathing. Taking a glass bottle, Bai Qi filled it with warm water, and upon tasting it, he found it far superior to cold water. Glug! Glug! Bai Qi filled bottle after bottle, quickly managing to fill 10 500-milliliter containers with warm water. Ding! Your friend Bai Qi has sent a trade request. Do you accept? Gong Ying glanced at the 10 bottles of water Bai Qi had traded, then promptly declined the offer. Bai Qi, I have plenty of water. By the way, I just hunted an Arctic bear. Let me trade you some meat. Gong Ying had just returned to the vehicle, with heaps of bear meat still left in the snow. Ying, this is warm water. It's not advisable to drink cold water at this time. Please accept it. Upon reading Bai Qi's message, Gong Ying hesitated but ultimately accepted the trade. After taking a sip, she was instantly soothed by the warmth of the water. Bai Qi, thank you. Not all. You can list the excess warm water in the trading mall, so you can always have some on hand. If you run out, just ask me. Soon after, Bai Qi received a substantial trade of 800 units of elite-grade bear meat, along with 4 massive bear paws. If I weren't already full, I would certainly have to sample the exquisite taste of elite-grade Arctic bear paws. After stowing away his bounty, Bai Qi continued driving, sensing that the beasts in this area were formidable. Both he and Gong Ying had only encountered elite-grade creatures. If this trend continued, he would not have to worry about acquiring elite-grade life marks to elevate his life tier. With a roar, the exceptional grade off-road RV thundered forth. Gong Ying consumed all 6 elite-grade life marks obtained from the recently slain Arctic bear, finally elevating her life tier. I have consumed a total of 400 ordinary life marks. Combined with these 6 elite-grade marks, I have finally broken through. When Bai Qi had previously mentioned that he had consumed 100 marks to elevate his tier, could it be that each person is different? If that were the case, does it mean my aptitude is significantly inferior to others? Gong Ying found it difficult to accept this reality, but the evidence was undeniable. If my aptitude is lacking, I shall compensate with effort. I will not be eliminated. In an instant, Gong Ying adjusted her mindset and resumed driving. Bai Qi glanced at the group chat, noting a decrease of over 500 members. This frigid world is perilous. So many have perished in such a short time. This is not even the first day of survival. These individuals have already endured 3 days of trials. Bai Qi now harbored concerns as well, for he had only 98 bullets left. If he ran out of ammunition, he would have to rely on his vehicle for combat or engage enemies in close quarters with his dagger. The issue of ammunition must be resolved. I have no shortage of metal. If I can procure gunpowder, I could manufacture a substantial quantity of bullets. Gunpowder should be obtainable from resource chests. Or perhaps it can be artificially created by understanding its production principles. Bai Qi suddenly recalled the knowledge acquired during his school days. Gunpowder, comprising of 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts charcoal, and 3 parts sulfur. In Chapter 38, the spicy hot pot seasoning, he recognized that understanding the principles behind gunpowder and actually producing it were 2 entirely different matters. After some contemplation, he resolved to adopt a more assertive approach. The 1006 area boasted a population nearing 100,000. Perhaps someone had fortuitously opened a box and obtained gunpowder. However, Bai Qi was acutely aware of the preciousness of gunpowder, which could easily be transformed into landmines or rudimentary explosive packs with minimal processing. To barter for such a valuable item from survivors who had endured 3 days of trials, he would need to present something of significant worth. Fortunately, he had stored in his bracelet 10 exceptional quality meow knives crafted the previous night, along with 1 perfect grade meow knife. He sent out a message. Greetings. I'm looking to purchase gunpowder and can trade exceptional quality meow knives. Please contact me privately if you have any. Accompanying the message were an image showcasing the knife's attributes and a video demonstrating its ability to slice through ordinary metal. The group chat erupted with excitement. A divine weapon. A divine weapon indeed. It can slice through iron as if it were mud. Incredible. Bai Qi, I don't have gunpowder, but I possess 200 life tokens and wish to trade. Brother Bai Qi, do you happen to have the blueprint for the exceptional grade permanent meow knife? I will provide the materials for you to craft one. Just let me know the cost. Master Bai Qi, I was from Area 10,011. Please look after us. You there? Stop spamming. We are all in Area 1006 now. Master Bai Qi, I have something of value. I wish to exchange it for an exceptional quality meow knife. Bai Qi, check your private messages. I was once a popular influencer with millions of followers, and now I appear without makeup. If you find me appealing, I would gladly follow you. Brother Bai Qi, I understand everything. Please check your private messages. I have shared all my techniques in writing, along with my no-makeup photo. Let us stay on topic. Master Bai Qi is buying gunpowder. Could it be that he has blueprints for crafting a rocket launcher? A sense of awe spread through the chat. If that were true, a rocket launcher could obliterate a vehicle in a single shot. Bai Qi felt his eyelids twitch as he began sifting through the private messages, deleting the irrelevant spam of images and videos. Among the messages, he discovered a lengthy explanation of the techniques mentioned earlier by an older woman. Bai Qi blushed as he perused the 66 techniques, marveling at the creativity that surpassed even his previous experiences with certain artistic films from an island nation. He carefully saved the thoughtful message and marked the woman's private chat for future reference. The ordinary life tokens merely replenished stamina, which Bai Qi had no need for the moment. After surveying the messages, he found no materials of interest, although blueprints were available. He was not foolish enough to exchange a single-use ordinary blueprint for an exceptional quality Miao knife. He had previously tested the excellent grade Miao knife, which could not harm his vehicle's body or windows, but he knew that an exceptional grade Miao knife could inflict considerable damage, especially to tires, which despite being perfect grade puncture resistant, were not immune to destruction. Suddenly, a private message caught Bai Qi's attention. Master Bai Qi, I just obtained a blueprint for a portable hot pot, excellent grade and single use. Imagine enjoying hot pot in the frigid cold. You surely appreciate the joys of life. Bai Qi glanced at the barbecue grill in the back of his vehicle and realized a reliable cooking tool was indeed necessary. I will add 60 life tokens to the deal. I cannot offer any more. The other party's message came again. Bai Qi did not mind. It seemed the individual had just slain an excellent grade beast and acquired the corresponding life tokens. Transaction completed. Bai Qi received an excellent grade single-use hot pot blueprint and 60 ordinary life tokens. The man who had received the exceptional quality Miao knife laughed heartily. That was close. That ice wolf nearly bit my large axe. Thankfully, I had an excellent grade short sword. Otherwise, I would have been done for. With this exceptional quality Miao knife, I shall fear no beasts. Bai Qi chose not to continue trading, as everyone had just arrived in this frigid world, likely exhausting their resources. His primary goal was to establish a reputation. Weapons were essential, particularly the Miao knife, which was far more effective in combat than a heavy axe. Bai Qi did not craft the hot pot, as he had just eaten and would address it during lunch. After nearly an hour of travel, he finally spotted his second resource box. After careful observation, Bai Qi decisively exited the vehicle, grasping the king-level universal equalizer, feeling secure in his safety. With a single shot, he took down a towering 3-meter snow-white ape. Bai Qi's expression turned grave as he approached, collecting the 3 excellent grade life tokens from the ground. He did not immediately open the box, instead circling the enormous creature known as the ice-field raging ape. Perplexed by how such a formidable beast could thrive in this desolate region, after gathering a significant amount of ape meat and hide, he approached the resource box and opened it. He was pleasantly surprised to find a pack of spicy hot pot seasoning. Excited, he stashed the items away, having just acquired the hot pot blueprint and now possessing everything needed for a delightful spicy hot pot. As he walked back to his vehicle, Bai Qi consumed the excellent grade life tokens, feeling his body strengthen. He estimated that the previous 100 ordinary life tokens had increased his permanent strength by about 100 pounds. While now, with the consumption of an excellent grade life token, his strength had risen by approximately 5 pounds. If it were merely a matter of strength enhancement, it would not be significant. However, his stamina, endurance, and reaction speed had also improved. The difference in his physical condition compared to before consuming the life tokens was remarkable, leaving him significantly stronger than when he first arrived. Returning to the vehicle, Bai Qi set off again. The group chat was filled with lamentations, with the number of participants dwindling rapidly. Area, 1006, population, 9655-010-0000. In less than 2 hours, the population had decreased by over 3,000. A shocking attrition rate far greater than when everyone first entered the survival road. Bai Qi was astonished. Chapter 39. Delicious hot pot, everyone. These beasts are exceedingly fierce. If I hadn't spotted that snow wolf lying in the snow beforehand, I would have surely met my demise. It's treacherous here. The snow is incredibly slippery and compact. Do not drive your vehicle into the snow unless absolutely necessary, or you'll be doomed. Indeed, my vehicle is an off-road type, and I nearly got stuck. Fortunately, I had some wooden planks to help me out. Everyone, please stay on the road. I'm freezing. My vehicle lacks air conditioning, and I find myself without any means to ignite a fire. I cannot even light a brazier within the confines of my car. I am in dire need of assistance. My dear brother, consider employing animal hides for insulation within the vehicle. Once sealed, it should prevent one from succumbing to the bitter cold. Alas, is there a kind-hearted soul willing to provide me with warmth? I assure you, once we meet, I shall repay your kindness manifold. Oh dear, I have just awakened to find myself in a world of frigid desolation. Is there not a single hint to guide me? My car refuses to start. What shall I do? Is there anyone who can assist me with a jump start? Goodness, my brother, how could you oversleep in such circumstances? Logically, fuel should not freeze so easily. Could there be another cause? Hasten to light several bonfires around the vehicle, as this is the most effective remedy for a car that refuses to ignite in such extreme cold. Bai Qi nodded in agreement. He must avoid the predicaments faced by others. My car is of exceptional quality, with everything aside from the chassis rated as perfect, including a fuel tank of stellar quality, which should not present any issues. However, I have noticed an increase in fuel consumption. My vehicle now requires 10 liters per 100 kilometers, and I find only 300 liters of fuel remaining, leaving me with a feeling of insufficient power. Pondering this, Bai Qi continued his journey. Approximately every hour, he discovered a resource box of superior quality. As noon approached, Bai Qi halted his vehicle. After crafting 90 sanitary napkins, he proceeded to create a cooking pot. Ding! A radiant white light enveloped all the materials in an instant. The cooking pot was successfully crafted, and he obtained a diamond-grade, delicious cooking pot. Delicious cooking pot, diamond. Description: perfectly enhances the flavor and nutrition of ingredients. Description: equipped with a self-regulating temperature function, requiring only sufficient heat without the worry of burning. Bai Qi assessed the situation and ultimately chose to install it. Instantly, this diamond-grade cooking pot began to integrate with the RV. Originally, the RV lacked a small kitchen, but now it was complete. A square cooking pot, approximately 70 centimeters per side, appeared behind the passenger seat. A flat metal exhaust pipe extended from the vehicle's shell, indicating that the exhaust system was also installed. Bai Qi was overjoyed as the cooking pot featured a fireplace-like setup, complete with a glass door for adding wood. This alleviated any concerns regarding smoke entering the vehicle. Bai Qi then commenced his first use of the stellar-grade rapid charcoal maker. By simply adding wooden blocks, the machine swiftly transformed them into smokeless charcoal. After producing over 100 pieces of smokeless charcoal, he finally ceased. During this time, he did not trigger the soul strike power, leading Bai Qi to begin to understand the situation. Instinctive actions, such as walking and breathing, do not activate the soul strike power. However, wielding a blade, intentionally throwing punches, or crafting items at a workbench do accumulate soul strike energy. The stellar-grade rapid charcoal maker was crafted following the activation of soul strike power at the workbench, and utilizing items that have undergone this transformation will not trigger the power again. The same applies to the king-grade delicious sausage maker. Thus, the soul strike power requires deliberate and voluntary actions to be triggered, and it cannot be compounded. After adding half a pot of water, Bai Qi poured in half a bag of spicy hot pot seasoning. Using the sanitary napkins as kindling, the smokeless charcoal ignited swiftly. After closing the glass door beneath the cooking pot, Bai Qi commenced slicing sausages and excellent quality ice wolves meat. In under 5 minutes, the broth reached a boil, filling the vehicle with an indescribable aroma. As the sausages and meat slices were added, a rich, meaty fragrance wafted through the air, causing Bai Qi to swallow involuntarily. Before embarking on this survival journey, Bai Qi had always enjoyed hot pot, yet he had never encountered such a perfect hot pot aroma. He picked up a piece of excellent quality ice wolf meat, blew on it gently, and swallowed it whole. The explosive flavor enveloped his palate, and a warm sensation spread through his belly. This warmth was far more intense than what he had felt while eating grilled meat and sausages. Evidently, the stewed meat was more easily absorbed. Bai Qi savored the meal heartily and soon found himself quite satiated. Oh, I have completely overlooked an important task. Bai Qi flung open the car door and poured half a basin of drinking water into an iron basin, placing it outside in the frigid minus 60-degree temperature. Upon returning to the vehicle, he resisted the urge to continue feasting on meat. Retrieving a new small iron basin, Bai Qi began to ladle soup and meat, quickly filling it to the brim. Sharing joy is far more delightful than solitary pleasure. Bai Qi promptly traded the basin with Gong Ying. Ying, taste my culinary skills. Upon receiving the small basin, Gong Ying was immediately captivated by the rich aroma that emanated from it. Without hesitation, she began to eat. Wow, Bai Qi, this is simply exquisite. Bai Qi, it is just as delicious as your sausages, the girl exclaimed, showering him with praise. Bai Qi chuckled and continued to use his perfect-grade blade to slice more meat for the pot. 5 minutes later, he stepped outside to retrieve the iron basin he had left earlier, only to find that the half basin of water had completely frozen. With ease, the perfect-grade blade sliced through the ice, yielding numerous small ice cubes. Glancing at the trading market, Bai Qi directly purchased a glass. He poured a generous amount of cola into the glass, then added a handful of ice cubes. Thus, the icy cola was ready. With a snap, a photo was captured, and Bai Qi sent a message. Ding! Good afternoon, everyone. This spicy hot pot is incredibly fiery. Had it not been for the chilled cola, I wouldn't have been able to eat it. There's still more than half a pot left. Surely, I can't let it go to waste. Friends, rare materials and blueprints are available for exchange. Once it cools down, it won't be as delicious. Image, the once lively group chat fell silent. Chapter 40. Fuel enough for 150,000 kilometers. Who is this Bai Qi? Are you out of your mind? Don't let me encounter you, or I will force feed you all the peppers from that pot. Exactly. Are we indulging in some sort of competition here? If you can't handle spicy food, don't force yourself. In that case, I feel pity for you and will trade you some freshly grilled tiger meat for your soup. Bai Qi, my brother, please, I beg for a bowl of that spicy broth. I am on the verge of freezing to death. I urgently need your help. Oh dear, my grilled meat has suddenly lost its flavor. After all, this is a soup pot, and it's my favorite spicy flavor. I am absolutely craving. I fondly remember the times I would secretly take my sister-in-law to eat hot pot every week. I'd have a tomato broth while she savored the spicy one. My sister-in-law is a university student. I wonder if she has joined the Road Survival Challenge. Brother, I will trade you 10 excellent quality ice wolf meats for a bowl of your spicy meat broth. What say you? Brother, surely no one would be foolish enough to exchange precious blueprints for a bite to eat. Yet I am willing to spend a life mark for a glass of your icy cola. What do you think? Bai Qi, dear brother, my favorite is chilled cola. Please let me taste it. Ah, this Bai Qi is the one who sold the stellar grade blade this morning. I am utterly envious, as you observe in the image. How is it that this vehicle possesses such an expansive interior? Is this not a vehicle of a superior class? Indeed, it is a recreational vehicle. Moreover, it appears far more sophisticated than my own superior class RV. Bai Qi's vehicle must belong to the next tier, the extraordinary class RV. Goodness, where does Bai Qi acquire so many survival core upgraded vehicles? Everyone must exercise caution around this individual. He must be a ruthless killer. How outrageous. Bai Qi is the former overlord of our region, and his survival cores were exchanged for superior class meow knives. I can vouch for Bai Qi. A superior class meow knife? Wasn't he, Bai Qi, selling extraordinary class meow knives? Haha, I forgot to mention that Bai Qi initially sold ordinary meow knives, and he possesses multiple blueprints for them. My word, is Bai Qi not the prince of meow knives? Bai Qi glanced at his private messages and noted that no one had offered blueprints in exchange for spicy hot pot. Not a single person had even presented first-grade alloy materials. This left Bai Qi somewhat helpless, as after several days of survival, everyone had begun to place excessive importance on blueprints. Once one possesses an excellent blueprint, it equates to a continuous stream of wealth. Bai Qi covered the pot and decided to heat it up again for dinner later. After satisfying his hunger, Bai Qi resumed his journey. In the morning, the man who had exchanged the ground pot blueprint for Bai Qi's extraordinary class meow knife wore a face that suggested he had just consumed something unpleasant. He scrutinized the image Bai Qi sent, utterly captivated by the ground pot's perfect form and compatibility. How frustrating it is. Had I known that an excellent grade ground pot would be so exquisite, I would never have traded that weapon. The man grumbled, gnawing on a piece of meat that was charred despite being freshly grilled. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Bai Qi joyfully halted his vehicle. Alongside the road stood a structure adorned with the bold characters of a supply shop. After a day of driving, he had traversed at least 400 to 500 kilometers and had finally encountered one. In the group chat, others had already reported finding supply shops, rumored to contain various essential supplies, even the rarest items like flint and fuel. Naturally, the currency required to purchase these essential items was life marks. It had been attempted before. One superior grade life mark could be used in place of 100 ordinary life marks. Therefore, in the afternoon, Bai Qi opened 4 superior grade resource boxes, slaying 4 ferocious beasts and acquiring 15 superior grade life marks, which he decided to conserve. Coupled with the 60 ordinary life marks obtained when he exchanged for the ground pot blueprint in the morning, this constituted Bai Qi's entire fortune. Unfortunately, in the current climate, everyone was sufficiently provided for in terms of food and drink, and most possessed weapons. Life marks could enhance strength, and now they could also be used to procure rare materials, leading to a greater emphasis on their value. After careful observation, Bai Qi disembarked, wielding his king-level, soul-seeking, point-killing gun. No one was around. This was a shop resembling an automated vending machine. Bai Qi slowly pushed open the glass door and was greeted by an array of dazzling products. Instant noodles, sausages, spicy strips, salt, flint, blankets, towels, toothpaste, and toothbrushes were all available. Initially, he had a box of matches with 20 sticks, and now only 12 remained, which was still sufficient for the time being. Thus, Bai Qi spent 2 ordinary life marks to purchase 2 pairs of child-sized flint. He then proceeded directly to the fuel sales area. Upon seeing the price, Bai Qi breathed a sigh of relief, for 1 ordinary life mark could buy 10 liters of fuel. He purchased several sets of toothpaste, toothbrushes, and large bath towels, expending 3 life marks. Following that, he went all in, exchanging all 15 superior grade life marks and 55 ordinary life marks for fuel. 1 superior grade life mark could procure 1,000 liters of fuel, all neatly packaged in large iron drums. As for the ordinary life marks, Bai Qi opted for the 50-liter drums. With all his acquisitions, Bai Qi approached his vehicle and began to refuel vigorously. He transferred the 15,000 liters of fuel obtained from the superior grade life marks into the star-level fuel tank. finally alleviating his concerns about running out of fuel. In this frigid world, this vehicle consumed 10 liters of fuel per 100 kilometers. And such an abundance of fuel would suffice for a journey of 150,000 kilometers. This is truly astounding. After recovering from his shock, Bai Qi returned to the car. In his storage bracelet, he still had 11 50-liter fuel drums, which he did not intend to add to the tank, as fuel is prone to explosive combustion when exposed to fire. If used wisely, it could be a formidable weapon. Once inside, Bai Qi glanced at the sky, which had begun to darken. He decided not to continue his journey. If he could earn some life marks at night, it would be just in time to spend them at the nearby supply shop. Lighting the ground pot, Bai Qi furrowed his brow and began to ponder. Many people in the group chat claim to have encountered other vehicles, yet I have driven all day without seeing a single one. I haven't been moving slowly. The key issue is that I haven't noticed anyone else's activity along the way. Am I at the rear end of the highway? Or is there a scarcity of people on this route? Bai Qi found himself perplexed. As usual, he prepared a bowl of meat and soup to trade with Gong Yingying, who had provided him with a substantial amount of meat and furs throughout the day. While enjoying spicy meat slices, Gong Yingying continued to drive her vehicle. With the gentle air conditioning blowing and savoring the spicy meat, she felt that such a lifestyle, in fact, had its merits. By the end of the day, she had opened multiple resource boxes and had upgraded most of her vehicle's components to the superior grade. Observing a line of vehicles ahead, Gong Yingying pressed the horn. But after waiting for a while with no one moving, she noticed 7 or 8 individuals emerging from their vehicles, bundled up in thick clothing. Seeing the weapons in their hands, Gong Yingying's expression turned icy. Chapter 41. Woman, what a ruthless heart you possess. Brother, the sky is darkening, and ferocious beasts will surely emerge at night. How about we form a team? A voice called out, but Gong Yingying remained silent, clenching her diamond-grade knife tightly in one hand while the other grasped the extraordinary grade precision handgun. When Bai Qi had given her this handgun, it came with 5 bullets, and it still had those same 5 bullets, as she had consistently relied on the knife to slay ferocious beasts. As the 8 men, wielding various weapons, approached, their eyes widened. Through the windshield, they beheld a frost-covered beautiful face. In an instant, the 8 exchanged glances, and the previously piercing cold wind felt suddenly warm. Miss, we have a bonfire over there. We're just roasting meat. Why not join us to warm up? Yes, it's about to get dark. In the daytime, beasts are fierce. The night ones won't be any better. Come with us, and we'll ensure your safety. No, I can't bear the cold any longer. I need to bring her back to the car. You little girl, here I come. One person took the lead, and the others followed suit, surrounding her. Gong Yingying hesitated no longer. She had observed that there were 8 vehicles and 8 individuals, indicating no one was hiding. Furthermore, they were all armed with melee weapons. She possessed a diamond-grade knife, thus did not need to draw her handgun this time. Although she was dressed lightly, her life level had already been enhanced, and being outside for a short duration posed no issue. Wearing excessively thick clothing would hinder her performance. With a swift motion, Gong Yingying gracefully descended from the vehicle, clad in the fitted athletic attire she had donned when she first embarked on this perilous journey. Observing the woman wielding a long sword, the 8 men displayed no hint of trepidation. On the contrary, their excitement surged, for she was a paragon of beauty, possessing both allure and an enviable physique. In times past, such a woman would have been admired from afar, but now the men's eyes burned with fervor. Here, devoid of moral or legal constraints, they felt entitled to indulge in the presence of such a captivating beauty. Little lady, I advise you to lower that blade. My brothers are all gentlemen who cherish delicate flowers. One man boasted with a laugh. I'll be the first to take my turn. Why should it be anyone else? Let's draw lots or play rock, paper, scissors to decide. Very well. I have always had good fortune. Ha ha. Sister, do not wear such a glum expression. A face as beautiful as yours deserves to smile. With unwavering resolve, Gong Yingying strode forward, her long legs carrying her towards the first man. As she approached, she swung her sword with precision. The man, caught off guard by her audacity in confronting 8 adversaries, instinctively raised his machete to block. However, he quickly realized the futility of his defense as her blade effortlessly sliced through his weapon, cleaving not only it, but also severing his head from his neck. As his head tumbled to the ground, disbelief washed over him. In his final moments, he witnessed the other 7 men fleeing in terror, only to be met with Gong Yingying's relentless assault, each strike claiming both life and weapon in swift succession. Suddenly, a faint sound pierced the air as Gong Yingying instinctively dodged to the side. Unfortunately, having just dispatched the man before her, she found herself momentarily drained. A crossbow bolt, slender as a chopstick, struck her in the chest, and blood flowed forth. The last fleeing man erupted in laughter. Woman, you are doomed. You have slain them all. Such a ruthless heart. We merely wish to take you with us. How splendid. Everything now belongs to me. And you, before you perish, I shall allow you to experience the exquisite pleasures of this world. Gripping a small hand crossbow, the man's face twisted with madness. The gruesome scene of the man being severed in two had been utterly terrifying, yet he clung to his weapon as his last hope. A gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole appeared in his forehead as he collapsed in disbelief. Gong Ying gritted her teeth, forcing herself to endure the pain in her chest as she swiftly returned to the vehicle. After securing the door, she carefully cut open her shirt at the point of impact. Applying gentle pressure, her face contorted in anguish. The area struck by the bolt had suffered some cushioning, yet internal damage remained, and she felt a wave of intense pain. In this dire environment, she was engulfed in despair. She dared not remove the bolt, fearing that doing so would hasten her demise. Glancing at the remaining spicy meat soup, she hesitated before opening a chat window to Bai Qi. Ultimately, she refrained from sending a message. Once she felt her body regain a modicum of warmth, she exited the vehicle and approached the man's lifeless body. Retrieving the hand crossbow, with determination, she made her way to the 8 vehicles, scavenging and acquiring 8 survival cores along with 2 blueprints. Upon returning to her own vehicle, her complexion had turned ghostly pale. Bai Qi, I have something for you. Her voice was faint as she transmitted the 8 survival cores, a diamond-grade sword, the hand crossbow, an exceptional-grade pistol, and the 2 blueprints. Bai Qi, enjoying a sip of cola with ice, was momentarily taken aback. Ying, what has happened? Are you all right? His concern was palpable. After days of companionship, he had grown fond of her and trusted her deeply. Finding a reliable partner in this treacherous world was no easy feat. Seeing Bai Qi's worried words, a faint smile graced Gong Ying's pale face. Bai Qi, I may not make it through this. You must survive. By the way, let me send you a photo. You still do not know what I look like. After a radiant smile, she snapped a selfie and sent it to him. Upon opening the image, Bai Qi was met with a pale face adorned with a bright smile. A sigh of relief escaped him. He had feared the worst. A mere injury could be remedied. Ying, quickly accept the trade. A perfect grade, instant healing ointment was sent to her, leaving Gong Ying momentarily stunned. Bai Qi, thank you. Enough with the pleasantries. Hasten to treat your wounds. Bai Qi's commanding voice interrupted her. Biting her lip, Gong Ying grasped the ointment tightly. Taking a towel to bite down on, she braced herself, gripping the arrow. With a swift motion, she yanked it free. Simultaneously, she applied the ointment onto the wound. The blood-red healing salve began to dissolve upon contact with her injury, and she felt the wound rapidly healing. A minute later, she removed the now smaller portion of ointment, revealing that the previously wounded area appeared as pristine as before. In fact, the skin there seemed even more delicate, perhaps due to its newfound vitality. With the imminent threat now dispelled, Gong Ying reclined in her seat. Bai Qi, I have healed my wounds, though I used quite a bit of the ointment. She then sent him the smaller portion of the healing salve along with the 8 survival cores, the hand crossbow, and the blueprints. Bai Qi exhaled deeply before canceling the transaction. Ying, keep the ointment for yourself. I only need the blueprints. Use the rest of the salve to replenish your strength. Should you ever find yourself injured again, treat it promptly, and if you run out of salve, come to me immediately. Without further ado, Gong Ying exchanged the 2 blueprints with Bai Qi. Ying, please send me a photo of the healed wound. I wish to assess the effectiveness of the treatment. As she read Bai Qi's message, Gong Ying glanced down at her chest, feeling a flush of warmth rise to her cheeks. Bai Qi, I cannot send you a photo. The treatment worked splendidly, and it looks just as it did before. Bai Qi paused, slightly puzzled, but he did not press further, for the blueprints Gong Ying had sent were indeed valuable. One was a blueprint for ordinary permanent shoes, finally filling a gap in his supplies. The other was a blueprint for toilet paper, which also addressed a shortcoming in his resources. Although sanitary napkins could be used for ignition, they paled in comparison to toilet paper, which had a wide range of applications for men. Bai Qi did not hesitate. He promptly crafted dozens of rolls of toilet paper and traded them with Gong Ying, who joyfully accepted the exchange. Not only that, but Gong Ying also received a complete set of clothing from Bai Qi, all of exceptional quality and above. After suffering injuries and losing considerable blood, her previous garment was rendered unwearable. Now, after a thorough cleaning, she donned a full ensemble of fitted leather attire, instantly feeling far more comfortable than before. Subsequently, she transported back a substantial amount of metal, plastic, glass, and other materials collected from the 8 vehicles, trading them with Bai Qi once again. Despite the gruesome sight of frozen corpses and pools of blood on the ground, Gong Ying did not drive away. The crossbow was of excellent quality and contained 3 bolts. Had that man fired them all, she might have faced dire consequences. Bai Qi had previously acquired meat chunks, so it would be prudent to observe whether these bodies would attract more beasts as night fell. After consuming a small piece of perfect-grade healing balm, Gong Ying not only regained her peak condition, but seemed to grow even stronger. With a diamond-grade saber in hand, along with a handgun and crossbow, she felt no apprehension regarding her safety that night. Meanwhile, Bai Qi was diligently producing toilet paper, accumulating the power for a soul strike. During the day, he had slain numerous beasts and obtained over 4,000 excellent-grade meat chunks, complemented by nearly 7,000 more from Gong Ying. This ample supply allowed for the crafting of high-quality healing bombs multiple times. Bai Qi soon discovered that he required only about 1,000 to 1,500 excellent-grade meat chunks to create a diamond-grade healing bomb the size of a child's fist, while a perfect grade 1 required less than 100. By the time he exhausted over 10,000 excellent-grade meat chunks, Bai Qi had produced 10 perfect grade, 2 diamond grade, 2 stellar grade, and 1 king grade healing bombs. This time, due to the abundance of meat chunks, the king grade bomb he received was significantly larger than the one from the previous night. Holding a perfect grade healing bomb, Bai Qi took a small bite. A subtly sweet taste emerged, though it could only be described as average. Upon swallowing, a powerful yet gentle warmth surged through his entire being. Bai Qi snapped a selfie, noticing his flushed complexion. Indeed, his entire body glowed with a rosy hue. This must be a super tonic. Bai Qi forced himself to suppress further thoughts, but soon found it impossible to contain. Ultimately, he sat before the survival core's display and began reviewing a plethora of exhilarating photos and videos he had saved earlier. His body was growing stronger. Yet this transformation felt distinct from that experienced after consuming a life mark. It seemed to specifically enhance his physical strength and robustness. Although it did not provide the comprehensive enhancement of a life mark, Bai Qi felt immense satisfaction. Savoring each small bite, he reveled in the exquisite experience of becoming stronger. Zhao Gang surveyed the meticulously planned team formation before contentedly returning to his vehicle. Zhao had to go. I have cleaned myself up. A voluptuous woman approached him gently, causing Zhao Gang to furrow his brow. That's enough. Return to your own vehicle afterwards. Remember, you are my woman and must not engage with other men. Zhao Gang's voice resonated, leaving the woman momentarily stunned, yet she quickly nodded and wrapped herself in a thick leather jacket before returning to her car. Zhao Gang sighed. Sharing a vehicle meant they could keep warm at night and reduce fuel consumption, which was indeed a benefit. However, moderation was key. Although consuming a life mark could replenish stamina, the expenditure of energy could not be restored. As a man aspiring to achieve great things, he held himself to strict standards, allowing no more than 3 encounters each day. Today, he had already exceeded that limit, so he resolutely declined the advances of the most beautiful, gentle, and skilled woman in the team. Strength was paramount, and he believed that after a full day of extreme cold, many had come to understand the dangers of temperatures reaching minus 60 degrees. My iron basin has become unsellable, and without valuable items to trade for, selling it is futile. Any surplus common supplies shall be offered at a discount to others in the team. Therefore, I shall start selling frostbite ointment. Zhao Gang then continued to craft frostbite ointment at his workstation while simultaneously communicating in the group chat. Chapter 43. The Ice Wolf King Brothers. Night has fallen, and my team and I have uncovered some crucial information today, which I will now share with everyone, he announced. Firstly, after statistical analysis, we have determined that the resource boxes along the Frigid Highway are of excellent quality from the outset. So far, no one has reported encountering ordinary resource boxes. Secondly, the beasts guarding the resource boxes are significantly stronger than before, primarily consisting of ice wolves, ice apes, and ice bears. Should anyone encounter other ferocious creatures, please feel free to contribute. Lastly, I recommend forming teams when encountering others on the road. This will enhance our ability to hunt the beasts, but do remain vigilant, as encountering unsavory individuals could lead to peril. Thorough discernment is imperative. Zhao Gang's message captured widespread attention, including Bai Qi, who meticulously analyzed and compared the information. Shao Gong, you are absolutely correct. However, I encountered an ice rabbit over a meter tall on the road, and it was scared off by my vehicle. Brother Zhao Gang, our team came across an extraordinary resource box, but it was guarded by a massive white crocodile. Fearing to drive into the snow, we abandoned that resource box. Is it true? You abandoned an extraordinary resource box. Aren't you part of the same team? Haha, brother, if you saw that 7 to 8 meter long crocodile covered in white scales, you would understand. Our weapons would barely pierce its defenses. Brother Zhao Gang, I've sent you a private message requesting frostbite ointment. My toes seem to be swollen. Shougong, I truly wish to join your team. I form a team with a sister, and we can handle anything. Zhao Gang did not intervene further, continuing to check private messages, ultimately selling a substantial quantity of excellent grade frostbite ointment, though the rewards were merely slightly rare materials, with no blueprints received. Glancing at the large pile of white grease in the vehicle, which he had manually collected after defeating beasts, he noted it was the raw material for crafting frostbite ointment. Wang Changjin wore an expression of frost as he was transported to the extreme cold world early this morning. 7 robust wild wolves and an excellent gray tiger had also been teleported alongside him. The frigid temperature of -60 degrees left these beasts completely stunned. The tiger fared slightly better, having previously elevated its life tier, but the wild wolves suffered greatly. He could only drive while the tiger and wolves chased after him, frequently stopping to allow the wolves to switch places, barely managing to endure. Throughout the day, he had opened 5 resource boxes, but all the wild wolves had suffered casualties. Fortunately, he had tamed 2 excellent grade ice wolves, thereby enhancing his strength rather than diminishing it. His frosty demeanor was not due to the injuries sustained by the tiger he valued most during the day's battles. In order to treat the fierce tiger, he had no choice but to utilize all the medicinal bombs he had prepared, barely managing to sustain the tiger's life. The combat prowess of the tiger indeed surpassed that of the ice-field wolves and the ice-field bears, however, hindered by the harsh cold. The tiger could not engage in battle for prolonged periods in such frigid conditions. The next course of action was to observe the performance of the 2 ice-field wolves. If they could gather 9 ice-field wolves to meet the limit of this enslavement scroll, then my safety would be assured. Wang Changjin clutched the exquisite scroll in his hands, a reward he obtained after opening a purple perfect resource chest on the first day. And he possessed more than just this one. However, a single person could only form a blood contract with one. Zhao Gang was able to profit from selling frostbite ointment. Once I recover, my healing bombs will surely fetch an even higher price. Wang Changjin then commanded the 2 ice-field wolves to guard outside the vehicle while he tended to the wounded tiger. A long howl echoed as Bai Qi awoke suddenly. This king-level super-efficient, energy-preserving bed could induce perfect sleep but also facilitate a swift awakening. Were these the ice-field wolves? Outside the window, the snow reflected a soft glow, with at least 5 or 6 snow-white giant wolves standing around one, 5 meters tall and over 3 meters long, encircling him. After a series of gunshots, all the ice-field wolves laid down. The more he used the king-level, soul-chasing sniper rifle, the more satisfied Bai Qi became. The thrill of headshots was simply exhilarating, akin to unlocking a special ability. Bai Qi climbed onto the roof of the off-road vehicle to survey the surroundings, finding no hidden beasts. He then jumped down. The collection of so many excellent grade ice-field wolves had yielded quite a bit of meat. Collection. When Bai Qi approached the last ice-field wolf, the collection function inexplicably failed. So that was it. Observing the gentle movement of the belly of this ice-field wolf, Bai Qi swiftly drew the perfect grade dagger from his waist. The sharp blade easily sliced open the abdomen of the mother ice-field wolf. Soon, a wet little creature, yet to open its eyes, emerged. Watching the wriggling little one, Bai Qi sighed deeply. In such an environment, without the care of its mother, the little creature would have no chance of survival. As for adopting the little one, Bai Qi had no intention. Wolves could never be domesticated, not even wolf cubs, a fact proven by many who dared to defy this belief. With the wolf cub extracted, Bai Qi could now collect from the mother ice-field wolf's body. Instantly, he acquired a pile of wolf meat and a wolf pelt. Although feeling a pang of guilt, Bai Qi turned and left. The mournful howl of the wolf echoed. Ding! The little ice-field wolf regards you as its mother. Would you like to sign a blood contract to tame it as a battle pet? The prompt sounded, and Bai Qi abruptly turned around. He saw that the little creature, which had just been tightly shut-eyed, was now struggling to open its eyes and was attempting to crawl towards him, trembling. With a swift motion, Bai Qi scooped up the little one and quickly returned to the vehicle. The warm air enveloped them, and the little creature shivered in comfort. With a swift motion, Bai Qi cut his finger and began to squeeze out drops of blood. 1 drop, 2 drops, and, after 90 drops, the power of the soul-binding strike was fully charged. He then dripped the blood onto the little wolf's forehead. Instantly, the drop of blood merged seamlessly into the little wolf's head. Ding! Blood contract signed successfully. Your battle pet, the ice-field wolf, has significantly enhanced its potential, and you have gained an eternally loyal extreme ice wolf king as your battle companion. Chapter 44. The king-level little milk wolf. Bai Qi held the little one in his hands and began to examine it closely. Extreme Ice Wolf King, King Level. Description: a variant Wolf King endowed with the power of Extreme Ice, currently in its cub stage. Note: the Extreme Ice Wolf King possesses an Extreme Ice core, allowing it to manipulate the power of Extreme Ice. King Level? Does this not indicate a quality 5 levels higher than the excellent grade Ice-field wolves? Bai Qi's heart brimmed with joy. The blood contract was established, and he knew this little one had become his most reliable partner. This contract was not merely a bloodline pact. It extended to the realm of the soul. This meant that, no matter what, the little milk wolf would never betray him. Extreme ice power, extreme ice core. Could these be attributes of the little one? Bai Qi, momentarily perplexed, touched the little creature, finding no chill but rather a warm sensation. He took out a towel and gently wiped away the rapidly freezing amniotic fluid covering the little one, who soon fell into a lazy slumber, cradling the soft little creature. Bai Qi found himself in a dilemma. It was manageable for now, but once the little one awoke hungry, it would pose a problem, as he had no milk powder or similar provisions to feed it. A wolf cub, so young, could not consume meat directly, and even broth would be too harsh for its digestion. While holding the little wolf, Bai Qi grabbed a portion of perfect-grade, quick-acting healing balm and took a small bite. Bai Qi froze, then glanced at the quick-acting healing balm in his hand. The description indicated that it could replenish vitality and blood. If I dilute this with water and feed it to the little milk wolf, could it serve as a substitute for milk? Without hesitation, Bai Qi retrieved a bottle of warm water he had prepared earlier. He broke off a small piece of the perfect-grade, quick-acting healing balm and tossed it into the glass bottle. Instantly, the small piece dissolved rapidly, and soon the warm water inside the bottle transformed into a crimson hue. Gulp. Bai Qi took a sip, discovering that the difference from consuming the balm directly was minimal. Only the warmth in his abdomen felt slightly less pronounced. This was certainly superior to any milk powder. After all, it was perfect-grade healing balm, 2 qualities higher than that of the mother ice field wolf. With determination, Bai Qi focused his mind, and the little milk wolf opened its eyes with a soft whimper. Come, time for some nourishment. Bai Qi poured a capful of the healing balm liquid to the little one's mouth, and the aroma enticed the little creature, prompting it to extend its tiny pink tongue and begin to lick eagerly. As it ate, the little milk wolf emitted delighted sounds, clearly satisfied with its meal. After consuming 3 capfuls, the little one finally let out a satisfied whimper. Bai Qi chuckled and gently placed the little creature on the king-level super-efficient energy-preserving bed, where it promptly fell into a deep sleep. Resisting the urge to play with the little milk wolf, Bai Qi lay down as well. With an abundance of fuel at his disposal, Bai Qi had no inclination to conserve. The vehicle remained running, circulating a gentle warm breeze throughout the interior. A night slipped by swiftly, and, as dawn broke, Bai Qi awoke punctually to find the little milk wolf lying on the bed, its large watery eyes gazing at him in a daze. Oh, didn't he make a mess? How considerate. Bai Qi lifted one of the little wolf's hind legs, pleasantly surprised. He then took the little one to the bathroom, where it obediently relieved itself. No wolf droppings? Bai Qi felt a twinge of confusion. But after administering a few bottles of therapeutic ointment to the little creature, he was delighted to see it standing firmly on its own. How splendid. Just like its kin. The creature was entirely snow white, devoid of any stray hues. Satisfied, Bai Qi cradled it in his arms. For anyone who has raised a dog knows that a puppy is the most adorable and playful stage of their life. He cast a glance at the 11 superior-grade life markers he had acquired from the ice wolves he defeated last night in his storage space. After some contemplation, Bai Qi decided to exchange them all for fuel. However, this time he did not add it to his vehicle, but instead stored the entire 11,000 liters of fuel in his storage bracelet. It was not quite appropriate to have hot pot for breakfast, so Bai Qi opted to grill 2 sausages, which he subsequently traded with Gong Yingying. After consuming a dose of perfect-grade, rapid-effect healing ointment, Bai Qi felt a noticeable improvement compared to the previous day. He glanced at the supply store before shifting gears and driving away. His vehicle had idled all night and had consumed only about 20 liters of fuel, which felt negligible. While driving, Bai Qi opened the group chat. Region, 1006, population, 66, 330, 100, 000, boom. Bai Qi felt a shiver run down his spine. If memory served him right, the population count had been 96, 550 last night when darkness fell. A single night had witnessed a staggering loss of 220 lives. That was over 30,000 people. Gathered together, it would resemble a sea of humanity. He took several deep breaths to regain his composure. The death toll of others was, of course, none of his concern. However, the sheer magnitude of it was overwhelmingly oppressive. He now possessed only 92 bullets, and once they were depleted, he would find himself in dire trouble. If faced with a similar assault from 5 or 6 ice wolves as the previous night, his only option would be to flee in his vehicle. This was precisely why he had opted not to consume those superior-grade life markers, choosing instead to purchase ample fuel. As he scrolled through the group chat, Bai Qi encountered countless cries for help and wails of despair. It was evident that the encounters from the previous night had not been easy for anyone, particularly for those whose vehicles remained unupgraded. A single collision with a fierce beast like an ice storm bear could easily overturn their vehicles. It was nothing short of fierce. Bai Qi continued to peruse the information while driving forward. Suddenly, a message caught his attention. Everyone, our team has encountered the intelligent race mentioned in the survival core prompt. Image. Bai Qi promptly clicked on the image and saw a group of stout men, not particularly tall, but exuding an aura of great strength surrounding their vehicle. A flurry of responses followed. Bro, are they dwarves? They don't seem to be over 5 meters tall. Indeed, but these dwarves appear quite robust. Their combat abilities should not be underestimated. Yes, brother, how does your team plan to respond? Are they friendly or hostile? Hey, why haven't we seen any female dwarves? I have a fondness for petite women. You are overthinking it. Just look at these men's physiques. The female dwarves are likely to be equally formidable. Exactly. If they weren't strong, they wouldn't survive in such harsh conditions. Chapter 45. The dwarves' actions. Bai Qi continued scrolling down and eventually found the reply from the individual who had just spoken. Brothers, for now, these dwarves seem relatively friendly. It's strange. Although we don't share a common language, we just received a prompt indicating that communication is not an obstacle. By the way, our team leader is already conversing with them. I wonder what brings these dwarves to us at night. Bai Qi kept scrolling and soon discovered that others had encountered dwarves as well. Moreover, all reports indicated that these dwarves were amicable, with no one having engaged in combat with them. After viewing several images of the dwarves, Bai Qi realized that they wielded impressive weaponry, including spears and crossbows. It seemed that the deterrent of their weaponry had prevented any untoward behavior from the survivors. Suddenly, a message piqued Bai Qi's interest. Brothers, dwarves cannot be trusted. I have been captured. They are my vehicle now, and I am following their instructions. My vehicle is an off-road one. If you see dwarves in a vehicle, please stop it and rescue me. Image. Bai Qi quickly opened the image, revealing a photo of a man with a fearful expression driving, while 4 or 5 dwarves squeezed into the back. Bro, the dwarves haven't harmed you. Perhaps they have other intentions? They might have a request of you, so maintain a good attitude. It could be a misunderstanding. Indeed, the fact that you can still send messages indicates they haven't mistreated you. Perhaps they simply want to ride? Many were skeptical of the man's claim of being captured, and Bai Qi shared the same sentiment. If they had truly taken him captive, they would not be so courteous. As he continued to scroll, Bai Qi felt a mixture of relief and confusion. The situation seemed somewhat off, as numerous solitary survivors had reported being forcibly followed by dwarves. Boom! Bai Qi pressed down on the accelerator. He needed to move faster, as being alone felt increasingly precarious. Before long, Bai Qi arrived at an exceptional grade resource box, earning himself a piece of second-grade alloy. The guardians of his resource box were 2 robust ice prairie bison. If it weren't for the extraordinary precision of his king-grade, soul-piercing gun, he would have struggled against these powerful and imposing beasts. This time, he acquired 8 superior-grade life markers, a quantity comparable to that of 4 ice wolves, indicating their formidable strength. As he continued to consume the superior-grade life markers, Bai Qi felt his body growing stronger. By midday, he still had not encountered any other vehicles, which left him somewhat speechless, as if he were traversing a solitary snow-covered highway. He fed the little milk wolf every 3 hours, and this king-grade creature was growing remarkably quickly. Within just half a day, it could already scamper around the bed. After satisfying its hunger, Bai Qi continued to drive while cradling the little creature, even without encountering other survivors. The presence of such an adorable little milk wolf was a delightful companionship. As the clock approached 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Bai Qi came to a realization. There must be others ahead, for he had noticed that the resource boxes he discovered were located more than 300 meters off the road. Clearly, there were vehicles ahead, and they had undergone at least one upgrade. Suddenly, the little creature in Bai Qi's arms let out a cautious bark, and he soon spotted several parked vehicles ahead. Gradually decelerating, he observed that the vehicles were haphazardly blocking the road. The only way to navigate past them would be to venture into the snow-covered terrain. This was, of course, not feasible, as Bai Qi's off-road vehicle was quite heavy, and becoming stuck would pose significant trouble. With a screech, Bai Qi's vehicle came to a halt. He retrieved his perfect-grade dagger from the storage bracelet and gripped his king-grade, soul-piercing gun tightly, donning his diamond-grade, insulated leather jacket. Bai Qi turned to face the individuals who had already risen to their feet. 4 men and a woman were gathered around a campfire, roasting meat. This was a common practice, as starting a fire inside a vehicle posed too great a risk. The 4 men exchanged glances, their faces alight with astonishment. For a vehicle parked not far away was extraordinarily impressive, far surpassing their own by several magnitudes. In an instant, their eyes sparkled with fervor. In the realm of survival on the highway, possessing a remarkably cool vehicle was undoubtedly the most reliable asset. Although the vehicle was bound and could not be seized directly, this was not an absolute barrier. If the owner were willing to cooperate, they could facilitate the transfer of the survival core and workstation, thus enabling a vehicle exchange. Subsequently, they could eliminate the vehicle's owner and extract it. Once obtained, not only would they assuredly acquire the survival core, but they also stood a chance of obtaining blueprints learned from the owner's workstation, along with a plethora of various materials. It had been reported that those who had experimented with superior materials for crafting items could enhance the quality of their finished products. Many had already tested this. albeit without widespread dissemination. Brother Hai, the individual with such a luxurious vehicle could not have solely relied on personal material collection. He must possess some highly sought-after blueprints. Indeed, Brother Hai, if we capture this person, he could craft items for us, and perhaps we could upgrade all our vehicles. Brother Hai, let's incapacitate him and extract every bit of value before disposing of him. The three men revealed their ruthless intentions. The man referred to as Brother Hai nodded. Be cautious. Many now possess crossbows, which are exceedingly dangerous. First, we need to lure him down. Xiao Long, you appear more amiable. Go invite him to join us for some roasted meat. Understood, Brother Hai. A somewhat handsome young man set aside his weapon and briskly approached. Wrapped in a thick fur coat, Bai Qi was taken aback, as the other party had indeed put down their weapon. Lowering the window by an inch would facilitate communication without obstruction. Brother, it's nearly dark. Come down and share some roasted meat with us, the young man called out. Gesturing toward the nearby campfire, Bai Qi glanced in that direction and noticed the three men smiling and nodding at him, their demeanor seemingly friendly. However, Bai Qi furrowed his brow slightly, for the woman appeared troubled, casting a fearful glance his way before quickly lowering her head. Something was amiss. It seemed as though the woman was attempting to convey a message, yet she did not cry out for help. Bai Qi's expression grew serious. This situation could only imply one thing. In the woman's eyes, these four men were far more formidable than he. Crossbows and bows were no longer particularly rare. Some had even begun to sell them in small quantities, albeit at exorbitant prices. Chapter 46. Please enjoy some milk. No, please clear the way. Bai Qi responded, leaving the young man momentarily stunned. Brother, we are a legitimate team, see? We even have a female member. He insisted. Last night, over 30,000 people perished. Tonight could be even more perilous. Even if your vehicle is impressive, it cannot compare to our combined strength. Come on, our captain is a law-abiding hero. If you can win that woman's heart, you can have her. The young man explained urgently. The little milk wolf in Bai Qi's arms emitted a warning growl, causing Bai Qi to pause. The wolf was alerting him that the young man outside harbored ill intent. You look sincere, quite the actor, Bai Qi thought. This was a reminder from a king-level blood contract battle pet. He had no doubts about it. Instantly, Bai Qi devised a plan. With only 80 bullets remaining and no stable source of ammunition, he resolved to minimize unnecessary expenditure. With a swift motion, Bai Qi retrieved 4 glass bottles filled with warm water, pouring approximately 1 milliliter of a mad laughter liquid into each. A mere milliliter was potent enough to send a 1,000-pound adult bison into fits of laughter unto death. These men would surely not withstand it. Brother, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm not hungry, and it's warm in the car, so I want to join you by the fire. As fate would have it, I found some milk while opening boxes during the day, so here is a bottle for each of you. Bai Qi lowered the glass bottles slightly and handed them over. The young man was taken aback. His cautiousness seemed excessive. He accepted the 4 bottles of milk, discovering they were still warm. What a kind-hearted fellow. I almost feel guilty for what I'm about to do. He mused, then hurried back to his companions. Hi, good, that guy is quite cautious. He refused to get out of the car, but gave me 4 bottles of milk, still warm. Haiga nodded, dividing the bottles among them. The woman remained hunched over in her fur coat, and the 4 men paid her no mind. I'm feeling thirsty after that roasted meat. Fengzi, could you sprinkle less salt on the meat? It's too salty. Exactly, just a pinch would suffice. It makes us crave salt. The 4 men twisted open the caps and began to gulp down the warm milk, seizing the moment without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Xiao Long was the quickest, downing half a bottle in one go, overwhelmed by Fengzi's excessively salty meat. Seeing Xiao Long laugh, the others were momentarily stunned, but upon hearing his joyous laughter, they too began to smile. Ha ha ha. They erupted into a frenzy of laughter, even forgetting to drink the milk. The woman, who had been silent, was taken aback, cautiously lifting her head, only to find the 4 men laughing uproariously as if they had lost their minds. Their fur coats slipped off their shoulders in their mirth, yet they continued to laugh uncontrollably. She couldn't comprehend it. Even when they had insulted her, they had never laughed so heartily. Bai Qi observed the scene and initially intended to give 5 bottles of the low-concentration mad laughter liquid, but seeing the woman's apparent lack of standing, he refrained from taking further action. The laughter persisted, but the intensity waned. The 4 men's faces turned a deep shade of purple, a clear sign of oxygen deprivation. After 3 full minutes, they lay lifeless on the ground. The woman, now horrified, dared not make a sound. Bai Qi leaped down, cradling the little milk wolf. His king-level executioner's gun raised, targeting the woman. Upon seeing the gun, her fear intensified. She now understood that the 4 bottles of milk he had given were tainted, leading to the men's demise. Bai Qi halted 5 meters away from her. She lowered her head slightly, revealing a rather charming face. Although her figure was obscured, Bai Qi paid little heed to it, for he held no indecent thoughts. Remove your fur coat, he commanded coldly, causing her to freeze momentarily. In an instant, She trembled and relinquished her tightly wrapped coat. Bai Qi's eyes brightened. She was clad in loungewear that accentuated her figure quite appealingly. He scrutinized her carefully, confirming she bore no hidden crossbow or weapons. Previously, Gong Yingying had shared her injuries with Bai Qi, making him particularly wary of concealed threats. As the woman observed the man circling her, a look of relief and satisfaction crossed her features, and she realized the situation. Her figure had pleased him. The little milk wolf snuggled in. Bai Qi's arms remained unfazed by the frigid temperature, curiously watching the trembling woman. Put on the fur coat, Bai Qi instructed, this time with a gentler tone, as the milk wolf emitted no warnings, indicating the woman posed no immediate threat. The woman hastily donned her fur coat once more, wrapping it tightly around herself. Handsome, my name is Lu Ling, she introduced herself, her voice quivering. Bai Qi nodded but offered no reply. They were mere strangers, and he intended to depart shortly. Collecting the weapons from the 4 now frozen corpses, Bai Qi made his way toward the row of vehicles. Collect, collect, he continued, gathering materials, earning 4 survival cores and a plethora of various resources. What is this? Bai Qi gazed at a body among the materials, momentarily bewildered. Swiftly gathering all the materials, he approached the woman with a cold expression. Before he could inquire, she spoke hurriedly. Young man, that was one of my companions. She was headstrong and refused to submit, ultimately tortured to death. Her body was prepared for the beast tonight. I overheard them discussing it. Her fearful voice sent a chill through Bai Qi. Chapter 47. The ice-cold, giant crocodile looking at the 4 corpses, Bai Qi felt that letting them die laughing was too lenient. With a swift motion, he scattered wooden planks to cover the woman's body and poured some fuel over it. With a roar, flames erupted. Bai Qi sighed. He had no doubt about what the woman had said. Female survivors who were willing to submit typically suffered no harm. In a way, he had avenged her. Subsequently, Bai Qi, without turning back, made his way towards his vehicle. Observing this, the woman hastily followed suit. As Bai Qi opened the car door, he noticed the woman attempting to join him, and in that instant, he comprehended her intentions. Lu Ling, I prefer solitude. You may continue on your own. Please do not disturb me. With a clang, Bai Qi shut the car door and revved the engine, departing swiftly. The woman stood there momentarily stunned, her expression morphing into one of profound sorrow. Surely, he must find me repugnant for having been defiled by those 4 men. Yet if I do not resist, I fear I might already be a lifeless corpse. Tears streamed down Lu Ling's face as she walked back to her own vehicle. Soon, she returned to her car. But instead of leaving immediately, she alighted, wielding a long knife. The previously gentle woman now bore a fierce countenance. With a violent clash, she began to hack away, relentlessly striking until she felt the strength to swing the blade had waned. Only then did Lu Ling drag the long knife back to her vehicle. With a roar, she pressed down on the accelerator, fleeing the area, for the presence of 4 male corpses rendered it perilous at night. Bai Qi felt a weight in his heart. If survivors succumbed to the jaws of ferocious beasts, it would be somewhat bearable. However, many met their demise at the hands of their own kind, a fate far more terrifying than being devoured by wild animals. After traveling nearly 100 kilometers, Bai Qi halted his vehicle as dusk began to settle. He then prepared a pot of meat soup, serving a small bowl to Gong Yingying. This woman had encountered far more resource boxes during the day than he had, directly sharing some materials with him, most notably trading all the gathered meat chunks. Coupled with the beasts Bai Qi had slain, he now possessed over 50,000 excellent grade meat pieces. After consuming a small portion, Bai Qi paused, intending to digest before savoring a piece of perfect-grade, fast-acting healing ointment. He also discovered that after consuming the healing ointment, there was virtually no need for excretion, which was quite convenient. The little wolf pup, since its birth, had been drinking the healing ointment and had yet to relieve itself even once. Creaking sounds of snow being compressed resonated. The little wolf pup suddenly stood up in Bai Qi's arms, prompting him to scan the surroundings. Could it be? Is it an ice-field crocodile? As he beheld the enormous crocodile inching towards his vehicle, Bai Qi inhaled deeply. This was a giant crocodile exceeding 10 meters in length. Its white skin camouflaged it perfectly against the snowy landscape. The existence of such a creature in this wintry realm was absurd, especially one of such size. It was currently known as one of the most ferocious beasts. Bai Qi took a deep breath and swiftly climbed atop the motorhome. A low growl erupted as the giant crocodile detected Bai Qi's scent, its demeanor turning frenzied. What had initially been a slow crawl transformed into a rapid surge as its 4 sturdy legs propelled it forward with astonishing speed. With a series of 3 gunshots, each striking the crocodile's head, one bullet even piercing its eye. As the life essence marked the ground below, Bai Qi leaped down. Though the crocodile lay lifeless, he still felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Collect. A notification chimed. Acquired 2,000 icefield crocodile meat. Acquired 1 icefield crocodile skin. acquired 10 ice-field crocodile teeth. Bai Qi swiftly gathered all his spoils and hastened back inside the vehicle, promptly retrieving 10 particularly unique life essences that had fallen. Life essence, excellence. Description 1. An item dropped upon the demise of a living entity that can enhance your life strength. Description 2. Life essence serves as universal currency with stable value. To his astonishment, this was an excellence grade life essence, a tier above the excellent grade he had previously amassed. Throughout the day, Bai Qi had collected a total of 28 excellent grade life essences, yet upon consumption, he had not ascended to a higher life tier. Swallowing one excellence grade life essence, a powerful warmth surged through his body. The strength conferred by just this one exceeded 10 pounds. Without hesitation, Bai Qi quickly consumed the remaining excellence grade life essences. Clenching his fists, an inexhaustible power coursed through him. And in that moment, Bai Qi felt extraordinarily strong. Having ingested 10 excellence grade life essences, yet still not elevating his life tier, he pondered whether such a vast quantity was necessary. However, without any established standard, he had no choice but to continue consuming them, hoping for a natural breakthrough. Extracting a piece of crocodile meat, Bai Qi felt a surge of joy, for the icefield crocodile meat was also of excellence grade. Icefield crocodile meat, excellence. Description: giant crocodile meat imbued with a trace of ice power. Consuming it enhances physical strength. Description: long-term consumption offers a very low chance of acquiring ice power. Glancing at the little wolf pup cradled in his arms, Bai Qi proffered the icefield crocodile meat. The little creature, however, disdainfully shook its head and looked up at Bai Qi with pitiful eyes, as if pleading, "Please do not mistreat me, dear master." "Very well. If you do not wish to eat it, I shall use it to prepare healing ointment for you instead." Bai Qi then examined the icefield crocodile skin and teeth, both of which contained a trace of ice power and were materials of excellence grade. If I were to fashion clothing from this, would it yield special effects? Bai Qi grasped the icefield crocodile skin but set it down again. Feeling it would be a waste to use excellence grade materials for ordinary clothing, he decided to wait until he acquired blueprints for armor before proceeding. After perusing the group chat for a while, Bai Qi embraced the little wolf pup and climbed into bed. Following the attack from the icefield crocodile, he anticipated no further beasts would approach. Wang Changjin, glancing back at the giant crocodile pursuing him, felt a surge of frustration. Throughout the day, he had nurtured his pack, expanding the number of icefield wolves from 2 to 8, and was on the verge of reaching the limit for enslaving scrolls. Upon spotting the giant crocodile, he initially dismissed it as an inflexible beast, yet he resolved to use his last scroll on it. The fierce tiger still lay in the rear compartment, nursing its wounds, while the 8 icefield wolves, each standing 1.5 meters tall and measuring 3 meters in length, prepared for battle. Adhering to a strategy of injuring rather than killing, the pack began to mockingly surround the giant crocodile. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. They merely needed to subdue the giant crocodile to utilize the enslavement scroll to capture it. However, the sluggish giant crocodile suddenly erupted into action, lunging forward and seizing one of the icefield wolves in its jaws. The once mighty icefield wolf was instantly killed, sending chills down Wang Chang's spine. Now in a frenzy, the giant crocodile, as if pumped with steroids, could effortlessly slay an icefield wolf with each snap of its jaws. The ensuing chase left Wang Changjin with only 2 icefield wolves remaining behind his vehicle, while the giant crocodile relentlessly pursued them, instilling a profound sense of crisis within him. Gazing at the diamond-grade blade resting in the passenger seat, Wang Changjin felt torn. The primary issue with the 6 fallen icefield wolves had been their inability to breach the defenses of that giant crocodile. If he could breach their defenses, he would exhaust his opponent to death. It was night, and his vehicle could not accelerate, while the enormous crocodile behind showed no signs of fatigue. He had to take a gamble. If successful, he would capture a ferocious giant crocodile, but failure would entail dire consequences. Taking several deep breaths, Wang Changjin opened the window, and instantly, a colossal Arctic wolf's head leaned in. "Bite down and stab it." Wang Changjin thrust the hilt of his knife towards it, and the Arctic wolf clamped its jaws tightly around the hilt. "Go!" At Wang Changjin's command, one of the remaining 2 Arctic wolves began to provoke the giant crocodile, while the wolf clutching the diamond-grade knife stealthily circled to the side. The giant crocodile paid them no heed, for these Arctic wolves were incapable of breaching its defenses with ease. Suddenly, the wolf, gripping the diamond-grade knife, lunged forward, driving the blade smoothly into the crocodile's right hind leg. This spot had been deliberately chosen by Wang Changjin, as the giant crocodile's speed relied heavily on its robust hind legs. A low, rumbling roar erupted as the crocodile, feeling the pain, whipped around. With a powerful turn, it dislodged the wolf's sharp teeth entirely. Without its teeth, the Arctic wolf was left bleeding profusely, and the knife was yanked free. Wang Changjin observed the scene through the rearview mirror, but dared not exit the vehicle, for the giant crocodile had gone into a frenzy after sustaining such injury. Wang Changjin slammed the accelerator, and the wolf responsible for the distraction was swiftly killed by the enraged crocodile. In response, he directed the bleeding wolf to flee into the snow. After a relentless chase lasting half an hour, Wang Changjin gradually decelerated, as the giant crocodile behind could hardly move. Let us test its limits. Following Wang Changjin's order, the toothless Arctic wolf darted out from the snow. However, this time, no matter how the wolf provoked, the giant crocodile reacted sluggishly. Minutes later, the crocodile collapsed onto the road. Only after witnessing the wolf taunted up close, even standing atop its head without eliciting a response, did Wang Changjin feel secure enough to exit the vehicle. The Arctic wolf positioned itself protectively in front of him as Wang Changjin slowly retrieved the enslavement scroll and activated its power. A beam of white light emanated from the scroll, enveloping the giant crocodile. After a full minute, the enslavement was complete. Quickly feed it. The subdued giant crocodile seemed to regain a modicum of strength as it slowly opened its mouth, allowing Wang Changjin to feed it a small mound of healing ointment. Wang Changjin then dashed to the crocodile's right hind leg and applied more healing ointment. After this treatment, the life of the icy giant crocodile was finally preserved. Wang Changjin took a deep breath, nearly feeling his lungs freeze. Listening to the low growls of the Arctic wolf, he also fed it several clumps of healing ointment. Where's my diamond-grade knife? Wang Changjin suddenly realized that he hadn't seen the knife embedded in the crocodile's leg during the treatment. Hurry, retrieve the knife. Wang Changjin urgently commanded, and the toothless Arctic wolf immediately raced back along the path they had come. It was night, and surely no one would venture into the darkness. The knife would undoubtedly be found. After assessing the icy giant crocodile's condition, Wang Changjin promptly returned to the vehicle, for the outside was unbearably cold. After witnessing the prowess of the icy giant crocodile, he no longer despised its lowly appearance. In fact, he had already devised a plan. The enslavement scroll had 10 slots for enslavement. Next, he intended to subjugate several agile Arctic wolves and subsequently enslave more formidable icy giant crocodiles. 20 minutes later, the howl of the Arctic wolf echoed. Wang Changjin quickly opened the car window, but his expression turned cold. Where's the knife? You cannot find a single knife? Wang Changjin questioned incredulously, knowing that the wolf had lost its teeth, not its sense of smell. That knife was stained with its blood and the crocodile's. It should be easy to locate. The Arctic wolf whimpered in dismay, and Wang Changjin struggled to understand it. He had never owned a dog before. The enslavement scroll allowed him to control ferocious beasts, but it did not enable communication with them. The Arctic wolf turned its head to glance behind, and Wang Changjin followed its gaze through the rearview mirror. This is dwarves. Wang Changjin felt a surge of alarm as several ox-drawn carts approached from behind. Indeed, large carts pulled by ice-field bison. On these carts, he spotted several Arctic wolf corpses, each bearing evident bite marks, clearly the victims of the earlier encounter with the icy giant crocodile. Prepare for battle. Wang Changjin swiftly opened the rear door. The still recovering superior-grade tiger leaped out with a roar, followed closely by the Arctic wolf and the limping icy giant wolf, all positioned defensively behind the vehicle. Wang Changjin remained inside. If the three beasts could not manage, he would not hesitate to flee. There were 3 massive carts, each manned by a dozen stout dwarves. Wang Changjin felt a surge of anger upon seeing his diamond-grade knife cradled in the arms of one of the dwarves. The carts came to a halt, and the dwarves jumped down, weapons in hand. Wang Changjin felt a chill run down his spine, for several dwarves wielded crossbows, while others brandished spears. If a fight ensued, he had little confidence in his victory. Noble guest, our tribe is not far from here. You may accompany us to rest, boomed the dwarf holding a knife. Wang Changjin's gaze flickered. Many discussions had circulated in the group chat about dwarves. Although there was no mention of violence, these dwarves were certainly not amicable. When encountering a convoy, they often engaged in negotiations, but when faced with solitary vehicles, they would forcibly commandeer them. Wang Changjin observed that the dwarves were mostly focused on the icy giant crocodile, seemingly unafraid of the Arctic wolf and tiger. No need, my companions will arrive shortly. By the way, the weapon you hold was dropped by me after slaying a beast. Could you return it? Wang Changjin's voice carried over. The dwarves exchanged glances. Noble guest, this weapon is indeed a divine artifact we found, but we cannot confirm it is yours. Perhaps you could accompany us to our tribe, and once we verify its ownership, we shall return it to you, the dwarf declared loudly. Wang Changjin's eyes narrowed. He understood their intentions. No need. I must wait for my companions. You may proceed. After being rejected once more, the dwarves exchanged glances, but the dwarf leader cast another look at the icy giant crocodile before waving his hand. The 3-headed ice tundra bison strode forward, followed by 3 massive ox carts that gradually passed by. Wang Changjin stood ready, while the dwarves tightly gripped their weapons as they passed, clearly wary of the ice giant crocodile. Fortunately, until the 3 colossal carts disappeared from sight, no unexpected incidents occurred. Chief, that ice giant crocodile appears feeble. Why do we not slay it? A dwarf questioned, puzzled. The dwarf leader, clutching his steel-slicing spear, shook his head. A starving giant crocodile is stronger than a wolf. Even with this divine weapon in hand, we may not prevail in a confrontation. Moreover, that individual has somehow tamed both the ice giant crocodile and the ice tundra wolves. These extraordinary beings are indeed remarkable. The high priest has issued orders that these beings are a pivotal opportunity for our dwarven clan to become powerful, and we must approach them with caution. The dwarf leader caressed the steel-slicing spear as he spoke. We dwarves are short in stature. If these extraordinary beings can enhance our genes, our descendants will surely be giants. One dwarf chuckled, and the others nodded in agreement. Well, with so many ice tundra wolves to serve as sustenance, we have far exceeded our hunting mission. Let us return to the clan. I must inform the high priest of this extraordinary being, the dwarf leader declared solemnly. The 3 ox carts then quickened their pace and soon veered off the road into the snowy wilderness. Wang Changjin's face was filled with indignation. Had it not been for the diamond-grade steel-slicing spear, he would have never been able to tame the formidable ice giant crocodile of exceptional rank. This cannot stand. Without a divine weapon, should I encounter another ice giant crocodile, I would be utterly incapable of subduing it. If 5 or 6 ice giant crocodiles were nearby, that dwarf would likely have submitted my weapon without hesitation. According to the principle of self-preservation, Bai Qi must possess weaponry at least comparable to the diamond-grade steel-slicing spear. I must strive to acquire one. Wang Changjin took a deep breath and then opened his friends list. After completing a transaction with Bai Qi, they had added each other as friends. Despite the late hour, Wang Changjin sent a message. Ding! Bai Qi's eyes flew open. This king-grade bed was indeed marvelous, allowing one to fall asleep instantly and awaken just as swiftly. In the dead of night, could it be that Ying was in danger? Bai Qi quickly gathered the similarly awakened little milk wolf and approached the survival core display screen. It's Wang Changjin. What could he want at this hour? Bai Qi pondered, then replied to the message. Brother Changjin, I'm here. What is it? Brother Bai Qi, I wanted to inquire if you still have the steel-slicing spear? Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback. Brother Changjin, the steel-slicing spear can slice through iron as if it were mud. You haven't damaged it, have you? Wang Changjin's face fell, but he discerned that the other party likely still possessed valuable items. Brother Bai Qi, I won't conceal it from you. I previously encountered a giant crocodile, and when I thrust the weapon into its body, it fled. Thus, Bai Qi glanced at the ice giant crocodile skin in his storage space and immediately understood the situation. Well, Brother Changjin, I no longer have the diamond-grade steel-slicing spear, but I do possess an exceptional grade spear, which can also slice through iron like mud. Seeing Bai Qi's response, Wang Changjin smirked disdainfully. Brother Bai Qi, I must be honest. That giant crocodile is an exceptional grade beast, and its skin is exceedingly tough. I fear the exceptional grade spear may struggle to penetrate its defenses. Therefore, if you could provide me with a superior weapon, I would agree to your sale of healing ointments. I don't know if you've noticed, but today Zhao Gang made quite a fortune selling frostbite ointment. Healing ointments are undoubtedly far superior. Bai Qi immediately found humor in Wang Changjin's attempt to obtain something for nothing. Not to mention that everyone now possessed valuable items, especially blueprints that would be used solely by themselves. He had never intended to engage in low-end market business. If he wanted to acquire ordinary materials, selling spears would suffice. Healing ointments had now transcended their original purpose of treating injuries and could enhance one's own strength when consumed. Brother Changjin, that was our previous agreement, and I shall honor it. Up until now, I have not sold a single healing ointment. I'm a person who values principles in business. One must keep things separate. If you seek a better weapon, we shall negotiate anew. Bai Qi's voice rang with righteousness. Bah! Wang Changjin gritted his teeth in frustration. Yet the initiative lay with the other party, leaving him with no alternatives. Grasping the unbound enslavement scroll, Wang Changjin took a deep breath and sent over the attribute description. Enslavement scroll, perfect, description, can enslave non-human life forms, maximum enslavement capacity of 10. Description, can enslave only perfect grade life forms. Description, after enslavement, one can control the servant. Enslavement counts will be restored upon the servant's death. Description, requires blood binding before use. Bai Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a divine object existed. No, with such a remarkable item, how could Wang Changjin possibly part with it for trade? According to the principles of self-preservation and selfishness, he would not need or even utilize such an item. Previously, he had traded a blueprint for an exceptional grade permanent healing ointment to me, and now he presented a perfect grade enslavement scroll. Could it be that he also possessed a talent ability? Bai Qi furrowed his brow, deep in thought. It must be so. This suggests that he has the ability to replicate blueprints or items or something similar. As he engaged with him more, the truth would become clearer. If he truly possessed such an ability, it would be utterly extraordinary. Bai Qi took a deep breath and then placed the perfect grade spear in the trade section. Chapter 50. Ultimate Enslavement Scroll. Now, it was Wang Chang'an's turn to be momentarily stunned. For this was yet another spear of high quality. Considering that he had previously seen Bai Qi sell ordinary, fine, and exceptional spears, along with the diamond grade spear, this was already the 5th quality of spear. Damn! Bai Qi must have opened a diamond grade resource box and obtained a full set of spear blueprints. Wang Chang'an felt a tinge of envy. Had he opened that diamond grade resource box, it would have been a double harvest. Brother Bai Qi, what I have is a perfect grade enslavement scroll. Once activated, it will yield 10 servants. Although your perfect grade spear is equivalent in quality, its actual value pales in comparison. To be fair, I wouldn't ask for an exorbitant price. If you could add a diamond grade steel slicing spear, I would agree to the exchange. Wang Chang'an's voice echoed, and Bai Qi frowned slightly. Nevertheless, he recognized that Wang Chang'an's reasoning held merit. The value of the perfect grade spear was indeed far inferior to that of the perfect grade enslavement scroll. Furthermore, a very practical issue loomed before him. His king-grade soul-piercing gun had only 65 bullets remaining, and once depleted, his self-preservation capabilities would drastically diminish. If he could use the perfect grade enslavement scroll to enslave 10 ice giant crocodiles before exhausting his bullets, he would once again possess a means of self-defense. Thus, this enslavement scroll had become an object of utmost desire. In order to prevent any unforeseen complications, Bai Qi resolved to swiftly remove the enslavement scroll. Ding! Ying, are you awake? Although it was somewhat redundant to ask, it was precisely at this moment that Gong Ying possessed a ready-to-use diamond-grade blade. Upon hearing the notification sound from her friend, Gong Ying hurriedly rushed over, for Bai Qi was her sole confidant, and a message in the middle of the night undoubtedly indicated that she was needed. Bai Qi, I'm here. Ying, I need to borrow your blade. Whoosh. The transaction was sent immediately, catching Bai Qi off guard with its decisiveness. Bai Qi, have you encountered some trouble? By the way, this gun still has 3 bullets. One is for you. An anxious and concerned voice came through, and the transaction window displayed a handgun, the same exceptional grade precision pistol from before. Don't worry, Ying. It's nothing serious. I just need the blade. Bai Qi then canceled the transaction, and Gong Ying promptly sent the blade his way again. After acquiring the weapon, Bai Qi initiated a transaction with Wang Chang'an. Soon, the exchange was completed, and both parties were elated. With 2 exquisite weapons in hand, Wang Chang'an felt a surge of satisfaction. Bai Qi indeed possessed the complete blueprints for the blades, providing him with a reliable source for future acquisitions. Bai Qi toyed with the enslavement scroll, refraining from binding it immediately. For every 90 rolls of toilet paper he produced, Bai Qi crafted 1 blade. Time passed, and eventually, he fashioned a weapon that met his expectations. Sharp steel blade, Xingyao. Description: total length 150 centimeters, handle length 50 centimeters, blade length 100 centimeters, weight 10 kilograms. Description: wielding it grants a touch of sharp power, capable of injuring special life forms. Bai Qi placed a piece of first-grade alloy on the blade, which was effortlessly sliced in half by its mere weight. Sharp power, special life forms. Bai Qi murmured, having encountered such descriptions before. His king-grade, soul-chasing pistol bore a similar attribute, albeit with a different power. This was not mere coincidence. Ying had just unhesitatingly given him the blade and the pistol, so he decided to gift her this weapon. Bai Qi scanned his mind, realizing that within his storage bracelet lay another diamond-grade sharp steel blade he had just crafted. Ding! Your friend Bai Qi has sent a transaction. Would you like to accept? Gong Ying had been anxiously awaiting by her survival core display. Despite Bai Qi's reassurances, her worry persisted. Upon receiving the transaction, she accepted it without a moment's hesitation. Bai Qi, I'm relieved to hear you're okay. Yes, it's quite late. You should rest early. Ying. All right, Bai Qi, good night. After ending the chat, Gong Ying noticed an unusual weight in her hand. Why is this blade heavier? Ah, this isn't the diamond-grade sharp steel blade from before. Bai Qi, what is he? Gripping the Xingyao-grade sharp steel blade tightly, Gong Ying felt overwhelmed with emotion. This favor may remain unmatched for a lifetime. A gentle smile formed on her lips, and without inquiring further, she returned to her compartment and lay down. After taking a small dose of the perfect-grade, quick-acting healing ointment, Bai Qi settled onto the king-grade, ultra-efficient explosive bed. His fingers brushed against the sharp diamond-grade blade, initiating the binding process. 1 drop, 2 drops. After 90 drops, the power of the soul strike was fully charged. Drip. Blood imbued with boundless power fell onto the enslavement scroll. Ding. The binding of the enslavement scroll was successful. You have acquired the perfect-grade, ultimate enslavement scroll. Bai Qi joyfully picked up the more exquisite scroll to examine it. Ultimate Enslavement Scroll. Perfect. Description. Capable of enslaving non-human life forms. Maximum enslavement capacity is 100. Current enslavement count is 0-100. Description. Can only enslave perfect-grade life forms. Description. After enslavement, you can control the servants. If a servant dies, the enslavement count will be restored. Description. This enslavement scroll contains a built-in space for storing enslaved life forms. On description. Bond. A shiver ran down his spine. The enhancement exceeded Bai Qi's expectations. First, the enslavement capacity had increased tenfold, reaching a staggering 100. This was somewhat anticipated, given that his prior storage bracelet had expanded its capacity. However, what astonished Bai Qi was the built-in space within this scroll. This meant that he could now carry enslaved life forms with him, releasing them in an instant should he encounter foes, unleashing a horde of ferocious beasts as servants. Even without bullets, he felt invincible. Bai Qi sensed that the internal space of the enslavement scroll was a chaotic realm, entirely distinct from that of the storage bracelet. The Soul Strike's power could not enhance the quality of the product, and this ultimate enslavement scroll had a significant limitation. It could only enslave life forms of the highest perfect grade. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for the time being, as even the frost giant crocodile was merely an exceptional grade life form, while the ice-field wolf and ice-field polar bear were only of the same excellent tier as him. Bai Qi felt a tinge of regret, but ultimately accepted the situation. Chapter 51. Gene enhancement. There was, however, the downside. Moving forward, he would have to enslave those beasts, significantly reducing his acquisition of blood and life marks. Bai Qi contemplated this. Furthermore, having consumed a considerable number of excellent grade life marks, and even some exceptional grade ones, he felt no sense of nearing an elevation in life tier. Could it be that the healing ointment enhanced his blood vitality and physical strength, while simultaneously increasing his potential? Bai Qi's expression grew serious. The topic of life marks and their role in elevating life tiers had been extensively debated. Through the data shared by numerous survivors, it became apparent that the quantity of life marks required for each individual to ascend their life tier varied greatly. Transitioning from ordinary to excellent life forms required as few as around 100 ordinary life marks, while others needed hundreds. This discrepancy had sparked considerable debate among survivors. One faction argued that fewer required marks indicated better potential or qualifications, while the opposing view posited that a greater need for marks indicated deeper potential, as those who consumed more to break through would gain greater power afterward. Bai Qi leaned towards the latter perspective, having himself broken through after consuming a mere 100 ordinary life marks, placing him among the most common category of individuals. He had inquired with Gong Yingying about her experience, only to learn that she had consumed 400 to 500 ordinary life marks to achieve her elevation. After recently ascending to the excellent life tier, Bai Qi possessed approximately 200 gene of strength, while Gong Yingying boasted over 600 gene, a staggering disparity. Bai Qi held a photograph Gong Yingying had sent him after her injury, though it only captured her face. The appearance of the other party was undoubtedly exquisite. Yet Bai Qi could not help but recall that this individual possessed a formidable strength of 600 pounds at the time of their breakthrough. Instantly, the image of a golden Barbie flashed through his mind. This was no mere figment of Bai Qi's imagination. It was evident that such immense power corresponded with a robust physique, rendering slender arms and legs incapable of enduring such force. Thus, Bai Qi now interacted with Gong Yingying in the manner of good friends. After a bountiful day, Bai Qi reclined slowly, slipping into a sweet and profound slumber, so deep that he did not even dream. As dawn broke, Bai Qi awoke promptly and quickly prepared 2 grilled sausages to trade with Gong Yingying. He himself merely took a small bite of a perfect-grade, fast-acting healing ointment to satiate his hunger. Once satisfied, Bai Qi started his vehicle, eager to dominate the ferocious beasts. While driving, he opened the group chat interface. The region was 1006, with a staggering number of 43, 220, 100, 000 participants. Just yesterday morning, this number stood at 66. 330. In the span of a day and night, 110 individuals had perished. Compared to the first day, the count had certainly decreased. Yet over 20,000 was still a terrifying figure. Scrolling through the chat messages, Bai Qi quickly grasped the situation. Many had fallen victim to the ice giant crocodile. Against such colossal monsters, ordinary weapons were utterly ineffective, and even vehicles could be easily overturned by the ice giant crocodile. Suddenly, a message sent the previous night caught Bai Qi's attention, as it was from his friend Zhao Gang. Everyone, unity is strength. Be sure to join a reliable team. Just now, our team successfully slayed an exceptional grade ice giant crocodile. Image. Bai Qi opened the image and beheld a pitch-black ice giant crocodile. Clearly, Zhao Gang's team had employed fire tactics to vanquish the beast. Leader Zhao Gang. Impressive. You are the first team to slay an exceptional grade ice giant crocodile. Should we encounter another, I would be willing to bring my team to join your formidable squad. Zhao Gang's team must possess remarkable combat prowess. Last night, our team also utilized fuel-based fire tactics, but regrettably, the ice giant crocodile was too cunning and ultimately retreated. This type of crocodile is not particularly difficult to kill. As long as it is surrounded by vehicles, it can be burned to death with fuel, though some vehicles may be damaged in the process. You speak so easily. You have no idea how powerful the ice giant crocodile is. Do not compare it to ordinary crocodiles. Indeed, just last night, one of our RVs was overturned by the ice giant crocodile. That creature is absurd. Bai Qi had a fair understanding of Zhao Gang, and was surprised that he had quickly organized a team upon arriving in this frigid world. Bai Qi continued to scroll through the chat, soon captivated by a new message. Brothers, I need help. Can anyone spare some food and hot water? I have a significant discovery to share. What kind of discovery? How have you survived this long without food? Exactly. Do not deceive us. This chat is real name verified, and a tarnished reputation would be troublesome. Everyone, I will be straightforward. I was forcibly taken by dwarves yesterday and brought to a small tribe. This tribe is partially above ground and partially underground. Do you know why these dwarves captured us? The man's voice conveyed a mix of despair and humiliation. Hurry, tell us. I just traded you a piece of grilled meat. Yes, brother. I can't believe you witnessed the dwarf tribe firsthand. Please share the details, and I will give you a bowl of hot water. Curiosity piqued among many, particularly since there had been various rumors about dwarves, and now someone had finally seen them. The man surveyed the trades and accepted them all, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Thank you all for your assistance. Now I will share. In that dwarf tribe, I encountered several captured survivors, all of whom were male. Then, we were forcibly taken into a room, where they fed us suspicious food. Ultimately, the female dwarves obtained our genes. The group chat erupted in chaos. What the hell? Is that really what happened? Brother, did you escape? Are you out of your mind? I thought the dwarves were capturing you as food reserves, but it turns out it was this kind of affair. I can't wait to be taken away by dwarves. True. Although dwarves are less than 5 feet tall, that height belongs to the petite and delicate type. I adore short girls. I understand now. The dwarf tribe hopes to enhance their genes, seeking taller offspring. The reasoning made sense, yet why were only men being captured? Surely, they would also take women, wouldn't they? That's a question. Could it be that the male dwarves are inadequate or lack confidence? Nonsense. Those male dwarves are robust and savage. How could they possibly lack confidence? Bai Qi found himself intrigued. He had not encountered dwarves in the past 2 days and was astonished by their intelligence. Finally, the man resumed messaging. Everyone, while with the female dwarves, I inquired about the situation. The reality may differ slightly. It is said that the dwarven shaman issued a decree forbidding harm to us, declaring that we are their chance to grow stronger. As for why they did not capture female survivors, the female dwarves explained that the gestation period is too long. Unless they are held for an extended time, they cannot wait for offspring to be born. I see. We cannot remain in this world for long, which is why they did not capture female survivors. Alas, the resources here are too scarce, and there are various ferocious beasts. Otherwise, I would want to stay here. I absolutely adore life in this icy wilderness. Forget it. At first, you might endure it, but there are no networks or games to pass the time, making long-term survival unrealistic. What do you think our purpose in this extreme cold world is? Are we merely here to improve the genes of the dwarf tribe? The group chat fell silent, including Bai Qi, who could not fathom the purpose of their arrival. I believe there are circumstances we are unaware of. If we continue onward, we will surely uncover the truth. Let's hope it is not something perilous, as the ice giant crocodile is already beyond our means to contend with. Ding, ding, ding. A notification indicating the discovery of a resource box arrived, prompting Bai Qi to joyfully halt the vehicle. First, he stood atop the car to survey the area. Then, gripping his soul-hunting pistol, he disembarked. This was a superior-grade resource box, guarded by an ice-field violent bear. This creature is far more formidable than the ice-field wolf in a one-on-one confrontation, yet it lacks the agility of the ice-field wolf. If equipped with a ranged weapon, it would be considerably easier to deal with than the ice-field wolf. Bai Qi tightened his grip on the pistol and strode forward. His objective this time was to enslave the creature, thus he could not afford to shoot for the head. Alas, this gun possesses tremendous power. Shooting its limbs might not inadvertently kill the bear, would it? Bai Qi now found himself concerned that the robust ice-field violent bear might not withstand the blows. With a resounding bang, the shot rang out, and the bear, which had just prepared to sprint, collapsed to the ground. Bai Qi firmly held his pistol and cautiously approached. The bullet struck the right front leg of the bee, yet its force was somewhat excessive, leaving a gaping wound the size of fist. The depth unknown. Fortunately, the Binju Nbioxy was not yet dead, emitting faint whimpers of distress. The pitiful sound from such a formidable beast tugged at Bai Qi's heartstrings. Drawing forth the ultimate version of the enslavement scroll, Bai Qi issued the enslavement command. Instantly, a beam of white light emanated from the scroll, enveloping the Binju in Bai Qi entirely. Simultaneously, Bai Qi sensed that, as long as the bear did not thrash about too violently, he could successfully enslave it within 10 seconds. This enslavement was rather domineering. As long as the life form's tier did not exceed the perfect level, it could be forcibly enslaved, albeit requiring a stable time frame for the process. Fortunately, the recent gunshot had inflicted severe damage on the Binju in Bai Qi, which showed no sign of resistance until the enslavement concluded. Capture. Bai Qi commanded with delight, and in less than a second, the ultimate version of the enslavement scroll emitted another beam of white light, causing the massive bear to vanish, leaving only a pool of blood in the snow. As his consciousness swept through the chaotic space, Bai Qi beheld the Binju in Bai Qi in a dormant state. Remarkably, its injuries were healing. This space possessed such restorative properties. Overjoyed, Bai Qi observed for a while before releasing the still severely wounded Binju in Bai Qi. Eat, he commanded, and the bear, despite its injuries, began to consume the ordinary grade healing ointment Bai Qi had provided. With a single mouthful, the Binju in Bai Qi emitted a delighted roar, which continued unabated. Indeed, the ointment contained a mild dose of the frenzied laughter pill's effects. Fortunately, this level of potency was weak. The bear's breathing remained unaffected, allowing it to continue feasting. Subsequently, Bai Qi applied another substantial amount of ordinary healing ointment to the bear's wounds. With everything in order, he stored the Binju in Bai Qi away. Upon further contemplation, Bai Qi understood the healing effects within the space of the ultimate version of the enslavement scroll were roughly equivalent to using ordinary grade healing ointment. Once in the space, the Binju in Bai Qi fell into a deep slumber, yet it still emitted joyous sounds. Having tested the effectiveness of the ultimate version of the enslavement scroll, Bai Qi opened a resource box and received a fine-quality short sword. During his subsequent travels, Bai Qi continuously captured various ferocious beasts. By 5 in the afternoon, he had successfully enslaved 6 Binju in Ling, 5 Binju in Bai Qi, and 3 Binju in Bai Yoi. Initially, he needed to shoot to capture them, but as his army of enslaved beasts grew, he merely had to unleash them all at once to overwhelm any approaching beast. With 60 bullets remaining, Bai Qi planned to conserve ammunition unless he encountered an extraordinary beast like the J. Throughout the day, he had opened around 10 resource boxes, one of which was extraordinary grade. With a thought, several blueprints appeared before him. His daytime haul included 3 fine-quality vehicle component blueprints. This indicated that many individuals likely possessed fine-quality vehicle body components. Currently, Bai Qi's vehicle only had an extraordinary grade chassis. Thus, he prepared to upgrade it. He continuously crafted sanitary paper to accumulate the power for a decisive strike. Ding! The chassis was successfully crafted, and he obtained a perfect grade vehicle chassis. Replace. Upon Bai Q's command, his vehicle underwent a transformation. Soon, the previous extraordinary grade chassis appeared outside the window. Excellent. Now, my survival core can be elevated to the perfect level. However, transitioning from extraordinary to perfect required 30 survival cores, leaving him short by 18. Given the recent fatalities, many individuals likely possessed surplus survival cores that were temporarily unused, making it feasible to gather a few. Bai Qi glanced at his storage bracelet, which contained 26 extraordinary grade blades, 3 perfect grade blades, and 1 diamond grade blade. Ding! Your friend Bai Qi has sent a trade request. Do you accept? Initially, Bai Qi intended to send a replaced extraordinary grade chassis to Ji Ying Y Ying, but she hadn't replied immediately, likely preoccupied with opening resource boxes. Chapter 53. Small Space Crystal. Everyone. The terror of the HNB Ing lies in its nearly impenetrable crocodilian hide. If one possesses a weapon of the same grade, it can breach defenses and slay it. I am selling extraordinary grade blades, crafted from secondary alloy, so please refrain from messaging me about low-tier items. I only accept various blueprints and survival cores. Video. Bai Qi sent the message, simultaneously uploading a video of the extraordinary grade blade slicing through metal. Wow, Bai Qi. I have survival cores. I've sent a private message. Please trade me an extraordinary grade blade. Bai Qi. I have a fine grade tire blueprint. Could I trade it for an extraordinary grade blade? Bai Qi, brother. I have something good. Please check my private message. A flurry of private messages flooded in. Precisely as Bai Qi had anticipated, many individuals possessed idle survival cores. Moreover, numerous offers were made at high prices, with one audacious individual even proposing 5 survival cores for a single extraordinary grade blade. Bai Qi quickly began crafting blades, then commenced trading based on the varying offers in his private messages. With the power of the decisive strike, even the least impressive blades could be crafted into fine-quality ones, fulfilling demand and allowing Bai Qi to acquire numerous materials. While Bai Qi engaged in fervent trading, Ying gazed ahead with a grave expression at the ferocious beast before her. This creature lacked a fixed form and could soar through the air. Bang! A gunshot rang out, instantly creating a hole in the snowflake-like creature. A piercing shriek followed, indicating that the shot had inflicted pain. However, in the next moment, the hole vanished entirely. Ying quickly fired 2 more shots, aiming for the creature's head. Yet despite this, the beast sustained no real damage. Stowing her handgun, Ying firmly gripped her Stargrade sharp steel blade. The creature, having been struck thrice, was now filled with rage, screeching incessantly as it swooped down from the sky. Amid its flight, a cascade of snowflakes fell, momentarily obscuring Ying's vision. Swish! Swish! Ying could only swiftly wield her Stargrade blade. An unprecedented scream of terror echoed as Ying pinpointed the source of the cry and rapidly swung her blade in a cutting motion. The falling snowflakes dissipated, and she brushed the snow from her body, turning to face the ground. There, she found a cerulean ice sphere lying on the ground. Why did it not drop a life mark? She reached down to pick up the ping-pong ball-sized ice sphere and examined it. Core of the ice snow nymph. Rare item. Description: a special core imbued with the power of ice, possessing multiple uses. Note: consuming it may grant a sliver of ice power if one withstands the icy force without perishing. Ying did not linger on her examination and proceeded toward a nearby resource box. Before him lay a resource chest, radiating a brilliance akin to that of diamonds. Miao Dao pried open the lid, revealing the contents within. Ying furrowed her brows slightly, for inside was only a crystal about the size of a fist. However, upon inspecting the attributes of the crystal, a smile illuminated her face. She swiftly returned to the vehicle, only to find Bai Qi had sent a trade request. Upon closer examination, it was a remarkable automotive chassis component of exceptional quality. Ying smiled and accepted the trade. After the exchange, she collected the ordinary chassis she had previously possessed. Ding! Your friend Ying has sent a trade request. Do you accept? Engrossed in his activities, Bai Qi was momentarily stunned by what Ying had sent. Could it be 2 extraordinary items? After accepting the trade, Bai Qi scrutinized the contents, particularly the fist-sized crystal. Small space crystal, extraordinary item. Description: a spatial crystal capable of holding 10,000 cubic units of space, with various applications. The attribute description was straightforward, yet this was a spatial marvel. Bai Qi was well acquainted with the wonders of space, possessing both an ultimate version of a storage bracelet and a supreme enslavement scroll. Thus, Bai Qi adjusted his acquisition strategy. If Ying treated him with such generosity, he too must reciprocate with sincerity, for that is the essence of camaraderie. Even ordinary vehicle component blueprints began to pique his interest. After 2 full hours, the trading concluded, marking one of Bai Qi's most fruitful exchanges to date. Not only did he acquire a copious amount of resources, but he also added numerous team leaders to his circle of friends. In addition to his previous stockpile, Bai Qi now possessed a substantial inventory: 65 blueprints for one-time tires, 55 for vehicle bodies, 68 for automotive glass, 65 for chassis, 15 for power systems, and 35 for fuel tanks. The majority were ordinary blueprints, with a few being of superior quality. Bai Qi then commenced the mass production of vehicle components. One by one, the blueprints were utilized, and upon crafting superior components, he immediately contacted the team leaders for trades. As for the extraordinary components, he exchanged them directly for survival cores or blueprints. An hour later, Ying was utterly astonished. Bai Qi had traded her a complete set of perfect-grade vehicle body components along with 60 survival cores. This meant she could elevate her vehicle directly to a perfect level. The girl was left speechless, utterly captivated by these exceptional resources. Fortunately, Bai Qi urged her on, and eventually, she upgraded her vehicle to a perfect-grade off-road vehicle. With Ying's situation resolved, Bai Qi was not to be outdone. Having crafted numerous automotive components, he had assembled a complete set of diamond-grade vehicle body parts for himself. Gazing at the plethora of survival cores in the passenger seat, Bai Qi began the vehicle upgrade process. Before long, the extraordinary off-road RV had been elevated to perfection. Yet, he did not cease there. Transitioning from perfect to diamond grade required a substantial 300 survival cores, and fortuitously, he had just enough. Upgrade. Ding. Vehicle body components meet the standards, and the quantity of survival cores is sufficient. The cores begin the upgrade process. Ding. The presence of a small space crystal has been detected. Do you wish to utilize it? The unexpected prompt caught Bai Qi off guard. and he quickly inquired about the reason. Upon understanding the situation, Bai Qi erupted into laughter. He opted to use the small space crystal. Endless white light emanated from the survival cores, enveloping the entire vehicle. Ding! The small space crystal is about to merge with the vehicle cabin. Please confirm the cabin's spatial configuration. After a brief contemplation, Bai Qi made his decision. A height of 5 meters, a length of 50 meters, and a width of 40 meters. Ding! The spatial configuration has been confirmed. The vehicle upgrade begins. Chapter 54. The Spatial Cabin. Ding! Your survival core has been upgraded to diamond grade. Your daily chat limit has increased to 100 times. The number of items you can list for sale simultaneously has risen to 100, and the detection range for resource boxes has expanded to 3,000 meters. Once the white light dissipated, Bai Qi joyfully leapt from the driver's seat. 1 meter behind the driver's seat stood a massive door, 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Such a large entrance within the cabin clearly indicated the use of spatial technology. Peering through the doorway, he was greeted by a vast interior space. As he ventured inside, Bai Qi marveled at his surroundings. It is common for building interiors to be less than 3 meters high, yet the cabin's 5-meter height was truly impressive. After a circuitous exploration, he began to settle in, arranging workbenches and sausage machines, along with charcoal-making equipment, while his grand king-level bed found its place on the opposite side. The diamond-grade gourmet stove was positioned in the kitchen area he had set up. Additionally, there was a separate bathing area, and upon entering, Bai Qi was astounded. A 1-meter deep soaking pool, at least 5 or 6 square meters in size, occupied the center of this expansive bathing area. 2 shower stations and 2 toilets accompanied it, and even the wash basin for brushing teeth and washing faces featured 2 units. This was evidently not designed for a solitary occupant. After a thorough inspection, Bai Qi felt immensely satisfied as the perfect-grade automatic temperature-controlled water heater fit flawlessly into the setup. Moreover, the previous 600-liter bathing water tank had transformed. Bai Qi glanced at the enormous tank mounted on the cabin wall, and its capacity read 100 cubic meters. The sheer volume left him speechless. However, upon observing the vast soaking pool, he understood that without a suitably large water tank, bathing would be unfeasible. The diamond-grade rapid water collector, after arriving in the frigid world, could only produce about 40 liters of clean drinking water in a day and night, which was rather insufficient. For the time being, Bai Qi abandoned his bathing plans, intending to seek out rivers or lakes in the future to fill the 100 cubic meter tank. Surveying the cabin, he found an impressive area of 2,000 square meters, comparable to a large factory. How splendid it would be to have a group of friends here, Bai Qi mused, feeling somewhat lonely in such a vast space with only a small wolf pup for company. If he encountered a capable female survivor, perhaps they could form a team, ensuring their safety at night. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Relationships among survivors are often competitive and adversarial. Such an extraordinary vehicle would surely incite greed. He must not allow unreliable individuals aboard. Bai Qi extinguished that fleeting notion and returned to bed. The king-level bed proved its worth, as Bai Qi, in his current state of exhilaration, would have found it impossible to sleep on a mere ordinary bed. The night passed swiftly, and Bai Qi awoke at dawn. Feeling his body, he noticed a marked improvement from the previous evening. After consuming 2 doses of perfect-grade rapid healing ointment, he felt as if he were a furnace, brimming with warmth. However, the increase in strength was minimal. Rather, it was an enhancement of vitality and vigor within him. Having consumed the healing ointment for a day or two, Bai Qi found himself in a state of unexpected delight as he had not experienced a significant excretion. Although my previous servitude to the ferocious beasts no longer yielded me meat, it seemed that Ying had provided a more generous supply. She appeared to be a genuinely grateful girl, and thus I could not be stingy. Bai Qi subsequently produced 10 perfect-grade healing ointments and initiated a transaction, leaving Gong Ying momentarily stunned. Bai Qi, you should keep these. You still have a considerable amount from last time. She directly declined the offer. Ying, this substance can enhance your physical strength. You should consume it regularly, for I shall no longer indulge in roasted sausages. Seeing Bai Qi's determination, Gong Ying accepted the transaction. All right, Bai Qi, I will strive to hunt beasts. Upon learning that the creation of healing ointment required blood and flesh, Gong Ying declared, take care, especially around the ice giant crocodile. If you encounter it, try to drive away as quickly as possible. A diamond-grade vehicle is not easily destroyed by an ice giant crocodile. Bai Qi cautioned. Gong Ying, just having woken up, rinsed her mouth and nibbled a small piece of perfect-grade healing ointment. A warm sensation instantly coursed through her body, and her eyes brightened. This is even better than what Bai Qi described. With so much perfect-grade healing ointment, I will undoubtedly grow stronger. Bai Qi continued on his journey, and after several hours of driving, he encountered other survivors. A woman tightly gripped a machete while 4 men faced her. Upon seeing Bai Qi's vehicle approach, the woman grew increasingly tense. The four men, after a brief moment of apprehension, erupted into joy. Bai Qi had no intention of getting involved, but the sensation beneath his wheels ignited his anger. The ground was littered with nails, and the snow that covered this section of the road concealed their presence. However, Bai Qi remained unperturbed. His diamond-grade tires were truly explosion-proof. Unlike the perfect-grade, puncture-proof tires, which were still air-filled, the diamond-grade tires contained layers of soft material, providing support to the vehicle without reliance on air. Thus, the nails were rendered ineffective. As Bai Qi assessed the situation, he spotted a vehicle about 10 meters ahead with all four tires deflated, clearly having suffered the same fate as his own. Nearby, four vehicles remained intact, clarifying the circumstances. The four men exchanged glances before two of them approached Bai Qi. One wielded an axe in each hand, while the other brandished a large machete. The little wolf emitted a warning growl. What a path to destruction! Bai Qi did not initiate violence against others, but if provoked, he would retaliate fiercely. Now, he possessed numerous trump cards, the most formidable being his king-grade execution weapon, followed closely by the ultimate enslavement scroll that had already subdued several ferocious beasts. Yet, Bai Qi did not wish to reveal all his strengths, so he merely rolled down a window. A wolf! 3 ice-field wolves charged forward. Help! Run! The two men, who had just been boasting of their bravado, immediately turned and fled, while the two men confronting the woman sprinted away in fear. In such short distances, there was no way they could outrun the ice-field wolves, which stood at 1.5 meters tall and measured 3 meters in length. Soon, the four men were brutally torn apart by the wolves. This confirmed Bai Qi's suspicion that the four lacked any ranged weapons like crossbows. Woman, remove your outer garment. Bai Qi's icy voice drifted through the window, momentarily stunning the woman, whose face was framed by fur. No way, she replied through gritted teeth, raising her machete. Bai Qi discerned that the weapon in her hand was merely of ordinary quality. Woman, I must ensure that you possess no ranged weapons. Bai Qi's voice rang out again, causing her to falter. If I had such weapons, would I be surrounded by these men? The woman remained reluctant to shed her fur coat. Yet Bai Qi found her argument somewhat convincing. Go, keep your eyes on her. If she makes any suspicious moves, eliminate her. Bai Qi commanded 2 of the icefield wolves, who immediately encircled the woman, prompting her to lower her machete. Bai Qi then directed a 3rd icefield wolf to sniff around, ensuring no one else was hidden in the vehicles. A wolf! One of the wolves confirmed, and Bai Qi finally exited the vehicle. This time, he did not draw his king-grade execution weapon. Instead, he wielded a diamond-grade machete. Robbery and murder truly invite death. Bai Qi's chilling voice resonated, causing the 4 men, stripped of their outer garments, to feel a deeper chill. Surrender all your possessions, including those listed in the trading mall, and I shall grant you a chance at survival. Bai Qi's voice echoed, leaving the 4 men momentarily stunned, while the woman looked on in disbelief. All right, please wait, esteemed sir. The 4 men attempted to approach the vehicle, only to be halted by Bai Qi. One at a time. Any sudden movements will lead to your demise. With a swift motion, Bai Qi sliced through a tire, cleaving it and its rim in half, causing the 4 men to tremble in fear. Now, they dared not harbor any ulterior motives. With one wheel missing, their vehicle was rendered inoperable, and they could only pray that this malevolent figure would depart after collecting their supplies. As for what would happen next, they could only await their fate. The woman, guarded by 2 icefield wolves, observed as Bai Qi effortlessly severed the tire with his machete, her eyes sparkling with hope. Under Bai Qi's watchful gaze, the first man retrieved 5 ordinary beasts and several rare metals from the trading mall. This was a common method for individuals to preserve valuable resources, particularly the carcasses of beasts, which remained unspoiled when listed in the trading mall. Bai Qi unhesitatingly collected all the supplies. He even noted the man's workstation, which contained a blueprint for a basic permanent axe, a decent weapon. Unfortunately, the workstation was bound to the owner, preventing Bai Qi from utilizing it. Otherwise, he would have crafted several impressive axes. The other men were similar, but one man had particularly meager supplies, with only a single beast trapped in the trading mall. An idea sparked in Bai Qi's mind. Strip! His cold yet somewhat excited voice pierced the air, leaving the men, including the woman, in shock. Are you seeking death? Bai Qi's brow furrowed, prompting the icefield wolves to growl menacingly. The man ordered to undress turned pale with fear, and faced with a choice between dignity and life. He unhesitatingly chose the latter. Trembling, he removed his shirt, and then, in the biting cold, he hesitantly began to remove his trousers. Stop! Bai Qi swiftly intervened, his gaze intensely fixed on the man's wrist. There lay a bracelet, previously concealed beneath a man's sleeve, now revealed. Hand over the bracelet, Bai Qi commanded, causing the man to tremble uncontrollably. This was his greatest trump card. He cared little for the loss of all the resources in the vehicle. But the revelation of his most significant secret was a different matter. He had sensed earlier that this formidable man possessed storage equipment, as evidenced by the effortless manner in which he had collected the corpses of the beasts. A chilling howl emanated as an ice-field wolf approached, its menacing teeth bared. Startled, the man quickly removed the storage bracelet from his wrist. Bai Qi, employing the same method, proceeded to inspect the other 3 individuals. Storage bracelet, exceptional. Description, contains a silent space of 2m times 2m times 2m. Description, living beings with soul fluctuations cannot be collected within the silent space. Description, the opening of the space measures 0.2 square meters. On description, bond. Upon reviewing the details, Bai Qi immediately lost interest. This was vastly inferior to his own ultimate spatial storage bracelet. Empty its contents. With Bai Qi's order, the man hastily took the storage bracelet and began extracting various supplies. Bai Qi regarded these items with disdain, while the other 3 men looked on in bewilderment and fury. Once all the supplies were secured, Bai Qi seized the storage bracelet once more, leaving the man utterly confused. But it's bound. We want. Bai Qi then strode toward his diamond-class vehicle, eliciting joy from the 4 men. They had narrowly escaped disaster. However, the woman stood frozen in disbelief, assuming that the 4 men would be released. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts. She awaited the departure of the 2 ice-field wolves before planning her return to the vehicle. A simple tire replacement would allow her to drive away from this place. Bai Qi entered the vehicle, but did not start the engine. The 3 ice-field wolves continued to fixate on the 4 men and 1 woman. The woman was somewhat insulated by her thick fur coat, but the 4 men were in dire straits, having shed their fur garments and now stripped to their bare skin for inspection. In the biting cold of minus 60 degrees Celsius, they would have succumbed to the elements long ago were it not for the ferocity of the ice-field wolves. "Great sir, may we board the vehicle?" came a trembling voice. Bai Qi's lips curled into a cold smile. "Board? Are you feeling cold?" he inquired, his voice icy and laced with amusement. The 4 men, their noses frozen, nodded vigorously. "Ah, good. Recognizing the cold indicates you are not cold-blooded creatures," Bai Qi remarked, leaving the men perplexed yet chilled in their hearts. Indeed, before they could respond, Bai Qi continued, "That woman in the snow, she perished from the cold, did she not? Even in her final moments, she clutched her weapon tightly. You forced her to freeze to death, and now it is your turn to experience the bitter chill." Bai Qi's voice was devoid of warmth. He had been alerted by the little wolf that another body lay in the snow. A glance had revealed a woman, frozen in place, still gripping a short sword, obscured by the vehicle, leading the others to mistakenly believe he had not noticed. As Bai Qi's words echoed, the 4 men, already shaking uncontrollably, erupted into chaos. "Great sir, it has nothing to do with me. It was all them. They forced me." One man pleaded. "Great sir, it has nothing to do with me. I merely passed by and was forcibly recruited. I have never harmed anyone." Another cried. "Sir, it was him. He was the one who drove her to her death. He feared injury during the fight, so he coerced us to pressure her until she perished, refusing to yield." Yet another accused. "Sir, he is the mastermind. We are merely accomplices. Our crimes do not warrant death." The 3 men quickly distanced themselves from the one who stood dumbfounded, his expression a mixture of confusion and anger, prompting a cold laugh from Bai Qi. "I will remain here for 2 hours. If you can endure the cold without clothing, I shall spare those who survive," Bai Qi declared icily. The men were momentarily taken aback, about to speak, when they suddenly found themselves encircled by the 3 ice-field wolves. "The Kuei, come here for a hug. Count me in. Let's hug." The 3 men, united in their plight, quickly embraced, feeling a flicker of warmth emanate from their contact. They clung to one another tightly. The isolated man extended a finger, struggling to find words. He wished to explain that this embrace would not withstand 2 hours, yet he feared for his life. Thus, he began to bounce in place, attempting to generate warmth through movement against the frigid air. The woman, too, trembled, her fur coat providing little protection against the biting wind. Noticing Bai Qi watching from the vehicle, she cautiously retreated within. Bai Qi, aware of her subtle movements, paid little mind. She had shown courage in standing against him, a commendable trait in itself. The 3 men soon altered their strategy, taking turns to occupy the center of their huddle, allowing the man in the middle to feel some relief. The isolated man, after a brief period of bouncing, was soon drenched in sweat, only for the moisture to freeze instantly. Within 3 minutes, his movements became sluggish, and his skin turned a ghastly blue-black. Moments later, with a crash, he collapsed to the ground. Bai Qi remained impassive. The woman had endured far worse, gripping her weapon in a state of tension until the very end. After another 5 minutes, the remaining 3 men fell to the snow. To endure nearly 10 minutes in such bitter cold without clothing was no small feat. They must have consumed a considerable amount of life force. With all settled, Bai Qi exited the vehicle, collecting the 4 cars. Fortune smiled upon him as an axe blueprint materialized from one of the vehicles. He marveled at his luck, then approached the woman who had frozen to death. Weapon still in hand. Ah, the little wolf whimpered, confirming her lifeless state. Bai Qi produced a pile of wooden blocks and doused them in fuel. With a roar, flames erupted, and Bai Qi, accompanied by the little wolf, returned to his vehicle. He made no effort to waste fuel on the corpses of the four men, opting instead to observe if any wild beast would be drawn to the scene. Revving the engine, Bai Qi's formidable Diamond-class off-road vehicle roared into action. Wait! Through the rearview mirror, Bai Qi noticed a vehicle closely tailing him. Ding! Great sir, I'm the unfortunate woman you saved earlier. Please, take me with you. A private message arrived, her tone now bereft of its earlier fierceness, replaced instead with a plea for mercy. Bai Qi chose to ignore her, but the name in her message struck a chord of familiarity. Xia Cuckoo. I feel as though I've encountered her before. She surprisingly recognized me. It must have been the moment I revealed my identity while wielding the Zhan Tai Miao Dao. However, it was of little consequence. Bai Qi pondered momentarily, but could not recall. The woman behind the wheel gripped the steering wheel tightly, following the imposing RV ahead. Noticing the lack of response from the other party, she bit her lip. Bai Qi, I am Xia Yuluo, one of the four little flower daughters. It is too perilous for me to be alone. I beseech you to take me along. The pleading voice echoed once more, and Bai Qi suddenly realized. It turned out to be Xia Yuluo, the most straightforward among the four little flower daughters. No wonder the name Xia Cuckoo sounded familiar. This was indeed her real name, a detail I had come across in her profile before. The image of that youthful and radiant star surfaced in Bai Qi's mind. Yet, the audacity she had just displayed in confronting four armed men suggested she was not of a fragile disposition. Her weaponry and vehicle were undoubtedly formidable, but he remained a mere mortal. Should he accept her presence, and she harbored ill intent, he would find himself ill-prepared. Even with a king-level life elixir, one could not guarantee survival from fatal strike, unless he kept her confined within his vehicle, guarded round the clock by the ice-field wolf, or bound her with ropes in the meantime. A flurry of wicked thoughts crossed Bai Qi's mind, but he quickly shook his head. Such actions would only deepen animosity. There are no absolutes in life, and it is best not to tempt fate. Bai Qi felt a surge of blood rushing through him, a side effect of consuming the healing elixir, which could lead to impulsive behavior. He glanced at the perfect blueprint of a silicone doll within his storage space and forcibly quelled the urge to capture Xia Cuckoo. Once the malevolent thoughts dissipated, Bai Qi sensed a newfound clarity within his soul. What an unexpected benefit. It appears my decision to maintain my integrity and refrain from wrongdoing is indeed wise. Yet, one must also possess formidable means. Bai Qi resolved to swiftly gather the 100 slots for the ultimate enslavement scroll. Even when the king-level, soul-piercing bullets were exhausted, he could still command a multitude of fierce beasts from the safety of his vehicle. After a prolonged silence from the man ahead, Xia Cuckoo felt increasingly at a loss. She had just been besieged by those four men, and her fierce resistance stemmed from a desire to avoid humiliation. Initially, she feared Bai Qi might harm her, especially since he had once commanded her to remove her fur coat. However, she soon realized it was a misunderstanding. He had done so merely to check for concealed weapons. Ultimately, she witnessed Bai Qi freeze those four men, avenging a girl he did not even know, and even cremated them before departing. In her mind, Bai Qi had become a quintessential good person, not merely one of those benevolent souls, but one capable of cold, decisive action, forming the perfect image of a hero in her heart. Chapter 57. Gunpowder Production Blueprint. With a shift in mindset, her thoughts transformed entirely. By revealing her identity as one of the four little flower daughters, she hoped to attract his attention. If he accepted her, she would willingly follow him. Taking a deep breath, Xia Cuckoo decided to play her final card. This was a gamble. Revealing her trump card could lead to acceptance, enslavement, or even death. The treacherous nature of the extreme, cold highway left her lacking confidence to proceed without the protection of a strong man. Bai Qi, I have seen you acquire gunpowder before. I do not possess finished gunpowder, but I have the blueprint for its production. Her voice trembled slightly, but Bai Qi's surprise was palpable. With a screech, he gradually brought the vehicle to a halt. Xia Cuckoo, feeling a sense of urgency, since the situation was taking a turn for the worse. Provide me with the gunpowder production blueprint, and I shall offer you an appropriate reward. Bai Qi responded directly. Bai Qi, I have already studied that blueprint. Xia Cuckoo's address shifted, indicating a newfound familiarity. Bai Qi furrowed his brow. Xia Cuckoo, I wish to see that blueprint on your workbench with my own eyes. Upon hearing Bai Qi's request, Xia Cuckoo felt a wave of anxiety, but quickly steadied herself. His inquiry indicated he would not force her to act. All right, Bai Qi, please wait a moment while I maneuver my vehicle beside yours. The off-road vehicle slowly approached and came to a steady stop. Bai Qi patted the small milk wolf, which whimpered, signaling a lack of malice from the other party. Reassured, Bai Qi exited his vehicle and Xia Kuku hurriedly opened the rear door. Upon inspection, Bai Qi observed that her off-road vehicle was in worse condition than his own, estimating that its components were merely of good quality. However, he was surprised to find Xia Kuku had removed her fur coat, donning a short skirt ensemble that accentuated her figure and imbued her with a youthful vibrancy. Even without makeup, noticing Bai Qi's gaze, Xia Kuku's cheeks flushed. Bai Qi, look, this is the blueprint. Following her, Bai Qi spotted the gunpowder production blueprint along with the required materials. As expected, it comprised 1 part nitrate, 2 parts charcoal, and 3 parts sulfur. It seemed he needed to gather these 3 materials. He could produce smokeless charcoal, but the nitrate and sulfur were still needed. Bai Qi nodded to himself. It appeared he was finally making progress with gunpowder. Seeing Bai Qi's initial delight followed by a serious expression, Xia Kuku felt a twinge of anxiety. Bai Qi, I am willing to accompany you. Whenever you need assistance, I am here to help. Just please do not harm me. The drop rate for the blueprint is less than 10%. I promise to be obedient. Her voice sounded pitiful. Bai Qi did not respond, instead returning to his own vehicle. Ding! Bai Qi has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Xia Kuku eagerly confirmed. Xia Kuku, you will follow me from now on. I can summon fierce beasts. Just keep this knowledge to yourself and do not spread it around. Bai Qi instructed. Xia Kuku finally felt a sense of relief. Bai Qi, you can rest assured, I will not speak of it. If you discover that I have leaked any secrets, you may punish me as you see fit. Bai Qi remained non-committal. Even if she did leak information, it mattered little, as this secret could not remain concealed indefinitely. With a roar, the vehicle set off, and Xia Kuku hurriedly followed suit. As Bai Qi drove, he reflected on the knowledge he had previously acquired regarding gunpowder materials. Nitrate can typically be found in the dark corners of old buildings, pigsties, or chicken coops. Thus, it appeared he would need to engage with the local dwarf tribe. However, sulfur was more challenging to procure, usually obtained from ores, presenting an even greater difficulty. Bai Qi continued to drive, while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Previously, Gong Yingying had gifted him 2 rare items, one of which was a snow fairy core the size of a ping-pong ball, dropped after defeating a snow fairy. Gong Yingying had detailed her battle with the snow fairy, leaving Bai Qi both astonished and curious. Having endured 3 shots from Gong Yingying, the frost snow demon exhibited an astonishing resilience, appearing almost impervious to physical attacks. Had it not been for the razor-sharp power of the Xingyao Grey Blade that Gong Yingying wielded, she might have found herself in grave danger. However, Bai Qi's king-level soul-piercing gun, which came with the soul-piercing power, was undoubtedly more effective than the Xingyao Grey Blade. Now, Bai Qi not only felt no fear of the frost snow demon, but also harbored a curiosity to witness its capabilities firsthand. After realizing the demon's formidable strength, he had begun to regard the icefield wolves and the frost giant crocodiles with disdain. He pondered the quality of the frost snow demon. If it exceeded the perfect grade, subjugation would be impossible. An entity immune to physical harm, capable of flight and manipulation of ice and snow, would be truly invincible if it could be enslaved. Bai Qi found himself lost in thought, contemplating the various offensive tactics of the frost snow demon, especially in a direct confrontation. By controlling ice and snow to infiltrate an opponent's clothing, one could freeze them to death. If the enemy sought refuge in a vehicle or attempted to flee, he could simply cover the windows with ice, rendering them blind and helpless as they drove into the wilderness. Upon opening the group chat, Bai Qi was immediately captivated by the fervent discussions within. There's a monster. This monster can manipulate ice and snow, and it can fly. Video. He clicked on the video and beheld the form of the frost snow demon. A swirling mass of ice and snow danced in the air, with flurries of snow cascading down. A group of individuals gathered around a large bonfire, throwing fuel-soaked logs into the air in an attempt to assault the frost snow demon. It appeared to be terrified of fire, evading the flames, leading to a momentary stalemate. This world was utterly absurd. The frost giant crocodile had proven too formidable to contend with. Yet now there was a creature that could fly. What were they supposed to do? Bai Qi found himself perplexed. Why would this monster attack them? Was it guarding a high-level treasure chest? He recalled having seen a frost giant crocodile guarding an exquisite grade treasure chest. Could this monster be guarding a perfect grade chest? It had to be the case. If the monster had a weakness to fire, could they not simply use fire to claim the treasures within the perfect grade chest? As the discussions intensified, Bai Qi nodded in agreement. The frost snow demon was indeed powerful, but its fear of fire offered a glimmer of hope, especially since everyone was equipped with ample fuel. Thus, it seemed they could easily manage the situation. Suddenly, the individual who had just messaged sent another note, causing everyone to tense up. Chapter 58, Greed and Desire. We're doomed. 2 more frost giant crocodiles have appeared. We're finished. Video. The video revealed 2 frost giant crocodiles, each over 10 meters long, barreling towards the densest cluster of people. The clip ended with panicked individuals fleeing. Bai Qi replayed the video, noting an odd detail. After the two frost giant crocodiles emerged, the airborne frost snow demon ceased its attacks, appearing to relish the spectacle. Wait a minute, something was amiss. Bai Qi scrutinized the video once more and realized the truth. The two frost giant crocodiles had charged directly towards the crowd without hesitation. This could not be mere coincidence. Bai Qi sensed a revelation forming, awaiting further encounters with the frost snow demon to clarify his suspicions. Ding, ding, ding. The alert for a resource chest had arrived, prompting Bai Qi to slow his vehicle. The little white wolf indicated that there were no hidden beasts nearby, allowing Bai Qi to disembark. Suddenly, 8 ice-fueled wolves appeared, 6 paving the way in front. While 2 flanked Bai Qi, he had yearned to experience the sensation of being a wolf rider, but previous attempts had proven futile due to the wolves' slippery backs. The resource chest he discovered was quite remote, a full 2,000 meters from the road. His diamond-level survival core, boasting a detection range of up to 3,000 meters, had enabled him to uncover this chest. However, Bai Qi noted that most resource chests were typically located within 300 meters of the road, corresponding to the detection range of an excellent-level survival core. The remaining few were generally found within a kilometer, aligning with the perfect-level survival core's range. Why are you following me? Bai Qi turned to see Xia Qi clad in a thick fur coat, her face wrapped in a fur scarf. What caught his attention was that she held a standard gray blade, ready for battle. Brother Bai, I want to contribute as well. Xia Qi's gentle yet resolute voice resonated. Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback, but eventually nodded. He had overlooked the danger she might face when collecting resource chests, especially considering she possessed the highly coveted blueprint for gunpowder production. Until he secured a reliable source of gunpowder, Xia Qi must remain unharmed. Suddenly, an ice-fueled berserk bear appeared. Go, guard the 2 vehicles. Anyone daring to harm them shall be slain. The bear growled before charging towards the vehicles. Let's go. With it guarding the vehicles, they shall be safe, Bai Qi declared, acknowledging this as a sound strategy. While the ice-fueled berserk bear might not be a match for a horde of ice-fueled wolves, it would suffice to satiate their hunger. As for any survivors passing by, the bear's tough hide would make it difficult to kill, and Bai Qi would receive a notification upon its demise, allowing him to return immediately. Xia Qi watched in awe. Previously, Bai Qi had summoned only 3 ice-fueled wolves, which had been astonishing. Now, he had summoned 8 ice-fueled wolves and an ice-fueled berserk bear, and she sensed he had yet to reveal his full strength. Such a formidable man made Xia Qi feel assured in her choice. As Bai Qi led the way, Xia Qi had put away her blade, now warming her hands and her sleeves. After several minutes, while her body remained tolerable, her forehead had grown numb with cold. The little white wolf, unfazed by the extreme cold, alerted Bai Qi to the woman's deteriorating condition. Bai Qi turned to see Xia Qi with her hands tucked into her sleeves, clutching herself closely, her forehead taking on a bluish hue. Sighing softly, Bai Qi retrieved a vial of the healing ointment he had prepared for the little white wolf. Here, have a sip. He offered the warm bottle. Xia Qi paused, then without hesitation, accepted it, pulled down her scarf, and took a generous swig. A wave of warmth surged from her chest and abdomen, instantly revitalizing her. Thank you, thank you. Xia Qi gratefully returned the remaining ointment. Take it, if you feel overwhelmed. Drink a bit more. Okay. Xia Qi quickly secured the still warm bottle and tucked it back into her sleeve. The little wolf pup whimpered, feeling a tinge of jealousy as it observed its food being given to an unfamiliar woman by its master, Bai Qi. Fear not, little one. There is an abundance of dog food, and soon you shall feast to your heart's content. Bai Qi affectionately ruffled the pup's soft, white fur. With that reassurance, the little wolf quickly adjusted its mood. Bai Qi began to understand why so many people cherish dogs. They were indeed far simpler than humans, especially such obedient pups. Not just any pup, but a little wolf. Xia Qi gazed enviously at the little wolf in Bai Qi's embrace, recognizing that creatures like it were irresistibly adorable in their youth, possessing an undeniable charm that captivated young women. However, she refrained from asking too many questions. The 2-kilometer trek through the snow was exceedingly arduous, particularly with Xia Qi as a burden. It took them nearly 10 minutes to reach their destination. What is this? A gigantic ice wolf? Bai Qi mused as he beheld 6 ice wolves in a standoff against a colossal ice wolf that stood 2 meters tall and measured 4 meters in length. Despite the mere half-meter height difference, the disparity in strength was likely staggering, as the 6 ice wolves dared not launch an attack. With a decisive motion, Bai Qi summoned 4 ice bears and 3 ice apes to his side. Upon witnessing this formidable assembly, the giant ice wolf lowered its body significantly. Not fleeing? Bai Qi was taken aback, for he recognized a fierce battle intent and ferocity in the creature's eyes. No, it was fixated on the little wolf in his arms. Suddenly, Bai Qi realized that the giant ice wolf's gaze brimmed with greed, desire, and madness. The little wolf was a king-level extreme ice wolf, Could consuming it bestow the giant ice wolf with some irresistible advantage? Though he pondered this, Bai Qi was certain. A low growl emanated from the giant ice wolf, which crouched even lower. Go! Bai Qi commanded, and instantly, the 6 ice wolves, 4 ice bears, and 3 ice apes surged forward, while the remaining 2 ice wolves positioned themselves protectively before Bai Qi and Xiaoqi. A glance revealed that Xiaoqi had drawn her dagger, intently focused on the giant ice wolf. Regardless of the numerous allies at their disposal, her combat readiness pleased Bai Qi. Suddenly, Bai Qi drew his point-killing gun and fired. It was terrifying to witness the giant ice wolf leap over 7 or 8 meters into the air, lunging directly at them. The shot struck the creature's chest and abdomen, eliciting a mournful howl as it fell from the sky. Bai Qi swiftly dodged, causing the giant ice wolf to crash heavily to the ground. Hold it down, he commanded, and the 2 nearby ice wolves immediately restrained the now defenseless giant ice wolf. Bai Qi retrieved the ultimate enslavement scroll, a beam of white light enveloping the beast. 10 seconds later, the enslavement was complete, and Bai Qi hastily administered healing ointment, successfully reviving the near-death giant ice wolf. Now aware of its condition, he noted it as an elite ice wolf, a creature of exceptional caliber. With the elite captured, he wondered if there might be a wolf king among them. Considering the little wolf was the extreme ice wolf king, he swiftly stored the elite ice wolf, knowing the enslavement scroll would provide a slight healing boost. Next, he approached a resource box, a treasure of elite status. What a useless item. Why does it not yield any blueprints? Bai Qi grumbled, collecting a piece of second-tier alloy and a windproof scarf. Initially, he had used his underwear as a mask against the wind, but after 2 days of consuming healing ointments, he was no longer daunted by the chill. Let us proceed. Okay. Xiaoqi obediently stowed her dagger and quickly followed Bai Qi's lead, observing the man cradling the little wolf. She felt increasingly satisfied. Yet, a glance at her own thick fur scarf brought a hint of disappointment. She had just seen him acquire a beautifully crafted scarf in the resource box. Bai Qi seemed impervious to the cold. His complexion remained rosy, rendering the scarf unnecessary for him. Did he not understand the nuances of sentiment? Eventually, Xiaoqi had an epiphany. This was a matter of survival on the road. Perhaps she did not merit such gestures from him. With a self-deprecating chuckle, she took a sip from the crimson vial of healing ointment, which not only invigorated her, but also alleviated the discomfort in her abdomen, an ailment exacerbated by her recent encounter with 4 men. Upon returning to the vehicle, Bai Qi immediately traded the elite windproof scarf he had just acquired to his good friend Gong Yingying. She accepted it joyfully, failing to utter even a word of thanks. Bai Qi paid it no mind. This was the nature of camaraderie among good friends. Gratitude was unnecessary. As he opened the group chat, he found updates regarding the recent attacks from the ice snow demon and the ice crocodile. Everyone, our team has scattered. We are all fleeing for our lives. We have analyzed the situation and discovered something rather absurd. Our leaders suggest that the ice snow creature can command those 2 ice crocodiles, allowing for such precise strikes. The chat erupted in chaos. No way. If the ice crocodiles can be commanded, we are all doomed. Indeed, the ice snow creature can fly, providing it with an excellent vantage point. If it can orchestrate the ice crocodiles, it possesses an innate advantage. Dealing with the ice crocodiles is manageable. We just need ample fuel and wood to drive them away or even eliminate them. The ice snow creature can also be repelled with fire. However, if they combine forces, with the ice snow creature directing from above, the situation becomes insurmountable. I am curious how the indigenous dwarves survived with an ice snow creature directing the ice crocodiles. Bai Qi furrowed his brow, recognizing the validity of this inquiry. The dwarves wielded cold weapons, which should have been ineffective against an ice snow demon that could disregard physical attacks. Moreover, the ice crocodiles were tough-skinned, impervious to ordinary weaponry. Only exceptional-grade weapons could breach their tough hides. Could it be that the dwarves and the ice snow creature have some form of agreement or understanding? Quite possible. I once watched a documentary about how tigers would raise a group of wild pigs, consuming one when hungry, while the others did not resist. Nonsense. You must be referencing a novel. What if the ice crocodiles are merely pets of the ice snow creature, akin to how he once kept cats and dogs? The group chat fell into a lull. Bai Qi nodded to himself, acknowledging that this individual-esque analysis appeared the most credible. Everyone, he began, the ice crystal crocodile and the frost wraith share the same elemental affinity. It is highly probable that the ice crystal crocodile is kept in captivity. However, while the ice crystal crocodile can consume other fierce beasts and even dwarves, what then constitutes the frost wraith sustenance? Bai Qi engaged in the discussion. The chat erupted with excitement. Wow, it's the esteemed Bai Qi. Is the monstrous entity referred to as the frost wraith? The name sounds splendid, doesn't it? Are they female? Bai Qi, have you encountered the frost wraith? No, wait. Have you actually slain one? That must be how you know it's called the frost wraith. It must be true. Truly, Bai Qi is remarkable. How did you vanquish the frost wraith? Yes, esteemed one, you must share. To save a life is worth more than building a grand pagoda. People clamored for answers. Everyone, I have not slain a frost wraith. It was one of my companions who has. However, the method of defeat cannot be widely disseminated as my companion possesses a unique weapon that enabled the defeat of the monster. What shall we do then? It seems inevitable that we will encounter such a creature. If we lack countermeasures, we are surely doomed. Indeed, Bai Qi, does your team require more members? I am capable of anything. Esteemed Bai Qi, I wish to join your ranks and will follow your commands. Just as Bai Qi prepared to respond, a message shocked everyone. Chapter 60. The Wraith's Weakness. Everyone, do not burden Brother Bai Qi. Our team has reached the largest dwarf tribe. Upon receiving news of the frost wraith, I immediately communicated with the dwarf chief and have now learned how to combat the frost wraith. Bai Qi's gaze sharpened. This was a message from his friend Zhao Gang. Chief Zhao Gang, please share your knowledge. Such a great favor shall surely be repaid upon our meeting. Chief Zhao Gang, is there indeed a method from the dwarf tribe to combat the frost wraith? We beseech your mercy. Countless inquiries flooded in, and Zhao Gang's reputation soared. Everyone, survival is arduous. I hope the information I have obtained will allow more individuals to endure until the end. The dwarf chief has stated that swords and blades cannot harm the frost wraith, as it can wield ice and snow to freeze us to death. However, we possess methods to counter the frost wraith, and that is our own blood. If we douse the frost wraith with blood, or smear our blood on our weapons or arrows, we can inflict damage. If subjected to excessive blood attacks, we may even slay the frost wraith. The group chat quieted momentarily before responses began to flow. Blood? Does that not require us to bleed? But how do we gauge the extent? If we inflict a significant wound, even if we drive away the frost wraith, we might struggle to manage the injury. Yes, encountering a frost wraith is unpredictable. Do we need to be ready to harm ourselves at any moment? We are women. We wonder if menstrual blood could harm the frost wraith. Oh, that is a brilliant idea. Menstrual blood is considered impure. It should have an even greater effect. I truly envy you women. I'm seeking used sanitary pads. I will trade one ordinary life mark for one pad. Those interested, please message me. Bai Qi twitched at the corner of his mouth, bemused by the eccentricity of the thousands in the chat. Just moments ago, they were desperate for strategies against the frost wraith. Yet now, they hesitated upon learning the method. Bai Qi felt somewhat reassured, for his ammunition was limited. Should it run out and he encounter a frost wraith, it would pose a significant dilemma. Of course, alternatives existed. He could craft a multitude of spear blades, merely needing to produce stellar-tier, sharp steel spear blades. However, using spear blades necessitated close combat, which was a considerable risk. Bai Qi presently commanded nearly 20 enslaved, fierce beasts. And if the time came to utilize blood, he could certainly do so at will. Everyone, I just spoke with the dwarf chief. In fact, the blood of fierce beasts will suffice as well. After slaying a fierce beast, one can quickly collect its warm blood and store it in the trading marketplace for later use. However, the dwarf chief mentioned that the effectiveness of beast blood pales in comparison to human blood, so please be mindful of this. Bai Qi was taken aback, surprised that Zhao Gang would so freely divulge such precious information, leaving him perplexed about Zhao Gang's intentions. Could it be that he truly harbored altruistic intentions? Bai Qi shook his head. According to teleological reasoning, everyone in this world acts with purpose. No true sage exists. Wow, now I feel reassured. The beast blood, while somewhat inferior, should suffice to repel the frost wraith. To be honest, I had already collected several basins of fierce beast blood, originally intending to save it for a spicy hot pot. Now, I need not fear the frost wraith. Let me pour a basin of cold water on your enthusiasm. How will you deal with the ice crystal crocodile? Damn it, that cold water truly chills one's heart. Bai Qi glanced at his friend's list and sent a message to Zhao Gang. Chief Zhao Gang, are you busy? At that moment, Zhao Gang was exercising in an upgraded off-road vehicle and glanced at the friend notification. Oh, it's Bai Qi, the Prince of Spear Blades. Zhao Gang's interest peaked, as he coveted the exquisite spear blade in Bai Qi's possession. Brother Bai Qi, I'm here. What can I do for you? It's like this, Chief Zhao Gang. You have arrived at the dwarf tribe, correct? Indeed. To be frank, according to the dwarf chief, eventually, we all will converge here, as all roads lead to this destination. Bai Qi was taken aback by this revelation. Chief Zhao Gang, how did you arrive so swiftly? To be honest, we took a shortcut with the dwarves, which is why we reached here so quickly. According to the dwarf chief, you all will arrive at your destination within a day or two at most. Bai Qi nodded. Over the past 3 days, he had already traveled nearly 2,000 kilometers. Chief Zhao Gang, could you assist me in searching the vicinity of the gathering place for any nitrate? Zhao Gang paused before grasping Bai Qi's intent. Brother Bai Qi, you previously acquired gunpowder. I assume you wish to concoct something yourself? Yes, I would appreciate your assistance in locating some. Zhao Gang pondered. He too had a strong desire for gunpowder. Should he create it, he could craft landmines and homemade explosive packs, which would be a game-changer against cold weapons. With landmines, he might even slay an ice crystal crocodile, a formidable beast. Brother Bai Qi, please wait a moment. I will check the situation. Zhao Gang opened the window and called over a handsome, scholar-like young man. Zhu Chun, come here. Zhao Gang politely beckoned, and Zhu Chun did not hesitate to hop into Zhao Gang's luxurious off-road vehicle. Xiaoli, you go outside first. Dressed in light clothing, Xiaoli promptly agreed, then wrapped herself in a thick fur coat and exited the vehicle. As Zhu Chun and Xiaoli passed each other, they inadvertently caught a glimpse of each other's exquisite forms while bending down to leave the car, causing Zhu Chun's eyes to widen in astonishment. Shou Gong, seemingly oblivious, beckoned Zhu Chun to take a seat. Zhu Chun, my brother, when you previously shared your personal information, you mentioned you were a graduate student in chemical engineering, correct? Accepting a warm bowl of soup from the formidable leader Zhao Gang, Zhu Chun sat up straight. As a highly educated individual yet to enter the workforce, he found himself thoroughly captivated by Zhao Gang's demeanor. Yes, indeed, I am currently pursuing my doctorate and have already passed my thesis defense. I am merely awaiting graduation. Zhu Chun replied with eagerness. Zhao Gang nodded in satisfaction. So, Zhu Chun, do you possess any knowledge about the production of gunpowder? Chapter 61. A new sister-in-law for you. Zhu Chun promptly nodded. Yes, I'm familiar with this. By utilizing 3 essential ingredients, saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur, one can experiment with various proportions to ultimately produce gunpowder. He responded swiftly, akin to a student answering a teacher's query. Zhao Gang nodded approvingly, but then paused, realizing he had overlooked the fact that Zhu Chun was still a graduate student. Well, Zhu Chun, charcoal can be obtained from burning wooden blocks, and saltpeter, I believe, can be extracted from the walls of old buildings or toilets. Are you aware of this? Zhu Chun's eyes sparkled with excitement as a multitude of knowledge surged through his mind. Yes, brother. Old buildings typically have a white frost-like substance on their walls, which contains saltpeter. It merely requires purification to obtain crude saltpeter. Zhu Chun's voice rang out with enthusiasm. Can you purify it then? Shou Gong inquired. Absolutely, brother. It is not an issue, though I will need some tools and assistance from others. Zhu Chun replied hastily. Zhao Gang finally nodded in satisfaction. Zhu Chun, once you manage to produce gunpowder, you will be the greatest asset to our team. Whatever you require, as long as it is available within the team, you shall have assistance. Zhu Chun was filled with excitement, feeling exhilarated at the prospect of such an important task. Before Zhu Chun could express his thoughts, Zhao Gang patted him on the shoulder. Brother, Xiaoli particularly favors highly educated individuals, especially capable ones like you. I promise you, if you produce the gunpowder, I will find you a new sister-in-law, and she will be able to choose her ideal partner. The astonishing news left Zhu Chun momentarily stunned. Be brother, I will get right on it. Zhu Chun exclaimed excitedly as he dashed away, while Zhao Gang closed the car door behind him. Brother Bai Qi, I have arranged for someone to seek out saltpeter. I will contact you as soon as I have news, Zhao Gang communicated. Understood, leader Zhao Gang. I will be prepared to offer equivalent items in return, Bai Qi replied as their conversation concluded. With no alternative, Bai Qi recognized that his individual efforts were limited, and such tasks would be far more efficient when undertaken by a large team like Zhao Gang's. On another road, Wang Changjin was brimming with confidence, utilizing the snowball effect. He had acquired a formidable elite-level fierce tiger, 2 exceptional-level ice giant crocodiles, and 7 ice wolves. With such strength, he was capable of dominating any challengers. In fact, none of the vehicles he encountered dared to exhibit any hostility. Some teams even extended olive branches, inviting him to become their leader, but Wang Changjin declined all offers. He had no desire to protect a group of weaklings. Now that he had reached his limit in controlling fierce beasts, he could finally hunt wild animals to obtain meat for crafting healing salves to sell. This miraculous item had become highly sought after, with some willing to trade exceptional-level life tokens for it. Wang Changjin found Bai Qi to be trustworthy. He was indeed reliable. Wang Changjin felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing that he too might be unable to resist the allure of selling healing salves. Consuming life tokens, Wang Changjin experienced another breakthrough in his life level. He then prioritized feeding the elite-level fierce tiger in his cargo. The combat prowess of the fierce tiger was unquestionable, its agility far surpassing that of the ice wolves, capable of defeating 2 ice wolves without sustaining injury. The current limitation was the tiger's inability to endure the extreme cold for extended periods. However, if the tiger were to ascend to the exceptional level, it would likely be able to thrive in the frigid environment for longer durations. Ding, ding, ding. The notification for a resource box arrived, and Wang Changjin's spirits soared. This was an unprecedented, diamond-level resource box. It was worth noting that during the past few days, the best resource box he had opened yielded a perfect level resource box containing a servitude scroll. Diamond level. If I were to obtain diamond level weapon blueprints, it would elevate my status dramatically. However, wait a moment. Even if I had diamond level weapon blueprints, my workstation is still at the exceptional level, rendering it impossible for me to learn. Moreover, the materials required for diamond level blueprints would undoubtedly be diamond level as well. How then did Bai Qi manage to create diamond level weapons? Wang Changjin furrowed his brow in contemplation. If Bai Qi only possessed a single diamond level iron cutting dagger, it would be understandable, as one could acquire finished weapons from treasure boxes. However, I have obtained a second diamond level iron cutting dagger from him, along with a perfect level dagger. Did Bai Qi truly open treasure boxes to acquire two identical diamond level iron cutting daggers? Does he share my double drop rate talent? Wang Changjin pondered, yet found no clarity. Never mind. This person seems decent enough, and I shall cultivate a good relationship moving forward. Wang Changjin then led his army of enslaved fierce beasts towards the location of the diamond level resource box, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to witness such a high-tier resource box. Suddenly, what the hell? It's an ice snow fairy. Wang Changjin swiftly concealed himself behind an ice wolf, retrieving a bucket of fierce beast blood he had prepared earlier. Charge! With a command, the two exceptional level ice giant crocodiles lunged forward. A piercing shriek resonated, startling Wang Changjin. This was not a physical sound, but rather a cry emanating from the realm of souls. A flurry of snow cascaded down upon the two ice giant crocodiles, while the ice snow fairy appeared unfazed by the other fierce beasts. The piercing shriek subsided slightly, and Wang Changjin discerned a sense of confusion in the sound. He soon understood that the ice snow fairy indeed had a close connection with the ice giant crocodiles, confirming their earlier suspicions. Glancing at the warm blood in his hands, Wang Changjin abandoned the thought of attempting to slay the ice snow fairy. It was simply impossible to reach her as she floated effortlessly in the air. The shrieking continued, as the ice snow fairy seemed to be trying various methods to communicate with the two disobedient ice giant crocodiles below. An idea struck Wang Changjin, and he motioned for the two ice giant crocodiles to begin crawling away. The ice snow fairy paused, then surprisingly followed suit, continuing to emit piercing cries. Wang Changjin was overjoyed, realizing he had unexpectedly managed to lead the troublesome ice snow fairy away with such ease. As the ice and snow female demon retreated beyond 200 or 300 meters, Wang Changjin hurriedly dashed towards the resplendent diamond-grade resource chest. Upon opening the chest, he was astonished to find that what had originally been a single blueprint had, in an instant, seemingly self-replicated into two. Grabbing the blueprint, Wang Changjin frantically sprinted towards the location of his vehicle while simultaneously remotely commanding the two ice giant crocodiles to return. Chapter 62. He truly has a heart of stone. Once in the vehicle, Wang Changjin swiftly pressed on the accelerator. Glancing at the two identical blueprints, he felt a mix of excitement and frustration. The diamond-grade armor blueprint was beyond his current capabilities to learn, and even if he could, he lacked the necessary materials for crafting. He pondered whether the ice and snow female demon would abandon her pursuit. If she were to attack him, his exceptional vehicle would not be easily dealt with. Wang Changjin felt little fear towards the ice and snow female demon. Not only had he stored a considerable amount of blood, but his vehicle also boasted formidable defenses. Ordinary snow and ice would not pose a threat to his windshield, as the windshield wipers were remarkably efficient. Suddenly, an enraged shriek pierced the air, confirming that the sound of the opponent was of a soul-level nature, as he could still hear the deafening cry from within the vehicle. A glance in the rearview mirror ignited a spark of anger within him. Do not harm my wolf. However, the ice and snow female demon paid no heed to his concerns, as a thick layer of ice and snow began to envelop one of the ice wolf's faces. Despite the wolf's vigorous head shaking, its face was soon covered in frost. The snow melted quickly under the wolf's warm breath, only to be replaced by more ice and snow. The ice wolf finally began to retaliate, repeatedly thrusting its head against the ground. Yet, no matter how fiercely it struggled, it was ultimately ensnared by the overwhelming snow. Feeling the grim notification of the ice wolf's death from the enslavement scroll, Wang Changjin's expression darkened. There were still 6 ice wolves running alongside the vehicle, and the 2 extraordinary ice giant crocodiles were not lagging behind. Soon, another ice wolf fell victim to the ice and snow female demon, and Wang Changjin began to feel anxious. This could not continue. If the ice wolves were lost, the next target of the ice and snow female demon would be him. The fact that the demon had left with the 2 ice giant crocodiles indicated that she cared about them. Alas, a choice must be made. Wang Changjin gritted his teeth and ultimately commanded the 2 ice giant crocodiles to halt. Indeed, as the crocodiles ceased their movement, the ice and snow female demon also came to a stop. After traveling over 100 kilometers, Wang Changjin once again used the enslavement scroll to guide the two ice giant crocodiles to regroup with him. How persistent! Wang Changjin felt a wave of despair as he noticed the ice and snow female demon trailing behind the ice giant crocodiles. Capturing the ice giant crocodiles would be a far more challenging endeavor, especially since he had lost a diamond-grade knife while attempting to catch the first one. He had only managed to acquire a replacement by trading for a perfect-level enslavement scroll. He then attempted to have only one ice giant crocodile follow his vehicle. But the outcome was disheartening. The ice and snow female demon followed directly after. With no other options, Wang Changjin was forced to leave both ice giant crocodiles behind. How frustrating. With a thought, Wang Changjin activated the enslavement scroll, which immediately extinguished the souls of the two ice giant crocodiles. Meanwhile, at a distance, the ice and snow female demon was left in a state of confusion, for the two disobedient ice giant crocodiles had seemingly lost their vitality. Had it not been for their physical forms still being alive, she might have thought them dead. Regardless of her calls, the crocodiles remained unresponsive. After a long while, the ice and snow female demon reluctantly departed. As evening approached, Bai Qi spotted the two ice giant crocodiles lying on the road ahead, and his interest was piqued. He had yet to capture such extraordinary enslaved beasts, and now, with two appearing at once, it was a delightful surprise. With a steady stop, Bai Qi summoned all his enslaved beasts. Go, seize their limbs. The two ice giant crocodiles were firmly pinned down by a horde of beasts, yet they showed no signs of resistance. This peculiar situation left Bai Qi perplexed, especially since the small wolf in his arms had indicated that the ice giant crocodiles were alive. Let me take a look. Bai Qi decisively exited the vehicle, gripping the soul-seizing killing gun hidden in his sleeve. Enslaved, approaching the two ice giant crocodiles pinned beneath the weight of other beasts, Bai Qi activated the ultimate enslavement scroll. Ding! Target has no soul. Enslavement impossible. The notification left Bai Qi bewildered. They were clearly living beings, yet why did they lack souls? How strange. Forget it. If enslavement is not an option, then I shall collect and kill. Subsequently, Bai Qi obtained a pile of extraordinary ice giant crocodile meat and two massive crocodile skins. With the previous one, he now possessed 3 extraordinary crocodile skins. Night had fallen, and Bai Qi was too weary to continue his journey. He called upon Xia Qi to handle her own dining needs. However, Xia Qi appeared hesitant, which puzzled Bai Qi as she had not behaved this way before. Xia Qi, if you have something to say, just say it. Upon hearing this, Xia Qi's face flushed even deeper. Noticing Bai Qi's impatient expression, she quickly spoke up. Brother Bai, could you let me use the restroom in your vehicle? Bai Qi found himself momentarily speechless. There was no one around. She could easily relieve herself in the snow. Don't worry, I'm not interested, he replied curtly, turning away as it was already late, and he still needed to prepare a meal, particularly a delicious soup for Gong Yingying. Currently, his primary focus was on enslaving beasts, and the source of meat relied entirely on Gong Yingying, who had been exceptionally generous, providing him with over 20,000 excellent-grade meat chunks in a single day. This suggested that she had killed more than 20 beasts. Truly formidable, especially as she wielded the stellar-grade, razor-sharp knife in close combat. The image of her as a Barbie doll had become increasingly vivid in Bai Qi's mind. Xia Qi felt her face burning with embarrassment. Discussing such matters with a man was already shameful enough, but being rejected was something she could hardly accept. She had intended for something more significant. Although she could manage with a metal basin inside the vehicle, it was a camper, and it surely had a separate bathroom. She simply wished to use an actual restroom. Bai Qi, it's too cold outside. I promise I will come down right after using the restroom. I want to linger. Her pleading voice echoed, but Bai Qi showed no signs of pausing as he climbed into the vehicle, leaving Xia Qi alone in the biting wind. How cold-hearted, Xia Qi thought, wondering if there were unspeakable things hidden in his vehicle. Feeling frustrated, she returned to her own vehicle. Upon entering the spacious 2,000-square-foot cabin, Bai Qi began to prepare dinner, while the little wolf frolicked nearby, adding an abundance of life to the scene. This space belongs solely to me. No one shall witness what transpires inside. Bai Qi silently resolved. Chapter 63. 600 kilograms of raw nitrate. After trading a pot of meat soup to Gong Yingying, Bai Qi returned to the driver's seat. Ah, Zhao Gang has replied. Bai Qi promptly began to examine the situation, and soon his expression turned grim. Zhao Gang had successfully refined crude saltpeter, but his tone was exceedingly difficult to navigate. Brother Zhao Gang, to be honest, I possess something extraordinary, yet its value is immense. If you have a sufficient amount of crude saltpeter, I am willing to exchange some for it. Bai Qi directly traded a small amount of perfect-grade, quick-acting healing ointment, no larger than a sesame seed, to the other party. Upon receiving it, Zhao Gang was utterly bewildered. He was astonished by Bai Qi's stinginess and the miraculous nature of the item. Just the sight of the ointment which vastly surpassed the superior-grade healing ointment he had purchased from Wang Changjin, made Zhao Gang's heart race. This perfect-grade, quick-acting healing ointment could effectively alleviate and treat severe injuries, far exceeding Zhao Gang's expectations. With the aid of his team, he had elevated his life level to the exceptional tier, and only such perfect-grade healing ointment could suffice for him. Brother Bai Qi, how do you propose we trade? With this inquiry, the tables had turned, and Bai Qi seized the initiative. Leader Zhao Gang, I have a limited supply of this item as well. How about 1 kilogram of crude saltpeter in exchange for 1 gram of perfect-grade, quick-acting healing ointment? What do you think? Upon hearing Bai Qi's offer, Zhao Gang's lips twitched. Brother Bai Qi, 1 kilogram is equivalent to 1,000 grams. Isn't this 1,000 to 1 ratio rather excessive? Shao Gong protested. Bai Qi, however, let out a sigh of relief. Leader Zhao Gang, the value of these items is entirely different, much like how 1 gram of gold can be exchanged for hundreds of kilograms of rice. This perfect-grade, quick-acting healing ointment is worth 100 times more than gold. If Leader Zhao Gang finds this difficult, I shall have to inquire in the group chat if any teams are willing to exchange. My supply of healing ointment is limited, and once it's gone, it will truly be gone. Brother Bai Qi, it's a deal. Just wait. I will mobilize my men to refine the crude saltpeter. Zhao Gang agreed without hesitation. He then summoned Zhu Chun. Little brother, bring the others out from the female dwarf's quarters. We will now fully dedicate ourselves to refining crude saltpeter. Zhu Chun immediately sprang into action. Elder brother, rest assured, the houses here are quite old, and the outer walls are thick with wall saltpeter, which is of decent purity. We can easily filter out sufficient crude saltpeter. Good, little brother. Once this is done, I will ensure you have an opportunity to interact with Shaoli. All right, elder brother. Zhu Chun joyfully ran off. Zhao Gang took a deep breath. If it were not for the absurd quantity of wall saltpeter here, he would not have agreed so readily. Bai Qi was indeed trading perfect-grade, quick-acting healing ointment for crude saltpeter. What was his true intention? Making gunpowder requires sulfur, and I specifically inquired with the dwarf leader, who confirmed there is no sulfur-like substance here. Moreover, adhering to the principle of self-preservation, he must possess items far superior to the perfect-grade, quick-acting healing ointment, or he has an ample supply of it for his own use. This suggests he likely has a blueprint for a permanent perfect-grade healing ointment. What the heck? How did Bai Qi obtain so many exceptional blueprints? Could he be cheating? Zhao Gang lamented, feeling that even with the strength of the entire team, they could not match the other party's prowess. Soon, many reluctant men were summoned from the lowly houses. Although unwilling, they had no choice but to take their respected elder brother's order seriously. Along the way, countless lives were lost. Yet their team's casualty rate in recent days had been remarkably low, all thanks to Leader Zhao Gang's exceptional command and benevolence. The strength of over 1,000 people was formidable. Numerous pots were set up, and soon a large quantity of crude saltpeter was produced. By nightfall, Zhao Gang had gathered 3 large barrels of crude saltpeter, amounting to a staggering 600 kilograms. Hopefully, Bai Qi could handle it. Subsequently, he sent a trade offer to Bai Qi. Upon seeing the quantity, Bai Qi was momentarily stunned. It was indeed too much. He extracted a portion of perfect-grade, quick-acting healing ointment, and after calculations through the survival core, he found he only had 400 grams left. After deducting some to meet the required quantity, both Bai Qi and Zhao Gang were satisfied. As the 3 large barrels were stored in the storage bracelet, Bai Qi produced the exceptional grade storage bracelet he had previously obtained from man. Storage bracelet, exceptional, description, contains a silent space of 2m times 2m times 2m. Description, living beings with soul fluctuations cannot be stored in this silent space. Description, the opening size of the space is 0.2 square meters. En description, bond. Description, slowly unbinding, can be accelerated by blood refining, but will bind to the blood subject. The additional description left Bai Qi somewhat astonished. This meant that as long as one killed the owner of the storage equipment, they could subsequently acquire the items within it. How perilous. Bai Qi had previously been unsure how to manage this storage bracelet, but now he understood what to do. Ding. He sent the transaction to Gong Yingying, who was taken aback. Bai Qi, take this. I already have one. Try blood refining, and if your vitality runs low, consume the healing ointment. Oh. Gong Yingying quickly confirmed the transaction. Gazing at the exquisite bracelet, a flush of color appeared on her face, and she then picked up a wooden bowl. With a swift motion, blood gushed forth, quickly filling half the bowl. With a clang, the storage bracelet was tossed into the bowl, causing the blood to bubble up. Since Bai Qi generously gifted me such a precious storage bracelet, I shall part with the life marks that I currently do not require. Gong Yingying remarked as she traded over dozens of superior-grade life marks from the passenger seat to Bai Qi. She had previously given some to Bai Qi, but he had declined, insisting she consume them herself. Bai Qi, I have now elevated to the exceptional life level, so these have become unnecessary. Seeing her statement, Bai Qi did not hesitate. He genuinely needed these items. However, with an abundance of enslaved, fierce beasts, his safety had significantly improved, and he no longer needed to engage in combat with fierce beasts. On the other hand, Gong Yingying relied entirely on close combat to slay fierce beasts, which is why Bai Qi had advised her to enhance her strength first. After consuming all 30 superior grade life marks, Bai Qi's power increased by a substantial 150 pounds, yet he still did not elevate his life level. It appeared that my potential had truly been enhanced. Thus, I should acquire another batch of superior grade life marks, as many teams must have stockpiled them by now. Bai Qi surveyed the resources within the storage bracelet and soon devised a plan. Chapter 64. Quick-acting healing potion. I have made a gentleman's agreement with Wang Changjin not to sell healing ointments of exceptional grade or below. If I were to sell perfect grade, quick-acting healing ointments, these individuals might not be able to afford the price, and if sold by the gram, I would be regarded as a heartless merchant. However, if mixed into water, that would represent an entirely different method of selling. Bai Qi promptly retrieved a large barrel with a capacity of 50 liters and filled it with drinking water. He then added 500 grams of perfect-grade, quick-acting healing ointment. Instantly, the entire barrel of drinking water transformed into a crimson hue, simultaneously emitting a sweet fragrance. Bai Qi directly retrieved a collection of 500 milliliter glass bottles. After filling one, he approached the survival core. Could this be designated as a rapid healing potion? Ding. Feasible. Do you confirm this designation? You have only one opportunity to name this item. Confirm the naming. Ding. The designation of rapid healing potion has been successfully completed. Bai Qi took a deep breath. Although the survival core was rather mechanical, it exhibited a degree of interactivity. Previously, when he crafted items of various qualities, the survival core provided explanations regarding the classification of those qualities. He utilized a full 500 grams of perfect-grade healing salve. Thus, this bottle of 500 milliliters of rapid healing potion contains 5 grams of the healing salve, which is an admirable concentration, nearly matching that which he administered to the little milk wolf. This approach was also to build a reputation. For as long as he had ample flesh and blood, he could utilize the power of the soul strike to create perfect-grade healing salve. He intended to market this product as his signature offering. Ding! Good evening, everyone. Engaging in battles with ferocious beasts inevitably results in injuries. Brother Wang Changgen's healing salve can treat wounds. I am now selling rapid healing potions, which can rapidly replenish health upon consumption, making it an exceptional item for restoring vitality. Supplies are limited, and only rare materials, blueprints, and premium-grade life marks are accepted. Image. Bai Qi promptly displayed the description of the rapid healing potion. In an instant, the group chat erupted with excitement. Wow, a healing potion. This is actually perfect grade. I have played many games, and this is a valuable item. Master, what is the specific price? Yes, Bai Qi, could you provide a standard price? A wonderful item. This rapid healing potion can even be used to restore stamina when one is not injured. It is truly a miraculous product. My goodness. Did Master Bai Qi obtain the blueprint for the perfect grade rapid healing potion? I am utterly envious. Countless individuals buzzed with enthusiasm, inundating him with private messages. Bai Qi pondered briefly and decided to offer a stable price this time. Everyone, aside from blueprints and materials. A 500 milliliter rapid healing potion is priced at 5 premium grade life marks, and supplies are limited. Once sold out, they are gone. The group chat quieted down, yet numerous transactions flooded in. Presently, solitary survivors are exceedingly rare. While individual survivors might be unable to afford it, pooling resources is still feasible. 100 bottles of rapid healing potion were swiftly sold out, prompting Bai Qi to continue his production. Upon concluding the sales, Bai Qi acquired a multitude of vehicle component blueprints, various metals, and a total of 12,000 premium-grade life marks. Ding! Just as Bai Qi prepared to consume the life marks, his friend Wang Changjin sent him a private message. Brother Bai Qi, your rapid healing potion is made from diluted healing salve, isn't it? Bai Qi chuckled softly. Brother Changjin, that is somewhat accurate. However, perfect-grade healing salve is exceedingly difficult to produce, and I exhausted my resources to create just one batch. Wang Changjin felt a twinge of envy upon reading the message, almost confirming his suspicions. Bai Qi must possess a method to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. Could he enhance the quality of blueprints? Wang Changjin ultimately refrained from saying more, expressing his sentiments before ending the chat. Gulp, gulp. Bai Qi consumed one life mark after another. Just moments ago, after consuming a small piece of perfect-grade rapid healing salve, he realized that it no longer increased the intensity of his vitality and strength. Subsequently, he ingested a small amount of diamond-grade rapid healing salve, only to find the same result. Bai Qi surmised that he had fully developed his potential. He continued to consume. ultimately ingesting 150 premium-grade life marks before finally breaking through his life tier. Ding! Your life tier has been enhanced. A surge of formidable power emerged, filling Bai Qi with joy. Following the elevation of his life tier, not only had his strength significantly increased, but his soul had also grown stronger. Soul Strike, 080, Talent Explanation 1. When you continuously engage in a particular activity, the power of fate accumulates. Once the power of fate reaches full value, it can trigger the Soul Strike, guaranteed to activate a special effect. Talent Explanation 2. Talent originates from soul. An increase in your soul strength will enhance your Soul Strike ability. Please strive to elevate your soul strength. As anticipated, the required accumulation for the Soul Strike had once again decreased, now requiring only 80 occurrences. Bai Qi then consumed a premium-grade life mark, and indeed, it only served to replenish stamina. Bai Qi immediately began testing his strength, utilizing a large wooden basin filled with iron blocks to gauge his newly acquired power. I can lift 1,000 pounds for a minute and still have energy to spare afterward. Bai Qi contentedly stowed away the testing equipment, realizing that this far surpassed the 3 seconds required in weightlifting competitions. He had just managed to lift continuously for a minute, and afterward, his arms felt neither sore nor fatigued, indicating that his peak strength indeed exceeded 1,000 pounds. Woo-woo. The little milk wolf nestled in his arms whimpered softly. Do you wish to eat this? Woo-woo. The little milk wolf eagerly affirmed. All right, eat as much as you can. Bai Qi gently placed the little milk wolf on the bed and released a substantial quantity of premium-grade life marks. Woo-woo. The little milk wolf cheered and began to devour them eagerly. In Bai Qi's perception, the little milk wolf's strength was steadily increasing. Woo-woo. Good. Following the little one's intent, Bai Qi retrieved a portion of perfect-grade rapid healing salve and mixed it into a bowl of water, instantly creating a highly concentrated rapid healing potion. The little milk wolf took a sip and then continued to consume life marks. Bai Qi paid no further attention to the little wolf. He had tasks to attend to. After multiple rounds of crafting healing salves, his workbench had reached full excellence. He retrieved the permanent perfect-grade silicone doll blueprint that Gong Yingying had previously given him from his storage bracelet. Learning. Instantly, the blueprint vanished, and the workbench was enveloped in an endless white light. As the light dissipated, the workbench had ascended to the perfect grade. Workbench, perfect 0100, description. After learning the blueprint, you can produce finished products, making it one of your vital supports. Description, upon reaching full proficiency, learning higher quality blueprints can enhance the workbench's quality. Description, after the workbench's quality is enhanced, production speed can be improved. It seemed that besides the increase in production speed, there were no other notable changes. The option to produce the permanent perfect-grade silicone doll had now appeared. Bai Qi hastily opened it to examine. Chapter 65. Ironbone Armor Doll, Silicone Doll, Perfect, Permanent, Material Requirements, Plastic, Rubber, Fabric, etc. Description, different materials can yield various finished products. Insufficient material quality will result in lower quality outputs. Bai Qi was instantly invigorated. If only perfect-grade materials were needed for production, he would indeed face challenges. However, the ability to utilize lower quality materials for crafting was now a reality. As for the stipulation that insufficient material quality would yield lower quality outputs, Bai Qi chuckled, for his Soul Strike talent was precisely designed to counteract this. Subsequently, Bai Qi directly extracted a large quantity of plastic and rubber, without accumulating any strength for a Soul Strike, and proceeded to create a silicone doll immediately. A chime resonated, prompting the establishment of physical attributes and appearance. A three-dimensional projection emerged, and Bai Qi, filled with excitement, began making various adjustments. It resembled the experience of character creation in a video game, albeit with greater intricacy. After a casual tweak, Bai Qi confirmed the production. Another chime sounded, signaling the success of crafting a standard silicone doll, measuring 1.7 meters in height with a flawlessly smooth exterior. Upon closer inspection, Bai Qi realized that even a doll of ordinary quality surpassed those priced in the tens of thousands. Should I sell this or dismantle it? Bai Qi pondered. Yet his gaze soon solidified with determination. It must be sold. Although there were no constraints now, many still regarded women with trepidation, given the numerous incidents where men were deceived and subsequently harmed. Bai Qi grasped the approximately 20-kilogram ordinary silicone doll and made his way to the survival core display screen. Fellow men, the silicone doll has arrived. With it, you shall never endure the long, lonely nights again, nor fear betrayal by women. Limited quantities are available, so act swiftly. The group chat fell momentarily silent before erupting with enthusiasm. Bai Qi, did you manage to obtain the blueprint for the silicone doll? Of course. Bai Qi is truly fortunate. This is fantastic. I must hold someone to sleep soundly at night. With the silicone doll, my restful slumber is finally within reach. Hey upstairs, I won't expose you. Bai Qi, How much are you selling the silicone dolls for? If the price is right, I'd like to purchase several. Are there various appearances and body types available? You've ruined our business by doing this, Bai Qi. Ladies need not worry. Inanimate objects can never compare to living beings. Weren't these available for casual purchase before? I haven't seen anyone's business suffer. Were you involved in that kind of trade before? Brother, I am a professional, with myriad skills at my disposal. Feel free to add me as a friend, and we can discuss further when we meet. Some individuals sent private inquiries, but the fervor was not as intense as Bai Qi had anticipated, leaving him somewhat speechless as he remained unfamiliar with such matters. However, a recent inquiry sparked an idea within him. Everyone, the silicone dolls can be customized in body type and appearance. Pre-orders are now open. At this, many men in the group could no longer contain their excitement. Bai Qi, I want to customize A-grade secret doll. I want to. Bai Qi, I've sent you a picture. It's an image of a girl who once tempted me, and I want that. Boss, I'll send you a private message with my requirements. Numerous private messages flooded in. Bai Qi subsequently engaged with each one, finally settling on the pricing. An ordinary silicone doll would require 1 excellent grade life imprint, while the customized versions would necessitate 3. Bai Qi had recently gathered a significant number of excellent grade life imprints from the previous teams, and now he was dealing with individual requests. He tirelessly continued production, swiftly completing 80 iterations, and fully accumulating the power for a soul strike. Rapidly configuring the details, Bai Qi unconsciously set the body type to resemble that of the previous Xiaqi, just as he was about to finalize the appearance in her likeness. A sudden realization jolted him, and he adjusted it to match the features of Gong Ying from her photo. Production. In tandem, Bai Qi had a moment of inspiration and retrieved a large quantity of second-grade alloys to incorporate into the materials. Instantly, a radiant white light enveloped these components. Another chime echoed, indicating the successful creation of a diamond-grade iron bone armor doll. How magnificent! If it resembles Ying, it will be akin to a Valkyrie in the flesh. Bai Qi exclaimed with joy as he grasped this extraordinary doll. Iron bone armor doll, diamond. Description: features embedded alloy skeleton and joints, clad in alloy armor. The description seemed somewhat peculiar. Bai Qi pinched the doll's cheek, feeling its soft texture. If not for the absence of warmth, it could easily be mistaken for a real person. Moreover, this silicone doll bore not a single flaw. Its skin was flawless, devoid of even a speck. Surprisingly, the armor fitted snugly and was a single piece, making it impossible to remove. Bai Qi was left speechless as he placed the diamond-grade iron bone armor doll aside. He continued crafting dolls, but after fully accumulating the power for the soul strike, he began creating a spear. With the presence of the ice snow siren, Bai Qi's king-level soul-destroying sniper rifle was limited to only 60 rounds. Once the ammunition was exhausted, he would need a means to harm the ice snow siren. He persisted in production and sales. After an indeterminate number of iterations, Bai Qi ultimately crafted a starlight-grade sharp steel spear. Although it did not reach a higher king-level quality, Bai Qi felt a sense of fulfillment. Following the sale of numerous ordinary silicone dolls, he garnered an additional 330 excellent-grade life imprints. A modest gain compared to the rapid sale of healing potions, yet a worthy reward nonetheless. Should he encounter a supply shop again, Bai Qi planned to fill his starlight-grade microspace fuel tank with a volume of 100 cubic meters. Wow! Bai Qi turned to see a sight that left him bewildered. The once diminutive milk wolf had undergone a remarkable transformation, now standing a full half-meter tall. My little pup is gone. Bai Qi lamented as he stepped forward to embrace the astonishingly handsome white wolf. Its fur now shimmered with a hint of pale blue light, enhancing its cool appearance. Extreme Ice Wolf King. King. Description: an extraordinary wolf king imbued with extreme ice power, currently in the juvenile stage. Description: the Extreme Ice Wolf King possesses an extreme ice core, allowing it to manipulate icy forces. Chapter 66. All extraordinary levels transitioning from the initial juvenile stage to the juvenile phase. Bai Qi observed the Extreme Ice Wolf King gazing at him with adoration and admiration. Is this still edible? Bai Qi inquired, producing an excellent grade life imprint. Whimper. The Extreme Ice Wolf King whimpered, indicating it was of no use. Very well, from now on, you shall consume the perfect grade healing ointment. Whimper. The Extreme Ice Wolf King joyfully agreed. Having grown from a tiny milk wolf in an instant, Bai Qi found it challenging to adjust, but fortunately, the Extreme Ice Wolf King was exceedingly affectionate, frolicking around Bai Qi to win his favor, which helped restore Bai Qi's spirits. The Extreme Ice Wolf King can consume life imprints to grow stronger. What about the ice field wolves I have enslaved? Without hesitation, Bai Qi summoned an excellent grade ice field wolf. Whimper. Upon its arrival, the imposing creature, standing at 5 meters tall and measuring 3 meters long, displayed overwhelming fear and reverence toward the now half-meter tall Extreme Ice Wolf King. This was unprecedented. It appeared the extreme Ice Wolf King, in its juvenile stage, lacked any imposing presence. Alternatively, the extreme Ice Wolf King, in its juvenile phase, was perceived as a rare source of nourishment by the adult ice field wolves. Eat up! A small pile of superior-grade life marks was thrown, and immediately, the ice wolf began to devour them. Indeed, it proved effective. Bai Qi was immensely pleased, for he still possessed over 10,000 superior-grade life marks, and he had no idea how to utilize them. After consuming around 100, the ice wolf began to howl. The extreme Ice Wolf King quickly translated, and Bai Qi promptly retrieved a perfect-grade, fast-acting healing balm, tossing it into a basin filled with water. The ice wolf began to gulp it down voraciously. In less than 10 minutes, this ice wolf advanced to an elite-level ice wolf. After conducting a series of tests, Bai Qi discerned that while the elite ice wolf no longer gained benefits from consuming superior-grade life marks, it would still gradually grow stronger after consuming the fast-acting healing potion, albeit at a much slower pace than before. Perhaps I can nurture them all to a perfect level beyond elite. However, upon reaching the perfect level, they would hit the maximum enslavement quality limit of this ultimate enslavement scroll. Bai Qi continuously summoned other ice wolves, ice bears, and ice apes. An hour later, 9 enslaved ice wolves, 5 ice bears, and 3 ice apes all reached elite status. The colossal ice crocodile was elite as well. One wondered if these elite beasts could defeat it in a one-on-one battle. Bai Qi felt a surge of anticipation, consuming a small piece of perfect-grade, fast-acting healing balm. The invigorating sensation surged through him once more. Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the previous lack of effect was due to his body reaching the limit of superior grade. Now that he had broken through to elite, the balm could take effect again. Judging by quality, this perfect-grade, fast-acting healing balm could sustain him until he ascended to the perfect level of life. Bai Qi refrained from using higher-tier diamond grade, star grade, or even king-grade bombs, as such high-quality potions could be excessively potent and harder to absorb than the gentler perfect grade. Suddenly, Bai Qi was taken aback as heavy snow began to fall outside. It had been several days since arriving in this frigid world, and it was the first snowfall. Opening the group chat, he discovered it was snowing not just here, but seemingly everywhere. What a harbinger of prosperity. Snowfall was advantageous. It meant those fearsome beasts would refrain from attacking us. Are you out of your mind? Those ferocious ice beasts are unperturbed by the cold. If anything, the snowfall might mark their prime hunting season. Furthermore, once the roads accumulate snow, driving would undoubtedly become troublesome, and speed would be compromised. I hope it stops soon. I am eager to reach the final dwarf tribe. Indeed, those who post videos flaunting their blissful lives are quite the show-offs. I watched a video where they shamelessly brought a female dwarf into their vehicle, capturing the moment on film. It's simply disgraceful. Female dwarfs are undeniably unattractive, each more robust than the last. I cannot fathom how they endure it. Realizing the conversation had veered off course, Bai Qi decided it was time to rest. Suddenly, the alert call of the extreme Ice Wolf King rang out, prompting Bai Qi to glance out the window. What was happening? Why had the snowfall intensified? After observing closely, Bai Qi's expression turned grave. Outside, the distant snowflakes appeared as before, yet the snow in his vicinity had multiplied several times over. The ice snow demon was coming. It seemed fate was delivering it right to his doorstep. Bai Qi remained calm, for his diamond-grade vehicle was impervious to the ice snow demon. He contemplated how to confront the ice snow demon outside. Defeating it would yield the coveted ice snow demon core, which would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. However, with the ultimate enslavement scroll in hand, Bai Qi was more inclined to test whether he could subjugate it. As long as the ice snow demon's quality did not exceed perfect level, he was confident in his ability to enslave it. The ice snow demon could fly. Should he attack directly, it might either be slain or escape. It seemed the only option was to lure it into the vehicle. With a serious expression, Bai Qi inspected his surroundings and ultimately made his decision. He had once again elevated his life level, undoubtedly stronger than when Gong Ying defeated the ice snow demon. Moreover, armed with a king-grade soul-seeking sniper rifle and accompanied by a pack of elite ice beasts, failure was not an option. Just as Bai Qi pondered how to entice the ice snow demon into the vehicle, 2 ice snow demons floated in the air, approximately 50 to 60 meters off the ground. With eerie shrieks, one of the ice snow demons was the same one that had departed earlier, now accompanied by a companion, seeking to ascertain the fate of the 2 colossal ice crocodiles. However, upon arrival, they found the crocodiles absent. Only an odd structure remained, emanating a life force. Hence, they began to assault, which was the cause of the recent heavy snowfall. In previous videos from survivors who encountered ice snow demons, they were always airborne, controlling ice and snow for ranged attacks, never engaging in close proximity with humans. Bai Qi found himself in a dilemma. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. he retrieved the ice snow demon core that Gong Yingying had given him, holding the roughly ping-pong ball-sized azure orb. Bai Qi slowly opened the car door and extended the orb outward. The frantic shrieks erupted. From this almost frenzied sound, Bai Qi discerned anger and an overwhelming desire. He swiftly retracted his hand, hastily stuffing the ice snow demon core into the pouch of an elite ice wolf, which then dashed into the expansive vehicle interior. The sounds were disconcerting, transcending the physical realm, yet they were profoundly unsettling. Bai Qi gripped the king-grade, soul-seeking sniper rifle tightly. Should any unexpected situation arise, he would not hesitate to fire. Two figures, enveloped in a flurry of snowflakes, darted through the car door, unhesitatingly pursuing entry into the vehicle. The door slammed shut, and Bai Qi hurriedly followed into the interior. The juvenile extreme ice wolf was now facing off against the two ice snow demons, seemingly wary of the extreme ice wolf. The two ice snow demons, driven by intense desire, hesitated to pursue the elite ice wolf positioned behind it. With a low growl, the extreme ice wolf instilled a moment of chaos in the two ice snow demons. However, they did not retreat. Inside the warm vehicle, the ice and snow adorning the two ice snow demons began to show signs of melting. Upon witnessing this, Bai Qi's heart raced. He quickly set the air conditioning to the maximum temperature of 60 degrees. He could withstand this heat for a while. The question was whether the ice snow demons could endure it. The Stargrade temperature-regulating air conditioning system commenced full operation, rapidly elevating the interior temperature from a comfortable 25 degrees. Sensing the change in their surroundings, the two ice snow demons emitted unprecedented shrieks before they charged forward in a frenzy. Bai Qi shouted for the extreme ice wolf to dodge, and the wolf nimbly sidestepped as the ice snow demons lunged forward. The speed of the Bingxue in Yao was remarkable, yet the elite-level icefield wolf was no slouch either. Effortlessly maneuvering around two Bingxue in Yao within the expansive confines of a 2,000-square-foot compartment, the temperature escalated rapidly, soaring to 60 degrees in less than 3 minutes. An astonishing feat for the Xingyao-level climate control system of the vehicle. As they pursued, the two Bingxue in Yao remained vigilant against each other, which was the primary reason they did not immediately close the distance on the elite icefield wolf despite their ability to fly. Finally, one of the Bingxue in Yao could no longer contain itself and unleashed a barrage of ice and snow towards the icefield wolf. However, as soon as the ice departed its body, it swiftly melted, generating a substantial amount of steam. A temperature of 60 degrees was no trifling matter. During this exchange, the two Bingxue in Yao emanated a faint blue glow, which was their only means of withstanding the oppressive heat. The piercing shrieks soon erupted into chaos and frenzy. Bai Qi watched with rapt attention as the Ice King stood protectively in front of him, while the two Bingxue Yao showed no inclination to attack him. 10 minutes later, the two Bingxue and Yao had become increasingly frantic. After half an hour, the glow surrounding them had dimmed significantly. An hour later, they had transformed into two snowball-sized masses suspended in mid-air, continuously dripping as they melted. Bai Qi inhaled deeply and retrieved the ultimate enslavement scroll. Enslave, he commanded excitedly, and a beam of white light shot from the scroll, striking the Bingxue and Yao. Although there was some initial resistance, they quickly surrendered. The enslavement was successful. Bingxue and Yao, perfect. Description: a female human soul that has undergone a special metamorphosis, allowing her to wield the power of ice and snow. Note: Bingxue and Yao harbor an intense hatred for humanity, their creation nearly impossible to replicate. Alert: current Bingxue and Yao is in a weakened state. Please handle with care. With a swish, Bai Qi joyfully stored the two Bingxue and Yao within the enslavement space. Upon sensing their condition, he realized that their recovery was exceedingly slow. He exited the vehicle, and with a swift motion, the two Bingxue and Yao were returned to the frigid environment. Remarkably, a mesmerizing phenomenon occurred as snowflakes began to dance around, seemingly drawn to the two suspended snowballs. Furthermore, Bai Qi could vaguely sense that other forces were also being absorbed by the Bingxue and Yao. An hour later, the two Bingxue and Yao floated back before Bai Qi, astonishingly restored to their peak condition. This suggested that, in an extreme cold environment, the power of the Bingxue and Yao was inexhaustible. Bai Qi reached out, and one of the Bingxue and Yao drew closer. It felt cold, akin to touching snow. As he concentrated, the forms of the two Bingxue and Yao began to shift. Wait a moment, take on this appearance, Bai Qi commanded, releasing a doll resembling Xia Kikik in stature and Gong Yingying in visage. Instantly, the forms of the two Bingxue and Yao began to transform. Before long, two perfect, valiant women composed of ice and snow materialized. However, upon closer inspection, Bai Qi found them less appealing than the doll, as the Bingxue and Yao's eyes were composed of snowflakes. Pleased, Bai Qi caressed and squeezed them, satisfied with their sturdy, snowflake bodies that were not easily manipulated. Xiao, having just consumed ample water, opened the window to dispose of her chamber pot, only to see Bai Qi's actions of sculpting snowmen from several meters away. She wondered why he was making snowmen at such a late hour. Since the two Bingxue and Yao were hovering just above the ground, Xiao initially assumed they were merely snowmen. Who was that next to the two snowmen? Could be a woman Bai Qi has taken in? No, the figure donned metallic armor, and her skin was exposed. She could not be real. Just moments ago, Bai Qi had sold numerous silicone dolls. Could this be a silicone doll crafted in her likeness? Yet, the silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. Xiao cheeks flushed as she contemplated whether Bai Qi had created a silicone doll in her image. But I am right next to him. Why would he make a doll of me? If he desires it, how could I refuse? Could it be that he feels shy? Xiao was perplexed. For no matter how exquisite a silicone doll might be, it could never compare to a living person, especially since she was a young star of the Four Little Flowers. With the window ajar and the cold wind howling, she hastily disposed of the chamber pot and closed the window. Upon hearing the commotion, Bai Qi stored the armored doll away and summoned the two Bingxue and Yao back into the enslavement space. Once back in the vehicle, Bai Qi's expression turned grave. The description of the Bingxue and Yao had shocked him. He had not anticipated that they were the transformed souls of female humans. Furthermore, their intense hatred for humanity compelled him to ponder deeply. Was it possible that they were the souls of women who had perished at the hands of humanity, thus transforming into these monstrous beings filled with animosity? Yet, with their enslavement, could they harbor a fundamental hatred towards him as well? Bai Qi found himself in a quandary. But with the power of the ultimate enslavement scroll, he felt somewhat reassured. The Bingxue and Yao had been subdued, but there was another matter to consider. With a thought, the azure core of the Bingxue and Yao appeared in his hand. Chapter 68. Want to get in a car? Not a chance. This very core had attracted the two Bingxue and Yao. Would consuming this core of the same origin enhance their powers? The possibility was intriguing, yet he hesitated, recognizing the core's rarity and significant value, potentially equal to that of a Bingxue and Yao. If feeding it resulted in considerable enhancement, it would be worth it. However, if it merely provided a slight increase, it would be a substantial loss. Just as Bai Qi was mired in indecision, the Ice King let out a low whine. What? You can release the power of ice to allow the Bingxue and Yao to absorb and strengthen. Bai Qi squatted down in surprise as the Ice King nodded solemnly. A brief test would suffice to gauge the outcome. With a swish, Bai Qi released one of the Bingxue and Yao. Human, what is your command? Came the mental communication, leaving Bai Qi momentarily stunned. The Bingxue and Yao was communicating with him. A low growl of warning from the Ice King sent a shiver through the Bingxue and Yao. Master, please command me, she submitted, her tone shifting under the Ice King's threat. Bai Qi frowned slightly, more concerned with the Bingxue and Yao's distant and reluctant demeanor than her choice of address. This indicated that, despite the enslavement effect of the ultimate scroll, the Bingxue and Yao still harbored a profound hatred for humanity. Little Wolf, release a small amount of ice power. A faint azure aura emanated from the Ji Binglang Wang, instantly invigorating the Bingxue Nu Yao. However, restrained by the enslavement scroll, she refrained from taking any immediate action. Here you go, she exclaimed. Thank you, master, she hissed. After expressing her gratitude, her icy mouth surprisingly opened wide, and with a swift inhale, she absorbed that hint of frigid power. Subsequently, the Bingxue Nu Yao displayed a gleeful demeanor. With a swift motion, Bai Qi stored the Bingxue Nu Yao away. The temperature inside the vehicle had now stabilized at 25 degrees Celsius, with a humidity level of 60. Although the Bingxue Nu Yao felt somewhat uncomfortable, she had just indicated her ability to endure such an environment for an extended period. As a blood contract battle pet, Bai Qi could keenly sense the state of the Ji Binglang Wang. Upon sensing, Bai Qi exhaled in relief. That mere trace of icy power was insignificant to the Ji Binglang Wang. Little Wolf, did this help you at all? Bai Qi inquired, offering the core of the Bingxue Nu Yao near the Ji Binglang Wang's mouth. The Ji Binglang Wang shook its head. Bai Qi immediately understood. The Ji Binglang Wang already possessed the Ji Bing Xi and He, an entity far superior to the core of the Bingxue Nu Yao. While consuming this core could indeed enhance the Ji Binglang Wang's strength, the effect was minimal, far less effective than using some healing ointment. Now with two Bingxue Nu Yao, Bai Qi had acquired a flying unit. What remained was to find a Han Bingju E, one capable of aquatic movement. After tidying up, Bai Qi was preparing to sleep when a notification from a friend chimed. He hurriedly approached, and upon reading the message, he found himself at a loss for words. It was a message from Xiao in the adjacent vehicle. Big brother Bai Qi, I feel a bit scared alone. Bai Qi smirked disdainfully. Having seen Xiao bravely confront four men before, he had thought her to be quite proud and lofty. Yet here she was, making excuses for the second time to seek a place in his vehicle. Bai Qi was no fool. Her intentions were painfully clear. She merely sought to offer herself and cling to him for support. What a fanciful thought. His secrets could never be easily revealed. Bai Qi placed the diamond-grade iron bone armor doll on a large bed and summoned the Ji Bing Lang Wang to join him. Although the charm of the little wolf had faded, sleeping with such a large, warm wolf was undeniably comforting. The Ji Bing Lang Wang's fur was astonishingly perfect. In an instant, Bai Qi surrendered to a sweet slumber, aided by the king-grade bed's powerful restorative properties. Meanwhile, Xia Kekik waited anxiously, fully aware of Bai Qi's formidable strength and resolutely determined to follow him. For a woman wishing to accompany a man, the most effective approach was naturally to offer both body and soul. As one of the 4 little flower damsels, her physique and beauty were exceptionally remarkable. Having just seen the doll that resembled her, confidence surged within her. As long as she wholeheartedly followed him, her future safety would be assured. Thus, she mustered the courage to send a message that nearly implied her willingness to submit. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity and growing increasingly drowsy, she reluctantly reclined in her seat. The vehicle was an RV, and it certainly had a bed, after sleeping on the seats for several consecutive days. Xia Kekik now longed for the comfort of a proper bed. Upon awakening, Bai Qi quickly refreshed himself. There was no need to cook anymore. Gong Yingying had also begun to rely solely on healing ointments. With a roar, Bai Qi started the vehicle and departed, the trailing off-road vehicle hastily following suit. Opening the group chat, Bai Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Area, 1006. Population, 3210-010-0000. Compared to the previous morning's count of 43, 220, only 11. 120 had decreased over the past day and night, an improvement from the previous 2 days. Continuously on the move, Bai Qi captured ferocious beasts whenever he came across resource boxes. By noon, he finally arrived at the supply shop. He expended 1,000 excellent grade life tokens to fill the starry grade microspace fuel tank in his vehicle, while also storing a vast amount of fuel in his storage bracelet. Given the current fuel consumption, Bai Qi felt he would never exhaust it in his lifetime. With an almost inexhaustible supply of life tokens, Bai Qi raided the supply shop, purchasing an abundance of items such as flint, instant noodles, salt, bread, towels, and more. Such an excess of supplies would suffice for him for several centuries. Xia Kekik trailed behind Bai Qi, looking somewhat pitiful. She too had bought quite a few items, considering her blueprint for gunpowder. Bai Qi generously gifted her 10 excellent grade life tokens, causing the girl to joyfully commence her grand shopping spree. However, she was very prudent, purchasing only essential items without wasting money. By around 3 in the afternoon, Bai Qi finally reached the end of the road, revealing numerous densely packed buildings ahead. The structures primarily consisted of low, round huts, seemingly constructed from stacked stones. Observing the surroundings, at least a dozen roads extended from the vicinity. A multitude of vehicles were parked around the perimeter of the dwarf tribe. Bai Qi took a deep breath. It was time to engage with others. He wondered where Gong Yingying was. Bai Qi quickly reached out to his good buddy. Chapter 69. The Evil Dwarven Clan. Yingying, have you arrived at the dwarf tribe yet? Bai Qi, I haven't arrived yet, but I should be there soon. Have you made it? Yes, I'm right here. When you arrive, just look for the most imposing vehicle present. Haha. All right, Bai Qi, I'll be waiting for you. Bai Qi wasn't exaggerating. His vehicle was diamond grade, truly standing out among the rest. Gong Yingying also quickened her pace, eagerly anticipating their reunion. Is that Wang Chang'an's vehicle? Bai Qi glanced at a vehicle surrounded by elite ice wolves and a Han Bingju Yi. It appeared quite decent, likely of excellent grade. Bai Qi slowly drove closer, and as the vehicle entered the parking zone, a notification chimed. Ding! You have arrived at the final area. Please select a faction. Ding! Choose the Bing Shui Nu Yao faction. You must assist them in defeating the evil Dwarven clan. Choose the evil Dwarven clan. You must aid them in defeating the Bing Shui Nu Yao. Bai Qi's brow furrowed in concern. No one had mentioned anything regarding faction selection. After glancing at the group chat information again, he found no one discussing this topic. This was unusual. Logically, this was a matter everyone should face and would surely become a hot topic of discussion. Bai Qi halted the vehicle and opened the door, walking towards Xia Kekik's vehicle, which had just parked as well. Open the door. Bai Qi's voice startled Xia Kekik, but she quickly opened the passenger door. Bai Qi jumped inside. Big brother Bai, it's too crowded here during the day. Maybe we should wait until night or go to your vehicle. Xia Kekik's face flushed crimson. Bai Qi could hardly be bothered to engage with her. How could such a poised flower now act like a lovesick fool? Did you receive any notifications? Bai Qi asked directly. Xia Kekik was taken aback. What notification? As you arrived here just now, did you not receive any notifications? Xia Kekik shook her head. Bai Qi was taken aback. The expression on her face did not suggest deceit, and there was no reason for her to lie. Very well. Stay in the vehicle and prioritize your safety. Should anything arise, remember to contact me. All right. Xiao gazed at Bai Qi, bewildered, as he swiftly departed. Back in the vehicle, Bai Qi furrowed his brow even more tightly. The malevolent dwarf demon clan. What is the meaning of this? Are they not simply the dwarf clan? Moreover, did no one else receive a prompt regarding faction selection? Bai Qi pondered deeply. Could it be that my enslavement of 2 ice snow nymphs triggered this choice? Without hesitation, Bai Qi returned to the cabin and summoned the 2 ice snow nymphs. Master, human, they greeted. Master, the second ice snow nymph, quickly followed suit. I would like to inquire, what grievances do you hold against the malevolent dwarf demon clan? Upon his question, Bai Qi observed that both ice snow nymphs were adorned with expressions of profound hatred and fury. Master, were you not here to assist the dwarf clan in annihilating us? One of the ice snow nymphs spoke coldly. Bai Qi was taken aback. Why do you say that? Immediately, the ice snow nymph's demeanor turned disdainful. Master, we witnessed many of your companions depart alongside the dwarf clan, and you enslaved us. Do we still need to explain? Bai Qi found himself momentarily speechless. Ladies, you make a valid point, but that does not imply my allegiance lies with the malevolent dwarf clan. Please recount your grievances. It may influence my decision. Bai Qi spoke calmly. The 2 ice snow nymphs exchanged glances, and the one who had just spoken began to elaborate. Master, this is a long-standing racial enmity. Originally, we were humans like you and your companions, while on the other side resided the dwarf clan. We were taller and correspondingly stronger. Thus we occupied the most fertile lands. Frictions with the dwarf clan have always existed, primarily resulting in our victories. However, at some point, the dwarf clan suddenly grew exceedingly strong, and our physical advantage dissipated. The clashes between our 2 races escalated as the dwarf clan's victories increased. Eventually, our leaders negotiated with the dwarf clan, and a new territorial division was established. We believed the war had concluded, yet the dwarf clan somehow instigated a full-scale war. We were overwhelmed. They fought with a ferocity akin to madness, slaughtering not only our adults but also our children. The most horrifying aspect was that they consumed the bodies of their fallen warriors as sustenance, including their own slain comrades. The ice snow nymph's face, composed of snowflakes, betrayed a look of terror. Bai Qi inhaled deeply, now understanding why the survival core indicated that the adversaries belonged to the malevolent dwarf demon clan. Moreover, the terminology used to label them was problematic. They were referred to as the malevolent dwarf demon clan. Henceforth, you shall be designated as number 1, and you as number 2. Number 1, please continue. Bai Qi commanded in a serious tone. Yes, later, we fought and retreated until we reached the sacred lake of our people. That was the final battle. Regardless of age or gender, everyone participated in the life and death struggle. Ultimately, we were defeated to avoid being devoured by the dwarf demon clan. Most of us submerged ourselves in the sacred lake. We women did the same, only to find that after a prolonged period, we transformed into ice snow nymphs. Thus, we gathered together, seeking vengeance. However, we overestimated our strength, and after losing many sisters, the remaining of us retreated to the depths of the sacred lake to recuperate. Eventually, we began cultivating ice giants, relying on their power to battle the dwarf demon clan for many, many years. Until your arrival, Master. The somber voice of the first ice snow nymph resonated on a spiritual level. Bai Qi sighed. These were servants bound by the ultimate enslavement scroll, incapable of deceiving him. Coupled with the hints from the survival core, he comprehended the enmity between the ice snow nymphs and the malevolent dwarf demon clan. Number 1, number 2, I ask you, can you trust me? Bai Qi inquired earnestly. Number 1 gazed up at Bai Qi, then shook her head. Master, you may control our lives, but you possess the ability to enslave us ice snow nymphs. We cannot allow you to harm our other sisters. Should you insist on such actions, we will have no choice but to self-destruct. The resolute voice echoed, leaving Bai Qi astonished at the unwavering determination. Chapter 70. Wang Chang'an's Dilemma Number 1. What if I assist you in eradicating the malevolent dwarf demon clan? Bai Qi asked earnestly. The 2 ice snow nymphs were momentarily stunned. And Master, you wish to help us? They were filled with disbelief. Bai Qi nodded. If your 2 races were to engage in a fair conflict, I would undoubtedly side with the dwarf clan, for you have become monstrosities. However, they're no longer merely the dwarf clan in my eyes. They are the malevolent dwarf demon clan. Thus, as a human, I naturally shall not choose them. Bai Qi affirmed confidently. In truth, he had already made this determination upon receiving the faction choice, and his recent inquiries were merely to ascertain the specifics. Number 1 and number 2 fell silent, and Bai Qi understood that they did not trust him. Such matters could no longer be resolved through words. Only through subsequent actions could he earn their belief. Bai Qi then began to assess his strength. He had 60 rounds left for the king-level Soul Pursuit sniper rifle, a star-level sharp steel blade, and the ultimate enslavement scroll, which currently contained 10 exceptional-level elite ice wolves, 5 elite ice bears, 3 elite ice apes, and 2 perfect-level ice snow nymphs. Additionally, there was a diamond-quality super vehicle. This constituted Bai Qi's current high-end combat power. Although the Ice Wolf King possessed exceptional quality, it was still in its juvenile phase and unlikely to be effective in combat. Bai Qi was reluctant to send it into close quarters with the malevolent dwarf demon clan. It seemed inadequate. The primary issue was the scarcity of ammunition. Clearly, he must first engage with the malevolent dwarf demon clan. If he could acquire sulfur, he would have sufficient materials to gather gunpowder. Bai Qi took a deep breath, realizing the immense importance of Xia Qikek. He glanced at her vehicle, a rather unimpressive superior-level off-road vehicle, which was insufficient to ensure her safety. Bai Qi then began to accumulate the power of the Soul Strike to fabricate vehicle components. The shell, tires, glass, chassis, fuel tank, and power system. Bai Qi produced numerous perfect-level and even diamond-level vehicle components. However, he allocated the diamond-level components to Gong Yingying and exchanged the perfect-level parts she had removed for Xia Qikek's vehicle. Half an hour later, amid Xia Qikek's incredulous expression, her vehicle was upgraded to a perfect-level off-road vehicle. Stay inside the vehicle and do not venture out. Ignore anyone who seeks you out. If you encounter any troublesome individuals, simply drive them down, Bai Qi solemnly cautioned. Xia Qiki nodded repeatedly, deeply grateful for Bai Qi's support after her harrowing experience of being besieged. Bai Qi initially hesitated to bring the extreme Ice Wolf King along, but the creature was somewhat reluctant to part. Moreover, the extreme Ice Wolf King's keen senses it could provide early warnings in case of danger. After a thorough check, Bai Qi descended from the vehicle, closely followed by the extreme Ice Wolf King. The king-level, soul-piercing gun was firmly gripped in Bai Qi's hand, concealed beneath his wide sleeves, yet ready to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Additionally, the ultimate enslavement scroll contained 18 exceptional-level ice beasts and 2 perfect-level ice snow nymphs, all ready to be summoned at his command. Many had already noticed Bai Qi's exceptionally cool vehicle, and as he stepped out, several approached him. "Brother, our team consists of 160 members. Join us, and you could at least be a vice leader. Brother, come to our side. I am willing to cede the leader's position to you. Brother, we have more than 20 women in our team, many of whom are stunning. With your strength, they will be eager to please. Brother, we have a few virtuous girls. Come join us." Countless individuals surrounded him, primarily attempting to recruit Bai Qi. "Gentlemen, please allow me to observe for a moment. I will respond shortly." Bai Qi's voice resonated, prompting everyone to politely step aside. As Bai Qi departed with the dashing extreme Ice Wolf King, discussions erupted among the crowd. "Wow, that vehicle seems leagues beyond exceptional level. I believe it must be at least a perfect level vehicle, perhaps even a diamond level. Did you see that little wolf beside him? It's incredibly impressive, far more so than the ice wolves. I wonder how he acquired such a wolf. Did he find it in a wolf's den? I suspect he possesses some kind of beast enslavement item, similar to that big shot over there. Indeed, that big shot commands 8 ice giant wolves and a frost giant crocodile. Simply invincible, right? Those 8 ice giant wolves are significantly larger than the ice wolves we encountered on our way. I estimate they are all exceptional beasts. Goodness, with so many formidable beasts protecting him, he would hardly encounter danger." Among the murmurs of the crowd, Wang Chongjian from the off-road vehicle wore a gloomy expression. Throughout their journey, he had been quite reserved, understanding that safety was paramount. However, upon arriving at the dwarf tribe, safety was no longer a concern. Armed with an exceptional-level off-road vehicle and a troop of elevated exceptional-level ice beasts, he was indeed the most distinguished individual in the area. Consequently, he received countless recruitment offers. Yet, Wang Chongjin scorned joining a weak team. His strength surpassed that of an entire squad, making it unnecessary to share resources or protection with others. After rejecting the offers, he ultimately succumbed to the advances of several stunning women. However, after encountering 3 enchanting women, he discovered to his dismay that he was incapable of performance. "I had no issues managing things on my own before. Why am I struggling now?" He had always taken pride in his capabilities, but never expected to be found lacking. Wang Chongjin was utterly distressed. The exquisite mature woman behind him gently embraced him, expressing indifference to his shortcomings, which somewhat eased his discomfort. Yet, he yearned even more for capability. "Lingjia, I understand. Please head back for now. I need to calm down for a moment." He felt quite satisfied with the woman at his back, especially since she was the only one who showed him compassion during his moment of vulnerability, comforting him with utmost tenderness. "Do not overthink it, Chongjin. I sense something significant is about to occur. You must ensure you rest," the woman, Lu Ling, whom Bai Qi had once saved, advised. She had originally been following Bai Qi's vehicle, but a group of dwarves took a shortcut one night, arriving here ahead of him. Lu Ling did not return empty-handed. Wang Changjin had provided her with a generous supply of superior healing ointment. As Bai Qi ventured deeper, a dwarf warrior intercepted him. "Noble guest, may I inquire what brings you here?" The dwarf warrior asked courteously. Bai Qi focused his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. The warrior's pupils were pitch black, which alone would not have surprised Bai Qi. However, a sinister black aura surrounded the edges of the warrior's pupils, appearing quite ominous. "Esteemed warrior, I would like to inquire if you possess sulfur or similar substances," Bai Qi asked directly. The dwarf warrior's expression became somewhat peculiar. "Noble guest, many have inquired about sulfur. Yet, we do not have what you describe." Bai Qi's expression stiffened. He surmised that Zhao Gang's team was searching for sulfur. "Esteemed warrior, I have heard that you have dwellings underground. May I request a visit?" Bai Qi inquired politely once more. The dwarf warrior did not respond immediately, but cast a serious glance at the extreme Ice Wolf King accompanying Bai Qi. "Please wait a moment. I shall seek permission from our chief." "Thank you." Bai Qi stood patiently as the dwarf warrior swiftly departed. Before long, the dwarf warrior returned in haste. "Noble guest, please. Our chief is willing to show you the underground world." Bai Qi calmed the extreme Ice Wolf King, sensing that the dwarf warrior bore no ill intent. Yet the wolf had sensed some unfavorable emotions from the warrior. Shortly after, Bai Qi met the imposing dwarf chief. Compared to the earlier warrior, the chief was not only more robust, but also emanated an even stronger black aura around his pupils. "Noble guest, I hear you wish to visit the underground world?" Bai Qi nodded. "Indeed, chief, I wish to witness another facet of your existence." The dwarf chief nodded in agreement. "Noble guest, please follow me." The dwarf chief began to lead the way, though the chief made considerable efforts to conceal it. Bai Qi noticed that he appeared particularly interested in the extreme Ice Wolf King. Had they discerned the extraordinary nature of the wolf? Aside from its striking appearance, there was nothing particularly unusual about the little wolf. At least, the previous group of survivors had not detected anything amiss. Bai Qi followed closely behind. The ground was frozen solid, making the presence of sulfur unlikely, but the underground might be different. If he could find sulfur, he could manufacture ammunition, armed with sufficient bullets. He was confident he could single-handedly eradicate the nefarious dwarf demon race. As he descended the substantial spiral staircase, elite dwarf warriors stood guard along the way, and multiple sturdy iron doors awaited. After entering with the dwarf chief, the iron doors slowly closed behind them, causing Bai Qi to feel a sense of unease. As he currently lacked vehicular protection and his own strength was merely at the exceptional tier, nevertheless, without entering, he would have no opportunity to seek sulfur. Lacking adequate ammunition would render him incapable of confronting the vast numbers of the wicked dwarf demon race. As for assisting the evil dwarf demons in annihilating the ice snow nymphs, Bai Qi had never entertained such thoughts. After traversing several hundred meters, Bai Qi finally beheld the underground world. An abundance of luminous plants and minerals ensured that the subterranean realm was far from lacking in light. Bai Qi gazed into the distance, only to find an expanse that seemed endless, revealing that this underground world was far larger than the realm above. "Esteemed guest, please follow me. The esteemed priest wishes to meet you," announced the dwarf leader, Wang Sheng, leading the way. "Priest? Esteemed?" Bai Qi remained silent, as these titles tightened his heart, making him question whether entering this place was a grave mistake. Along the journey, Bai Qi encountered a multitude of ordinary dwarf demons, who had cultivated vast areas for agriculture and animal husbandry within this underground realm. Every dwarf demon along the path respectfully saluted the dwarf leader, indicating that strict protocols were in place. Even the diminutive dwarf demons, resembling little radishes, adhered to this decorum. After traversing nearly 10 kilometers, Bai Qi finally beheld a remarkable structure. 2 rows of columns adorned with luminous pearls stood in neat formation, leading to a grand staircase approximately 20 meters wide. At the staircase's summit stood an imposing stone hall. "Esteemed guest, the priest resides within the grand hall. This place is forbidden, and I cannot accompany you further," the dwarf leader declared, his eyes filled with a mix of admiration and trepidation. Bai Qi nodded, then strode forward with the extreme Ice Wolf King towards the upper level. Regardless of the priest's true nature, should conflict arise, he would ascertain whether the opponent could withstand the relentless barrage of his king-grade soul pursuit execution gun's 60 consecutive shots. The sound of Bai Qi's footsteps echoed in the tranquil hall, while deep within, a colossal figure exceeding 5 meters in height slowly turned. Bai Qi tightened his grip on the king-grade soul pursuit execution gun. A sinister laughter erupted, and with the giant's mirth, countless iron rods, as thick as arms, sprang up around Bai Qi and the extreme Ice Wolf King, trapping them within. Glancing upwards, Bai Qi noted that the enclosure did not close above. He refrained from attacking immediately, as it was evident that the adversary's intent was to confine rather than to kill outright. "Stranger, you seem remarkably composed," a curious voice emerged. As the giant approached, Bai Qi finally discerned its visage. It was a gigantic dwarf demon, its body bulging with muscles. Yet what caught Bai Qi's attention were its entirely pitch-black eyes, devoid of scarce. Strangely, a faint aura of icy power emanated from its being. Esteemed priest, I have come in search of sulfur. May I inquire what your intentions are? Bai Qi inquired in a solemn tone. The colossal dwarf demon disregarded Bai Qi's question, fixated instead on the snarling extreme Ice Wolf King. How curious. What is the source of such potent yet restrained icy power within this ice-field wolf? Were it not for my own eyes, I could scarcely believe that the strength of an ice-snow nymph resided within the ice-field wolf. The dwarf priest circled the columns, scrutinizing the extreme Ice Wolf King with keen interest. It appears there is something extraordinary about you, he mused. I shall keep you here until you grow large enough to provide me with ample icy blood to consume. The dwarf priest's eyes ignited with black flames as he gazed longingly at the extreme Ice Wolf King. The wolf growled fiercely, positioning itself protectively before Bai Qi. Now consumed by rage, the dwarf priest took a deep breath, finally shifting his attention to Bai Qi. To tame such a remarkable ice-field wolf suggests you possess some merit. Thus, I shall first sample your flavor. It has been many years since I feasted upon your kind. How nostalgic, the dwarf priest declared with a fierce and ravenous tone. Bai Qi gripped the sole pursuit execution gun tightly. Although the dwarf priest was formidable, he did not evoke a sense of insurmountable dread. Holding the supreme instrument of equality, Bai Qi felt no fear. Priest, I have heard that you once coexisted peacefully with humans. What led to this current state? Bai Qi queried. The dwarf priest paused, then erupted into manic laughter. Ridiculous. How amusing. Peaceful coexistence. I wonder where you gleaned such information. Those humans, boasting their height and strength, have never regarded us as equals. They not only drove us to the frigid wastelands, but also treated us as monsters and servants, forcing us to provide an abundance of resources, especially for mining. How many of our kin have perished in the dark, unfathomable mines? How many have succumbed to hunger and cold? Yet what do they care for such matters? The dwarf priest spat with palpable hatred. Bai Qi fell into a contemplative silence, recognizing the truth in the dwarf's words. Echoing sentiments he had heard from the ice-snow nymph, albeit not as overtly. Yet, by the will of fate, my kin discovered immense fortune while delving into the mines, enabling us to grow powerful. Humans, you are outsiders from beyond. Assist us in annihilating the ice-snow nymph, and we shall grant you passage, the dwarf priest declared with ferocity. However, you shan't leave. You will obediently become my sustenance. With a mighty stomp of his enormous foot, several smooth iron rods retracted into the ground, allowing the dwarf priest's massive form to sidle through. The extreme Ice Wolf King growled menacingly, while Bai Qi hastily reassured it. Alas, it seems I must seek sulfur on my own. I had hoped for further discourse with you. Bai Qi sighed. The dwarf priest hesitated momentarily, but offered no response, instead extending a colossal hand towards Bai Qi. Ice Snow Nymph. In an instant, Bai Qi summoned the first and second ice snow nymphs. The sound of gunfire erupted, and the 5-meter-tall giant collapsed, its expression one of bewilderment as it met its end. A shot to the forehead and 2 to the chest likely pierced its heart. What? A life mark has dropped. Bai Qi stepped forward to retrieve the 2 glimmering life marks that had fallen to the ground. Life mark, diamond, description 1, an item dropped upon slaying a living being can enhance your life strength. Description 2. Life marks serve as universal currency, possessing stable value. To his astonishment, these were diamond-level life marks. This indicated that the 5-meter-tall giant dwarf priest had reached the diamond tier in life essence. Incredible. Diamond tier is 2 levels above me and those elite icefield beasts. Fortuitously, my king-grade soul pursuit execution gun exceeds theirs by 2 levels, allowing me to dispatch it effortlessly. Bai Qi inhaled deeply, then turned his gaze to the colossal corpse of the dwarf priest. Drawing in a breath, Bai Qi attempted to issue a command. Harvest. Endless white light enveloped the massive form of the dwarf priest. Bai Qi was taken aback as the harvesting succeeded. It had been previously revealed in the group chat that harvesting the corpses of survivors was ineffective, applicable only to beasts. This indicated that the dwarf race was indeed classified as beasts rather than a branch of humanity. Once the white light dissipated, Bai Qi found himself in a state of astonishment. Upon collection, no chunks of meat were found. Instead, 2 enormous spheres, each approximately 8 centimeters in diameter, lay upon the ground. Gazing at these spheres, Bai Qi was reminded of the large, obsidian eyes of the recently slain dwarf demon priest. As he picked up the spheres, their attributes were revealed. Crystal of evil power, rare item. Description, a pure crystal formed from the absorption and transformation of evil power by flesh-based life forms, possessing various uses. Warning, evil power can infect and obliterate consciousness. Exercise caution when using. Bai Bai Qi's expression turned grave. After safely storing the 2 crystals of evil power, he exited through the opening with the extreme Ice Wolf King, swiftly making his way around the vicinity of the Grand Hall. Uncertain whether the commotion had attracted attention from the outside, Bai Qi needed to hasten his search for any presence of sulfur. At this moment, the 2 ice and snow nymphs floated silently several meters above the ground. Upon their summoning, they had witnessed their master, Bai Qi, slay a giant dwarf demon. This was an unfamiliar location for them, and they had never encountered the giant dwarf demon before. However, Bai Qi's actions spoke volumes, and inexplicable emotions emerged in the eyes of the 2 nymphs. Surrounding the Grand Hall were several smaller palaces. Upon entering the first small palace from the left, Bai Qi nearly retched. This palace was evidently the dwarf demon priest's quarters, filled with human skeletons, evoking a chilling sense of dread. The 2 ice and snow nymphs radiated profound sorrow and hatred, as this place was littered with the remains of their kin. Bai Qi, feeling a chill run down his spine, searched meticulously but found no further treasures. The second palace appeared to be the dwarf demon priest's dining area, yielding no discoveries either. Finally, Bai Qi entered the third and largest auxiliary palace. It contained numerous cauldrons and other equipment, resembling a laboratory. Bai Qi hurriedly began his inspection. When a massive iron chest was opened, he was astounded by the countless items inside. It was an entire chest of ice and snow nymph cores. With a swift motion, he stored them all in his storage bracelet, and upon scanning, he discovered a total of 6,568 cores. Such a vast quantity of ice and snow nymph cores raised the question of whether their numbers were indeed substantial. Furthermore, did the dwarf demons drop items upon defeating the nymphs? Bai Qi had no time for further contemplation, as he quickly examined other areas. With a hearty laugh, he finally felt relief upon discovering a considerable stash of, or exuding a potent sulfuric aroma. He swiftly collected all of it. The boxes storing the sulfur ores appeared just as substantial as those containing the ice and snow nymph cores, indicating their considerable value in this location. Bai Qi continued to search and soon made another remarkable find, an impressive array of metals of exceptional quality. He eagerly gathered them. This was a diamond-grade steel cutting blade. Spotting the weapon displayed on a nearby rack, Bai Qi promptly seized it. Considering what Wang Changjian had previously mentioned, it was likely the lost blade, unexpectedly found here. In a small storage room, Bai Qi discovered a large quantity of frost giant crocodile hides, which he collected in the same manner. After a thorough examination, Bai Qi took a deep breath and quickly retraced his steps. First, he returned to the initial small palace and poured a large barrel of fuel inside. With a roar, flames erupted. The 2 ice and snow nymphs silently followed behind Bai Qi, instinctively adopting a protective stance, a voluntary action without any command. Chapter 73. Assault on the tribe. Bai Qi raced alongside the extreme Ice Wolf King toward the entrance of the Grand Hall. Upon reaching the stairs leading to the entrance, he found no dwarf demons awaiting him, which brought him a sigh of relief. Had he been surrounded by a throng of dwarf demon warriors, his ability to escape would have been uncertain. Ice and snow nymphs, Bai Qi commanded, and the 2 nymphs gently enveloped him, lifting him into the air. This was a test Bai Qi had previously conducted. Each ice and snow nymph possessed roughly 100 pounds of strength, allowing them to carry him together, albeit at a rather slow pace. Though the extreme Ice Wolf King was still in its juvenile phase, its vigor enabled it to outrun Bai Qi effortlessly. Having traversed approximately 10 kilometers in this underground world, Bai Qi could hardly remember the route, but for the kingly extreme Ice Wolf, it was merely a trivial task. The extreme Ice Wolf King led the way while the 2 ice and snow nymphs flew alongside Bai Qi. Perhaps it was a mere illusion, but Bai Qi felt the nymphs had grown considerably gentler towards him. It is a nymph. The nymph has descended into the underground. Quickly summon the warriors. Countless dwarf demons were startled by the presence of the 2 ice and snow nymphs. Bai Qi noted that the dwarf demons residing in the underground world appeared to be commoners, primarily responsible for agriculture and livestock, while those outside were warriors. Fortunately, Bai Qi's speed was swift, and the dwarf demons could not relay information in time. 5 minutes later, Bai Qi arrived at the spiral staircase leading to the surface. Observing the tightly shut metal gates, Bai Qi commanded the 2 ice and snow nymphs to lower him. With a swift motion, he drew the starry-grade, sharp steel cutting blade, gripping it tightly, and began to slice through the gate. This weapon, with its extraordinary sharpness, effortlessly cut through the 20-centimeter thick metal door. What is happening to the gate? How could this be? Quick, report. Panic-stricken voices echoed from outside the gate. With a crash, a human-sized section of the metal door was kicked open. Bai Qi's expression turned cold as he summoned 2 elite ice-field wolves. With swift bites, the 2 fleeing dwarf demon warriors met their demise. Collect! Collect! Soon, Bai Qi acquired 4 marble-sized crystals of evil power, confirming his suspicions that each dwarf demon could indeed yield these items. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi continued to cut through the next metal gate. After slicing through 5 gates in succession, Bai Qi finally beheld the light from outside. Simultaneously, he stored the 2 ice and snow nymphs away. The sky was nearly dark. Unlike before, the outermost dwarf demon warriors swiftly transmitted information. So Bai Qi faced a hastily assembled throng of dwarf demon warriors. The dwarf demon leader who had earlier guided Bai Qi into the underground stood at the forefront. Visibly taken aback upon seeing Bai Qi, "You, how are you not with the priest?" The dwarf demon leader inquired incredulously. "The priest instructed me to retrieve something." "Step aside quickly." Bai Qi refrained from unleashing all his elite icefield beasts in a charge immediately. The dwarf demon leader, seemingly perplexed, instinctively waved his hand to clear a path for the multitude of dwarf demon warriors. Bai Qi followed closely behind the extreme Ice Wolf King, flanked by 2 elite icefield wolves for protection. Until Bai Qi had sprinted several dozen meters away, the leader of the dwarves finally reacted. "Capture him. Go. Check with the master of the ritual." With these 2 commands issued, a small squad of dwarf warriors swiftly headed towards the underground realm, while the remaining dwarf warriors frantically shouted and chased after Bai Qi. Numerous other dwarf warriors from various directions quickly responded, leaving a large group of survivors in bewilderment, gazing at the chaotic scene. With a mere thought, Bai Qi summoned 2 elite ice wolves, which then charged wildly to the sides. A multitude of dwarf warriors were knocked aside. However, since the command from their leader was to capture rather than kill, they refrained from using spears or crossbows. With a clang, Bai Qi opened the car door and leaped inside, promptly shutting it behind him. Now in a diamond-grade vehicle, Bai Qi felt a sense of security. He recalled the 4 elite ice wolves, and with a roar, he started the vehicle. "Xiaqiki, do not follow me. I will provide you with the materials. You need to create the gunpowder for me." Bai Qi sent a trade request to Xiaqiki, initiating a direct exchange of 100 kilograms of crude nitrate, a large box of sulfur ore, and a basin of smokeless charcoal. If she proved reliable, he intended to trade the remaining materials to her. "Fire!" The furious voice of the dwarf leader resonated, and instantly, countless spears began to rain down. The sound of impacts echoed like raindrops. And Bai Qi breathed a sigh of relief. The diamond-grade vehicle proved its worth, with not even a mark left on the body or windows despite the heavy fire. Numerous survivors stared in disbelief as the coolest vehicle in the arena barreled through, utterly confounded by the unfolding events. As Bai Qi drove, he remained alert to incoming messages. Once Xiaqiki produced the gunpowder, he would be invincible. Ying has arrived. Noticing several messages from Gong Ying, Bai Qi's mind sparked with ideas. "Ying, I have become hostile to the dwarves, so be cautious and stay inside the vehicle." Gong Ying had actually arrived some time ago, but her messages went unanswered. "All right, Bai Qi, inform me immediately if anything happens." "Okay." At that moment, 2 ice snow fairies appeared beside Bai Qi, observing his reckless charge into the dwarf tribe with growing trust. "Master, you may head towards the sacred lake. Once there, the dwarf tribe will not dare to pursue." The gentle voice of the first ice snow fairy echoed in his mind. "All right, lead the way." Following her guidance, Bai Qi quickly adjusted his direction. A barrage of spears and arrows relentlessly assailed his vehicle, but to no avail. "Attack the wheels!" roared the dwarf leader, and Bai Qi felt the car begin to jolt. A glance in the rearview mirror reassured him. The diamond-grade tires were no longer the inflatable kind and remained unscathed under such concentrated fire. This durability left countless survivors astounded, unable to comprehend how the tires could withstand such relentless attacks. Bai Qi observed as dwarf warriors began hauling large obstacles into his path. Closing the window, seems, he temporarily abandoned plans to eliminate some dwarf warriors, prioritizing his escape instead. "Go, clear the obstacles." 10 elite ice wolves were summoned and dashed forward, instantly throwing the dwarf warriors into disarray. Having lived in this area for countless years, they understood the terror of these massive ice wolves. With tremendous force and agility, the elite ice wolves swiftly cleared the way. Bai Qi's vehicle surged forward and vanished into the distance. The dwarf leader, with a sinister expression, waved his hand, and all dwarf warriors halted their pursuit. Numerous survivors watched the recent battle, many climbing atop the vehicle for a better view. Among them was the frustrated Wang Changjian, who recognized the vehicle's owner had summoned a horde of elite ice wolves, precisely 10 in number, and he could not help but deduce the identity of the individual. However, judging by the mastery over the beasts, he believed Bai Qi to be inferior to himself, as he possessed an exceptional grade tiger, 8 exceptional grade elite ice wolves, and a remarkable grade ice giant crocodile. Especially the exceptional grade tiger, a fierce beast now curled up in the rear compartment, nearly filling the already cramped space. What on earth was Bai Qi doing? Why had he clashed with the dwarves? It puzzled him endlessly. Could it be that Bai Qi had slept with the dwarf leader's wife? No, that couldn't be right. According to Ling Jie, the dwarf warriors readily offered their women. eager lest they fall behind. The dwarf leader should not be enraged for such a reason. Yet beyond that, he simply could not fathom why Bai Qi would engage in such a battle with the dwarves. Wang Chongjin was left in a conundrum until he noticed something amiss. What is happening? Why are the dwarf warriors converging towards me? Suddenly alarmed, he quickly scrambled into his vehicle. Peering through a narrow window, he caught sight of the grim-faced dwarf leader. Leader, I do not know that person. I truly have no relationship with him. Everyone can vouch for me, Wang Chongjin shouted, but soon realized the other survivors merely watched with amusement. Noting that the dwarf leader did not even respond, he finally resigned himself to despair. Let's go. Follow Bai Qi's path. With a roar, the exceptional grade vehicle roared to life, the ice giant crocodile leading the charge, while the 8 elite ice wolves surrounded his vehicle. Countless spears and arrows flew towards them, and Wang Chongjin gritted his teeth, focused on the path ahead. The ice giant crocodile was fine. Its thick skin was impervious to ordinary arrows, but the elite ice wolves were not so fortunate, each sustaining various wounds from the onslaught. Half of you engage them. The others protect the wheels from getting shot, Wang Chongjin commanded through clenched teeth, knowing his vehicle could not compare to Bai Qi's. If the tires were shot out, he would be doomed. With a howl, the 4 elite ice wolves charged towards the dwarf warriors, drawing most of the firepower. Following the tire tracks left by Bai Qi, Wang Chongjin pressed on. Now, only 2 bloodied elite ice wolves accompanied him. 6 had been left behind in the dwarf tribe. Damn it! I've fallen into an unexpected disaster. Frustration engulfed Wang Chongjin. He still could not comprehend why Bai Qi had waged war against the dwarf tribe. It simply made no sense. Regardless of whether it was 10 elite ice wolves or 100, they could not contend with the dwarven tribe armed with spears and arrows. Bai Qi burst into laughter. For Xiaokiki had successfully traded him the gunpowder. With the acquisition of gunpowder, his bullet blueprints could finally come to fruition. According to Xiaokiki, 100 kilograms of crude nitrate could only be utilized as 50 kilograms of pure nitrate. By that ratio, 50 kilograms of pure nitrate could be combined with 2 additional materials to produce approximately 66 kilograms of black powder. Thus, Bai Qi now possessed a large barrel of black powder. Upon accessing the bullet crafting option, Bai Qi was delighted to discover that only a few grams of gunpowder combined with metal were required to create a single bullet. Moreover, this small item could be produced in bulk. Without hesitation, Bai Qi immediately commenced crafting. He focused on producing small bullets that could be used by Gong Ying, channeling the power of the soul, strike into them. After crafting 80, he proceeded to make 5-inch large-caliber bullets. An endless white light enveloped the substantial amount of gunpowder and metal. This time, it seemed he had consumed a bit too much. Ding! The bullet was successfully crafted, and he received 1,000 diamond-grade armor-piercing bullets. Bai Qi was thrilled to pick up the bullets, noticing that even their weight was significantly greater than that of the previous ones. Armor-piercing bullet, diamond, description, possesses strong penetration capability, greatly enhancing bullet impact. In terms of material consumption, each bullet required a full 20 grams of black powder, comparable to standard sniper bullets. This meant that the 1,000 diamond-grade armor-piercing bullets consumed a total of 20 kilograms of black powder. Subsequently, Bai Qi traded all his remaining crude nitrate to Xiaokiki. He continued to craft bullets without pause. Once all materials were exhausted, Bai Qi had amassed a substantial stockpile of ammunition: 22,000 exceptional bullets, 8,000 perfect bullets, 3,000 diamond-grade armor-piercing bullets, and 1,000 star-level explosive bullets. Explosive bullet, star-level. Description: causes an explosion upon impact, inflicting fire damage to targets within a certain radius. These explosive bullets consumed even more gunpowder, requiring 100 grams of black powder per bullet. Bai Qi could hardly comprehend how such a small bullet could contain so much gunpowder. With everything completed, Bai Qi no longer felt inadequate in firepower. With such an abundance of bullets, combined with the aiming functionality and power of the king-level soul-hunting sniper, Bai Qi felt confident that he could single-handedly eradicate those wicked dwarves. He still had some sulfur ore left from the dwarf priest, and since most of the materials for crafting black powder were nitrates, Bai Qi sent a message to Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang readily agreed to continue the trade without attempting to raise prices. At this moment, Bai Qi's vehicle was parked by the edge of an expansive ice lake, the very sacred lake mentioned by the ice snow nymph. Number 1 and Number 2. You should return now. Tomorrow, I will officially engage in battle with the dwarf clan, and you can bring your kin to observe. Bai Qi opened the window, and Number 1 and Number 2 exchanged glances before expressing their gratitude and swiftly taking flight. The extreme Ice Wolf King let out a warning howl, and Bai Qi glanced in the rearview mirror, momentarily stunned, as an off-road vehicle approached, led by a colossal ice crocodile. Chapter 75. You have caused me great trouble. Ding! Brother Bai Qi, you have put me in quite a predicament. Wang Chongjin's exceedingly frustrated voice rang out. Bai Qi looked in the rearview mirror at the 2 bloodied elite ice wolves and instantly grasped the situation. Brother Chongjin, this truly has implicated you. Please stop the vehicle and tend to your injured ice wolves. Understood. What should we do now? I feel the dwarves will not let us off easily. The off-road vehicle came to a halt, and a man emerged, swiftly applying healing ointment to the two severely injured ice wolves. Bai Qi remained in the vehicle. He and Wang Chongjin were merely conducting a regular trade, with no other connections. He transferred all the small-caliber bullets he had just crafted to Gong Yingying, ensuring the girl's ammunition was no longer a concern. Bai Qi, I heard you had a fierce battle with the dwarves, right? Where are you? I want to find you. Bai Qi chuckled. The girl's anxious tone was quite revealing. Yingying, there's no need for you to come over just yet. Stay where you are and provide me with intelligence after I engage in battle with the wicked dwarves. Bai Qi then recounted the situation regarding the evil dwarves to Gong Yingying, who expressed her fury and assured him of her cooperation. Opening the group chat, it was filled with discussions about the recent incomprehensible battle, and some had even deduced Bai Qi's identity, which puzzled him. Ding! Everyone! The dwarves are in fact the evil dwarf clan. They are cannibals. Be prepared to make choices and responses, lest you become their food. The group chat erupted in chaos. It's Bai Qi the Great. You are truly formidable. Not even 1,000 dwarf warriors could stop you. Truly unstoppable. Oh my goodness. I was utterly dumbfounded when so many giant ice wolves appeared. It was as if they materialized out of thin air. Yes, Bai Qi the Great. Can you summon magic? I feel like it's too outrageous. There's no way that many giant ice wolves could fit in that vehicle. Are you perhaps a summoner? Everyone, let's not stray from the topic. Bai Qi the Great just mentioned that the dwarves are the evil dwarf clan. Have you uncovered some great secret? Bai Qi the Great. Please tell us. This is a matter of life and death. Seeing the eager inquiries flooding in, Bai Qi began to respond. Everyone, have you noticed their pupils and the black aura surrounding them? Boom. I noticed, but isn't this merely a matter of race? Exactly. Black pupils, or even blue and brown ones are quite normal, aren't they? Bai Qi the Great. You can't judge them as the evil dwarf clan based solely on their eye color, can you? Observing the skepticism, Bai Qi recounted the enmity between the ice snow nymphs and the dwarf clan. After a brief silence, the group chat buzzed with activity once more. If this is indeed true, then cannibalism is utterly unacceptable. However, I have found these dwarves to be quite hospitable. Even their wives and daughters are eager to present themselves, which hardly seems evil. Indeed, they are very welcoming, and up to now, we have not heard of anyone being harmed or eaten by them. Even if they hold a deep grudge against the ice snow nymphs, it must be from long ago. I recall the historical events of the five which are far more excessive. That's reasonable. The dwarf clan is a descendant from many years past. Clinging to past grievances holds no significance. Moreover, if we were to engage in battle with the dwarves, we would likely be at a disadvantage. Their strength is immense, especially with their abundance of spears and bows. While we severely lack such superior ranged weapons, Bai Qi the Great, you should count your blessings. I have seen the dwarf leader mobilizing troops. Many metal armors are being brought up from the underground. They will likely pursue you tomorrow. Bai Qi the Great. Why not craft some quick-acting life potions before officially battling the dwarves to at least contribute something? Indeed, you speak the truth, but Bai Qi, please do not demand excessively. If you sell to us at a reasonable price, we can provide you with information regarding the movements of the dwarf tribe through our group chat, which may aid in your evasion. Observing the situation within the chat, Bai Qi sighed. The words of these individuals were not without merit. Yet he had witnessed firsthand the dwarf shaman and the countless corpses within the palace. Moreover, at that moment, the dwarf shaman had intended to consume him. This indicated that the dwarf tribe still harbored their cannibalistic tendencies, though the reasons for their current restraint remained a mystery. The choices of the tens of thousands of survivors had become clear. They would likely watch the spectacle unfold. But whether they would turn against him and the ice snow nymph remained uncertain. In the rear, Wang Chongjin had already kindled a bonfire, to which Bai Qi declined the invitation. His defenses were at their weakest, should the adversary employ crossbows or similar weaponry against him. He could indeed find himself in dire straits. Before long, Zhao Gang had successfully traded for 1,000 kilograms of crude nitrate. After paying for a perfect-grade, rapid healing ointment, Zhao Gang sent a message. Brother Bai Qi, the information in the group chat is unreliable. Do you recall that during your escape, several survivors warned the dwarf chieftain to attack your wheels? Boom. Bai Qi's expression turned frigid. Brother Bai Qi, should a great battle commence, do not trust anyone, including me. We have become untrustworthy. I sense that the dwarf tribe's attitude toward us has shifted, and it is uncertain what may transpire next. You urgently require nitrate, presumably for crafting gunpowder. You must possess firearms or blueprints for them. I believe your words, brother. The dwarf tribe undoubtedly retains their cannibalistic habits, as their gazes are most unsettling. To be candid, I have encountered cannibal tribes in the primal rainforest, and their eyes bore a similar intensity. Thus, I hope you possess the strength to eradicate the dwarf tribe. After reading Zhao Gang's message, Bai Qi inhaled deeply. Thank you, Leader Zhao Gang. Please remain safe. After concluding the chat, Bai Qi offered a few words of caution to Gong Yingying and traded 2 units of diamond-grade, rapid healing ointment to her as a precaution. Master, Master, a familiar and gentle soul transmission echoed, and Bai Qi turned to see a throng of ice crocodiles rushing toward his vehicle, their scales glistening in the reflected light of the snow. In the distance, a flock of ice snow nymphs was gracefully approaching. Chapter 76. 20 Ice Crocodiles. Bai Qi's expression grew solemn, yet he was not fearful. Armed with an inexhaustible supply of ammunition and the recently acquired 1,000 kilograms of crude nitrate traded to Xiaqi, he anticipated the production of substantial amounts of gunpowder. These exceptional ice crocodiles could be dispatched with a single shot to the head, posing no threat to him. Notably, the gentle and affectionate transmissions from the first and second nymphs indicated that, as servants, they could not directly harm him. The battalion of ice snow nymphs hovered several hundred meters in the air, while the first and second nymphs glided toward him. Bai Qi opened the window, and the first and second nymphs floated joyfully, albeit with a hint of grievance, to either side of him. Wang Changjin, stunned, had already heard the commotion from the bonfire outside his vehicle. Initially, he had anticipated the arrival of wild beasts due to the nightfall, thinking the presence of several exceptional beasts would bolster his numbers of subjugated creatures. However, upon witnessing the dense assembly of ice crocodiles and the multitude of ice snow nymphs above, he was paralyzed with fear and retreated into his vehicle. Just as he was about to flee, he hesitated, for Bai Qi remained nearby, and there was no movement from his end. With a heart full of trepidation, Wang Changjin suppressed his fear and remained still. Master, the sisters are yet unable to believe you would engage the dwarf tribe in battle. Thus they are reluctant to participate. The first ice snow nymph expressed with a hint of remorse. Bai Qi nodded. No matter. In that underground realm, you have witnessed countless cores of ice snow nymphs. Perhaps to the dwarf tribe, you are merely prey. The first and second nymphs immediately displayed expressions of sorrow. Master, in the past, we sisters wielded our immunity to blades and arrows to slay many dwarves. However, once they discovered our fear of fire, they resorted to fire attacks, and ultimately amassed a large number of rockets to strike us. We sisters have suffered innumerable casualties. Now, only a few remain. Fortunately, ice crocodiles are not vulnerable to ordinary blades or arrows, allowing us to continuously harass them. The first ice snow nymph softly explained. Master, while the sisters are unwilling to engage, we have brought the ice crocodiles under our command. Should you choose to subjugate them, they can assist in the battle against the dwarf tribe. The first and second nymphs declared with excitement. Is this all? Master, only the front 20 belong to us. The rest are from other sisters. Understood. Please inform your sisters that by tomorrow at the latest, I shall confront the dwarf tribe. They may observe from a distance, but must not intervene recklessly. Yes, Master, the first and second nymphs responded eagerly before soaring off. Following their exchange, the other ice snow nymphs departed with the ice crocodiles, leaving only 20 ice crocodiles before Bai Qi's vehicle. Number 1. Have one of the ice crocodiles approach the door. I shall attempt to subjugate it. Yes. The first ice snow nymph gave a gentle call, and an ice crocodile lumbered over with its stout legs. Subjugate. A burst of white light surged forth, and the ice crocodile began to struggle, breaking free from the binding light. Hiss hiss. The first nymph emitted an irate shriek, and the ice crocodile obediently lay still. Bai Qi quickly initiated the subjugation once more. This time, it proceeded exceptionally smoothly. After 10 seconds, Bai Qi finally acquired his first ice crocodile servant. He continued the process and soon amassed a total of 20 exceptional ice crocodile servants. His strength surged dramatically. Wang Changjin, witnessing this, was left dumbfounded. Bai Qi had effortlessly subjugated a multitude of formidable ice crocodiles, and the duration of the subjugation had been far shorter than he had anticipated. Incredible! How could he subjugate over 10 servants? This defies logic. Wang Changjin was desperate to uncover the secret. Had he possessed a large number of ice crocodiles to protect him by evening, the dwarf tribe would undoubtedly think twice before attacking. Goodness, I have glimpsed Bai Qi's great secret. Will he silence me? Wang Changjin felt a surge of anxiety, so much so that he found himself unable to flee. He had no confidence in evading pursuit and could only hope that Bai Qi was a benevolent individual. After Bai Qi had subdued all the ice crocodiles, he returned to the cabin. Now he had a significant task ahead. The first and second ice snow nymphs were of perfect grade. Within them resided the power of ice, enabling them to manipulate frost and snow in their attacks. However, their potential was limited, roughly equivalent to 100 pounds of force. This was far from sufficient. Were they to possess formidable strength, their combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. With a flourish, Bai Qi released a small pile of ice snow nymph cores, causing the first and second nymphs to radiate with longing. Consume. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. The two ice snow nymphs bowed respectfully, causing Bai Qi to pause, for their gesture resembled that of refined ladies. Before them stood the figures known as Ihao and Erhao, each enveloping a core of the ice snow nymph within their icy forms. Gradually, a soft azure glow emanated from their bodies. After an hour had passed, the blue light faded, and the two ice snow nymphs respectfully positioned themselves before Bai Qi. Master, we have consumed one ice snow nymph core, they announced. Bai Qi nodded in acknowledgement. Now, let us test your transformations. Yes. Following this command, a series of tests commenced, and Bai Qi quickly discerned the changes within the two. Their strength had increased from approximately 100 gene to around 200 gene, and their ability to manipulate ice and snow had significantly enhanced, indicating a greater reservoir of cold power within them. Bai Qi had previously inquired with the extreme Ice Wolf King, but the little creature remained reluctant to consume what it deemed inferior ice attribute items. Continue to eat. Consume until your limits are reached, Bai Qi directed, gesturing toward the pile of ice snow nymph cores. Yes, thank you, master. Ihao and Erhao bowed once more before commencing their relentless feeding. Meanwhile, Bai Qi summoned 10 elite ice-field wolves to patrol the surrounding area, vigilant against any potential treachery from the dwarf clan or the ice snow nymphs. Wang Changzhen, having observed the lack of activity ahead for some time, felt a modicum of relief. Bai Qi had honored his word by not selling healing salves of extraordinary quality or lower, and their previous transactions had been quite pleasant. It seemed Bai Qi possessed a moral compass and was a trustworthy individual. Perhaps he had been overly cautious, given Bai Qi's audacity to confront the dwarven clan directly. It was likely he did not regard Wang Chongjin as a significant threat. Now, with the dwarven clan viewing him as a mortal enemy, if Bai Qi could protect himself, Wang Chongjin's predicament would be dire. It was clear he needed to bolster his own strength. After a thorough analysis, Wang Chongjin felt a sense of frustration. Yet, he inevitably would have to confront the dwarven clan. With a thought, a blueprint materialized before him, one he had previously obtained from a diamond-grade treasure chest. Chapter 77. Battle Armor of Ice and Snow Power. After taking several deep breaths, Wang Chongjin resolved to act. If he could not enhance his strength, then possessing this blueprint would be nothing more than keeping a piece of worthless paper. Even if Bai Qi turned against him, the outcome would be no different than being slain by the dwarven clan. Thus, he had to take a gamble. Bai Qi, you must remain calm. Wang Chongjin quickly accessed Bai Qi's friend list and sent a trade request along with a message. Bai Qi, my brother, you are about to engage in a great battle against the dwarven clan. I wish to support you with all my strength. Please take a look at this blueprint and see if you need it. Once the message was sent, Wang Chongjin anxiously awaited a response. Bai Qi was taken aback. He had not anticipated Wang Chongjin to be so generous, trading him a diamond-grade armor crafting blueprint. He was acutely aware that his greatest deficiency lay in his own defense. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi recognized that with the trade now initiated, he had little to worry about. Even if he offered nothing in return, the blueprint would eventually be his. However, Bai Qi did not desire to engage in any underhanded dealings. Brother Chongjin, speak your mind. What do you wish for? Seeing Bai Qi's response, Wang Chongjin finally felt reassured. Bai Qi, you must understand, I too have been marked as a sworn enemy of the dwarven clan. However, I possess only a single, moderately powerful ice giant crocodile, which makes it difficult to face the impending war. If possible, I hope you can assist me in capturing a few more ice giant crocodiles for my defense. Bai Qi nodded, acknowledging the reasonableness of the request, but he was unable to capture ice giant crocodiles from the Holy Lake. Brother Chongjin, I currently cannot capture ice giant crocodiles. But regarding your concerns about safety following the impending battle, I may have a way to assist you. Bai Qi, please tell me. Here, take the blueprint. I trust you. Bai Qi confirmed the trade, immediately acquiring the one-time diamond-grade armor blueprint. Brother Chongjin, I will send you something shortly. Please be attentive to the trade request. All right. Wang Chongjin felt entirely at ease. Bai Qi was a person of integrity. Having given him the blueprint, it was clear that Bai Qi bore him no ill will. In a worst-case scenario, he could simply drive away during the battle, as his vehicle was an off-road one that would not easily become stuck in the snow. And even if it did, several extraordinary beasts could extricate it. As Wang Chongjin reclined in his seat, he began devising his subsequent strategies. Bai Qi, meanwhile, continued to trade perfect-grade, quick-acting healing potions, still in need of rare materials and blueprints. With many now having ample resources, a considerable number of vehicle component blueprints were available. Bai Qi swiftly began crafting vehicle components. Not long after, he traded an entire set of perfect-grade vehicle body components to Wang Chongjin, including diamond-grade puncture-resistant and explosion-proof tires. This upgrade alleviated any concerns about the tires being punctured by projectiles. Furthermore, Bai Bai Qi also upgraded the tires for Gong Ying's vehicle to diamond-grade, puncture-resistant, and explosion-proof ones. With everything in order, Bai Qi began producing ammunition. However, this time, after fully charging his soul strike, he crafted only one bullet. Time passed and, at last, Bai Qi's workstation reached the perfect level of 100-100. Without hesitation, he learned the newly acquired diamond-grade armor blueprint. Battle armor crafting, diamond, one-time use, material requirements, metal, leather, fabric, etc. Note: using low-quality materials will result in a decrease in the armor's quality. Bai Qi took a deep breath and retrieved a substantial quantity of various metals along with an abundance of extraordinary ice giant crocodile hides. After crafting 80 bullets, Bai Qi issued the command to create the battle armor. He nearly shouted in his anticipation for this equipment. An endless white light enveloped all the materials. Simultaneously, Bai Qi, as if in a trance, extracted over 6,000 ice snow nymph cores, causing the white light to encompass them as well. This time, the white light persisted unusually long. 3 minutes passed, yet it remained a stark contrast to previous experiences. Bai Qi anxiously focused on the workstation, recalling that the longer the white light enveloped the materials, the higher the quality of the finished product. This indicated that he was about to witness something above the quality of the king level. Bai Qi pondered this, for it seemed as though king level was the pinnacle of quality. He had intermittently utilized the power of Soul Strike to create numerous items, yet none had exceeded the king level in quality. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. Could it be that the ice snow nymph cores, being extraordinary items imbued with cold power, were the key to achieving quality beyond the king level? With this realization, Bai Qi felt increasingly certain. After another 2 minutes, the white light gradually dissipated, revealing an exquisitely crafted armor, entirely snow white. Battle armor of ice and snow power. Epic. Description: armor infused with a substantial amount of cold power. Effective against extreme cold and high temperatures. Description: integrated with the essence of ice giant crocodile hides and abundant metal essence. Effective against piercing damage and significantly reduces blunt force damage. The impact received during an attack can be effectively dispersed throughout the body. The surface of the armor contains the power of ice, which can efficiently deflect various physical attacks. By actively activating the ice power within this combat armor, it can inflict indiscriminate freezing damage on the surroundings. This armor can slowly absorb the power of ice from the void for restoration. It requires a blood sacrifice and a soul binding to be utilized. What a marvel! To discover that beyond the kingly level lies the epic level. I wonder if there are any qualities between these two? With this armor to protect me, I need not worry about my safety in the forthcoming battles. A surge of endless joy surged within me as I effortlessly grasped this combat armor. It was not excessively heavy, perhaps weighing around 20 to 30 pounds. Without hesitation, I cut my finger to let the blood flow, managing to drip 80 drops before finally gathering the power for the soul binding strike. The blood, imbued with a unique power, fell upon the epic combat armor. An overwhelming chill erupted, and 2 ice snow maidens quickly positioned themselves in front of me to absorb this force. The coldness arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, causing no harm to me. After accepting the power of the soul binding strike, the epic ice power combat armor underwent a tremendous transformation. Chapter 78. Unmatched Defense, Ice Snow Power Combat Armor. Epic. This armor, containing a substantial amount of ice power, can effectively defend against extreme cold and high temperatures, perfectly adhering to the body and allowing for localized dispersion. It is infused with the essence of ice giant crocodile skin and a significant amount of metal essence, effectively warding off piercing damage and greatly reducing blunt force trauma. Upon receiving an attack, the impact is efficiently dispersed throughout the body. The armor's surface, infused with ice power, can effectively deflect various physical attacks. By actively activating the ice power contained within this combat armor, one can manipulate the ice power to launch attacks. This armor can draw ice power from the void at a considerably faster rate. The binding is complete. 3 significant changes have occurred. The first description now includes a statement about its ability to adhere closely to the body and allow for localized dispersion, which fills me with anticipation. If it is as I imagine, it would indeed be invincible. Secondly, the ability to actively activate the armor's ice power has transitioned from indiscriminate attacks to the capacity to control ice power for targeted assaults. This change is monumental. One is uncontrollable while the other is under direct control, representing a stark contrast. Lastly, the speed at which the armor draws ice power from the void has shifted from slow to considerably faster, a distinction of immense significance. The issue of sustainability seems to have been resolved. Focusing my thoughts, the ice snow power combat armor flowed into my sleeves like a stream. Subsequently, I tore off all my clothing. After snapping a selfie, a white humanoid figure emerged. strange yet inexplicably powerful. This ice snow power combat armor felt as if it had become an additional layer of skin, and I felt no sense of foreignness whatsoever. With a mere thought, my entire face was revealed. Once again, with another thought, the white armor on my raised right hand smoothly vanished, and my wrist appeared slightly thicker. How delightful! It exceeded my expectations. I could not resist experimenting repeatedly until I finally exhausted myself. Indeed, controlling this ice snow power combat armor requires a consumption of soul power. I wonder how formidable the defense of this epic combat armor truly is. In an instant, the armor shed off me like flowing water, subsequently lying flat upon the ground. I drew forth a superior quality spear and struck it fiercely. To my astonishment, it felt as though I had struck a surface coated in lubricant. Despite the immense force exerted by the spear, it merely slid aside upon contact with the ice snow power combat armor. The ability to dissipate force was astonishing, and it was hard to fathom that the armor could exhibit such effects while lying flat. How much stronger would it be when worn? I stowed away the superior quality spear, noticing that it bore not even a single mark. I continued to experiment, alternating between an excellent quality spear, a perfect quality spear, and a diamond-level spear. Finally, I concluded with a starry-level, sharp steel spear. After carefully putting away all the spears, I finally felt a sense of reassurance. None of these weapons could breach my defense. However, the attacks were not without effect, particularly from the diamond-level and star-level spears, which consumed more of the armor's ice power upon impact. Should I allow these two levels of spears to continue striking, the ice power within the armor would eventually be depleted, and it would be uncertain whether it could withstand further attacks. With a thought, the ice snow power combat armor adorned my body. This exquisite armor, akin to a second skin, I resolved to never remove again. I kicked and stretched, finding it to be truly akin to my own skin. At this moment, I finally felt no trepidation regarding the battles ahead. The crafting of this epic ice snow power combat armor consumed a staggering 5,000 ice snow maiden cores, leaving me with over 1,500 remaining. Reclining upon the luxurious kingly bed, I soon sank into a deep slumber, while the soul power I had recently expended began to recover swiftly. The two ice snow maidens observed the situation outside from the window, while continuously absorbing power from the ice snow maiden cores. The dwarf chieftain, with a dark expression, paced repeatedly within the dwarf priest's grand hall, ultimately confirming that the previous divine weapon had vanished. That scoundrel is named Bai Qi, truly detestable. Not only did he slay the revered priest, but he also plundered this place, an unforgivable crime. The dwarf chieftain spoke gravely, as a group of captain-level dwarf warriors clamored to devour him alive. The priest's orders must still be followed. These outsiders cannot be harmed lightly. However, let them intensify their efforts to ensure that all the women bear their offspring. The dwarf chieftain issued commands, and several captains promptly departed. Soon, countless strong female dwarves from the underground world began queuing up to replace the previous ones. The outsider's so-called vehicle is impervious to blades and bullets. If we do not set traps, we may not be able to contend with them. You will stealthily track their whereabouts, and by early tomorrow, we shall gather a large force to encircle and annihilate him. Yes, yes. A group of dwarf captains departed to carry out their orders. Once the grand hall was left with only the dwarf chieftain, he revealed a peculiar smile. Indeed, these outsiders are remarkable. Even the priest was slain. Now, all that remains is to leverage their power to eliminate the remaining ice snow maidens, and I shall become the sole ruler of this world. The dwarf chieftain was instantly filled with excitement. Meanwhile, deep within the sacred lake, a gathering of ice snow maidens convened. Sisters, can we truly trust that outsider? Inquired one of the ice snow maidens. It is difficult to say. We have long been aware of the presence of a significant number of YRN, all residing in the Ambilu. Even Mona would not deceive us, especially considering their claim that one of these YRN even killed the IMJS. If this is indeed true, then that individual cannot possibly be a pawn of the IM. You are correct. However, even Mona also mentioned that the YRN, named Bai Qi, possesses the ability to enslave both us and the BNUNMing, which is crucial. Could it be that even Mona were coerced into deceiving us due to their enslavement? There's a possibility. We shall observe further. If that Bai Qi truly annihilates the IMZ, then what does it matter if we become his servants? Indeed, is our very existence not driven by the desire to eradicate the IMZ? If we accomplish what we could not achieve on our own, we would not mind being his subjects, even if it costs us our lives. Chapter 79. The army mobilizes as dawn broke. Bai Qi sprang to his feet, feeling an indescribable surge of vitality. The JB-ing-L-ing-W-ing let out a joyful howl, and Bai Qi promptly tossed a whole bundle of healing ointment toward it, which the JB-ing-L-ing-W-ing eagerly consumed. After freshening up, Bai Qi was about to check the group chat when he noticed messages from friends flashing on his screen. Zivine, Sikaka, and Zhog had all sent the same message. The IMZ army had already set out and was approaching his location. With a sweep of his mind, Bai Qi observed that his storage bracelet contained tens of thousands of exceptional-grade bullets, along with a staggering 700 kilograms of unused gunpowder. Additionally, he had 1,000 cubic meters of fuel, all invaluable assets for warfare, especially the fuel, which had previously been difficult to utilize. However, clad in his epic-grade ice and snow battle armor, Bai Qi could withstand the flames for an extended period. Thus, this fuel had now become a formidable weapon. The large army could not march quickly. After all, it took Bai Qi half an hour to drive to the Holy Lake yesterday. So the army could not reach him in a short time. Glancing at the frozen surface of the lake a few dozen meters away, an idea struck Bai Qi. The water tank in the compartment of the space vehicle could hold up to 100 cubic meters, but it currently contained less than 1 cubic meter of drinking water, which was woefully inadequate. The smooth ice and snow battle armor enveloped Bai Qi, and he summoned 20 exceptional grade Su J to clear the way, while the number 1 and number 2 ice and snow sirens flew him onto the lake's surface. Hey, you were flying so effortlessly. How many ice and snow siren cores did you consume last night? Bai Qi inquired curiously. Master, number 2, and I consumed 8 ice and snow siren cores. And we have now reached our limit, replied the number 1 ice and snow siren respectfully and eagerly. All right, let us collect water first, and then we shall test your strength. Bai Qi landed on the ice and retrieved his stellar-grade sharp steel knife to begin cutting into the lake's surface. After slicing nearly 10 meters deep, he finally glimpsed the unfrozen water below. With a splash, Bai Qi leapt into the frigid water. With the protection of the ice and snow battle armor, he felt no chill whatsoever. It was a pity he lacked an underwater breathing function. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. With a thought, 3 square openings of the storage bracelet opened, and a deluge of lake water was swiftly collected. After gathering over 20,000 cubic meters of clean lake water, Bai Qi propelled himself back to the surface. Let us go back. The 2 ice and snow sirens quickly transported Bai Qi back to the vehicle. After replenishing the 100 cubic meter water tank, Bai Qi began to assess the number 1 and number 2, who had consumed a total of 9 ice and snow siren cores. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that these 2 women, formed of swirling snowflakes, appeared significantly more refined than before. Even their eyebrows and hair strands were perfectly formed. Once they acquired gemstones, he would have them replace their eyes. Perhaps they would become enchanting ice and snow beauties. Subsequently, Bai Qi began testing the strength of number 1 and number 2, as this was what he valued most. Soon, the results emerged. Both number 1 and number 2 possessed nearly 1,000 gene of sustained strength. With a flick of his mind, a large iron barrel materialized. Lifted, the 2 ice and snow sirens exerted their strength and steadily raised the 1 cubic meter of fuel. Splendid. This adds another combat option. After storing the fuel away, Bai Qi climbed atop the vehicle. An hour later, he stood on the roof, observing a dense mass of black dots in the distance. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Wing was already flabbergasted. Seeing Bai Qi standing on the roof for such a long time, he initially thought he was being foolish. But then he noticed Bai Qi's face was covered in a layer of white skin. Could it be that Bai Qi has reached diamond level in his workstation? Unbelievable. Wing was now thoroughly impressed by Bai Qi. Boom, boom. The IMZ army advanced steadily, a multitude of vehicles following behind, and tens of thousands of survivors gathered to witness the spectacle. Though still far away, Bai Qi leapt back into the vehicle. Area 1006, population 2835-010-0000. After joining the IRNB, the population had decreased by 1 or 2,000 overnight, which puzzled Bai Qi. With the large army gathering, it was illogical for there to be any casualties. Opening the group chat revealed a bustling conversation. The IMZ army had mobilized, and there was no telling how Bai Qi would respond. Upon a rough count, there were at least several thousand IRNZH, all armored warriors. Such a formidable force would have been invincible in ancient times. Furthermore, these IRN were remarkably strong, each bearing weapons and armor that must have weighed dozens of pounds. Yet, after marching for over an hour, they showed no signs of stopping to rest. Their stamina was truly superhuman. I am beginning to believe that these IRN are indeed demonic. Regardless, it is best to watch the spectacle unfold. Perhaps once the IRN and the ice and snow sirens determine the victor, We can finally leave this cursed place. Indeed, last night, those female, IRN, went wild, one after another. If I hadn't purchased 2 bottles of quick-acting life potions, I might have already met my demise. Brother, do you think the 1 or 2,000 who died last night did so without cause? Had I not swiftly found an excuse to return to the vehicle, that number would have been even lower. Those female, IRN, are truly terrifying. Each one brought in potions, and if they couldn't succeed, they would force you to comply. Never mind, I have had my fill of excitement. Once I leave this world, I shall take the time to recuperate. Bai Qi found it difficult to comprehend these survivors. Even after losing 1 or 2,000 people last night, they still mingled with the I'm Z without any signs of resistance. Ding! Bai Qi, my sister, KK, and I roughly counted. There are approximately 4,005 to 4,800 I'm ZZHNSH. Do you have a plan to deal with them? Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to why Ji Ing Ying Ying and Shi KK were together. Could it be due to their vehicles being the same? Beyond that, Bai Qi could think of no other reason. Ying Ying, rest assured, I'm fully confident this time. Once the battle begins, you and Shi KK should keep your distance from the battlefield. Okay, Bai Qi, you must be cautious. After inspecting the Zhu HND and SH Ying, which was now fully loaded, the imposing I'm Z army steadily approached, halting 300 meters away from Bai Qi. Esteemed guests, as long as you assist us in vanquishing the ice and snow sirens over there, our dwarf clan shall reward you with bows, crossbows, and armor. The voice of the dwarf leader resonated throughout the venue, leaving all the survivors momentarily stunned. They had come merely to observe, but it now seemed they were being drawn into the battlefield. Chapter 80. The Choice of Camps, Fight to the Death. A multitude of survivors began to discuss fervently. The dwarven bows and crossbows were indeed highly coveted, alongside other weapons, most of which were of excellent quality, with a few exceptional pieces reaching an extraordinary standard. Moreover, the lightweight chainmail armor worn by these warriors was equally desirable. Gazing at the vast swarm of floating ice and snow sirens in the distance, everyone's thoughts diverged. Furthermore, the immense icy surface revealed a mass of frost alligators. In an instant, the survivors comprehended the intention behind the dwarven warriors leading them here. They were simply leveraging their vast number of vehicles to contend with a horde of frost alligators. This place was not riddled with traps like the dwarven tribe. If the frost alligators charged in unison, the thousands of dwarven warriors would surely be overwhelmed. Number 1. Go inform your sisters not to involve themselves. I can manage this. Commanded by Qi. Yes, master. Number 1. The ice and snow siren swiftly flew away, her icy powers far surpassing those of the previous night, evoking confusion and envy among the other sirens. Bai Qi, you have slain our dwarven priest, an unforgivable sin. If you wish to atone, you must eliminate those ice and snow sirens. The dwarf leader bellowed. Bai Qi took a deep breath. Clad in epic armor, he felt no fear, but rather exhilaration. Just last night, he had chosen to ally with the ice and snow sirens, intending to assist them in defeating the evil dwarven clan. However, what if he single-handedly annihilated the malevolent dwarven clan? Bai Qi eagerly anticipated the potential rewards. Ladies and gentlemen, blades are blind. If you do not wish to engage in battle, kindly steer clear. If you are caught in the fray, consider it your misfortune. Bai Qi's voice rang out. Countless survivors paused, yet many began to drive away. The majority of the survivors appeared bewildered, as several could not hide their greedy glances. Bai Qi had previously revealed his possession of various quality schematics for Meow Knives, especially the perfect-grade, quick-acting healing potions, which were truly divine. Should they eliminate Bai Qi, there was a chance of obtaining those schematics, an immense opportunity. Zhao Gang's eyes flickered, having interacted with Bai Qi multiple times, particularly when he had traded a large quantity of crude nitrate to him. He inhaled deeply and issued a command. Retreat. Follow me. The thousands in the team were momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Zhao Gang's resolute tone, most chose to trust their leader. However, some newer members pretended not to hear. Zhao Gang remained nonchalant and swiftly led the grand convoy away. The dwarf leader observed the scene without attempting to intervene. Soon, only around 20,000 survivors remained. At this moment, the dwarf leader raised a spear high. Warriors, after countless years of battle, today marks our final confrontation, a fight for life and death. To the bitter end. The dwarf leader's voice echoed. To the bitter end. To the bitter end. Thousands of armored dwarven warriors shouted fervently. After a brief respite, they had regained much of their strength and were ready to engage in combat. Ding. By choosing the ice and snow sirens camp, you are required to assist them in defeating the evil dwarven clan. Ding. By choosing the evil dwarven clan's camp, you are required to assist them in defeating the ice and snow sirens. Ding. This battle is a struggle for survival. Only one side's complete annihilation will end the conflict. Ding! Upon the conclusion of this life and death battle, rewards will be dispensed based on the survivor's performance. The notifications flooded in, leaving countless survivors in shock. Oh no! It truly is the evil dwarven clan Bai Qi spoke of. What should we do? Can we abstain from making a choice? Does this battle for survival include us as well? No way. I'm leaving. I'm not aiding anyone. With life at stake, the survivor group descended into chaos. At least thousands chose to drive away, while the remaining survivors gazed intently at Bai Qi. Ding! Camp selection concluded. Ice and Snow Sirens, 4, 578. Evil Dwarven Clan, 20, 560. Neutral, 3, 212. Ding! The neutral party will not receive the final rewards. 2 notifications sounded, leaving Bai Qi momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that 578 individuals would choose to ally with the Ice and Snow Sirens. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi raised his royal-grade, soul-seeking handgun. Kill! Simultaneously, the dwarf leader issued the charge order. The battle commenced. With a resounding bang, the dwarf leader's snarling head exploded. The cacophony of shouts abruptly ceased, leaving countless dwarven warriors and survivors in a state of bewilderment. What the heck? Bai Qi has a gun. What kind of gun is that? It looks like a pistol. How could he achieve a headshot from hundreds of meters away? Even a sniper rifle's power pales in comparison. How is Bai Qi aiming so accurately? A marksman would struggle to hit a target at such a distance. What now? The dwarven clan is suddenly leaderless, and their chances of victory have diminished. Nonsense. Can't you see there are still many minor leaders? The dwarven warrior's charge has not faltered. Surround him. Once we kill Bai Qi and the other 4,000, we will claim victory. Bai Qi smirked, his handgun firing rapidly. This royal-grade, soul-seeking handgun unleashed its full power for the first time, emptying 100 rounds in less than 20 seconds. Among these, a soul strike was triggered, and that shot was astonishingly precise, giving Bai Qi the sensation of having a guaranteed target. Removing the magazine, Bai Qi swiftly reloaded. Number 1, the Ice and Snow Siren, rushed over upon witnessing this. Master, I can assist. Bai Qi paused, then handed the magazine to her, simultaneously releasing a plethora of extraordinary-grade bullets onto the roof of the vehicle. From Number 1's snowflake-like form emerged numerous tendrils, which swiftly began to reload the bullets at a pace far exceeding Bai Qi's. Haha, what a marvelous treasure. Bai Qi laughed heartily. With a mere thought, 20 frost alligators materialized, charging toward the dwarven army now within 100 meters. A piercing shriek echoed, filled with excitement and madness. Countless frost alligators surged from the lake, joining the fray. Simultaneously, a flurry of snowflakes descended, disrupting the charge rhythm of the dwarven warriors. Countless arrows shot forth, but Bai Qi effortlessly dodged. Arrows and javelins clattered harmlessly off him, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Number 1, you, and Number 2 spread the oil. Yes. After handing the fully loaded magazine to Bai Qi, the 2 Ice and Snow Sirens ascended rapidly, carrying large barrels of oil toward the densest cluster of dwarven warriors. Chapter 81. Igniting divine power, a torrential downpour of fuel cascaded down, drenching numerous lowly demon warriors in its wake. Bai Qi removed a bullet and subsequently loaded a star-grade explosive bullet into his weapon. A resounding bang erupted as sparks flew. The fuel ignited with an unstoppable ferocity, plunging a vast area into a raging inferno. Numbers 1 and 2 swiftly returned, lifting another barrel of fuel released by Bai Qi and soaring towards another densely populated area of lowly demon warriors. Witnessing such might, the dozens of ice and snow nymphs controlling the falling snow in the sky were momentarily taken aback. In swift succession, the nymphs darted towards Bai Qi. Esteemed master, we can assist as well, one nymph implored, pointing to the enormous barrel of fuel with both reverence and eagerness. Bai Qi shook his head. You may observe, but summon back those ice titans. Without waiting for further inquiries from the nymphs, he decisively waved his hand. Though the nymphs were bewildered, they dared not defy this powerful man who was willing to aid them. Bai Qi's intentions were clear. He initially sought to utilize the multitude of ice titans to impede the advance of the lowly demon army. However, upon witnessing the formidable defense of his ice and snow battle armor and the terrifying power of the fuel, he decided to seize the opportunity for himself. What if these unenslaved ice and snow nymphs participating in the battle diluted his contributions? The over 20,000 survivors were momentarily stunned, as the fire assault from the opposing side was overwhelmingly fierce. Although they also stockpiled a considerable amount of fuel, they lacked the assistance of the ice and snow nymphs, rendering them incapable of unleashing the fuel's full potential. Otherwise, they could simply douse Bai Qi's side in fuel and ignite it to secure victory. Bai Qi wielded the Soul Pursuit Sniper, selectively picking off those lowly demon warriors who held a degree of command. Under such pressure, The lowly demon warriors found themselves in a state of disarray. Finally, a furious roar reverberated through the air. "Warriors, ignite divine power. Fight to the death." This thunderous cry drowned out the surrounding clamor. Bai Qi focused intently, and to his astonishment, he beheld a lowly demon warrior enveloped in a swirling black aura, akin to a harbinger of death. "Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" Countless desperate cries erupted as the remaining lowly demon warriors began to manifest the same black aura. Bai Qi's heart sank, for with this black aura surrounding them, these lowly demon warriors would heedlessly charge forth, even if engulfed in flames. It seemed this layer of black mist could shield them from pain. Moreover, Bai Qi discerned that the combat prowess of these lowly demon warriors had surged, their strength more than doubled. This was a berserk state. Despite the swirling black aura, Bai Qi continued to eliminate them one by one with his sole pursuit sniper, showcasing its formidable power. The over 20,000 survivors mounted a fierce counterattack, some unleashing overwhelming assaults, while others maneuvered their vehicles to encircle the enemy. In the rear, Gong Yingying observed the distant battlefield with a grave expression, while Xia Qi's vehicle lingered nearby. "Sister Yingying, what shall we do?" Gong Yingying shook her head. "Kiki, do not rush. Bai Qi is currently unharmed. With his indestructible armor, it appears he still holds the upper hand. Let's continue to observe." The two women's vehicles remained poised, ready to charge at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, in the far back, several survivors had not followed the main force to witness the spectacle. Among them was Su Xian. Upon entering the lowly demon tribe, the beautiful white serpent with whom he had forged an equal symbiotic blood pact conveyed a remarkably urgent message. "Go." At last succumbing to the serpent's pleas, Su Xian opened the vehicle door. The 2-meter-long serpent swiftly vanished. Su Xian hurriedly concealed 2 hand crossbows within his leather jacket and quickly followed its guidance. Thanks to Bai Qi's earlier actions, which had left gaping holes in the iron gates leading to the underground world, and with the lowly demon warriors having ventured out, only a small contingent of fewer than 20 remained to guard the 5 gates. Su Xian had prepared himself for battle against the lowly demon warriors, aligning himself with the side of the ice and snow nymphs. Having learned of the lowly demon's cannibalistic nature, he had already devised a plan. Cautiously, he made his way through the massive opening, only to find the lowly demon warriors stationed behind the iron gates curled on the ground, convulsing. "Are they poisoned?" Su Xian observed their bodies, each bearing unmistakable bite marks left by serpents. How has Xiao Bai's venom become so potent? Su Xian swiftly pursued the sensation. After what felt like an eternity, he finally stumbled upon the white serpent in a grand hall. This must be the residence of the lowly demon chief. So many treasures. Elated, Su Xian began rummaging through various weapons and equipment, finding himself increasingly enamored despite their mismatched sizes. "Hiss, Xiao Bai, are there more treasures?" Following the serpent, Su Xian soon arrived at a basement. "You mean to say there are treasures in this iron chest? You can't open it." "Very well, I shall assist you." Su Xian swiftly returned upstairs, wielding a sturdy, sharp axe. With powerful strikes, the lock on the iron chest was finally shattered. Before even opening the chest, a wave of cold air surged forth, causing Su Xian to shiver momentarily, yet he found it rather pleasant. After forging the equal symbiotic blood pact with the white serpent, he had acquired the power of ice, rendering him unafraid of extreme cold. In fact, he felt invigorated in such a frigid environment, as if it replenished his strength. With a clang, the chest opened to reveal a multitude of azure spheres within. The white serpent radiated an overwhelming desire. "They are all yours," Su Xian declared without hesitation. The serpent, 2 meters in length, darted into the chest. In rapid succession, it devoured several spheres, soon consuming the entire box containing at least 1,000 azure crystal orbs. An endless chill enveloped the white serpent. Su Xian rejoiced as his power surged, indicating that Xiao Bai was rapidly growing stronger. Within a minute, Xiao Bai ascended to an extraordinary level of life, now measuring 4 meters in length. 3 minutes later, she reached a perfect level of life, her length approaching 10 meters. After 10 minutes, the serpent opened her eyes, filled with a chilling and ruthless gaze. Chapter 82. Unmatched Carnage. Su Xian was overjoyed, having witnessed Xiao Bai's astonishing transformation into a diamond-level being within such a short span. She had grown to a length of 20 meters, thick enough for a person to embrace, and extended her forked tongue several meters, gently licking Su Xian. "Xiao Bai, how is it that you possess white scales now? Do you harbor the potential to transform into a dragon?" Su Xian, filled with astonishment, caressed the fist-sized, lustrous scales on Xiao Bai's body, growing increasingly fond of them. Suddenly, the hissing of the white snake echoed, causing Su Xian to tighten his grip on the hand crossbow. The enormous white serpent slithered gracefully up the staircase, followed by the sound of terrified screams from above. Upon Su Xian's arrival, he witnessed the white snake devouring a diminutive demoness, and judging by the bulge in its abdomen, it had consumed more than one. Su Xian's lips twitched. Bai, if possible, please refrain from consuming humans. The white snake emitted a disdainful hiss in response. Su Xian was taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. He had forged an equal and symbiotic blood pact with the white serpent, which was not obligated to obey his commands. Moreover, both parties could dissolve the contract at any time. Considering that these demon folk were no longer truly human, Su Xian chose not to dwell on it further. The white serpent led the way, astonishing Su Xian as he noticed that the recently consumed demonesses appeared to have been digested, with the serpent's once distended abdomen now returning to its normal state. Zhao Gang returned with his large contingent to the demon tribe. Brothers and sisters, the demon folk consume humans. According to Brother Bai Qi, this world once harbored humans like us, all of whom have been slaughtered by the demon folk. As fellow humans, we cannot aid their tyranny. I am grateful that you have all chosen to stand with me, but that is not enough. Now that the demon army is engaged in battle, their rear is severely vulnerable. This underground realm is their stronghold, filled with countless weapons and equipment. We must seize this opportunity and capture it all. Even if the demon folk return victorious, we can exhaust them using the terrain to our advantage. Brothers and sisters, charge with me. Annihilate the demon folk. Zhao Gang brandished his superior-grade spear and was the first to plunge into the underground world. Charge. Kill. Over 2,000 men surged forward, with a large number of women either willingly or forcibly following suit. Bai Qi inhaled deeply. The demon warriors, having ignited their so-called divine power, became fearlessly aggressive, seemingly devoid of basic rationality. They appeared to have forgotten how to wield javelins and crossbows, instead charging forth with various melee weapons. The demon warriors, enhanced by their transformation, exhibited extraordinary strength, dispatching the resilient ice crocodiles with ease. Bai Qi, witnessing the approaching demon warriors, tightened his grip on his stellar-grade blade and leaped into the fray. With a swift slash, he cleaved the demon warrior and its weapon in two. With a flurry of strikes, he dispatched 5 demon warriors within a meter's radius. Exhilarated, Bai Qi felt his vitality surge to the superior level, granting him enduring strength and unmatched defense, immersing him in the frenzy and thrill of close combat. A thunderous roar erupted, and Bai Qi glanced up to see chaos in the distance as 2 fierce off-road vehicles barreled towards them. Recognizing the vehicle's design, Bai Qi realized they were being driven by Gong Yingying and Xia Kiki. As long as the 2 women remained in the vehicles, their safety was assured, and Bai Qi chose to ignore them. What the hell? Are these 2 vehicles insane? My ride is wrecked. Damn, are they trying to steal kills? I'm in 2. There are too many cars, there's no way to squeeze in. What else with Bai Qi? He's ruthlessly slaughtering even the enhanced demon warriors. He can't hold out much longer. A person's stamina is limited. His armor can't provide infinite protection. Indeed, once Bai Qi's strength wanes, it will be our chance to strike. Why are those ice nymphs soaring so high, taking away the ice crocodiles? Are they planning to play both sides? This is getting terrifying. Our mission is to eliminate those ice nymphs, but they're flying and can't be attacked. Forget that. Let's take out Bai Qi first. Those ice nymphs will definitely intervene. Gong Yingying slammed the accelerator, forcibly carving a path through the clustered vehicles. Seeing Bai Qi leap down to engage with the enhanced demon warriors, she felt panic rising and sped towards him without hesitation. With a screech, she brought the vehicle to a halt and jumped out before it fully stopped. Bai Qi was startled, ready to speak, only to witness the woman effortlessly dispatch 3 demon warriors with a graceful sweep of her spear, her movements exuding elegance. With a few swift strikes, Gong Yingying stood beside Bai Qi, finally allowing herself a breath of relief. Bai Qi, stop dawdling and restore your stamina. Her melodious, caring voice broke through Bai Qi's daze. Yingying, you the words Jin Gang Ba, Bai lingered unspoken. Bai Qi was genuinely astonished. He had seen her photograph and knew she was beautiful, but he had not anticipated her figure to be so remarkable. Slender arms, legs, and waist, it was simply unbelievable. Ignoring Bai Qi, Gong Yingying continued her deadly dance with the spear, effortlessly slaying the demon warriors, her efficiency far surpassing Bai Qi's chaotic hacking. Yingying, don't be so fierce. Take it easy. Witnessing Gong Yingying break through the ranks, Bai Qi grew anxious. If such a lovely girl were injured or slain by an enhanced demon warrior, he would not be able to bear it. Bai Qi hurriedly swung his spear, rushing to her side, synchronizing his strikes with hers. Although Gong Yingying felt Bai Qi's presence hindered her performance, she could not voice her discontent given his good intentions. The multitude of onlookers among the survivors suddenly froze in shock. In an instant, they regained their composure. Attack that woman. Do not let Bai Qi catch his breath. Armed with superior weapons, they unleashed a barrage of direct fire, while those without resorted to throwing incendiary bottles. Victory was within reach. They aimed to eliminate Bai Qi and the woman. The sounds of shooting filled the air as Bai Qi swiftly pulled Gong Ying towards him. As a torrent of arrows struck Bai Qi's body, he staggered but remained standing. In the next moment, his thoughts ignited and two ice nymphs swooped down, lifting both him and Gong Ying into the air. Hang on, Ying! Bai Qi's gaze fell on the arrows embedded in Gong Ying, his fury boiling over. These were the arrows fired by the survivors. Gong Ying gritted her teeth and nodded. With a swift motion, he pulled out the arrows, causing blood to spurt forth as he quickly applied a diamond-grade, rapid healing ointment. Afterward, he managed to treat the numerous wounds, though a few areas remained problematic. However, given the urgency of the situation, neither Bai Qi nor Gong Ying paid them any mind. Observing the survivalists wielding bows and arrows, Bai Qi's expression turned icy. Ying, retreat to the rear and do not approach any further. Understood. With a swift motion, Bai Qi, guided by the first ice snow nymph, flew to the window of Xia Qi's vehicle. Xia Qi, drive the car onto the ice lake and letting Ying board. Do not come any closer. Oh, all right. Xia Qi promptly pressed the accelerator towards the ice lake. Once she saw Gong Ying enter the car, Bai Qi concentrated and immediately, two ice snow nymphs lifted him into the air. Although he initially had no intention of attacking the survivalists, after being targeted, Bai Qi could no longer hold back. Hovering above the group of survivalists, he extracted a massive fuel barrel and unleashed a torrent of fuel upon them. One barrel after another drenched the bewildered survivalists below. Run! Help! Bai Qi is killing us. Bai Qi, I did not attack you. Do not harm the innocent. Countless cries echoed as Bai Qi retrieved his soul-piercing sniper rifle and fired a star-level explosive bullet. Boom! Flames erupted, engulfing numerous vehicles in a sea of fire. Bai Qi did not linger. He continued to pour fuel from above. Many vehicles attempted to escape the area, but, in their panic, collided with one another, with only those on the periphery managing to flee. The inner circle of short demon warriors lost sight of their target, and they began to charge towards Xia Qi's vehicle. Though Xia Qi was frantic, she understood the formidable nature of her perfect-grade vehicle. Weaving left and right, she ensured their safety. Witnessing Bai Qi's assault on the multitude of survivalists below, the dozens of ice snow nymphs in the air quickly reached a consensus. A horde of frost giants surged forth from the ice lake, embarking on a frenzied slaughter. Moreover, half of the ice snow nymphs, accompanied by over 100 frost giants, departed swiftly towards the horizon. Bai Qi noticed the actions of the ice snow nymphs, but felt compelled to refrain from intervening. Bai Qi, cease the indiscriminate killing. Bai Qi, spare us. As he observed the vehicles below engulfed in flames, Bai Qi returned to the core area. This time, instead of engaging in close combat, he utilized his soul-piercing sniper rifle to swiftly eliminate the explosive demon warriors below. It was unclear how much time passed, but soon the battlefield was devoid of standing demon warriors. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi descended beside Xia Qi's vehicle. The two girls promptly exited the car. Ying, Xia Qi, let us gather the bodies of the demon warriors swiftly. Agreed. The two girls swiftly set to work, collecting the fallen demon warriors, revealing numerous crystals of demonic energy. After an entire hour, the battlefield was preliminarily cleared. Bai Qi had acquired a total of 560 glass ball-sized crystals of demonic energy. Ying, Xia Qi, I intend to visit the demon tribe. Please collect the vehicles here. Bai Qi, do take care. After bidding farewell to the two girls, Bai Qi sped towards the direction of the demon tribe. With the battle concluded, many survivalists abandoned their vehicles and fled. Bai Qi did not pursue them, as enduring the extreme cold was a significant test in itself. Half an hour later, Bai Qi arrived at the entrance of the underground world. With a swift motion, the elite Ice Plains wolves led the charge, and Bai Qi soon entered the underground realm. Before long, he encountered a peculiar scene. Three factions were in confrontation. One faction consisted of dozens of ice snow nymphs and over 100 frost giants. Another was a group led by Zhao Gang, comprising thousands of individuals. The final faction was peculiar. A young man and a massive white serpent stood before a large group of demon women and children. Upon Bai Qi's arrival, the ice snow nymphs respectfully approached. We have seen our master. A chorus of spiritual transmissions greeted him, causing Bai Qi to pause in surprise. Master, our sisters had agreed that if you truly helped us eliminate the demon tribe, we would willingly become your servants, the first ice snow nymph quickly explained. Then let the servitude commence. The fervent voices filled the air, and without hesitation, Bai Qi recognized the ice snow nymph's utility, believing that further potential applications could be developed in the future. A radiant light enveloped them as one by one, the ice snow nymphs became Bai Qi's subordinates. Once the servitude was complete, Bai Qi turned his attention to Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang, what is transpiring? Bai Qi inquired, gesturing towards the white serpent. Zhao Gang sighed. Brother Bai Qi, it seems the demon warriors have all been vanquished by you. We initially planned to eradicate the demon tribe below entirely. However, this individual, Su Xian, appeared with a powerful white serpent, and he, in his compassion, could not bear to witness the slaughter of these demon women and children. Bai Qi immediately cast his gaze upon the striking young man, who tensed at his presence. The white serpent behind him raised its head warily, eyeing Bai Qi's Ice Wolf King with a mix of desire and greed. Su Xian, which faction have you chosen? Bai Qi asked in a low voice. Brother Bai, I have sided with the ice snow nymphs, and my little white has just devoured many resisting demon warriors, Su Xian quickly replied. Bai Qi sensed an impending dilemma. Su Xian, the demon tribe is known to consume humans. The presence of numerous human remains should indicate the gravity of the situation, should it not? Zhao Gang's voice rose in anger. Moreover, after we departed, the bodies of those men tortured to death by the demon women were moved underground, many of which were dismembered. The cannibalistic nature of the demon tribe is indisputable, Zhao Gang added, causing several survivalists to tremble in fear. Bai Qi's expression grew solemn. If this were the case, it indeed called for a thorough eradication. The giant white serpent, once a seemingly harmless creature, now exuded an air of chilling authority, indicating formidable strength. The prior standoff among the three factions was likely due to the serpent's power. Yet now that Bai Qi had arrived, it was merely a serpent with a pressure slightly above that of the ice snow nymphs. It would be a matter of just a few shots. Su Xian, step aside. Bai Qi spoke, causing the atmosphere to tense immediately. Su Xian bit his lip, but ultimately shook his head. Brother Bai, throughout history, combatants have refrained from harming women and children, even if they belong to the demon tribe. But what do innocent children understand? If it were the demon warriors, I would be the first to strike them down. However, these are merely the lower-tier demon women and children responsible for agriculture and livestock in the underground world. They are utterly blameless. Brother Bai, leader Zhao Gang, please forgive my compassion. I will not allow you to harm them. Su Xian's voice grew increasingly resolute. Bai Qi and Zhao Gang exchanged glances, both bewildered yet somewhat admiring of one another. Su Xian, we understand the principle of not harming women and children during conflict. But how can our faction's war come to an end if we do not eliminate these diminutive demon race? Shao Gong inquired solemnly. Su Xian was taken aback, then shook his head with a bitter expression. I do not comprehend why we must strive for survival, nor do I understand how we became embroiled in such events. However, it seems to me that the situation is far from hopeless. Su Xian spoke with a heavy heart. Must these unknown beings truly perish? What sins have they committed? If possible, I would gladly bear their punishment. I implore you to bring this faction war to a close. Su Xian gazed upward, his face a portrait of desperation. Just as Bai Qi sighed, a notification suddenly appeared. Ding! A special event has been triggered. The survivor Su Xian has made a grand vow, and the faction war has ended. Ding! All survivors who chose the malevolent demon race will be stripped of their survivor status and will remain in this world as ordinary humans. Ding! Survivor Su Xian, you shall remain in this world to fulfill your grand vow. As long as the evil power of the demon race persists, you shall not depart from this realm. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how such a vast faction war could conclude with mere words from Su Xian. It was utterly astonishing. Bai Qi slowly put away his king-level soul pursuit sniper gun, and only then did the previously startled Bai Qi feel somewhat at ease. Bai Qi exchanged glances with Zhao Gang, then approached Su Xian. Su Xian, though I find your actions rather foolish, I admire your spirit. Here is a blueprint for building a snow house, and I leave it to you. Zhao Gang sighed as he handed over a piece of parchment. Su Xian was momentarily stunned, but Zhao Gang forcefully placed it in his hands. Bai Qi's mouth twitched. He agreed with Zhao Gang's perspective. Su Xian may act rather foolishly, yet he is imbued with a unique charm. Perhaps this embodies the actions that dwell in every person's heart, desires that reality often denies. Bai Qi patted Su Xian's shoulder. Su Xian, you are right. Women and children should not be slain. You have saved them, yet you will also lose much in return. Here, take this divine weapon, along with some healing ointment. I hope it aids you in realizing your grand vow. Bai Qi produced a diamond-grade, iron-breaking spear and 10 perfect-grade healing ointments that he had obtained from the demon race's sacrificial palace. Su Xian was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Yet witnessing the actions of the two solidified his resolve. As he took the spear, he nearly dropped it from sheer astonishment at its quality. Bo Bai Zalao, this is far too precious. Su Xian, sit down. Take it. It is for your protection, even with a Bai Qi by your side. You must remain ever vigilant against the demon race. Ultimately, Su Xian gritted his teeth and accepted the items. Crack! On the battlefield, Gong Ying swung her sword down, ending the life of a demon soldier, charred and twitching beneath a vehicle. Ding! The faction war has concluded. Contribution points have been distributed, and the contribution store is now open. Survivors are requested to exchange items promptly, as contribution points will reset in 1 hour. Ding. All survivors will be teleported away in 24 hours. With the notifications, everyone hurriedly began their return. Bai Qi swiftly returned to the vehicle and opened the display screen, revealing a new interface for the contribution store. Upon glancing at it, Bai Qi was astounded. 680 contribution points. Did this relate to the demon soldiers and survivors he had slain? Bai Qi began to browse the exchange items. However, as he examined the offerings, his brow furrowed in thought. It wasn't that the goods in the contribution store were lacking. After all, even handguns had appeared, along with ready-made bullets. And even exceptional-grade vehicle parts and weapons were available for exchange, requiring surprisingly few contribution points. For instance, an exceptional-grade vehicle part could be obtained for just 50 points, while an ordinary quality handgun required 60 points, and a single contribution point could be exchanged for 10 ordinary bullets. There were even superior and exceptional-grade handguns for sale at the prices of 302,000 contribution points respectively. One could say the value of contribution points was exceedingly high. Yet, there was not a single blueprint among the items that Bai Qi desired. He had little interest in the highest-grade finished products. Holding a substantial amount of contribution points, Bai Qi was truly perplexed. Did he really have to purchase a batch of exceptional-grade handguns? Bai Qi felt utterly dumbfounded. Ding. Bai Qi, I have 650 contribution points, but I find nothing appealing to purchase. Do you have any plans? Gong Yingying's message arrived, revealing that this girl, too, found little of interest in the contribution store. Bai Qi attempted to transfer some points, only to discover it was not allowed. Yingying, why not buy another exceptional-grade handgun and use the remaining points for materials? All right, Bai Qi, I'll trade you the materials shortly. Soon, Gong Yingying traded a pile of materials to him. Bai Qi, Cuckoo has over 700 contribution points. She has exchanged them for materials as well, all included in this batch. Bai Qi felt somewhat speechless, but did not dwell on it. His concern lay with his own 680 contribution points. This was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for survivors. If he were only to purchase materials, Bai Qi would feel he had suffered a loss. Suddenly, Bai Qi recalled Su Xian's earlier vow to the heavens. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi began to communicate through the survivor core. Great unknown existence, may I use these contribution points to request items that would be of use to me? After posing the question, Bai Qi anxiously awaited a response. Ding. Survivor Bai Qi. Based on your situation, contribution points can be transformed into world power and creation power. Please make your selection. Bai Qi's eyes lit up immediately. He wondered what the uses and distinctions of world power and creation power might be. Bai Qi hastily inquired. Chapter 85. Creation Power. Ding. World power is the purest form of rule-based energy, possessing the ability to evolve all things. Creation power embodies the rule-based force of transforming decay into the miraculous, enhancing and improving all things. Observing the reply, Bai Qi furrowed his brow in contemplation. Evolving all things, enhancing and improving all things, rule-based energy, rule-based power. This is a bit too advanced for me. After pondering for a while without gaining clarity, he asked again but received no further response. It seemed he needed to make a choice based on his own circumstances. Evolving all things seems akin to the propagation of life, while enhancing and improving all things likely pertains to upgrading what already exists. In truth, I lack for nothing. I possess a king-level soul pursuit sniper gun for offense, and for defense, an epic grade ice and snow power battle armor. Additionally, I have an ultimate space version stored bracelet and an ultimate enslavement scroll. My power is already among the strongest in our group. Wait, there is one regret. The ultimate enslavement scroll is only of perfect quality, able to enslave only perfect level beings, while Su Xian's Bai Qi is of diamond level status. It seems I could attempt that. Bai Qi took a deep breath. Transform all contributions into the power of creation. Ding. Transformation successful. Rounding off, you have acquired 5 strands of creation power. Almost imperceptible strands appeared before Bai Qi. Goodness, even rounding off, it seems I have profited from this. Bai Qi mused as he took out the ultimate enslavement scroll. Enhance this enslavement scroll. With a command from Bai Qi, the 5 nearly invisible strands of creation power vanished in an instant, while the ultimate enslavement scroll in Bai Qi's hand radiated endless brilliance. In just a few seconds, the white light dissipated. Bai Qi grasped the scroll, now shimmering with a diamond-like glow, and began to examine it. Ultimate enslavement scroll, diamond. Description: can enslave non-human life forms. Maximum number of enslaved beings is 100. Current number of enslaved beings is 50, 100. Description: can only enslave diamond-level life forms. Description: after enslavement, can control the servants. If a servant dies, the enslavement count will restore. Description: this enslavement scroll contains a built-in space for storing enslaved life forms. On description, bond. Bai Qi furrowed his brow. The quality of the ultimate enslavement scroll had risen from perfect to diamond level. The quality of the beings he could enslave had also been elevated to diamond level. However, the number of enslaved beings remained at 100, which left Bai Qi feeling somewhat disappointed. Taking a breath, Bai Qi recalled that his enslavement space currently housed 32 perfect-level ice snow maidens, 10 elite-level ice wolves, 5 elite-level ice bears, and 3 elite-level ice apes. The 20 elite-level ice crocodiles he had previously enslaved had perished in the recent battle, now reduced to a pile of ice crocodile meat stored in Bai Qi's storage bracelet. However, these ice crocodiles did not drop any elite-level life marks upon death, which Bai Qi speculated was due to the fact that they were not killed by survivors. The faction war had come to a complete end, and the rewards had been secured. Bai Qi paid no heed to the circumstances of the underground world and quickly flew towards the surface, embraced by the first ice snow maiden. He had just enslaved a batch of ice snow maidens, yet there was still another group by the sacred lake. Half an hour later, Bai Qi enslaved an additional 34 ice snow maidens, bringing the total to 66. Are you saying that all your sisters are here? Bai Qi inquired, somewhat puzzled. Master, it is true. Long ago, we had many sisters, but over the years, most have been killed by the dwarf demon clan. The first ice snow maiden's gentle yet melancholic voice echoed on a spiritual level. Well, that is in the past. The dwarf demon clan can no longer stir up trouble, and those women and children will gradually diminish the influence of the evil magic under Su Xian's watch. From now on, you shall follow me closely. Yes, master. The first ice snow maiden obediently stood beside Bai Qi. Bai Qi directed his gaze towards the location of the sacred lake. According to the ice snow maiden, their kin had fought their last battle against the dwarf demon clan here. In the end, many women, unwilling to be humiliated or become food, jumped into the lake with their children. It was uncertain how long it took, but they found themselves transformed into ice snow maidens. Bai Qi found it hard to believe that there were no significant secrets hidden in the icy lake. However, when he inquired with all the ice snow maidens, they were unaware of anything special. The only fact was that there were no fish or similar creatures in the sacred lake. Only the ice crocodiles could survive and reproduce there. Yet ice crocodiles needed to feed, which explained why the ice snow maidens would venture into the outside world to hunt beasts with them. In contrast, the ice snow maidens required no sustenance. They merely needed to absorb the power of ice to maintain their existence. Plunging into the depths of the sacred lake, Bai Qi was embraced by the first ice snow maiden, who swiftly guided him through the waters, while the ice wolf king darted across the icy surface. The performance of the ice snow maidens was astonishing. They showed no fear of water and could fly and move within it. However, the water temperature could not be too high, or it would accelerate the depletion of their internalized power. The water in the sacred lake was extremely cold, which instead enhanced their strength. After resurfacing for air every 10 minutes, they swam in the depths of the lake for a full 5 hours, yet Bai Qi discovered nothing. Returning to the vehicle empty-handed, he looked at the other ice snow maidens. Hours passed, and the remaining 64 ice snow maidens had consumed 5 to 6 ice snow maiden cores each, greatly enhancing their strength. Bai Qi was now prepared to nurture these ice snow maidens, who were nearly absolutely loyal to him. Checking the ice snow maiden cores, there were still 167 left. Number 1. Number 2, you eat first and see how many it takes to break through to a higher level. Yes, master. Bai Qi released all 167 ice snow maiden cores, and the first and second maidens began to devour them. The current maximum capacity of the diamond level ultimate enslavement scroll reached 100, with 66 being ice snow maidens, 10 elite level ice wolves, 5 elite level ice bears, and 3 elite level ice apes. The speed and agility of the ice wolves far surpassed that of the ice bears and ice apes, particularly the ice apes, which Bai Qi considered the weakest. Therefore, Bai Qi directly released them from enslavement and then collected them. After releasing an ice bear, Bai Qi enslaved 20 ice crocodiles, thus reaching the maximum enslavement count. With matters settled at the sacred lake, Bai Qi, accompanied by Gong Yingying and Xia Qiki, headed towards the underground world. Chapter 86. The two maidens bathed together. The two maidens collected all the vehicles of the slain survivors, acquiring a total of 300 survival cores along with a plethora of materials and blueprints. Bai Qi allocated the spoils, taking 10,000 survival cores for himself and most of the basic materials, while claiming all blueprints except for those he already possessed. Previously, over 20,000 survivors had chosen the evil dwarf demon clan, and approximately 8,000 managed to escape, most fleeing in vehicles. However, they had since been stripped of their survivor status, and their survival cores and workbenches became unusable. If their vehicles encountered issues, they would likely be unable to repair them. Hence, this group was not foolish. They had already clustered together and headed towards the dwarf demon clan's territory. The environment in the extreme cold world was simply too harsh. Even the ice beasts in the wild were difficult to contend with. Among this group, there were over 6,000 women, while the men numbered just over 1,000, creating a severe imbalance. After discussions among Bai Qi, Zhao Gang, Su Xian, and others, they decided not to take further action against these individuals. However, this did not mean there were no restrictions. All their weapons were confiscated, including those belonging to the dwarf demon clan in the underground world, which were divided among the victors. Bai Qi primarily took a large quantity of materials. The highest quality weapons did not pique his interest, but he did collect a batch of bows and crossbows as reserves. Upon arriving in the underground world, Bai Qi began to examine various plant species. With an internal area of 2,000 square meters in his vehicle, it felt wasteful not to cultivate something. This was a matter of bloodline inheritance that Bai Qi could not resist. After a thorough search, Bai Qi returned satisfied. Here, there exist both grapes and bananas, along with tomatoes, potatoes, and mushrooms as vegetables. As for the staple food, Bai Qi was nearly repulsed. It was a type of flesh-eating insect, nourished on decayed twigs, leaves, and excrement. After gathering a substantial number of seeds, Bai Qi returned to the surface with the two girls and subsequently drove away from that area. Once the vehicle was parked, Bai Qi contemplated for a moment before inviting Ji Ying, Y Ying, and Shi KK into the car. During the previous battle, the two girls had displayed unwavering resolve and commendable conduct, leading Bai Qi to regard them as trustworthy. Of course, the primary reason was his acquisition of an epic ice and snow battle armor, rendering him fearless of ordinary dangers. Wow, Brother Bai, this is enormous. Shi KK exclaimed as she joyfully ran around the spacious interior of the vehicle. Bai Qi exchanged a smile with Ji Ying Y Ying. Y Ying, once the vehicle reaches diamond level, if we have a space crystal, it can be integrated into it. Thanks to that space crystal you procured last time, Bai Qi remarked, gesturing for her to explore. With graceful strides, Ji Ying Y Ying began her tour. Everything was satisfactory, but upon entering the vast bathroom, even the usually composed Ji Ying Y Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bai Qi, I want to take a bath with KK, the girl said. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Bai Qi glanced at Ji Ying Y Ying, but refrained from suggesting they all bathe together. All right, you can run the water yourself. Just be sure to close the door afterward. MHM. The two girls hurried back to their respective vehicles and soon returned with fresh undergarments and bathing supplies. After they closed the bathroom door, Bai Qi remained busy, as he had previously obtained blueprints for large wooden basins and was eager to plan. With a swift motion, 5 ice and snow dryads appeared, each possessing a strength of 700 to 800 pounds, ample for the task at hand. Bai Qi then crafted a multitude of tools, and with a command, the 5 dryads rapidly took flight to commence excavating the frozen earth. Previously, Bai Qi had contemplated amassing a large quantity of soil in the underground world, but after witnessing the planting methods of the dwarf demons, he felt somewhat nauseated. Construct wooden basins. Bai Qi tirelessly fashioned square wooden basins measuring 1 meter wide, 2 meters long, and 1 meter deep. He then reconfigured the interior of the vehicle, and soon, a planting area of 1,000 square meters emerged, half designated for grapes and bananas, and the other half for tomatoes, potatoes, and mushrooms. From time to time, he ventured outside to collect the soil excavated by the ice and snow dryads, storing it in his storage bracelet. Before long, Bai Qi completed the planting area. Next came the watering, and as for lighting, it would depend on whether the vehicle's interior illumination proved effective. Laughter and playful sounds emanated from the bathroom. Bai Qi vaguely heard snippets of conversation, such as Y Ying, you two have the physique of a divine beast, and Y Ying, it seems you are even a size larger than I am. He even caught Shi KK's astonished remarks, like Y Ying. How do you have such a stunning waistline? Inhaling deeply, Bai Qi stifled the overwhelming thoughts that surged within him. He had initially perceived Ji Ying Y Ying as a Barbie doll, but upon seeing her, he realized that this was far from the truth. She was remarkably graceful, with slender arms, a delicate waist, and long legs, truly an embodiment of perfection. Bai Qi was no saint. He could not help but be moved. However, despite the girl's amiable and warm demeanor towards him, she lacked any overt actions or words, leaving Bai Qi uncertain of her true feelings. Such a girl must never be forced. In the bathroom, within the bubbling pool, the two girls reveled in blissful enjoyment. After days of survival on the roads, this was their first proper bath. Y Ying, let me tell you, Brother B, I secretly made a silicone doll, one dressed in armor. Today, after witnessing you battle the dwarf demons, I finally understood who that doll represents, Shi KK whispered. Ji Ying Y Ying's cheeks, already flushed from the bath, turned an even deeper shade of red. KK, don't speak recklessly. Bai Qi is not that kind of person. TCH, Y Ying. I used to work in the entertainment industry and encountered all kinds of strange information. Brother B is quite the gentleman. In just 10 hours, we must leave here. Y Ying, Aren't you considering staying here for a while? KK asked somewhat inquisitively. KK, refrain from such talk. We do not yet know what lies ahead. We must preserve our strength. If my intuition serves me well, we will soon face even more perilous situations. Jing Ying's tone turned serious, causing KK to feel a twinge of anxiety. Wang Ying, I'm so scared. If I had not encountered Brother Bai on the road, I fear I would have already been harmed by those men. However, it seems Brother Bai does not favor me. If not for my gunpowder blueprints, he probably would not have allowed me to accompany him. KK lamented, swimming over to Ying and wrapping her arms around her. Feeling the smoothness, Ying experienced a slight shiver, but seeing KK's pitiful expression, she endured and embraced her. There is no need to fear. Do you not already possess an exceptional grade handgun? The ammunition is nearly inexhaustible. Practice your marksmanship more, and with the vehicle's might. No ordinary villain will pose a threat to you. Jing gently reassured her. Yes, but will Brother Bai be displeased if he finds out I have the gun you gave me? Not at all. This time, you fought alongside Bai Qi, and the gunpowder you provided was one of the key factors in his victory. Thus, there is no need for excessive worry. If Bai Qi had not accepted you, how could he have allowed you to witness the wonders within his vehicle? As soon as Ying finished speaking, KK's eyes sparkled, and she nodded vigorously. I understand now, Ying. I will strive to grow stronger quickly, and I will definitely fight alongside you in the future. Yes. Let us hurry and finish bathing. Come, allow me to help you scrub your back. Chapter 87. The blueprint for eternal cigarettes. The women took their time bathing. Emerging from the bathroom after over an hour, arm in arm, Bai Qi had already prepared a pot of exceptional grade ice giant crocodile meat. This time, he had crafted a mushroom, potato, and tomato broth, to which the girls cheered as they settled down to eat. While dining, Bai Qi also retrieved a variety of fruits obtained from previous resource boxes, further eliciting their joyous exclamations. After satisfying their appetites, the trio slowed down their pace. Bai Qi, why do you think we were chosen as survivors? Jina Ying inquired. Bai Qi offered her a slice of meat before pondering the question. Ying, I have contemplated this matter many times, and it is a frequent topic of discussion in our group chat. To be honest, I truly do not comprehend it. If there are tasks we are required to undertake, then why is our casualty rate so high? Even during the adaptation phase in the first 3 days, the death rate exceeded 70, and in this frigid world, it surpassed 80. Furthermore, the final faction war led US to turn against one another, and it was of a relentless nature. Had it not been for Sue's grand ambition, we might have had to eliminate all nearly 8,000 fleeing survivors to conclude the faction war. Frankly, I cannot fathom the reasoning behind this. Bai Qi lamented. Jing nodded in agreement, while KK appeared somewhat frightened. Bai Qi pondered over the aftermath of the camp war, which had been concluded by Su Xian. The 8,000 survivors had been stripped of their identities as survivors. What if at that time, we had chosen a side with the malevolent dwarf demon tribe? What if we had annihilated all the ice snow nymphs? What would the outcome have been? After Gong Ying spoke, Bai Qi furrowed his brows. Indeed, it was unfathomable. However, he harbored a vague feeling that had that been the case, we might all have been deprived of our survivor identities, ultimately perishing in this world. Bai Qi expressed, could it be possible, Gong Ying inquired, that the purpose of our selection as survivors was to eradicate these inhumane races? Ying, there's a possibility in what you say, yet currently, we lack sufficient information. With more experiences, we will surely comprehend it in due time. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, our own strength is paramount. As long as we grow strong enough, we can alter the outcome. Even if we were to lose our identities as survivors, possessing sufficient strength would allow us to thrive in this perilous world, Bai Qi replied. Both women nodded in agreement. Bai Qi was undoubtedly the most qualified to speak on this matter, having single-handedly faced over 20,000 adversaries and emerged victorious. After satisfying their hunger, the two women playfully teased the silent and handsome Ji Bing Wolf King, who, despite being merely days old, exhibited extraordinary intelligence. Eventually, the two retreated under the Ji Bing Wolf King's bewildered gaze. Bai Qi found himself harboring some resentment towards Xia Kiki. Had she not been present, he and Gong Ying might have found themselves in an intimate situation. With 10 hours remaining before leaving this world, Bai Qi glanced at the vast array of materials and vehicle component blueprints within his storage bracelet, resolving to upgrade the vehicles for himself and the two women once more. His vehicle components were already of diamond grade, with the fuel tank being of stellar grade, hence he aimed to elevate the remaining parts to stellar grade as well. Subsequently, he engaged in frantic production, yielding a substantial number of high-quality vehicle components. The excellent grade components were immediately utilized for material collection, while the superior and perfect grades were designated for the surviving 8,000. Previously, Zhao Gang's team had ruthlessly slain numerous dwarf demons in the underground world, thus accumulating a considerable amount of contribution points. However, Bai Qi's intention was not to profit. He was no longer in need of low-grade items. After 8 hours, Bai Qi halted his endeavors. The vehicle shell, tires, glass, chassis, power system, and fuel tank had all been upgraded to stellar grade, rendering his vehicle remarkably formidable. Gong Yingying and Xia Keek's vehicles were also enhanced to diamond grade components, although their survival cores remained perfect grade, as upgrading to diamond grade required the addition of spatial crystal stones for enhanced cabin space. Bai Qi's survival core was still at diamond grade, which he chose not to upgrade for the time being, intending to wait until he encountered spatial crystal stones for fusion. Furthermore, Bai Qi possessed an entire set of diamond grade vehicle components. After careful contemplation, he decided to bestow them upon Su Xian. The fact that Su Xian had articulated such a grand aspiration with just a few words and had received the recognition of the survival core indicated that this matter was undoubtedly extraordinary. Thus, Bai Qi was willing to invest in him. Given Su Xian's altruistic nature, Bai Qi believed he would not be ungrateful should circumstances change in the future, even if Su Xian turned out to be a thankless wolf. It was a gamble he was willing to take. Upon accessing his friends list, Bai Qi sent a message and trade offer to Su Xian. Brother Su Xian, after careful consideration, I realize that remaining in this world poses significant risks for you. I offer you a set of vehicle components, hoping they will aid you. Upon receiving the message and trade items from the esteemed figure, Su Xian was momentarily stunned. Having observed Bai Qi frequently selling superior and even perfect grade vehicle components in the group chat over the past 10 hours, he had wished to purchase them, but lacked the necessary resources. He was utterly astonished to discover that there was an even better complete set of diamond-grade vehicle components being offered for free. While Su Xian was still in a daze, Bai Qi suddenly remembered, Su Xian, I almost forgot. Upgrading a vehicle from excellent grade to diamond grade requires a total of 335 survival cores. Here, take them as well. Let us proceed with the trade. As a multitude of survival cores appeared in the trading section, Su Xian's eyes reddened. He was genuinely moved. Bai Dalao, I cannot accept this. Su Xian's voice trembled with emotion. Bai Qi furrowed his brows. Su Xian was indeed a handsome and courageous man, yet now he appeared so distraught. Take it. Acts of kindness require strength to support them. Without a protective vehicle, how can you fulfill your grand aspiration? Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Su Xian hesitated for a moment before opening the armrest box. He seized a blueprint from within and placed it in the trading section. Bai Dalao, this is the only useless blueprint I possess. If we meet again in the future, I shall surely repay your kindness. Bai Qi glanced at the blueprint Su Xian had uploaded without examining its contents, and the two completed the trade. What the heck? A blueprint for cigarette production. A supérieur grade permanent blueprint. This is incredible. Bai Qi straightened his posture in astonishment. Goodness, Su Xian possessed such a valuable item and referred to it as a useless blueprint. Wait a moment. It appeared that Su Xian did not smoke, and for individuals like him, cigarettes might indeed be harmful, causing discomfort even from the scent. However, for seasoned smokers, quitting smoking is akin to overcoming addiction. Bai Qi himself had occasionally smoked, mostly due to the smoking habits of his superiors at work. But he had no addiction and felt no longing for it during the past few days. Nevertheless, during his time in the underground world, Bai Qi had witnessed many individuals rolling leaves into makeshift cigarettes, despite the unpleasant taste and harshness. Yet, those individuals appeared to find relief from their cravings. Learning. The blueprint vanished, and a crafting option appeared at the workstation. Cigarette production, superior, permanent, material requirements, tobacco leaves, etc. Description. Using different qualities and parts of tobacco leaves will yield cigarettes of varying quality and flavor. Tobacco leaves? Bai Qi furrowed his brow. This material was difficult to procure. Wait, the word etc. after tobacco leaves. Did it imply that other materials could be used to produce cigarettes? Without hesitation, Bai Qi gathered a variety of materials. Producing cigarettes. Ding. The cigarette production commenced. A white light enveloped a piece of wood at the workstation, and a moment later, a small pile of unfiltered cigarettes appeared. It truly worked. Bai Qi rejoiced, promptly seizing a cigarette to examine. It was of ordinary quality, yet sufficient, certainly superior to the rolled leaves smoked by those individuals. Bai Qi lit one and took a puff. The rich, acrid smoke filled his lungs, causing him to furrow his brow in dismay. The taste was indeed poor. No wonder it was crafted from wood. At this moment, with his superior grade vitality, Bai Qi could distinctly perceive the detrimental effects of such low-quality cigarettes on his body. However, the self-healing capacity at the exceptional level of life is remarkably robust, allowing for rapid recovery from the damages inflicted by inferior cigarettes. Thus, it can be inferred that as long as individuals elevate their life levels, the detrimental effects of smoking can indeed be overlooked. Bai Qi counted, and from that piece of wood, he had crafted 50 cigarettes, a number that seemed rather absurd. This meant that he now had the means to create items infused with the power of the soul strike. Subsequently, Bai Qi commenced his crafting, eager to discover the nature of high-quality cigarettes imbued with the soul strike power. A multitude of cigarettes emerged, with perfect, diamond, and even starry-grade varieties being produced. Bai Qi sampled each one, discovering that the perfect-grade cigarettes posed nearly no harm to the body, and their smoke was exceptionally delicate, providing a remarkable, invigorating effect. The diamond grade offered significant enhancements over the perfect grade, while the starry grade was entirely different. Ning Shan Jing Ti Xiang Yin, starry. Description: inhaling the smoke purifies the body and concentrates the spirit. Description: when the soul is weary, consumption can slightly accelerate the recovery of soul power. Bai Qi excitedly grasped this distinctly superior cigarette and lit one up. As the smoke filled his abdomen and he exhaled slowly, the originally milky white smoke took on a slightly grayish hue. Simultaneously, Bai Qi felt a surge of vitality, as if his vision had notably improved. Incredible! Such exquisite cigarettes were simply unimaginable. Bai Qi then embarked on a frenzied production spree. More than an hour later, 5 minutes before the teleportation time, Bai Qi finally paused. At that moment, he held 1,000 starry-grade Ning, Shan Jing, Ti Xiang Yen in his possession, along with over 500,000 ordinary cigarettes. As he prepared to be teleported from this realm, Bai Qi was uncertain whether he would be transported alongside Gong Ying, prompting him to hastily initiate a trade. 500 Ning, Shan Jing, Ti Xiang Yen, 2,000 survival cores, a substantial quantity of bullets, 100 groups of perfect-grade rapid healing ointment, 50 groups of diamond-grade swift healing ointment, 10 groups of starry-grade ultra-strong healing ointment, and 2 groups of king-grade life elixir. Additionally, he included 3,000 excellent-grade life marks, which, although ineffective for consumption, were essential for replenishing stamina and acquiring various supplies. Remembering the graceful beauty of the recipient, Bai Qi ultimately decided to trade the exceptional grade black stockings he had previously obtained. Gong Ying accepted all the items and stored them in her exceptional grade storage bracelet. Perhaps we will be teleported together, the girl remarked with anticipation. Bai Qi opened the window and saw Gong Ying looking back, their eyes meeting in a shared smile. I was foolish. I should have sent Xia Qi away earlier. Observing the tender gaze of the enchanting lady, Bai Qi finally understood everything. Contemplating Xia Qi, he resolved to provide her with some assistance, as her gunpowder blueprint was vital to him. He currently possessed over 20,000 bullets and 700 kilograms of black powder. But once depleted, he would be a loss. So far, he had not heard of anyone else possessing a gunpowder blueprint. As for concocting it himself, Bai Qi lacked the skill. Not even the purported chemical engineering PhD from Zhao Gang's team managed to create it. He prepared to give Xia Qi a selection of items, including a pile of diamond-grade cigarettes, 20 groups of perfect-grade rapid healing ointment, 2 groups of diamond-grade swift healing ointment, 1,000 excellent-grade life marks, and a diamond-grade iron-cutting dagger. Despite this, Xia Qi's cheers resonated around them. Ying, if we are not together after this, remember to avoid close combat with enemies. Just stay in the vehicle and shoot with a handgun. Yes, Bai Qi, you too. Do not become complacent just because you possess invincible armor. There are still many methods to ensnare you, such as digging traps, she replied. Ding. Teleportation is about to commence. Survivors are requested to return to their vehicles promptly. The notification startled numerous survivors still lost in slumber, prompting them to prepare for the impending transition. In the underground world, Su Xian stood beside the vehicle, observing the nearly 30-meter-long white serpent coiling its body, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. Following the icy gaze of the serpent, a multitude of women and children from the dwarf demon tribe, along with over 8,000 individuals who had lost their survivor status, gazed toward Zhao Gang's team. Zhao Gang playfully patted Xiao Li's rear, prompting her to hurriedly return her vehicle. Meanwhile, Zhu Chun, the chemical engineering PhD, wore a face of despair. They had located a small amount of sulfur ore in the underground world, but even after nearly a day and night, he had failed to produce gunpowder. Without gunpowder, Zhao Gang's motivation waned as he watched the situation unfold with bitterness and envy. By the sacred lake, Wang Changjin confidently observed 8 exceptional-grade ice giants beside his vehicle. Ever since Bai Qi departed, he had devised a method to capture a few, finally amassing the required 10 for the enslavement scroll. Next to his vehicle was another, within which sat the woman named Lu Ling. A blinding white light flashed, and all vehicles vanished without a trace, as if they had never graced this world. Chapter 89. The World of Flame Mountain. Ding. Teleportation concluded. You have entered the world of Flame Mountain. As the surrounding scenery transformed, Bai Qi was met with waves of searing heat. A 10-meter-wide dirt road stretched infinitely into the horizon, bordered by vast deserts. Could this be the Flame Mountain from the tales of Sun Wukong and the magical banana fan? Bai Qi mused with a hint of mischief. Gazing at the survival core display screen, he noticed some introductory information. World of Flame Mountain. Description: this world harbors intelligent races. Survivors are requested to navigate the situation accordingly. Description: this world is fraught with disasters. Survivors are urged to proceed with caution. Description: exploration of this world may trigger final tasks. Survivors are advised to choose wisely. Bai Qi's expression grew grave. The first description of the Flame Mountain world mirrored that of the previous extreme cold world, suggesting that there might be multiple intelligent races here. The second description, however, diverged significantly, unlike the extreme cold world, which indicated the presence of supply shops along the way. This world offered no such assurance, implying the absence of similar establishments. Furthermore, it specifically warned of rampant disasters, indicating that the dangers here were not to be underestimated. Lastly, the final note suggested that exploration could trigger ultimate tasks, differing from the extreme cold world, where tasks were only activated upon reaching the final destination. Ding. Bai Qi. I am in Area 6 of the Flame Mountain world. Where are you? Ding. Brother Bai, I am in Area 10 of the Flame Mountain world. Which area are you in? Messages from Gong, Yingying, and Xia Kiki arrived, prompting Bai Qi to swiftly check the group chat interface. Area: Flame Mountain 1, population 100. 000. Yingying, I am in Flame Mountain 1, and the population is displayed as 100,000. How about you? Bai Qi, I have 100,000 here as well. I just asked Kiki, and she has the same number. Alright, be cautious. Ensure you have ample food and water, and remember to avoid unnecessary contact with others. Bai Qi advised. Be cautious, Bai Qi. This world is fraught with calamities, likely of a natural disaster nature. Do not act recklessly. After concluding the conversation, Bai Qi once again checked the information. The temperature inside the vehicle was 23 degrees, while outside it soared to 63 degrees. The external heat left Bai Qi astounded. In a realm of extreme cold, the temperatures outside hovered around -60 degrees. However, with sufficient insulation and a warming fire, enduring such conditions was feasible. In contrast, high temperatures posed a completely different challenge. If the human body cannot dissipate heat, it can succumb to heat stroke in a matter of moments. At around 40 degrees, considering the collective resilience bestowed by numerous life marks, survival seemed plausible. Yet at 60 degrees, Bai Qi summoned the epic ice and snow power of his battle armor, which flowed forth like water, revealing his arm. He then extended his hand outside, instantly engulfed by a wave of oppressive heat. After a minute, he realized that even with his current exceptional life tier, he could not remain outside for long. Moreover, the hot wind that had just wafted through the window carried an acrid scent, leaving him perplexed. Upon closing the window, a refreshing breeze from the air conditioning washed over him, prompting a delightful shiver. Opening the group chat, he found it abuzz with excitement. What a relief! After suffering in the cold for days, we no longer have to scavenge in the icy wilderness. With temperatures exceeding 60 degrees, it feels even more daunting than the extreme cold. My vehicle has only a standard air conditioning system. I fear it may not last long. The cool air has already dissipated. Goodness, how dreadful is your situation upstairs? We all started with superior grade vehicles, and those faring slightly better are in the exceptional tier. With even some in the perfect tier, indeed, the superior grade vehicles have commendable insulation. For now, the air conditioning appears functional, though fuel consumption will likely rise significantly. There is no mention of supply stores here. If fuel runs low, we may be in trouble. Haha, I have stored over 1,000 liters of fuel. That should suffice. Brothers, I just ventured outside, and it seems there is no sun in this world. Why is it so hot? Are you foolish? The name itself reveals it. This is the world of Huynshn, undoubtedly bringing the heat. As for the sun, didn't the extreme cold world also lack a sun or moon? Let us hope the natives here are normal humans. I nearly perished at the hands of those dwarves. As Bai Qi observed the lively chat, he discerned a significant issue. In the Huynshn region alone, there were already over 100,000 individuals, and it was evident that they did not all originate from his extreme cold world. Yet, their experiences seemed remarkably similar, which struck him as bizarre. Could there be numerous identical extreme cold worlds? Bai Qi pondered. Ding. Upon checking, he found a message from Zhao Gang. Brother Bai Qi, which number Huynshn region are you in? Zhao Gang's tone was gentle, even tinged with a hint of respect. Following the previous battle where Bai Qi single-handedly pierced through the dwarf demonic forces and slew over 10,000 survivors, his formidable prowess was well known. Shalom. I am in Region 1, Bai Qi replied. Oh, I am in Region 8. Several brothers have also relocated here, though we have yet to regroup. Zhao Gang's tone reflected both relief and a tinge of disappointment, a blend of contrasting emotions. By the way, Brother Bai Qi, we have gathered quite a bit of information and uncovered a peculiar situation. The vast majority of survivors have joined the dwarf faction and vanquished the rampant ice giant crocodiles, ultimately arriving in this Huynshn world. Upon inquiry, We discovered that those individuals did not encounter the ice and snow sirens in their extreme cold world. Instead, they faced the dwarves, not the malevolent dwarf demons. More specific intelligence is still being sought, Zhao Gang stated hastily. Bai Qi was taken aback. The situation was indeed troubling. Thank you, Zhao Gang. Please continue gathering intel. Of course, I will inform you as soon as I compile the information. After concluding the conversation, Bai Qi promptly traded 100 ordinary cigarettes to Zhao Gang. Previously, he had observed Zhao Gang smoking hand-rolled tobacco, indicating that he was indeed a seasoned smoker. Receiving the 100 unfiltered yet visually appealing cigarettes left Zhao Gang in tears of joy. Oh, the heavens have shown mercy. I have smoked for over a decade and previously consumed 2 to 3 packs daily. Life on the road has been grim. When the craving hits, despair washes over me, feeling worse than a drug addict. Ultimately, he was reduced to rolling leaves to alleviate his craving. Trembling, he ignited a cigarette, inhaling deeply, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 90, oui, NMNG. This is the best smoke I've ever had in my life. After holding his breath for half a minute, Zhao Gang exhaled the smoke deeply. With swift efficiency, he finished the cigarette and carefully stored the remaining 99 in his inventory. Until he secured a stable supply of cigarettes, he resolved to limit himself to 1 a day. Half in the morning and half in the evening, never exceeding that. Zhao Gang silently vowed. Simultaneously, he quickly contacted previous corps members and initiated a task to gather information. It seemed Bai Qi was the only one who might still acquire cigarettes. Bai Qi relayed Zhao Gang as concerns to Gong Yingying and Xia Kiki, both of whom were equally perplexed. Could it be that the ice and snow siren is unique? Bai Qi observed the first and second ice and snow sirens still consuming the cores, their power steadily escalating, now significantly surpassing the other 64 sirens. The extreme Ice Wolf King sat in the passenger seat, its size having grown further. Its shoulder height now reached 70 centimeters, surpassing most canines. According to the information, the extreme Ice Wolf King was still in its juvenile phase. With a roar, Bai Qi pressed the accelerator, the heavy off-road vehicle roaring to life as it surged forward with newfound vigor. The current power system was stellar grade, vastly superior to before. However, due to the survival core still being diamond grade, the detection range for resource boxes remained limited to 3,000 meters. Unlike the previous roads, the current surface was littered with gravel, sending dust swirling as the tires rolled over. Bai Qi's expression turned serious. This terrain severely hampered the vehicle's speed. Even with a stellar-grade power system, its potential could not be fully realized. The dirt and stone road flanked by desert posed a significant risk of getting stuck due to the vehicle's weight. Yet Bai Qi was no longer as apprehensive about this as before. Now he commanded a multitude of enslaved beasts and 66 flying ice and snow sirens, making it easy to extricate himself if he were to become trapped. Ding, ding, ding. A resource box alert chimed. This time it was a blue exceptional resource box. Bai Qi quickly halted the vehicle, estimating the distance to be around 800 meters. His epic ice and snow power battle armor enveloped him snugly. And as he opened the car door, the first ice and snow siren ceased its consumption of the core and flew into the air, embracing Bai Qi. The scorching heat waves rolled in, yet they were effectively thwarted by the battle armor imbued with the power of ice and snow. Bai Qi felt no trace of warmth. Glancing back at the first ice and snow siren cradling him, he noted the chilling aura that enveloped her. It appeared that no snowflakes had yet melted. Although she was not fond of the external swelter, her embrace of Bai Qi was remarkably gentle, akin to that of a beloved man. Traversing 800 meters on foot in the desert would undoubtedly be arduous and troublesome. However, with the help of the flying ice and snow siren, Bai Qi reached the resource chest, nestled atop a small dune in less than a minute. Clad in epic battle armor of ice and snow, Bai Qi felt audaciously bold. With a resounding thud, a colossal ice crocodile was summoned and landed steadily beside the resource chest. The sound of shifting sand accompanied the emergence of a serpent's head, roughly the size of a water jug from the grains. Enveloped by the sweltering air, the ice crocodile became irritable and, upon spotting the snake, lunged forward to bite. The newly surfaced serpent was ensnared, and an icy chill radiated from the crocodile, causing it distress. With a hiss, the serpent wriggled free from the fine sand and coiled tightly around the crocodile. Bai Qi gently patted the frosty hand of the ice and snow siren, who gracefully descended with him. At a height of 5 meters above the ground, Bai Qi scrutinized the distinctly different serpent, dominated by a vivid red hue. It bore dark brown stripes, a sight he had never encountered before in a python. As he descended further, he drew forth his long blade. With a swift motion, he severed the serpent's head, and the ice crocodile he had ensnared was returned to him. After collecting 5 exquisite life tokens from the ground, he issued a command. Harvest. Acquired 300 units of Hua Yinmang meat. Acquired 1 unit of Hua Yin Mang skin. Bai Qi stored all the collected items and then pried open the resource chest. Acquired 1 Hua Yin igniter. Bai Qi lifted this solitary find, discovering it to be a flint igniter resembling a lighter. It would suffice, after all. It was far more convenient than using flint stones, especially when it came to lighting a cigarette in a dazzling manner. Bai Qi was satisfied as he stowed the Hua Yin igniter, noting that only 2 matches remained in his box, while he had purchased a plethora of flint stones. However, igniting them required first lighting toilet paper, which was indeed not very practical. Upon returning to the vehicle, the first ice and snow siren exhaled in relief and resumed consuming the core of the ice and snow sirens. Bai Qi examined a piece of Hua Yin Mang meat. Hua Yin Mang meat. Exquisite. Description: a chunk of meat containing a small amount of flame power. Long-term consumption has a low probability of bestowing flame power. The Hua Yin Mang skin also contained a small amount of flame power, which Bai Qi subsequently stored. Continuing their journey. The dirt and stone road proved far more challenging than the previous one, rendering the driving experience quite mediocre. Wait a moment. Now that the ice and snow sirens possessed a complete human form, could they operate vehicles? As this thought crossed his mind, Bai Qi could not resist calling over the first and second ice and snow sirens. After some contemplation, he decided to release the other 64 ice and snow sirens from the enslavement space. Due to the limited space in the cockpit, the ice and snow sirens transformed their bodies into elongated forms, a natural instinct allowing them to freely combine and alter their shapes. Pay attention, this is the gear shift. This is the forward gear, and this is the neutral. Bai Qi began to instruct patiently. He quickly realized that these ice and snow sirens were remarkably intelligent. Requiring no second explanation, they indicated their readiness to attempt driving. Bai Qi assessed the road conditions nearby and relinquished the driver's seat. The first ice and snow siren, albeit a bit anxious, began to drive following the method Bai Qi had demonstrated. With a roar, the off-road vehicle glided smoothly away. Astonishingly, the first ice and snow siren displayed superior driving skills compared to many seasoned female drivers on their first attempt. Impressive, Bai Qi exclaimed in admiration. Through subtle perception, Bai Qi finally grasped why the first ice and snow siren drove with such finesse. They did not possess a traditional visual system. Instead, they relied on their soul power to sense everything. Given the intricacy of soul power, the first ice and snow siren could adeptly control the vehicle's speed, far surpassing Bai Qi's efforts of merely pressing the accelerator.